your health. It can lead to high blood pressure, a greater risk of heart disease, and early onset dementia. So it's important to build and maintain connections to people, not just in your family, but others whose relationships bring meaning to your life. Trying a new hobby, volunteering, exercising, even using your phone or other device to stay in touch with others. All these can be great ways to keep up your social connections and your physical and mental well-being. Visit connecttoeffect.org to see if you're at risk of social isolation and find ways to get connected.
This message is furnished by United Healthcare and AARP Foundation.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-312-9970. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-312-9970. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-312-9970.
Muffins, Mornings, Mothership.
I ain't stole no dog.
DA on CBS Sports Radio.
Where were the prime-time elite matchups in week number 1? Thanks to Florida State and LSU. Thanks to Florida and Utah for giving us something. Georgia played UT Martin. Michigan played East Carolina. Alabama played Middle Tennessee. USC played Nevada. Texas played Rice. Notre Dame played Tennessee State. Oregon hung 81 points on Portland State. K-State played Southeast Missouri. Wisconsin played Buffalo. Oklahoma beat Arkansas State 73-0. Ole Miss beat Mercer 73-7. The list goes on and on and on. And college football wants to get closer to the pros because there's so much money to be had, and everybody has their hand out for money. And we had a couple of good matchups, but they were so few and far between this weekend. And we'll get Alabama, Texas coming up this weekend, which is good. But guess what? When we turn on the NFL season this weekend, we don't have the Kansas City Chiefs playing a team from the Canadian Football League. We don't have the Philadelphia Eagles playing a college football team. These mismatches of FBS to FCS opponents, or tiny schools with barely a flickering football program, it's ridiculous. If you feel like you need a preseason, then college football should have a preseason. But these week 1 cupcake garbage matchups are a waste of time for everybody. Does Oregon need to play a team that it can beat 81-0? What is that?
Say, for the ones who get it done, Grainger is offering high-quality supplies and solutions for every single industry, as well as access to product specialists who have the knowledge and the experience to answer your toughest questions. Plus, their commitment to being your safety partner can help you keep your facility safe and your people even safer. So, call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop on by. Grainger.com.
Happy 62nd birthday, Granddad.
Thanks, sweetheart.
I got you this.
A mug. Oh, thank you. What does it say? Beware, if you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of hospitalization from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
This is a special alert for all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an overpriced auto warranty or no warranty coverage at all. Due to the increase of new and used car prices, repair costs, and the price of gas, people are keeping their cars longer than ever, which is why CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on covered auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can save thousands for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. You could save thousands on future auto repairs. Our specialists are standing by for all drivers to call for a free quick quote.
Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-898-6155. That's 800-898-6155. What do you have to lose? Call 800-898-6155. Again, 800-898-6155.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
Labor Day is right around the corner. It's tailgating season and, of course, Labor Day cookouts. With lots more grilling left this season, the experts at Omaha Steaks help you celebrate summer's last hurrah with 50% off site-wide during their Labor Day sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and enter Garden in the search bar to shop exclusive Labor Day packages like the Griller's Labor Day Feast, the perfect sampling of everything that makes Omaha Steaks unforgettable. The butcher's cut filet mignons, chicken breasts, and pork chops. Plus, type Garden in the search bar for 8 free mouth-watering burgers and 8 free gourmet jumbo franks with your order. But hurry, this exclusive offer expires soon. Celebrate summer's last hurrah with 50% off site-wide during the Omaha Steaks Labor Day sale. It's only at omahasteaks.com. Enter Garden in the search bar for 8 Omaha Steaks burgers and 8 gourmet jumbo franks free with select packages including the Griller's Labor Day Feast. Omaha Steaks isn't just steak. It's the best steak of your life, guaranteed. omahasteaks.com, keyword Garden in the search bar. See site for details.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There is a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month, level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Giants baseball, nothing like it.
Diving stab, Crawford throws to first. He got him. What a play.
On KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco.
Bases loaded, 1 out. 9th inning. And Flores hits a ground ball to short over to his right to get it. And hesitating, throwing to second in time there. The relay back to first in time there. Double play to end the game. 2 down, and here's Wilmer Flores. And the pitch. Wilmer hits a ground ball to third. Backing up and to his left, Kim. He's got it. Here's the long throw to first. In time. And that's the game. 2-2 the count. Here it comes. And did he swing? Yes. Haniger tried to check his swing, could not do it. The first base umpire ruled the swing, and the ball game is over. Giants scored 4 runs total in these last 3 games, and none at all today. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. He struck it out. And the Giants have lost for the 4th game in a row on this road trip. They're singing the Go Cubs Go song after the Cubs win, as they do here in Chicago. Got a little dose of pennant fever going here on the north side of Chicago. The Cubs beat the Giants 5-0.
And that should do it.
Yeah. John Miller, let me update that for you. That's 4 runs in 4 games. The Giants lose 4 in a row. And we're back to do the show. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Tuesday morning. It is Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, back with Overnight Dave, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning, where it's the return of Brian Murphy to the Murph and Mac Morning Show, where Murph's going to have to answer some questions about him taking another midsummer vacation down south.
Getting situated.
Yeah, you know, that got Murph situated down at Petco Park. And the Giants haven't won a game since. And that's kind of where we're at on a Tuesday morning after a Labor Day weekend. I know a lot of people took work off of yesterday. So did the San Francisco Giants. They've actually taken off work the entire weekend. Again, 4 runs scored over the last 4 games. A 4-game losing streak. And you're doing it against teams like the San Diego blanking Padres, who are 10 games under 500 and have been one of the biggest disappointments in the MLB this year. And now, not only do you lose the weekend series against the Padres, you're actually 4-6 against them in the 10 games you played in this season. So again, when we're sitting here talking about pennant races, when we're talking about whether or not the Giants are a playoff team, I believe my man Brian Murphy asked me a couple weeks ago, are we done with the San Diego Padres? And I said, yeah, pretty much from a wild card perspective, from an actual playoff perspective. I'm not thinking too much about the San Diego Padres, but I do think they could be one of those teams that plays the spoiler role down the stretch. And guess what? This past weekend, the San Diego Padres spoiled Murph's trip down to San Diego and spoiled the Giants' playoff chances as we stand right here. Now, there's still a month left of baseball. There's still a long way to go. We made it through the dog days of August, but this is not how you want to start the month of September. Losing 4 games in a row. Losing yesterday to Justin Steele, who struck out 12 batters against the Giants, losing Saturday against Blake Snell, losing Sunday against Seth Lugo. I mean, it seems like the list goes on and on and on, and don't get me wrong, those are some good pitchers, but when you've stricken out 43 times over the last 4 games, yeah, I'd say there's probably something going on with your offense right now, an offense that's pretty much ranked dead last in every major statistical category over the last month. So whether it's Logan Webb squaring off with Justin Steele yesterday, getting his 20th quality start of the year, we all know he hasn't been getting run support the entire season. His MLB leading lowest score total added to him dropped down to 3.03. But I mean, hell, I'll take 3 runs with the Giants on up right now. If you can give me Logan Webb out there and you give me 3 runs, they'd have a chance to win. But no, again, after having his 20th quality start, they got out-pitched and out-hit by the Chicago Cubs yesterday on Labor Day. And that was following up after watching Alex Cobb get hit around on Sunday. And I hate to say it, even Kyle Harrison got hit around on Saturday. Now, I did think there were some highs and lows from Kyle's performance. Of course, everybody's going to point to the 4 home runs that he allowed. In that first inning, Juan Soto turns around. I believe it was a fastball. Took it deep. Next thing you know, here's Xander Bogaerts barely squeezing one over the center field wall on a ball that Austin Slater maybe could have got a better read on. Regardless, it's a solo shot. And I'm sitting here thinking, all right, at least these are solo dolos. These aren't crooked numbers. We'll be all right, Kyle Harrison. And then Gary Sanchez, the forever River Cat, the man that never made it to the bigs with the San Francisco Giants, squared up a changeup about 20 feet over center field. And even after that, I'm like, okay, we got 3 innings, 3 home runs, But then he answers back with 3 scoreless innings, and it came down to the final pitch of the day that he threw. I believe it was Garrett Cooper who hit a 3-run home run. Just like that, his box score gets blown up. The Giants lose 6-0. And even on a weekend when you have your 3 horses going, again, Kyle Harrison, who's the newest pony in the barnyard, Alex Cobb, and Logan Webb, the Giants come away losing all 3 of those games, and now their losing streak is up to 4. So we can talk plenty of Giants baseball as we continue to look down the stretch for this pennant race and where exactly the Giants stand after now being on the outside looking in on the wild card race.
Cross him off then.
But it's almost time to, I hate to say it, Dave, cross baseball off the list because it's football season. And I'm saying that as a guy that absolutely loves baseball. And trust me, we're going to continue to keep you locked in on this Giants pennant race. But it's also week 1 of the NFL season coming up this Sunday. And actually, we're going to get some action on Thursday as the Kansas City Chiefs will be taking on the Detroit Lions, a game that, is headlined by Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, and Travis Kelce, but also a headline by what's going on with Chris Jones right now and his holdout with the Kansas City Chiefs and how, according to rumors, it's most likely that we will not see Chris Jones on the field on Thursday, which if I'm following the cookie trail, if I'm connecting the dots, I'm saying is not good news for everybody in 49er land waiting for updates on Nick Bosa. Because here we are on September 5th. Again, 5-6 days away from Sunday? And number 97 is still not in the building. We still haven't really got any updates from Nick Bosa. Hell, we really haven't had any updates from John Lynch or Kyle Shanahan, who continue to tell us that they are keeping it in-house. Now, the question is, whose house are they in and where the hell is the house at? Are they at Nick Bosa's house down in Florida? Are they over in Palo Alto at John Lynch's house? Wherever the hell they are, they just got to figure out this contract deal and get Nick Bosa into camp. Now, there was a report yesterday from Ian Rappaport that says that the Niners and Nick Bosa are still seeking a significant breakthrough in their contract talks. And I hate to see that word significant because that tells me that maybe they aren't as close as we are all expecting, even though it seems like everybody's expecting him to become the highest pass rusher in the NFL. Whether we're looking at that $28 million that TJ Watt makes, shout out to TJ Watt, we'll see him squaring off against Trent Williams and Colton McKivitz week 1 this Sunday, or if he's going to eclipse an Aaron Donald-like contract at $31 million. Now, there was a report this weekend from Albert Breer of the NFL Network who said that these two teams or these two sides are $4 million apart in their negotiations. Now, he did come on later on and clear up that report. He was just pointing out the fact that there is a $4 million difference between TJ Watt and Aaron Donald. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure it out, but hey, they're going to need someone to figure out this Nick Bosa contract. And preferably by today, tomorrow. Can you give this guy 3-4 days to practice ahead of time so that he can get ready for the Pittsburgh Steelers? And again, this is something that we've talked about now for weeks, going back to the beginning of this holdout. Hell, it's something that we talked about last season before he won Defensive Player of the Year when I was making the argument to pay the man last year. The 49ers have kind of anchored down. And now, I guess we're playing a game of chicken. And who's going to balk first? My money's on probably the 49ers and Nick Bosa. Because I think every day we get closer and closer to the start of the NFL season, he has more leverage. He's the one holding out. Now, of course, people will point out the fact that he's going to be getting fined, he's going to be losing some money. But with the current CBA in the NFL, it is my beliefs that since he's on a rookie contract, the 49ers will actually be able to waive those fines. So I don't think Nick Bosa is counting chickens that haven't hatched yet, whatever the hell the phrase is. Regardless, he should be counting checks. He should be counting stacks in his bank account. Nick Bosa, in my opinion, deserves to get paid like the highest paid defensive player in the league. 808 KNBR is the number if you disagree. Shoot us a text on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. I saw there were some 49ers, maybe 49er fans, I should say, entertaining the thought, hey, if Nick Bosa doesn't want to play, why don't you trade him? Why don't you go out and get some of those draft picks that you traded away for Trey Lance? Now, Dave, I agree with you. I agree with Bruce Bochy also. If I just want to go ahead and say it.
I say he's an idiot.
I don't think Nick Bosa should be traded. And if they do trade away to Nick Bosa, a rumor that popped up last week that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan had to shut down, that pretty much tells me, not want to say the Super Bowl window is over, but we all know how important Nick Bosa is to this defense. As good as Fred Warner is, you're bringing in Javon Hargrave. Talanoa Hufanga. There's injury updates on him we can get to on the other side also. There's a lot going on with this 49ers team right now. And for a team that had Super Bowl or bust aspirations, you look at the last couple weeks, you look at the last month or two of this offseason, where it wasn't the prettiest preseason. Now we're still dealing with the Nick Bosa holdout. We obviously went through the Trey Lance saga and trading him away to the Dallas Cowboys. And oh yeah, by the way, we don't know if your rookie third-round kicker who you took with number 99 overall is going to be available for this weekend. So we'll get you some sound from Kyle, from John, from Ian Rappaport updating us on the Nick Bosa situation. But we'll also check in on some of those other 49ers injuries, like I just mentioned, Talanoa Hufanga, and whether or not he's going to be available for this Week 1 game in Pittsburgh, where hopefully his idol Troy Polamalu will be in the building. It was cool. I got to ask Talanoa about that a couple weeks ago. We'll play that for you sometime later this week as we continue to get closer and closer to that Steeler matchup. But we'll look at his injury status, the injury status of a George Kittle who was not practicing yesterday. He's kind of been nursing a groin injury a little bit. Also in that defensive backfield, Tashawn Gibson was not practicing. Good to see Dre Greenlaw back. But, hey, we can give you a full update on who was and who was out of 49ers practice and who's going to be questionable for Week 1 and whether or not Nick Bosa is going to be lining up with his hand in the dirt on Sunday trying to take down Kenny Pickett and Antioch's own Najee Harris. But, man, oh, man, I'm getting hyped up. It's Week 1 of the NFL season. We just had Week 1 of the college football season this past weekend. I know we got into Week 0 a little bit, but really the football phenomenon is taking over. Whether it's Deion Sanders at Colorado, getting the upset over TCU, kind of shocking the entire college football world, seeing all the money that's now being poured in on Colorado as a betting favorite this week, as a betting favorite, whether it's his son at quarterback for Heisman, whether it's Travis Hunter who's out there playing both ways, looking like a modern-day Charles Woodson. I'm not putting him in that category quite yet, Dave. But what he did this past weekend was extremely impressive. 11 catches, 117 yards, got an interception where he laid out at the goal line and pretty much saved the game for Colorado. And now we're talking about him being one of the favorites to win the Heisman this year. So that's a name to keep an eye on. Also, Shiloh Sanders. Deion Sanders' other kid is playing corner for Colorado. The Buffaloes maybe got their biggest win of the year, and this is after a lot of speculation on whether or not Deion was doing something right for the college game or if there's a lot of criticism. Well, Deion kept all the receipts, and that's why after they were projected to win 3.5 games this year, Colorado had one of the biggest upsets of the weekend. Shout out to primetime Deion Sanders, forever Giant Deion Sanders, and of course, forever 49er. I'm still kind of shocked on why people are so, surprised about his brashness and cockiness at the college level. Do you know who we're talking about? It's prime time. Go ahead and look up some of his highlights from when he was playing in either the NFL or the MLB. Shout out to Coach Prime and shout out to Colorado. Maybe getting the upset of the weekend. That was until last night where Duke took down Clemson in an absolute bonanza game where Clemson fumbled the ball twice within their own 10. Got plummeted and ran all over in the second half by Duke. Hell, there was even some great matchups. Whether or not you're watching a guy like Caleb Williams tear up Nevada this weekend, Caleb Williams might be a guy you got to keep an eye on because I'm already projecting the Arizona Cardinals to be one of the worst teams in the league. And maybe the LA Rams are in that conversation also. So there's a lot of things to keep an eye on with the college game, maybe some future prospects. Maybe, you get your early scouting reports for your fantasy football drafts. I play in a dynasty league, so we draft rookies every year. We've had that this past weekend, so I'm always paying attention to college level. And I'm sure a bunch of people out there had their fantasy drafts this weekend as well. I believe we have our KNBR work fantasy draft today with Commissioner Copes making his return from Cabo just in time for the start of the 49ers season. But I think still a lot of 49er fans are not going to be ready to start the season until Nick Bosa is back in red and gold and back in Santa Clara. So on the other side, let's get you that Ian Rappaport update, talking about the significant breakthrough that both camps are looking for and getting you ready for Week 1 of the NFL season this Sunday. 49ers taking on the Steelers. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Two receivers to the left, one to the right. Darnold out of the gun. Personal protector Ty Davis-Price dropping back to pass, looking left, middle, and caught in the end zone. Willie Snead will haul it in. Darnold looked left, then he looked right and fired a rifle shot for the Niner touchdown.
This is the leadoff spot with your host, the water boy, Marcus Boucher.
Marcus, could you play a little bit of that Augusta melody?
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Tuesday morning. It is Marcus, the water boy Boucher, back with Overnight Dave on a Tuesday morning, getting you ready for week 1 of the NFL season. And, of course, the discussion this morning is going to be about Nick Bosa. And I already see people checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, giving their thoughts and takes on Nick Bosa. But I also want to give a shout-out real quick to the 323 who made me laugh, saying, hey, Marcus, aren't we sick of this Johnny LeMeckler experience yet? Trust me, we'll get into Giants baseball on the other side. But I also want to give a shout-out to the 510 who said, you know, Waterboy, driven by this madness of Farhan, Gabe, Bosa, Shanahan, and Pac-12, can we just start talking some UFC this morning? Can we give a shout-out to Ciryl Gane, who got back on track with a, second-round knockout after losing to John Jones? Also, a big fight coming up this weekend. Israel Adesanya taking on Hunter Strickland down under in Australia. Hunter Strickland? It's Chris Strickland, right? Right, Dave? Sean Strickland. Why am I'm thinking of the old pitcher for the San Francisco Giants. Sorry. It's a Monday morning. It's a Tuesday morning. It was a long Labor Day weekend, and it was long for the San Francisco Giants, and it feels like now we've been waiting a long time for Nick Bosa to show up to camp. How about that for you for a Tuesday transition? Because we're going to be talking a lot about number 97 leading up to this weekend's matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers and debating on whether or not he's actually going to be suited up and if he's going to get paid by Sunday. Now, in the first segment, we broke down for you the situation going on with the Kansas City Chiefs and Chris Jones and what is currently happening with him out in Kansas City. Now, Chris Jones is not expected to play on Thursday night. There were reports that him and the Chiefs are more than $9 million away in these contract negotiations. So it sounds like we're not getting any updates soon on Chris Jones. To me, means that maybe we might not be getting those updates on Nick Bosa. Because I do think there is a little bit of a waiting game. What we see every year with the quarterbacks kind of resetting the market and getting a new contract for everybody in the league. That's what I think is happening right here with Chris Jones and Nick Bosa. Some people might say, yeah, they're not correlated at all. Actually, we got some sound for you with someone who disagrees with me. But first, let's get you that update from Ian Rappaport that we talked about earlier, talking about how the Niners and Nick Bosa are still seeking a significant breakthrough in these contract negotiations.
No, there is no deal yet for Nick Bosa, and I would say similar to Chris Jones, maybe without quite the amount of urgency. Until there is a significant breakthrough, I do not expect Nick Bosa on the field for the San Francisco 49ers. And this it really isn't a question of, is it going to be the NFL's highest paid pass rusher? It sounds to me like they're already there, already past T.J. Watt. That's not really what this is about. T.J. Watt, of course, is $28 million. On an average per year basis. This is about how close to Aaron Donald's $31 million and change does he get, or does he get over that? It is a Monday today, tomorrow's Tuesday, and then Wednesday starts the game week. I believe I'd have to consult the calendar on that one, but that's what I think it is. And if he is not there Wednesday, obviously would not bode well for him being able to participate in this week's game. If there is anyone whose resolve you should never doubt, it is someone with the last name of Bosa. We will see if the 49ers and Bosa, who all want this done, we'll see if they're able to make it happen.
And I think everybody wants the deal to get done. But going back to what Ian Rappaport was just talking about, it's all in the numbers. It's all in the back and forth. Whether or not he's going to get a TJ Watt style of contract when he got paid $28 million per year and really held out until the final day he could before, the Thursday night game of the season last year? Now, also, TJ Watt held in, was at practice, was going through the playbook. Because I feel like that's one angle we haven't talked about so far with Nick Bosa. Of course, the guy's in phenomenal shape. He's a freak athlete. Look at the guy. But he's also playing with a new defensive coordinator this year. Steve Wilks is taking over. Now, with somebody as good and raw and as talented as Nick Bosa, maybe the defensive coordinator position's not going to impact him as much as it would your defensive backs or your linebackers. In football, if you're a defensive end, if you're a nose tackle, if you're somewhere on that defensive line, you're going to put your fingers in the dirt. You're going to get upfield. You're going to try to get after the quarterback. It's as simple as that. But again, there's a difference between playing shape and football shape. And that's why I think even if Nick Bosa does somehow suit up this weekend, we're not going to get a full pitch count because this is a guy that was not at the joint practices in Las Vegas, hasn't participated in any practices. Now, I'm sure him and Joey Bosa are going through a bunch of activities and drills back home in Florida in the complex that they built, but it's still not the same. And that's why, like Ian Rappaport was just saying, it seems like tomorrow would be the perfect time for this deal to come through, for Nick Bosa to get paid so that he gets at least 3 practices before Sunday. Again, if you're asking me my opinion, I think he might be waiting on this Chris Jones contract. Now, the difference between a Chris Jones contract and a Nick Bosa is the slight difference of how they qualify as pass rushers. We all know Bosa and TJ Watt get their business done on the outside as edge rushers. Meanwhile, Chris Jones and Aaron Donald are more of your middle of the pack, getting inside pressure through the middle. Now, Aaron Donald is the highest paid player in football, $31 million per year outside of the quarterbacks. And that's the contract that I believe that Chris Jones wants, which to me would lead me that it's also the same contract that Nick Bosa wants. So again, referencing that $4 million pay gap that Albert Breer was talking about, that's it right there. That's the difference of being paid like TJ Watt versus being paid like Aaron Donald. And as we see each and every year with the quarterback market, somebody gets paid, it resets the market, and the next guy gets paid more. And I think that's exactly what Chris Jones and Nick Bosa are doing. Now you might have the opposite opinion, an opinion that Eric Branch actually had last Friday when I had the chance to interview him, filling in for Brian Murphy. And here was Eric Branch, who, of course, covers the 49ers for the San Francisco Chronicle, saying that in his opinion, the Chris Jones and Nick Bosa contracts are not correlated at all.
I don't think so. I think if Jones was an edge rusher, maybe that would be different. I think Bosa and his camp have a number in mind, and it's independent of whatever happens with Chris Jones. I don't think Chris Jones is going to get, I don't think Chris Jones is going to leap whatever number Bosa's camp has in mind, because obviously it's a pretty high number. And I just, so I don't, obviously I don't know. Everyone's kind of been left in the dark because they really have held to, this pledge that neither side's really going to talk and negotiate and through the media. But my sense is that's not a sticking point here.
And I get the argument from Eric Branch. Again, they technically are 2 different positions, even though they are both pass rushers. Nick Bosa is great against the run also, and so is Chris Jones. And that's why I do think there is some discussion about who should be getting the higher contract. Now, if you're asking me personally, I think if you're asking anybody who listens to this show on 50,000 watts here on the West Coast, we'll tell you Nick Bosa. He was the Defensive Player of the Year last year. But there's also a counter argument if you're listening to sports radio talk out in Kansas City, talking about how Chris Jones has been the best defender on this team, on a team that's been to the Super Bowl 3 times, on a team that's won the Super Bowl twice, on a team that, beat the San Francisco 49ers and beat Nick Bosa. I don't want to get into that, but we got to bring it up. And that's why I do think Chris Jones is in those discussions. but Dave, that's why we also heard those reports that there might be a $9 million difference between where Chris Jones wants to get paid and where the Kansas City Chiefs want to pay him. And that's why they're talking about his holdout potentially going into all the way a week 8 in the season. And that's really something I just don't want to deal with. And that's why, if you're asking me, the entire time I've been saying pay Nick Bosa. It's simple. Give the guy a blank check. If you wanted to avoid this, you would have paid him last offseason, but you decided to wait, and now his value has skyrocketed. And I see people checking in also on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line saying, you think Bosa's asking for too much money? You think his agent's asking for too much money? He's asking for his marketplace. This is his first contract coming off his rookie year. And there's a discussion about whether or not the 49ers can afford him. The entire reason why they moved on from Jimmy Garoppolo to Trey Lance to Brock Purdy is to have a quarterback on a rookie deal. That was the exact scenario. That's why you think like this offseason, it was like a surprise to John Lynch and the 49ers front office. Like, oh, Nick Bosa's contract's coming up. No. They've been thinking about this for 2-3 years. And that's why, again, I don't get why they didn't take care of this offseason. But since you have Trey Lance, or you did have him on a rookie contract, that allows you to pay people like Christian McCaffrey, like Trent Williams, like Deebo Samuel, and eventually guys like Nick Bosa. That's why going with Brock Purdy, you're able to re-sign guys like Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, and all these guys on your defense. And that's why after this offseason, after seeing Javon Hargrave get signed, I actually took it as an encouraging sign. Thinking to myself, well, damn, if the 49ers got $21 million to spend on a defensive tackle in free agency this offseason, they should have plenty of money for Nick Bosa, right? Right? Well, we haven't been proven right. And again, if we want to go down the road of conspiracy theories, maybe the 49ers knew that this holdout was coming, so maybe they went out to go get Javon Hargrave as maybe a potential replacement. Again, we're just talking conspiracies and connecting dots on 50,000 watts. I personally would like to see Hargrave and Nick Bosa line up next to each other because I don't know how the hell you can block the two of them. Can't double team both of them. That's 4 guys from your 5-man offensive line. Then we're getting to the situation of tight ends putting chip blocks on defensive ends, and we all know how that goes in San Francisco. But again, I think the question is, when is Nick Bosa going to be in camp? And if he can be inserted straight back into this 49ers starting defense, well, here was their defensive coordinator last Friday, Steve Wilks, the new man in town who's going to be calling plays from up in the booth about how long it will take Nick Bosa to get back in the lineup and if he'll be able to plug and play him if he does show up sometime this week.
I think we all know that he's unique. I think you can definitely do different things with him as we've done in the past, particularly on third down and certain things that you want to try to free him up. But he's solid all the way around, so I don't think, once again, it's going to be an issue when that time comes. So hopefully it's soon.
Yeah, hopefully it's real soon. Hopefully it's the next 24, 48 hours so we can put this talking point behind us and just focus on the actual season. Again, a season where I think a lot of people have the 49ers as a Super Bowl contender. After everything that's gone on this offseason with the Trey Lance trade saga, the Sam Darnold QB2 competition, the Jake Moody injuries, and again, we do got some positive news for you on Jake Moody this morning because he was back at 49ers practice yesterday kicking field goals, so they're optimistic that he might be able to play this week, and if not, they signed one of the practice squad kickers from the Pittsburgh Steelers, someone who's familiar with kicking out in Pittsburgh, so that shouldn't be too big of an issue. But there are issues outside of what's going on with Nick Bosa. Look at a guy like George Kittle, who was not on the practice field yesterday, has been nursing a groin injury. Now, we saw how good Kittle was last year with Brock Purdy and that Iowa State connection. I'm sure a lot of people want to see that connection continue to grow this year, but it's hard to grow if you're not on the field. So we'll stay tuned and keep eyes on George Kittle all week long and whether or not he's going to be A, on the practice field and B, on the playing field on Sunday out in Pittsburgh. But there's also guys like Talanoa Hufanga, who's been dealing with a Baker cyst behind his knee, which is something I really don't want to get into, and I don't want to pretend I'm a doctor and look it up on WebMD because I really don't want to know the details of a Baker cyst. But the good news is the second-team All-Pro safety Talanoa Hufanga was back at practice yesterday. I'm sure he wants to be out there in Pittsburgh to go play in front of his boy Troy Polamalu. Here he was in the locker room yesterday talking about his status for Week 1 and the 49ers in general if they do not have Bosa lining up against the Steelers.
We just got to play with who we got. We would love to have Bosa, obviously. I think that's a no-brainer. Best defensive player in the NFL, and it shows. For us, we just got to prepare it as if he's not going to be here. Obviously, that's upper echelon question. That's a front office question. And so for me, I don't know if I can answer anything else on that, but if once he's here, we'd love to have him.
Yeah, that's it. I think it's the same kind of sentiment from everybody on the team. Look at the last preseason game of the year against the Denver Broncos. No, that was one of the first. Well, whoever the hell they played in the last preseason game. Fred Warner went out there and got a sack. It was against the LA Chargers. Thank you, Dave. And then he threw his hands up, did the Nick Bosa shrug, and then did the money sign. Out here doing the money dance after getting the sack. But that's because he wants Nick Bosa on the squad. I'm sure it makes it a lot easier for Dre Greenlaw, who was back on the practice field yesterday, for guys like Fred Warner, hell, for Charvarius Ward, Ambry Thomas, everybody on this 49ers defense. We talk about maybe the one weak spot, maybe being nickel cornerback. Guess what? It's a lot easier to guard guys and cover guys when you only have to cover for 4 seconds because Nick Bosa is breathing down the quarterback's neck. And if you want to be completely honest, you look outside of Nick Bosa from an outside pass rush ability, this isn't a team with a lot of depth. Hell, we don't even know who's starting opposite of a potential Nick Bosa. Whether or not it's a Drake Jackson, the second-year man out of USC. Whether it's Cleve Farrell, the former number 4 overall pick from the Las Vegas Raiders.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
And that goes for Nick Bosa. I think that's a perfect way to wrap up this segment day. There's no real answer for when we're going to get an answer. We've been asking these questions for a week. What's the holdup? Pay the man. We know what the market is. And if you're $3-4 million separated, guess what? You saved about $4 or $5 million from trading Trey Lance this offseason. So there's your money right there. Let's make the connection. Let's get this contract going, and let's get Nick Bosa on the field week 1 against the Pittsburgh Steelers, where the 49ers are only a 2.5-point favorite. And we'll continue to look into this matchup, how this 49ers defense is going to fare against guys like George Pickens, Najee Harris, of course, Kenny Pickett playing quarterback, Jalen Warner, a nice little backup running back for the Steelers too. And also look how TJ Watt and Mika Fitzpatrick are going to give fits to this 49ers offense. We'll preview this matchup all week long and keep you updated on the Nick Bosa situation. But on the other side, we got to keep you updated on the wild card situation for the San Francisco Giants, who have lost 4 straight games. They're back in action today against the Chicago Cubs. We'll break down their Labor Day weekend and a bunch of L's on the Giants schedule. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on a Tuesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Two-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck it out. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck it out. And the Giants have lost for the 4th game in a row on this road trip. Cubs 5, Giants nothing.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Back on the leadoff spot on a Tuesday morning after a long Labor Day weekend that was filled with 4 L's for the San Francisco Giants. Dave, I guess we could put this on our schedule with a capital L for the Giants, who have now lost 4 straight games and find themselves outside of the wild card picture, 1 game out on the outside looking in. They'll be back in action against the Chicago Cubs today, where I'm just assuming that they're going to have an opener, whether or not it's a Ryan Walker or John Brebbia.
Only God knows.
Thank you, Kyle. Still waiting to find out when God's going to give that contract to Nick Bosa. And maybe, speaking of God, we got to have Brian Murphy have a come-to-Jesus moment this morning, because I'm already seeing the text on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. Shout out to the 925 who said, yeah, Brian Murphy put the jinx on the Giants Friday night. And it's something that I didn't want to go into too much, but I also said last Friday, filling in for Murph, whenever he takes these midsummer trips, whenever the cooler follows down the Giants down to SoCal, it doesn't turn out well. And last season, it was the trip down to L.A. to Dodger Stadium after Murph told us that he would never go to a Giants-Dodgers game again. He then turned around, despite the best wishes of a Matt Mayoko.
I hate the Dodgers so much I can't even stand to watch.
And Matty, he goes down to SoCal, and the Giants lost like 8 games in a row last year.
Cooler.
Well, guess what? The cooler was back in San Diego last Friday. Wasn't there for the Thursday night game. Coincidentally, the last game that the Giants won. So he was there Friday night to witness the Giants lose 7-3. And ever since then, it's been no bueno. It's been Kyle Harrison getting hit for 4 home runs on Saturday and the Giants losing 6-1. It's been Seth Lugo shutting out the Giants on Sunday. It was Justin Steele yesterday striking out a dozen batters of the Giants. And again, back-to-back shutouts. Sunday and Monday, we saw the 10th and 11th shutouts of the season for the San Francisco Giants. And just being completely honest with you, I thought that number would have been higher with the way this offense has been performing this year. Look at these last 4 games as a great example. They've scored 4 runs. That's it. 4 blanking runs.
No bueno.
And meanwhile, thank you, Dave. That means no good for all my non-Spanish speakers out there. But meanwhile, Dave, keep that around. They struck out 43 times in the last 4 games. That is
not good.
That's not good. That's no bueno.
No bueno.
That's almost 11 times per game over the last 4 games. And yeah, you're going against Blake Snell, and Justin Steele leads the National League in wins this year as one of the second lowest ERAs. But we're in the middle of a pennant race. And this is the offensive performance you're putting out there. So even when Logan Webb goes out there yesterday and puts on his 20th quality start of the year, guess what? He's got a losing record.
No bueno.
Because in more than half of the games he's pitched this year, he's gotten 1 run support or less. But that's the thing. Whether it's Cobb on Sunday, whether it's Harrison on Saturday, whether it was Logan Webb yesterday, nobody was going to win with the way this offense is playing. But hey, if you're checking in with Gabe Kaplan and the Giants, spirits are high going to Wrigley right now. Feels great, baby. You just lost 3 out of 4 to a team that's 10 games under 500 in your own division. Have been one of the biggest disappointments in baseball. But there was Slam Diego this weekend where Pekka was popping once again. And now I hear people saying whispers about maybe them making a wild card run. I still don't see that in their playing cards. But as I told Murph a couple weeks ago, I think they're one of the teams that could play spoiler down the stretch with all the talent they have on their roster. And they definitely spoiled the Giants' Labor Day weekend plans. Hell, probably spoiled the trip for Murph as well. But apparently they went into Wrigley Field on Monday with high hopes, despite having a late travel schedule. Here was Gabe Kapler wrapping up that 3-game series and talking about how the morale in the clubhouse was like for the Giants entering Chicago yesterday.
Good, I think. I mean, it's hard to come to Wrigley in a pennant race and not be excited and inspired to play baseball. So I don't think anybody loved the travel and the schedule, but I don't think anybody's going to feel sorry for us either. I was in the cage for a good chunk of the morning, and guys are getting after it. Right next to the cage is the weight room, and those guys are getting their prep work in there as well. Guys are out on the field as we speak, so good vibes, good spirits today.
And look, I get it. I used to play baseball. I'm not going to pat myself on the back too much, but we talk about it all the time with Murph and Mac. As a baseball player, you have to have that next pitch mentality, that kind of blanket. I'm going to flush it and move on. And that's exactly what the Giants need to do after losing 4 straight games, but I don't know if I'm going so far to saying there's good vibes in the dugout right now, because I don't think there's a lot of good vibes going around with San Francisco Giants fans, especially for a team that, I don't know, last month was 2.5 games back of the NL West behind the LA Dodgers. Now you're talking about a team that's not only 15 games back of the Dodgers and a solid division sail away, now you're a game back of the last wild card spot. Now you're behind the Cincinnati Reds, the Arizona Diamondbacks, the Miami Marlins technically by half a game. And so when we're looking at this final stretch of baseball, who's going to step up? That's my question. We've talked a lot about the rookies, the prospects, the kids coming up and kind of sparking these lineups. It's got to be the veterans. It's got to be a Mitch Haniger, a Mike Yastrzemski. Michael Conforto could be rejoining the club soon. A Brandon Crawford. These are all guys that you relied on a few years ago when you won 107 wins. It's your veterans. And so far this year, they have not been performing, and especially after this last month. Again, they have statistically been the worst offense in baseball. And that's why this weekend they were nearly striking out 11 times per game. But as we just said, you got to think about the future, and you got to think about the fact that you're still 2 games above 500. We're getting closer and closer to that gravitational pull, but you're still within 2 games of striking distance from that entire wild card picture. So the only thing to do is to move on and to go out there and win a baseball game. And that sounds like the strategy for Gabe Kapler to get into the playoffs. Dave, all they got to do is win some baseball games.
I actually think the objective is the same. Just win baseball games. We're in a position where as long as we win baseball games, we'll be in the playoffs. And mean that in the sense that we win a bunch of baseball games, we'll be in the playoffs. So, like having the ability to control that and not rely on any other teams or be thinking about opponents too much. Just go out every single day and try to win the baseball game.
It's a simple fix. Just win baseball games. I'm glad we made it all the way to September for that realization.
I actually think the objective is the same. Just win baseball games.
Simple as that, Dave. All the Giants got to do is go out there and win.
Just win baseball games.
Hey, like I said, they'll have a chance to go out there and win today with Ryan Walker as the opener, squaring off against Kyle Hendricks.
Just win baseball games.
Before they wrap up that series tomorrow with, of course, TBD taking on Jordan Wicks. And here's the thing. This series is going to be determined over the next 2 games. The Cubs have won 2 more games than you this year. They're 3-1 in the overall series. So if they win today or win tomorrow, they win that tiebreaker in the wild card. And
no bueno.
And who knows if that's going to come into play with the Cubs being one of the hottest teams in baseball, winning 7 out of their last 10. They've now separated themselves about 4 games ahead of the San Francisco Giants. But a big reason for that is because they got to look at the mirror and see that they lost 4 games in a row. And the bad part is it happened to Kyle Harrison, Alex Cobb, and Logan Webb. I'm not even going to throw out what happened on Friday night. We'll just talk about the last 3 games. But again, you got to flush it and you got to move on. Even though Kyle Harrison got lit up for 4 home runs. Really, as I broke down in the first segment, I don't think it was that big of a travesty of an output. But when you give up 3 solo shots, then bounces back with 3 scoreless innings, again, works into that 6th inning, got up to 91 pitches. I think those are signs of encouragement. It just wasn't encouraging to see Gary Cooper smack that 3-run home run on the last pitch of Kyle Harrison's day. But maybe he can just wrap up this segment for us, talking about how they just want to flush the entire weekend and move on to playing some better baseball.
I think kind of a flushing mentality, you know, them re-supporting me and telling me my stuff's great, and you got to believe that if you're a pitcher out there. So I'm really just going to go after the next guys I face, and I'm really thankful for that. We have a great clubhouse here, and the guys are real supportive.
The flush it mentality, the next pitch mentality, the next game mentality. Well, in baseball, you play 162 games. So we're going to flush it and move on to the next one. And how about this? On the other side, we'll flush Murphy's weekend down in San Diego and get him situated for the Murph and Mac show. Murphy's back. Paulie Mac is here. So is the Water Boy. It's a Tuesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned into the leadoff spot on the sports leader.
Brian Murphy makes his return to the studio and all hell is breaking loose. Shout out to everybody checking out the live stream this morning on twitch.com, on YouTube, and on knbr.com or the all-new KNBR app. My guy Murphy's back from his weekend trip down to San Diego, and there's coffee everywhere. It's a bloody mess in here, so we'll take a few seconds to get Murph situated this morning.
Action-packed return, Waterboy. Action-packed.
Here we are. Murph, you're giving me more action right now this morning than the San Francisco Giants gave me the entire weekend.
I'm giving you more thrills.
Yeah, what am I going to get today?
This is better TV.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. I'm going to get more coffee spills and runs scored for the San Francisco Giants this weekend. They lose 4 straight in a row, only scoring 4 runs. Striking out 43 times, Marcus. Happy Tuesday. Welcome back.
Is it a happy Tuesday?
Yeah, not that happy.
We'll make sure it is. We'll riff our way through this. And I got to say, while Murph is cleaning up his S, I figured it would be a good chance for me to talk to Marcus during the break. Buy a few minutes for Murph over here. He's got soppy towels in his hand. 808 KNBR soppy towels.
What's sadder right now? The look of a Brian Murphy cleaning up the coffee.
Go ahead.
The look of the San Francisco Giants losing 4 in a row.
So far, it's neck and neck.
Or the look of 49er fans looking around and not seeing Nick Bosa in camp.
It's a photo finish.
That's what I'm saying. It's not that great of a Tuesday.
And you don't get many horse racing kind of comments from Paulie Mack, so enjoy that one. Photo finish between the three.
It's a photo finish. We'll see what happens first. Will the Giants win a game? Will Brian Murphy get situated? Or will Nick Bosa show up to camp? Because, boys, we are 5 days away from NFL football. Actually, only 2 days away from that Thursday night matchup.
I'd like to amend my comment about horse racing. I'd like to dedicate that horse racing analogy to our good friend Sam Spear.
Always.
Rest in peace.
For life,
if I'm going to talk about horses, I better shout out Sammy.
I thought that was going to get us a waltz soundbite is what I thought.
Hang on.
All right, buddy.
Hold on. Paulie Mack's not that situated.
I may
Murph
be
is getting
coffee,
more situated.
But at least I'm here.
You made it.
Unlike Nick Bosa.
Unlike Nick Bosa.
And that's not a knock on Bosa. You know, I'm turning my eyes to now is our old pal Jed.
Yeah.
That's what I'm turning my eyes to.
Somebody's got to cut that check, Murph.
Yeah, and by the way, I think Bosa is currently winning the leverage war.
Yes.
Because all of us are saying right now, get him in.
I was telling Paulie Mack last Friday when I was filling in for you, Nick Bosa can just straight up go Goodfellas. Blank you, pay me. You want Aaron Donald's contract? Blank you, pay me. You want me to show up on Sunday against the Steelers? Blank you, pay me. Your house burns down in a fire, Murph. Blank you, pay me.
You want Murph's TV in a garage sale? Blank you, pay me.
$5.
Right.
That's it. I don't think $5 is getting the deal done for Nick Bosa, though,
the
Murph.
leverage war is being lost by the Niners. I just read Mike Silver, whose kid is here today, by the way.
Yeah, shout out Greg Silver.
I just read Silver in the Chronicle. I read Kawakami in the Athletic. I'm reading everything. I'm listening to you on KNBR. Nobody's defending the Niners here.
No.
Nobody.
No.
And dude, it's already, I mean, Mayoko put out that theory that he could sign September 9 and show up and get 2.5 sacks September 10. That right now is pretty much your only scenario.
That's the best case scenario,
Yeah.
but there's also a scenario where we're talking about Chris Jones not playing this Thursday night for the Kansas City
Well,
Chiefs.
Jesus, think about it. If you're a Chief, that game's in 2 days. At least the Niners play Sunday.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
they got a little bit of extra time.
Woo, yeah, no, bad vibes.
Yeah,
Bad vibes.
and that's why, Murph, I know you've been gone. I don't know if you were with us last Thursday when we talked to Matt Mayoko, but I think
I was here, buddy.
I think we're
I was
moving
only
up
gone one day.
That's
You guys
right.
act like I was gone for like 5 weeks.
Dude,
I was gone one day.
It's a Tuesday. I don't know what the hell's going on anymore,
Yes.
Murph, but I think we're
Yeah,
into
we're
that
here.
4-alarm system on the Matt Mayoko 5-alarm scale.
Dude, it's bad. It's bad. And, you know, as Kawakami said, they tried to play it cool the whole time. Like, hey, everything's cool. Everything's cool. And as Kawakami wrote, maybe a little too cool.
Yeah.
Maybe a little too cool. You know what I mean? Maybe a little urgency is needed here. So, bad vibes going into the season. Other than that, all's well.
We got Giants baseball back in action today.
I would say the peak was on Fridays at San Diego games when they wear the, and we had seats right near third base. So, by the way, I had an up-close view of Giants legend Matt Williams wearing a mint sherbet helmet.
Oh, dude.
I got to tell you, I stared at that thing for like 2 innings. I was like, look at my guy Matty.
Welcome to the Bigs.
Look at my guy Matty.
Oh, man.
Dude, there was some pink stuff and taffy. It looked like cotton candy.
It's all bets are off,
What is it,
bro.
ice cream? Or
My buddy
I don't
Malcolm
know.
was like, look at that's our guy Matty. They're making him wear a mint sherbet
Makes
helmet.
you pine for the mustard and brown of the 70s. Padres used to come at you with the mustard.
Look how they did our boy.
I also say the highlight is, I don't know if this is a Friday night tradition, although I went Friday night last year, I don't remember it, but dude, they have a mariachi band in like the middle of the 5th inning.
Oh, yeah?
Brought the house down.
Oh, yeah, sounds
on
cool.
the big screen, dude. Paulie, it's all about the hats. Just the gigantic hats.
We're talking
dude.
sombreros.
Mm-hmm. They must have been out in center field, and it was like a pet. I don't know. Petco went nuts. I went nuts. Dude,
Would you say it was popping?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Don't sleep on the lead vocal of a mariachi band. You know what I mean?
No.
Yeah, I love seeing sombreros at the baseball game. That's not when the Giants are putting up golden sombreros and striking out 4 or 5 times each.
And to add to all that, and I know we got to get Dave out of here and everything, but dude, Triple E is there in Chicago repping the Murph and Mac show. And as Waterboy said, and we'll take this to the air, anytime he's out there saying, hey, I'm Eric from the Murph and Mac show, Marcus goes, I get a little worried.
Yeah.
I get a little worried.
Yeah, no, being honest, boys.
Waterboy had a great line. He goes, why doesn't he keep that to himself?
Well, no, imagine like how many guys he's out there pissing off. He'd be like, hi, Logan Webb, can I talk to you on behalf of Paulie Mac? Yeah. It's like, whoa.
I got Triple E showing up after the Giants lose 3 games in a row.
Don't mention my name in there.
And he's like, yeah, Logan, when are you taking a trip to Tahoe? You want to go snowboard with me, buddy?
Totally.
Come on.
Totally.
Do you want to go see some Revolution up in the mountains somewhere?
By the way, this weekend was for me, and I'm just talking to you, you and Eric right now, leaving the listeners behind. It was like 4 days of nothing but is it okay to call it white boy reggae? Is that official?
Shout out.
Let's get racial up in this piece.
It's a white boy summer.
I would say, what do you guys call this whole new 2020s California-based reggae movement? What's it called?
I think it's kind of white guy reggae.
White boy reggae.
They're dirty
Let's get
head
racial
reggae.
up in this piece. So it was, and can I introduce you to a band? You're gonna laugh your ass off. But I finally learned about the band, The Movement.
Ooh, The Movement.
You know them?
It sounds familiar. Let me play something and see if I know them.
There was a lot of movement, a lot of stick figure, Waterboy. You're down with that,
I'm
aren't
down
you?
with some stick figure.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, Murph, there's a lot of movement in the Giants' standings in the wild card this weekend. It's going
They're
down.
at the bottom of the pile.
It's not looking good right now.
pile
No
now.
good. No bueno, as
Did
me
you
and
see,
Dave were
and we'll
saying
end it on
earlier.
this. Paul, did you see in the Chronicle, Gabe said, it's time for an F-it mentality, and he said, pardon my French.
Well, I mean,
You
listen,
dropped
at this
the pardon my
point, you
French.
better pull out the 4-letter words. Anything.
I thought Gabe's French was, voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir?
No, not bad at all. Not bad at all.
C'est joie. I will say, Kapler also said some sound we play on the show this morning. All the Giants got to do is win some baseball games, and they'll be in the playoffs. It's as simple as that, boys. And we'll talk about that concept all day long with Kruk and Kipe joining the Murph and Mac show, and a great guest list on
Tim
top
Ryan.
of it. Tim Ryan, ball out, and the ball is out to start the football season this Sunday. It's the Murph and Mac show. You are listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, and the Murph and Mac show post Labor Day starts right now.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Oh, man, it should be an incredibly celebratory time. The 49ers, the beloved 49ers, are back in our lives, and it's not celebratory. Everybody's grumpy. Everybody's bummed. You can't be bummed when the Niners are opening, but that's the world we're living in when Nick Bosa ain't here and the grumblings continue. 49ers at Steelers Sunday at 10 a.m. on KNBR. Well, I shouldn't say KNBR. It's going to be on 107.7 The Bone and 104.5 Fox. No, Dave, are the Giants playing Sunday night? Oh, Dave, thank you, buddy. It will be on KNBR. Giants will be on KNBR. I mean, the 49ers will be on KNBR. So, Paulie Mac, 3-day weekend. I missed your Friday. Since I last saw you, the Giants haven't won a game, which is.
Well, no, I mean, listen, I don't know what to say anymore. I'm going to ask you for some assistance, considering you were an eyeball witness, as Paulie Walnuts would say, an eyeball witness.
I like that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it was a depressing weekend of Giants baseball. College football came back, though. That was kind of cool.
Deion Blanken Sanders.
Get ready. Move aside traditional
Coach
college football.
Blanken Prime.
See him with the cowboy hat on? He looks really cool.
Everything. I mean, dude, and then the viral videos of his speeches, dude. My only concern for Deion is, man, how do you follow this up? Because he peaked, man. He led him on they were 3 touchdown underdogs. He gave the greatest viral videos of all time. People were losing their minds. And now it's like, you got to go do it again. You know what I mean? That was only week 1. So I don't know what motivational tricks he has up his sleeve, but that was incredible. That was a huge highlight. Even last night, watching Duke beat Clemson. I don't know if you watched some of that.
I actually didn't see that. No, how was that?
Well, Duke, a 2-touchdown underdog, knocked off number 9 Clemson. And Duke the students stormed the field, Paulie Mac.
Yeah, there you go. Got to rush the field now.
Storming the field. So
you ever rush the field, Murph, down UCLA?
I rushed the court.
What about the actual field at Rose Bowl?
One time we tried to go to the Rose Bowl, we got denied. But
tried to get down on the field, you mean?
We got denied.
Not so fast.
Got a Pauley Pavilion court rush, though, after we beat Louisville one Saturday.
How'd that feel?
Yeah, you run out there, and then you just
Here
kind
we are.
of...
Woo,
You go,
all right, let's go home.
Yeah, hey.
It's like, all right, where's the party? Where
now
we going?
go. Yeah, what do we do now? So, anyway, good weekend, buddy?
Yeah, pretty good weekend. Very restful. I got a lot of sleep, which was good. I needed to catch up. And we're preparing for a very big weekend for Murph and Mac and the extended Murph and Mac family.
Yes.
We're going up to the mountain on Saturday for Sound Summit. I want to see all of y'all out there. We'll talk about it throughout the week. We had Michael Nash on the podcast a couple of weeks ago, so we set it up nice. That'll be fun. And maybe a nice distraction from Giant Baseball, at least for the day.
And speaking of distractions from like Giant Baseball and Bosa and the Niners, dude, massive music news over the weekend. We'll go from the maybe the least famous to the most famous. Number one, Gary Wright, Dreamweaver, left us, dude. Don't forget.
Which, by the way, I want to remind you if you had forgotten. Do you remember the significance of that?
Wayne's World.
No, well, Wayne's World's fine, but even more so. Like
you got more than Wayne's World?
I do. I got like Murph and Mac fingerprints on that track. So rest in peace, Gary Wright. It's a true story. Only this guy would come up with this. DJ Rob B. One of my favorite guys of all time who's kind of come through the Murph and Mac farm system as he goes on to bigger and better things. He gave me the Dreamweaver album on vinyl as a gift, dude, back around like whatever it was, 2011 or something, on vinyl.
That's incredible.
And you need to just look
By the
it
way,
up.
my sister had that on vinyl in her bedroom.
Bro, you should see the cover of the record. He's wearing like a silk jumpsuit.
Dude,
it
was in the Murphy home.
Respect. I got a copy too. I got a copy.
That's incredible. Number one, so he'd be, the least famous of the three. Number two,
there's so much going on this
Harwell
weekend.
From Smash Mouth left us. Now that's San Jose's own Smash Mouth. Everybody knows Smash Mouth for "Hey Now, You're an All-Star, Get your game on." But he's a big. Also, by the way, Smash Mouth has great fame on, and I know you're not on Twitter, Paulie, but the Smash Mouth rock and roll account has a great fame as a big Giants, Niners, Warriors fan, and he argues with a lot of people. Smash Mouth does.
Yeah, welcome to the club.
I don't think it was Steve Harwell. I think it was their manager. But anyway, we lost Harwell, which is sad news. He was only 56 years old.
Yeah.
And then, dude, the Titan of Titans, dude. I woke up Saturday morning in San Diego, and my buddy San Diego Chris came out and said, dude, we lost Jimmy Buffett.
Yeah, that's really sad.
Which was a huge one. But, boy, the testimonials that came out for him, including from Paul McCartney on down.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Did you happen to read his obit in the New York Times?
Kelly Slater. I mean, no.
He
I didn't read the obit. Robert told me to read
good.
it.
Find it. Read it. Find it.
I will.
Yep.
And, dude, Local Connection, the song, the kind of melancholy ballad, Come Monday, he famously told the story on David Limmer that he wrote it at the Howard Johnson's in Mill Valley when he was feeling depressed. He said, looking up at Mount Tamalpais, wondering when it was ever going to happen for me.
By the way, rest in peace.
Come Monday, I got my hush puppies on, that whole deal.
Yeah.
Come Monday, it'll be all right. Come Monday, I'll be holding you tight. You remember that one.
Dude, just
anyway,
a little fact.
So that was the three big losses over the weekend.
I learned a lot about Jimmy Buffett reading about him over the week. I don't know that much about him. I know he has like a hardcore Parrot Head following. They compare him to the Deadheads and all that kind of stuff as far as the loyal audience goes. But there was a piece in his obituary that said he has a song called, pretty funny sense of humor this guy had too, Jamaica Mistaka.
Yeah.
Which is about, so he had a pilot's license and he used to fly. He lived down in the Virgin Islands and he used to fly around and stuff.
Yeah.
He'd fly back up to the mainland. Dude, one time he was flying, ready for his passenger, Bono from U2.
See?
Dude, the Jamaican Sea Police start shooting at him. They thought he was a smuggler. So he's got Bono on board, dude, and they're firing off rounds at him as he's flying over the
I gotta read it.
Jamaican waters. No, it was really interesting.
I know. Chris told me to read it, but I was...
You know who, like, the biggest Buffett guy I know, the biggest fan
Who is it? 'Cause there's
P1 Chuck. P1 Chuck's a Buffett head. So he and I actually communicated over the weekend. And then final two thoughts musically. Springsteen doing 3 nights in Jersey. We got eyewitness accounts from Mark
Red
Cannizzaro.
Rolling Stones, big breakdown of it, too.
Well, last night, the third night at Giant Stadium, he went off. The guy went off. And then our friend Hank from Long Beach was in Minneapolis to watch Pearl Jam encore Purple Rain in Minneapolis. There was a lot going on musically over the weekend.
Rather 707 says, man, I want to chastise you guys because yesterday was Labor Day and he had no one to listen to when he was up making his sandwiches. So there you go.
Very good, man.
That's some good listening.
Yeah.
So, all right, guys. Well, listen, the Niners get started on Sunday. By the way, the spread has gone from 3 to 2.5. I'll tell you what, right now, well,
you might want to sign Bosa
put a gun
at some
to my
point.
head. I might take the Steelers in 2.5.
Mike Tomlin don't care. He don't care what's going on. His guys are going to be ready.
Kittle is a question mark for Sunday.
Kittle's a question mark. We got no kicker. Hufanga's...
He's back kicking at least.
Well,
Hufanga says he's going to play, but he's hurt.
Hufanga's hurt. We got no Nick Bosa.
You got no Nick Bosa.
No.
Right now, your edge rushers are Drake Jackson and Cleve Farrell. Farrell?
We'll figure it out. We'll ask Tim Ryan.
Anyway, and guys, all eyes on Jed now, man. We haven't talked about Jed in years because he's been doing the right thing over and over and over again. He's been paying, he made sure it keeps Kyle and John. We have consistency. When Debo thing blew up, he got him taken care of. When the Kittle thing blew up, he got him taken care of. And here we are with Bosa.
Fair. No, it's all fair.
Now, the funny thing is, the moment Bosa signs, all's forgiven, right? All's forgiven.
Yeah, just get him signed, dude. Just sign him.
But if you're the Niners, are you trying to squeeze that many nickels out of him?
That's what I'm saying.
End?
At this point, what are we, nickel and dime in this? Dude, you got to run a business, and the Niners need to win games in order for you to maximize your profits in your business. Sign his ass.
Yeah.
You got to sign him.
It's good for business. You know what I mean?
There's no question.
So
it's extremely bad for business if he's not signed on Sunday, which it sounds like is a coin flip.
It's definitely.
Yeah.
I'm definitely. I would right now. I would say 50.
Dude, he might miss a couple of games.
I'd say right now 50-50 he misses the game.
I agree.
50-50.
I agree. It's very distressing.
But the other thing is that Kansas City's in the same situation with their guy Chris Jones, and they play Thursday.
Yeah.
Like they're even more alarming. But I would argue, even as great as Chris Jones is, I would posit that Nick Bosa is more important to the Niners. Although maybe you could make an argument that Chris Jones is more important to the Chiefs because they got no defense other than him. So anyway, that's it. It's football season, man. It's great. That means all the traditions come back.
Well, you know what happens on Friday? They're already getting ready. They're already pulling over.
Are you ready to go?
I'll be ready, man. I'll be ready.
Are you ready to go to your knees?
As long as you tell me where I am on Friday, I'll be fine.
Man, all right. We'll do it all. Hey, we'll say good morning to Marcus. He got all settled back there behind the glass.
Yeah.
We cleaned up the spill. All is well, except Bosa's not here. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The A.J. Pollock era is over in San Francisco. The Giants announced this weekend that they are cutting ties with the former veteran outfielder. To read more about that story, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck it out. And the Giants have lost for the 4th game in a row on this road trip. Cubs 5, Giants nothing.
Oh, there it is. You know, it's funny. I mean, of all the songs, I mean, a song gets so popular, it almost becomes like, well, you can't play Margaritaville because, you know, everybody's heard it 10 million times. But
that's quite a conundrum. You're right about that, too.
Sometimes you got to play Margaritaville, right? Sometimes you do. Because wasting away again.
I think we can all
Giants
relate.
baseball, right? You know what I mean?
Dude, exactly.
Searching for our lost shaker of hits.
Wasting away in Farhan's-Idyville.
Dude, some people claim that the players are to blame, but we know it's Gabe and Farhan's fault.
Oh! Hey, we're just trying to make light.
That's just my riff.
Yeah,
That's just my riff.
I'm okay with your riffs.
Blew out my flip-flop, stepped on a pop-top. Come on now.
We know what it was, Murphy. It was like a whole lifestyle with him. That's what they were writing about in the Times. It was just this whole...
It was very appealing to people. You're working there. You're in the salt mines. You're working 9 to 5. You're grinding it out in traffic. Your kids are pissed. Your wife's pissed.
Guys over here singing, you know.
Turn around. Here's a guy in shorts, flip-flops, and a T-shirt with a sea breeze, and you're like, yeah, I want that.
You know, give me one of those salted glasses. I want to go to Margaritaville.
You want me to do fins to the left, fins to the right? I'll do it.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, you don't?
I don't. I don't know what that is.
Are you a grade school Buffett head or what?
Yeah, no, I totally.
I think I at least have a GED in Buffett member. But
I'm a beginner. I'm like a second grader.
So
but
there's a song called Fins, and you go fins to the left, and you got 15,000 people at Shoreline going fins to the left, fins to the right. Anyway, it's a culture, Paulie. It's a way.
Well, rest in peace.
Not unlike your parrot heads.
Not at all.
/
very similar.
Deadheads.
No, in fact, and on that note, you know, the two have come together because Jimmy Buffett, by all accounts, he would go on tour. He would play Grateful Dead songs. He used to play Uncle John's Band, and he used to play Scarlet Begonias. He covered those songs.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I saw Paul McCartney wrote the most lengthy testimonial.
Unbelievable. Sir Paul.
So did Kelly Slater, the surfer. Told great stories about this guy's generosity.
Kelly Slater took time out of his busy schedule from being the coolest guy in the world to write a tribute to Jimmy Buffett.
And he was basically saying he thought Jimmy Buffett was the coolest guy in the world. So that's a guy we never got at Pebble Beach, Jimmy Buffett. But anyway, thanks, Waterboy. Where are you? Where's a young man like you come down on Jimmy Buffett?
Well, that's always been my question is how is anybody anti-Jimmy Buffett? The guy sings songs about margaritas and eating cheeseburgers in paradise.
I don't think anybody is. That's a great call. He might be
that restaurant was wiped out in the Lahaina fires.
It's so sad.
Cheeseburger in paradise.
We ate there many times.
Yeah. So anyway, Jimmy did well, maybe a little too soon. 70-something, 76 was it? But anyway, that song, of course, was one of the biggest hits of the last 50 years, one would say. So,
I mean, Murph, it turned into a whole entire chain restaurant. There's Margaritavilles all over the country.
In fact, I was talking to Paulie about this during one of the obituaries said there was a certain point where he did become almost more of a conglomerate businessman than the flip-flop wearing, T-shirt wearing, guitar
You never
dude.
know what's really going on. Like, I remember when Garcia released his line of ties, by the way, which I happen to have a few Garcia ties. Behind the scenes, you know what he did? He gave all that money away to charity. So he made all this money with ties. He just gave it away.
I'm going to say this without, I don't mean to slander the man. I don't think Buffett gave it all away. All right?
I don't know. All I'm saying is who really knows what's going on there?
After all, as they say in the great movie The Godfather 2, Godfather 1, after all, gentlemen, we are not convicts.
No, certainly not.
As they say in 2, they say, I want all of you to enjoy your cake. So enjoy.
Yeah.
So anyway, Waterboy, how are we feeling about the NFL's return to our lives? Are you feeling fantastic?
I'm hyped up, dude. To come back after a Labor Day weekend, it's already Tuesday and we got football on Thursday.
Yeah.
Boys, I'm ready to go.
Me too.
Hey, man, Lions plus 6.5. Is it too easy to say Lions plus 6.5?
Say it, Murph.
I'm almost worried now. You know what I mean?
Say it.
Well,
say it into existence.
Well, I'm in a pool. I'm in that pool again, and I had a decent first week. Finished decent. I'm in good position after 1 week, but I would think that Lions plus 6.5 is the pick. Now I'm worried. I'm worried. What am I not seeing here? I mean, I don't know. Lions could go in there without Chris Jones. I mean, the Chiefs right now, Super Bowl champs, a little fat and happy. I watched the Mahomes Netflix things. They lost games last year. They're not unbeatable.
No.
They maybe should have lost the Super Bowl. You talk to some Eagles fans.
Actually, yeah.
Talk to my caddies at that fabled place I went to. They would say the Eagles should have won. So, Waterboy, you looking at the Steelers-Niners line shrinking down to 2.5? Feeling something about that?
It's down to 2.5, and honestly, this was a lot smaller of a number than we saw 4 or 5 over the summer. It's been shrinking down, and I don't think it's any coincidence that it continues to get smaller the more days that go by without Nick Bosa.
Yeah, this is all true, man. And if they don't have him, and, listen, here's the optimistic spin. It's a 17-game season, and then 3 more. It's like a 20-game season.
Yeah, it is.
So if he does miss 1 game, it's not the end of the world. But as you point out, Paulie, losing games in September where you're like, it's a long way to go, wound up costing you home field.
No question. They're all important, and that's when you realize that in December when it's all starting to take shape. And by the way, Murph, let me throw another kind of wrinkle at you in this new age NFL we're dealing with. If you're a wild card team and you go on a run like the New York Giants did when they won their Super Bowl, they beat the undefeated Pats. They were a wild card team, crazy. You got to play 21 games.
Yeah.
21 blankie. That's a lot of football games, man.
A lot of games, man. So, everybody assumes Bosa would step right in and play well. I mean, we're assuming that. Yeah. Heard another good line from a guy over the weekend who said, I grew up in Chicago. Because I know the Bosa. So you know Bosa's family history, right?
Well,
I believe.
Educate us. Tell us all.
Well, there's mob connections.
That's right. No, fascinating, actually.
I don't want them coming after me right now.
It's pretty well known, actually. That
very
part
well
of it.
known.
If you go, just Google it. You'll see it's very interesting.
So they were saying, everybody's saying it's a game of chicken. Don't play chicken with the Bosa family.
No.
You know what I mean?
In fact, we do have sound of Bosa pulling up for the latest round of negotiations. His driver. Yeah.
Pretty much, buddy. Pretty much. So his great grandfather was Tony Accardo, the leader of the Chicago, what's called the Chicago Outfit. Okay,
the organization
came from the south side of Chicago in 1910.
Murph, we prefer the organization.
It's called a Chicago Outfit.
Yeah.
Chicago Outfit.
Right.
Anyway, so I mean that's
that's in the mix too. That's in the mix too.
That's who you're negotiating with.
Jed, make sure you do the right thing.
That's who you're negotiating.
You don't want to wake up with something.
Now on the other side you got the DeBartolo. So anyway.
Well, hey, listen.
You probably move on.
Yeah.
You probably move on.
I understand. All great Italian Americans.
By the way, Waterboy Grant Brisbee in The Athletic called the Giants unwatchable.
Yeah, it was pretty hard to watch this weekend.
Man. In fact, some listener, I just looked at the text line when you were talking about Bosa. Somebody actually goes, do you guys realize Murph drank more beers over the weekend than the Giants scored runs?
I mean, like at the Blind Burrow before the game. You know what I mean?
Maybe at the airport, Murph.
Yeah. So, it was a big weekend. Trust me. That's a true story. And Petco, man. How about this, by the way? So it was all a group of guys who grew up together in Mill Valley. We all went to Tam High together. We all stayed very close friends, and we were mourning the loss of our great pal Harmsy. And we went down to Encinitas, and we invite one of our friends, Paulie, who we grew up with. We hadn't seen him. He's not really was part of our group. He was a tangential friend. But we heard he was in town. He was there. We said, hey, let's invite him. Let's invite Bobby. So Bobby, the guy says, yeah, I haven't seen you guys in years, dude. The guy shows up wearing a brown jersey. It says Slam Diego.
Yo, Bobby!
Dude, you grew up here. You grew up at Candlestick. You're wearing the Slam Diego. It's I've raised my family here. Well, then we go to the game. Then he starts going the Padres way, and he starts talking S. Look, dude, you grew up at Candlestick. What are you doing? He's like, yeah, Slam Diego. Woo! So it's like 808 KNBR when your friends turn on you.
Yeah, when they turn. Yeah.
It was pretty funny. We had a few choice expletives and words, but it was a amusing turn of events.
When was the last time you saw that guy?
Oh, I haven't seen Bobby maybe 20 years ago.
Oh, maybe? So yeah, lots gone. Yeah.
I mean, came with the Slam Diego, you know? So,
yeah.
But I just kept saying, hey, congrats on your season. He's like, you've used that before. I'm like, yeah,
I'm
congrats on your season.
Yeah. I might use it a few more times.
Anyway, guys, that's where we're at. The Giants are 0-4 since I last saw y'all. Friday night, 7-3, Tristan Beck gets tattooed. I was saying in the seats, thanks to Russ Stanley, we had very good seats, although we paid for them like gentlemen. And as Tristan Beck was getting tattooed and he wasn't going, there was no movement in the bullpen. I said, I guess this is just a scheduled loss. Scheduled loss. That's what we kept calling it. Saturday, we need to talk about Kyle real quick. Because I'm having a dispute with my wonderful son, who was very upset at Kyle's performance. I said, I see nothing but good things.
Yeah, me too.
I really do. I see nothing but good things. He's like, what are you talking about? 4 home runs. I'm like, I don't care. I love what I see.
Same here. He's going to be great.
I'm bullish on this kid.
Same here.
I'm very excited.
Yeah,
Waterboy is an old pitcher. What'd you think?
Oh, same thing. Of course, nobody's going to like the 4 home runs that he allowed, but 3 of them were solo shots. I was encouraged by that first inning before Juan Soto squared one up, him blowing by that 95-mile-per-hour fastball right by Fernando Tatis. I heard Melvin talking about after the game it was an extremely hard fastball to pick up. And how about him responding after allowing 3 solo home runs to go back out there and throw 3 scoreless innings until it fell apart in that 6th inning?
And we're burying the lead. We probably should have opened the whole show with his freaking friction with Soto, dude. That was incredible. Up and in on him 3 times.
That second at bat was...
And the stare downs and all that. He never backed down. Then sawed him off on a weak pop-up. And then after the game, so my buddy Chris was calling. He goes, he's got some Bumgarner in him. He's got some. And we were like, yes, he's got some Bumgarner in him. He doesn't look like Bumgarner, but he's got a little Bumgarner in him.
Hey, Kyle, go ahead, get nasty.
And
get
after
nasty
the game, the John Shea story said that they showed him he said, yeah, I saw those pitches. They weren't really that in. And then they go, how'd you feel about how he felt? He goes, well, how he felt is whatever.
Nice.
And they're like, and John Shea wrote, it turns out the best Giants pitching prospect since Madison Bumgarner has a little Madison Bumgarner in him.
Which I think is more than welcome as far as I'm concerned. I like a nasty attitude on the mound, man. Get some of that dog in you when you're up there. Blank Soto. Go high and in if that's what you want to do.
I loved it.
Yeah, me too, man.
And then Sunday, 6-4, Cobb gets knocked around. And then yesterday, I mean, dude, they're flying. I mean, they flew late into Wrigley. They had an early game, They got Triple E walking around. They don't need to see that.
No,
you know what I mean?
No, they really don't need to see it. Maybe we could blame Triple E for the losing streak, actually.
But after the game, Gabe did say, pardon my French, we need more of an F-it mentality. And he went for it. He dropped the F-bomb. So we'll see if they listen to Gabe. And otherwise, they've fallen back to 70 and 68. So the gravitational pull is real, baby.
And let's not forget, right around the All-Star break, there were 11 games over, 2.5 out, right near the All-Star break. And I was over here talking about go ahead and win the division. Obviously, that ain't going to happen. And you just got to wonder what the rest of this month is going to look like. I mean, is this thing slipping away? I mean, they're going to have to.
It's definitely slipping away. They are now a game back at Arizona and a half. Right now, they're 8th in the National League right now.
You know, the thing is, though, Murph, as you've said in the past, like, this is a great example this season right here. Because you've used this phrase before. They're really showing us who they are.
Yeah.
Like, this is who they are. Yeah, they might win 4 in a row. Yeah, they might win 4 or 6. They'll also lose 5 in a row. They'll also look putrid out there. Murph, can I drop a putrid?
Yes, you can.
They have. So I'm just saying, like, don't be surprised. This is who this team is.
All that good stuff, man. So, all right, let's get the guest list going on a Tuesday.
Wow, the horns came quick today.
September 5, 2023.
I feel like I'm just settling in. We got horns going.
No picture guest list because Triple E's not here today.
Contraire.
That's where you're incorrect, Murph.
No. You got to look at your artwork, buddy.
Ooh, we got some Greg Silver artwork this morning.
We got some controversies. Although I will say I don't think we have that in here, Marcus. I saw it in your studio.
Oh. Is it up on the wall?
Why don't you hold it up there?
It is up on the wall.
I'll hold it up for the people.
We got to tell Greg we need copies in here, too. We're very
All right, Greg, extra copies. Copies for everybody.
Copies.
Well, Did you get one, Paulie?
Everybody's going to want a copy of this guest list because it kicks off today. How about this power hour for you? Talking a lot of Giants baseball. Kruk and Kite back-to-back. Yes, Dwayne Kuiper, 7:35. Mike Krukow, 8 a.m. back-to-back hits.
Well, Paulie, nothing says I want to talk Giants for an hour straight more than Gabe Kapler's 2023 Giants. Thank you very much. Let's do it for an hour, baby. Let's go.
That's why there's nothing like it, Murph.
Let's bring
It's a team motto for this year.
Welcome all the listeners.
Nothing like it.
Call.
43 strikeouts and 4 runs in 4 games. We'll talk all about it with Kruk and Kipe this morning, 7:35 and 8 a.m. Then hop into our cooler of content to wrap up your power hour. And then, boys, it's time. T-Rocky's coming. 8:50. Tim Ryan makes his return to the Murph and Mac show.
This is incredible. I mean, how great is this?
The only reason I can't
He's going to be on Mondays during the regular season, but because of Labor Day, Tuesdays.
I understand.
I mean, listen, who knows what he'll say about Nick? I know he wants him there. And, here's the question. Can the Niners win the game without Nick Bosa?
Yeah, sure they can. But it won't be nearly as I won't be nearly as confident without him.
You're probably going to need to score 34 points maybe, huh? I mean, I don't know.
And that's a tough Steeler defense, too, with T.J. Watt, Minka Fitzpatrick.
Especially in their own building, man. This is no cakewalk.
Timmy Ryan at 8:50.
Tim Ryan, 8:50, and then we'll wrap up the Chicago series against the Cubs with ESPN's own Jesse Rogers, the same man that told us a couple weeks ago that the Cubs were not sellers and they were going to be in the pennant race. Look at the Cubs now. Have won 7 out of the last 10 and are a couple games up from the Giants in that wild card race.
Did you see a couple of those shots yesterday from behind the catcher looking out at the field in the bleachers? I don't know if you were watching the game yesterday. Looked like a freaking painting. I mean, it was a gorgeous day in Chicago yesterday. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. The flags were lightly flapping. The grass was green. The bleachers were packed. And everything was great except for you heard out in the bleachers one guy cackling. Okay, yes. Just ruining the vibe for everyone.
Drinking old styles.
4:40 first pitch today.
Right.
Ryan Walker against Kyle Hendricks, 4:40.
All right.
Keep hope alive. All right, 49ers, where you at with Nick Bosa?
Oh, man.
You can text the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line at 415-808-KNBR. You can always call us at 808-KNBR2 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
No, there is no deal yet for Nick Bosa, and I would say similar to Chris Jones, maybe without quite the amount of urgency. Until there is a significant breakthrough, I do not expect Nick Bosa on the field for the San Francisco 49ers. And it really isn't a question of, is he going to be the NFL's highest paid pass rusher? It sounds to me like they're already there, already past T.J. Watt. That's not really what this is about. T.J. Watt, of course, at $28 million. On an average per year basis. This is about how close to Aaron Donald's $31 million and change does he get, or does he get over that It is a Monday today. Tomorrow's Tuesday. And then Wednesday starts the game week. I believe I'd have to consult the calendar on that one, but that's what I think it is. And if he is not there Wednesday, obviously would not bode well for him being able to participate in this week's game. If there is anyone whose resolve you should never doubt, it is someone with the last name of Bosa. We will see if the 49ers and Bosa, who all want this done, we'll see if they're able to make it happen.
There it is, Ian Rappaport talking again, once again, to what we were talking about. Don't negotiate with a guy whose last name is Bosa, right? Hey, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. You have to ask the question of, like, how his teammates feel about it. And generally, teammates always say, hey, man, it's about the players, Get what you can get. Get what you can get. I just wonder if there is a point where they start to say, hey, man, but now you got to come in and be one of our brothers. Yeah. I think they still say, go get what you can get. I really do.
No question.
These guys, gladiators, putting their lives on the line, their bodies on the line every Sunday. They're like, dude, you get what you get. You got to take care of yourself.
Generally speaking, they get a lot of support from their teammates because, like you said, most of these guys have that one opportunity for a major payday when you're a talent of Nick Bosa's stature, and he's got to cash in. If you're Nick Bosa, you got to cash in right now, and from my eyes, he's worth every penny. And again, I'm getting frustrated just listening to no progress or waiting for progress and none comes. And again, I like you were saying in the first, listen, I feel like at this point, you just got to take it and you got to give this guy what he wants. Just give him what he wants, make him happy, and sign him.
Because the cap can always be massaged. It really can be. I mean, everybody wonders about the salary cap. Salary cap.
Shout out Robert Kraft, great receiver of massages.
But also, you have to. That's a true story.
He might stop by. Actually, where was his parlor in Kansas City? Is that where he would go?
It was no.
Like he
how
was
about this, dude? I think he went.
How about this guy getting on a plane?
I think he went from New England to Florida on his way to Kansas City.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what it was.
Yeah, a little detour.
I think it was. Hey man,
driver, do me a favor. Stop in Key West.
Hey, it was a good massage.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, Cynthia Freeland of NFL Network joins Papa and Lund today at 12:30. Make sure to tune in for that interview on The Sports Leader.
Right.
So that's where we're at, guys. They play Sunday at 10 a.m. at Fox.
Where's that KNBR Murph with this whole thing? Like, give me something.
Well, I'm a believer that nothing gets a deal done more than an ultimate deadline, right? I'm thinking like Friday or Saturday or Thursday, like later this week. I mean, it could happen today. Who knows? Maybe the Niners say, the heck with it. We need him in here. Blah,
I heard
blah, blah.
Murph and Matt complain. I had to get it done.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I am sort of getting to that point Thursday, Friday. But, man, I am wide open to the possibility of him missing the first game of the season.
How do you feel, honestly?
And wide open to the possibility of the 49ers not winning that game. You know, Drake Jackson, Cleve Farrell. I always thought of Farrell. Waterboy told me it's Farrell.
Yeah, Cleve Farrell.
Farrell?
Farrell,
not
I believe.
Farrell.
No, Farrell.
Okay.
I believe.
For some reason, somebody said Farrell. I heard that. But anyway, like referral. I thought it was referral. No? Anyway. They get all eyes back to the offense now. You're revving at full strength on offense. You got everybody. You got Purdy. You got McCaffrey. Well, I shouldn't say you're revving at full strength because we don't know if you have Kittle.
Right.
Do you remember him missing the first two games last year?
I do.
He did.
I do.
I don't remember that.
I think it was a calf injury.
I believe so. Remember, it was John. And by the way, our John Lynch interviews are going to be newsmakers all season long. Because once again, he doesn't do regular media with the beat writers. So when he comes on with us, things he says get traction in news. And things he said about that were definitely got newsy out of our interview last Thursday was, you always worry about a calf when it lingers this long and it repeats this long. So Lynch verbalized the concern over Kittle's calf like it's a thing.
Yeah, it's a thing. Listen, back to Bosa for a second. I've distilled kind of my overall feeling of this whole situation, this whole holdout down to one succinct statement. And I think I'll let John Malkovich speak on my behalf.
Pay that man his money.
Wow.
You understand what I'm saying? One more time in Russian.
Pay that man his money.
That's new.
Yeah.
That's brand new sound.
It's brand new and it's appropriate.
One more time.
I had to send Greg Silver out there. I said, start cutting.
Pay that man his money.
Did he do it?
Well, he paid. Yeah.
No, did Greg Silver do it?
Oh, well, I'm not sure. I gave it to him. Yeah, it was like a joint effort back there, but I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, it was a co-producer effort.
Okay. We were unpacking our
already
bags.
More productive than a Triple E morning right now, right?
I love how we're taking shots. I just said, listen, man, there's got to be a way. We got to pay this guy. And then it just hit me.
Pay that man his money.
Well, the most remarkable thing happened when I arrived at work today. Greg was here working away.
Yeah, it's a good feeling, isn't it? It's security for the host when your producers are already here.
Well, for everybody missing him, number 97, there's a time you got your guitar out and you met Ray Davies.
I did.
Just for everybody's heads.
Maybe this will be what turns it. You good? We got him in the draft round 1-0, you know. Then we drank champagne and we toast our guy Nicky Bosa. You good? B-O-S-A Bosa.
I do have my birthday.
I walked up to him and I threw him a glance. I asked him his name and in the 3-point stance he said a Bosa. You good? A B-O-S-A Bosa. A Bosa. Bosa. You good?
Time to get back to work.
Thank you.
Did that get him to sign? Did he sign during that song?
Whatever we can do.
Oh, man. You miss him, man. You miss him there. All right, guys. Well, listen, we'll continue to talk about the 49ers, things other than Nick Bosa. We got Gabe Kapler and his blanket mentality coming your way. Yes.
I didn't want to do this, but I actually have a big announcement on the other side. I'll just tease it like that. I'll keep it wide open, but there will be a very big and formal Murph and Mac announcement on the other side. Stay tuned.
I don't even know what that is.
Well, you'll see.
And we got ourselves more memories of Jimmy Buffett, who left us, too.
Yeah, I'd like that, man.
Paulie wants more Buffett.
I do. I've asked for it.
He asked for it.
I'm in the mood, man. Let's pay our respects.
All right. Let's do it, man. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Lingerer, man.
Yeah, totally.
Linger.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, everybody. Paulie Mac saying good morning. Hey, it was a nice, long Labor Day weekend. Hope you had a good time. You barbecued, you rested, you did what made you happy. And now we're going to do something for you as we're getting back into the work week. Let's bring in my good friend Steve Moskowitz, tax attorney here in town for over 30 years. Steve, hope you had a great long weekend. I say good morning to you. And what is on your mind today?
Paulie, I would like your listeners to cap off that great weekend by getting a whole bunch of money from the federal government if they qualify. And the federal government is rewarding employers by giving them up to $26,000 for every employee you had during 2020 and 21 that qualifies. It's a program called ERC, Employee Retention Credit. And if you never heard about this, call us, we'll explain about it. But if you say, wait a minute, your CPA told you don't qualify because your gross revenue didn't go down enough. That's only one of two ways to qualify. But a lot of CPAs that I've talked to have stopped there. They're not doing the second test because the first test is easy. The second test requires analysis. That's what we do as tax attorneys. And multiple licensed professionals go over this. And of course, not everybody qualifies, but a lot of people do qualify that don't qualify on the drop in gross revenue. And if you do, let's get everything to which you're legally entitled. And I realize people's facts, circumstances, and results can differ.
Right.
But a lot of our clients have gotten hundreds of thousands of dollars and a few even in the millions.
Well, this is a great reason. This is a great motivation and a great time to make the phone call to Steve and find out indeed once and for all if you do qualify. And if you do, let's get you some of that money you're entitled to. Call Steve at 1-888-TAX-DEAL or visit Steve Moskowitz online at moskowitzllp.com.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
I've never had to make that decision before, and I won't make that till I see him. I mean, I'm going to do everything I can to hope that he plays for Pittsburgh. But that would have, I can't make that decision until you see a guy, you see him out there. Hopefully we get a chance to get him into practice next week, and if he is, that'll make it a much easier decision for us.
I can't even imagine Nick Bosa in anything other than tip-top shape and ready to go.
Oh, yeah. I think he's been in that shape since he was probably 2.5 years old, and he continues to work at it, so I know he'll be in shape. I know he'll be ready to go. It's just when he gets here and making sure he's in the football shape and we don't do anything that jeopardizes him not having him later.
There it is, the duet you never knew you wanted, Shanahan and Buffett.
Right.
There you go.
Sounds great, by the way.
Well, turn that up a little bit.
I heard San Francisco. I heard Labor Day.
Well, this is famous. Come Monday, one of his, other than Margaritaville, one of his bigger hits. And this one gets everybody on the melancholy. It's got a little melancholy vibe to it.
Melancholy.
Well, come Monday, here we are. It's Labor Day Tuesday, kind of like a Monday, right? Kind of like a Monday. And the question being, come Monday, will Bosa be holding us tight is the question. Come Sunday, will it be all right? Will it be all right?
Legitimate
Come
questions.
Sunday, will Bosa be holding Kenny Pickett tight? This
could be the theme and song of the week, actually, which leads me to my next point. I promised a big announcement.
Well, just real quick, I want to tell you the story on this before you make a big announcement. People need to know, and a lot of people do, but not everybody does. He told the story on the David Letterman show with the guitar on that he wrote this song at the Howard Johnson's in Mill Valley, right off the Highway 1 exit, right by where the Buckeye is. It's now Holiday Inn Suites and now called Floodwater.
Oh.
And he said he was playing in San Anselmo, a regular gig. And he said he was at the foot of Mount Tamalpais.
That's incredible.
And he was not feeling good about his career. He was
San
depressed.
Anselmo. Wow.
He was depressed. And the funny thing is, in the story, he tells Letterman, he kind of knocks the Howard Johnsons. He goes, yeah, the food wasn't much better. He goes, my life wasn't going anywhere and the food wasn't much better. And everybody laughed. I was like, hey, I used to go to that Howard Johnson's all the time. I loved it, dude. Come on, Jimmy. Take it easy.
Get a couple scoops.
But he's an artist. He's creating a mood, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it was about him being melancholy, missing his gal, and just drifting away in a motel room at the Howard Johnson's.
Right.
So it's got a little local tie, everybody. Turn up come Monday. Jimmy Buffett, rest in peace.
Let me get a piece of this real quick, Marcus. Hold on, let me get this. We get the strings. Very lush. You know what, dude? Yes. Nice melodies, nice everything. Good for Jimmy Buffett, man. Nice. Sounds good. It's a good mood today.
I spent 4 lonely days in the brown L.A. haze, and I just want you by my side.
And the guy was gigging in San Anselmo.
Yeah.
That's
like
crazy.
A regular gig. Nobody knew who he was. Like, who's this guy, Jimmy Buffett, throwing bottles, whatever. Just talking during his set. You know
a real troubadour, man. The guy really got around.
Some would say he was a pirate. That's what they say.
Yeah,
pirate looks at 40 is the other one, too. All right, there we go. Hey, welcome back, everybody. It is Tuesday.
Hope everybody had a good weekend.
Stink. We're trying hard not to talk about the Giants, but we will for an hour with Dwayne Kuiper and Mike Krukow from 7:35 to 8:20. That's our power hour because obviously we missed Monday. We missed Krukow, so we double up. You guys know, if you listen to us, that's our holiday situation. I was down in San Diego. I saw Matt Williams in a mint sherbet helmet right in front of me. We had really good seats right by third base. I was like, look at Matty Williams. He's wearing a mint chocolate chip helmet.
I don't approve of Major League Baseball teams wearing mint.
I mean, I kind of like those unis, I guess, just because they're kind of fun.
Yeah.
I got a mariachi band in the 5th inning. It was awesome.
I'd rather wear one of those sombreros.
I watched Tristan Beck get clobbered.
Yeah.
And other than that, the Giants are going the wrong direction, guys. They are now a game out of the wild card with another team in their way, too. Cincinnati, Arizona holds the 3rd wild card. Giants go tonight at 4:40. Ryan Walker, the opener against Kyle Hendricks. So there you go.
So what you're basically saying is, come next Monday, the Giants might be on the return to the gravitational pull of 500.
It won't be all right. Like I said, come Monday, it won't be all right. That's what we're saying. Come Sunday for Nick Bosa, and you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Paulie.
This is a breaking news that is exclusive to Murph and Mac.
Oh, well, this is very true, and I appreciate that formal sounder. Next time, you know what? Can we do take 2 with that? Try a chime into the John Miller. A breaking news chime into John Miller. I think it would alert the audience a little bit more effectively. Let's try that. Thank you.
This is a breaking news that is exclusive to Murph and Mac.
From my very delicate sensibilities, that helped make it sound official. And listen, this is one of these things where I could easily, I could blame the damaged brain cells. I could blame the long weekend. I could blame the irreversible damage that I've done to myself over the years. When I look at myself in the mirror sometimes on days like this, I assess things. Because it's long overdue. It's 56 minutes late. But Murph, on behalf of myself and everybody here at KNBR and the Murph and Mac Show especially, I want to say very happy birthday to you, my friend. Happy birthday. And I apologize. It took me, 56 minutes.
No apology needed.
This is the thing with me.
What am I going to do? Walk around telling people it's my birthday month?
Well, that's the thing. Murph, we would have known if you would have put it on the guest list that it was your birthday month.
September 1 through September 30, by the way. Can I get the 30th, too, by the way?
How about that? Triple, you can put it on the guest list every single day, but doesn't help me in Paulie Mack out for remembering Murph's birthday.
Happy birthday,
happy birthday, Murph Diesel.
Thank you very much, and I'll take the diesel. Much appreciated.
So, I mean, it's like that. I could blame the weekend. I could, but why blame
you're in before 7 a.m. You're in great shape,
I have
buddy.
only myself to blame, and I want to wish you a very happy birthday.
And once again, next time I'll announce the month.
Yeah.
All right?
Well, here's the thing, Paulie Mack. You can blame me also because me and Paulie Mack come from the same community, and I believe it was a year or two ago last year where I mistakenly brought in Bob's Donuts for Copes' birthday when it wasn't his birthday.
It's hard, man.
Hey, that's a great mistake.
Yeah.
That's a great mistake.
I mean, you still got Bob's, right?
Yeah.
Now, who are the famous other notables that you share a birthday with?
Well, when I was growing up, it was always two people, and I always felt it symbolized me.
Okay, nice.
Because it was Bob Newhart, and I said, yeah, see, I'm funny like Bob Newhart.
That's good, okay.
And Raquel Welch, and I was like, yeah, I'm sexy like Raquel Welch.
Yeah, man.
So that was me.
Yeah, very good.
So that's it. It was Newhart and Raquel Welch.
Birthday plans, my friend? Birthday agenda?
I don't know. I'm in Candace's hands.
Well, you're in good hands with Candace.
Well,
she's probably going to cook something very exotic.
She's actually taking me out tonight.
Oh, nice.
The family dinner is coming up though. We'll have the family over on a Friday night.
I was going to say
Sunday
Murph,
night for fried chicken.
where's the famous fried chicken?
It's coming Check with Candace. It's not going to be because we have various Murphys scattered around the globe. It's not going to be until a week from Sunday, believe it or not. So a little delayed action, but I will bring you guys fried chicken.
Delayed gratification. Wow, thank you, man.
Yeah, because I can't have that stuff in the house. Well, speaking of your community, it played a large role in this past weekend down in Encinitas. By the way, Encinitas. Hey now, if you can make it, I recommend it. All right? Jeez, it's where the beautiful people live.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
I went into this market. I said, do you have to pass like a...
Do you have to be a model to shop here?
Body fat test and a jawline test to be in this market right now?
Yeah.
Dude, it was like everything was like, and the warm breeze was blowing outside, and it was like a view of the ocean from the market, you know what I mean?
Yes, yeah. There are times like you wind up in a situation where everybody is so good looking and beautiful. You feel like the Hunchback in Notre Dame. Like sometimes when you walk downtown in New York City, like in Soho and stuff, it's like the land of the beautiful models. They're just walking up and down the streets, and you're like, "Damn, where am I right now?"
That was the seaside market down in Cardiff by the sea.
I bet.
All right,
man, I bet.
Anyway, we had a real good old time remembering our buddy Harmsy there. So, hey, 49ers. So the Giants blanket. You know what I mean? Like Gabe said, blanket. Gabe himself said they need to have a blanket mentality, and I'm saying to the Giants, blank you, kind of, you know, for what you've done to us. Did you hear that Yaz had a big old honking long session with reporters talking about how, and he said, I don't know what we're going to talk Niners here, but just just a quick digression here on this, on the Giants, because they are depressing as hell. And Logan Webb got caned yesterday too.
He did. He's been getting caned.
Although somebody said, who was it? It might have been Grant Brisbee who wrote, maybe it was Matt Cain who got webbed. Maybe that was the case too. Great line from Grant. I wrote this one down. The Giants being in a pennant race.
Go ahead.
With the 8th best record in the National League.
Yep.
He said the Giants are the kind of team that should make Rob Manfred feel bad about expanding the postseason. That was a great line. Dude, hey, Manfred, you expanded the postseason. You're giving this team life.
Yeah.
You know
I mean, that's the thing, Murph. There's a real possibility that this last wildcard team could have a 500 or worse record. Like, all those teams are hovering around 500 right now.
No, we don't. I don't either, man. Like, because I feel like that's what made baseball
they're going to argue
different.
That we're in it, Arizona's in it, Cincinnati's in it, and Miami's in it,
I get
Chicago's
that.
in it.
I get that for all the cities that wouldn't normally have a chance to sniff the postseason. It makes things very exciting, and it's going to drive up ticket sales and all that. But when you look at the NHL, when you look at the NBA, and even the NFL now, with the amount of teams that are getting in, like I always thought baseball was like different that way, that you really had to.
That ship has sailed.
It has.
Like
but
Jimmy
I don't know,
Buffett's
500,
ship
you know.
has sailed, man. Here's some of the Yastrzemski stuff here. He says, I think at some point there's definitely a conversation we can have as a group to really just hold each other accountable.
Oh.
We've been a little lackluster, by the way. No rock and roll band calls their album lackluster.
Oh, this new record? That's a little lackluster.
No, I mean the name of the album.
Yeah.
It's our new album, Lackluster.
Yeah.
Great name, by the way, Lackluster.
Yeah.
We've been a little lackluster and sloppy, so hopefully we'll be able to fix that going forward. And then he says this, I don't want to say complacent, but sometimes you can try too hard in baseball and sometimes you don't try hard enough. That's
Mikey Yes saying that?
Yeah.
Wow.
Sounds like maybe he's calling them out for being
Wake up, guys. He's trying to wake some guys up, it
calling them
sounds
out
like.
for being a little... Well, Triple E was texting from the clubhouse yesterday saying that guys were pretty chill.
Maybe a little too chill.
Triple E actually observed, he goes, this team seems a little chill for a team on the verge of being eliminated.
When you got Triple E calling you out, dude, you got to go reassess.
Exactly.
You got to go
when Triple E's
reassess.
calling you lackluster.
He's got no right to
problems.
call out anybody. That's a problem.
And that's the thing I'm worried about, boys. If Triple E's in the locker room, is he like dropping stuff in people's drinks? Is this why the bats went silent yesterday?
Dude,
I wouldn't be surprised.
Snowboard juice.
Back to Logan Webb for a second. The lowest run support in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
That's what they've given this guy.
I mean, they got 2 hits yesterday, Paulie.
Yeah.
Two hits. You know, he's one of the only guy hitting now is Casey Schmidt. Schmidt's up to 203, guys.
I'll take it.
It's up to 203. I'll take it.
Yeah,
but no,
me
his
too.
at-bats are some of the best. Dude, let me give you a tough one. I mean, I know he's a local guy, and it's been a star-crossed year. Mitch Haniger. A couple of those at-bats yesterday, 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts.
He's played a zero role.
And I understand
in
he's
this.
come back from an injury and all that stuff, dude, but man, oh man.
Hasn't happened with Haniger.
No.
Nope.
And then, J.D. Davis going the wrong direction, too.
Yep.
Paul DeYoung got a hit yesterday. Prior to that was 0 for 26 with 13 strikeouts.
Started off so it was so great when his debut with the Giants. Paul DeYoung,
he did one game.
He had the 4 RBIs.
And they're sitting Crawford for him because of the lefty thing. And it's like, damn, you got Brandon Crawford sitting right there.
Yeah, maybe get Brandon back out there.
He's got a chance to get a big hit down the stretch, too. So Flores is cooled off. I'm going to back off now my top 10 MVP finish thing.
What, for Flores?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? Thank God for Flores, because there was a time he was the only bat that had any life.
Slater's not doing anything. He went 0 for 3 yesterday, too. So, this guy, Waterboy, as you as a fantasy baseball guy, tell me about Justin Steele.
So, dude, he was one of the steals of the draft this year.
16-3 with a 2.55.
I mean, that's the thing. He's one of the more interesting stories in baseball this year. Leads the National Leagues in wins, and he's also a guy that was drafted like 9-10 years ago, and he's been with the Cubs for the last decade.
I looked him up. I'm like, where'd he come from? And I looked up. He's just a guy who grinded his way through the system.
Yeah, just a
drafted
late
in
bloomer.
2016 or something,
I think
8th round
or something like that.
14,
yeah.
8th round. And he just, from a small town in Mississippi, just grounded his. Now look at him.
Murph, I don't want to nitpick.
That's nitpicking, isn't it?
But I will say this, now that the Giants don't hit, they don't score, they lose games hand over fist, I'm looking around for just stuff to talk about on the radio. And I forgot to mention another observation I had from yesterday's ball game. Not only is Gabe Kapler, because now I'm going to nitpick, not only is Gabe Kapler refusing to wear a Giant jersey under any circumstance, he won't do it. It might be in his contract. I'm not wearing your jersey, sorry. I'm going long sleeve and a tee. Yesterday took it a step farther. He's going like Rocky Balboa, towel around his neck. Did you catch that?
Yeah.
What's with the...
It's a cooling towel. It was 90 degrees in Chicago yesterday.
All right,
I don't know.
Should I wear a towel around my neck when I do?
Yeah.
We could do towels.
You should.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm just talking.
Some people think it's a cool look.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'd rather him see a jersey that says Giants on it.
How about if we're speaking about our favorite Gabe Kapler moments? I don't know if you boys were still watching late on Sunday in the 9th inning where Kapler challenged whether or not Xander Bogaerts was standing on the grass
That was incredible, and they got it.
Like, what are we doing, boys?
They won the challenge.
And even Crook and Kuiper confused. Is like, wait, he was on the dirt, he started on the grass,
that was
he went up,
incredible.
went back.
I gotta say, I gotta give it up for that challenge. That was amazing.
I was like, what the hell are we doing? And they
got
won
a
it. And I was like,
shift violation.
A shift violation.
As John Miller said, we have to be very careful when we say this.
Yeah, he
Shift
does.
violation. Yeah. That was true. They did great. I'll tell you one thing. They may not score, but they can out-video replay you. They can. By the way, one thing. Since the All-Star break, their .214 batting average is the worst in Major League Baseball. And their 39 homers in their last 1,577 plate appearances.
No, the home run thing
is meager.
It's
meager. So 70 and 68. Again, Arizona holds the third wild card with Cincinnati, and then Miami actually is a half game ahead of the Giants too. So there's 4 teams technically in it. They're in it, believe it or not. But the Giants right now are 4th of those 4 teams.
Sure.
Hey, we planned to talk about the Niners during this segment. We wound up going there down a Giants trail. Back to the situation. If you're just waking up, Nick Bosa not in camp. And now you're starting to see, Mike Silver writes in the Chronicle, it's time for the management to do the right thing. Kawakami wrote in The Athletic saying maybe they took this thing too chill. Maybe this whole thing, we'll be fine. We'll be fine.
That was the initial
maybe a
vibe
little more
they put out
hostility
there.
like Debo. Like Debo had a hostile.
Erasing stuff from his socials,
and so I don't know. Who knows what the other angle is, the Bosa family, Joey Bosa, held the Chargers up and got what he wanted at the last second too. So, and we also said his great-grandfather was the leader of the Chicago outfit.
They know a little something about negotiating.
Yeah, and Bosa's, he probably feels like if I miss a game, it's not the end of the world. I got to get my... And really, what could the difference be?
That's what I'm saying. Dude. That's what are we talking about?
We must be so close that there has to be a bridge somewhere.
And if it's that
maybe
close,
Bosa
dude,
should
just
meet them there too.
Give
You know
him what he wants, man. This is not about like a blank measuring contest to me. This is about taking care of your best player. You got to take care of this guy. And if it is just a matter of a couple of $1 million, I know it's not my money, but still at the same time, I would think they have resources. Give this guy a deal. Give it to him.
Now, the thing is, and I want to start looking at Jed, but the thing is, so they did it with Kittle. They signed him.
Correct.
They did it with Trent Williams. They signed him.
Yes.
They did it with Debo. They signed him. So we got to give them credit. They've gotten it all done. Maybe they're like, guys, this is one of those ones that wasn't going to get settled until Saturday, September 9th. And once he's signed, is all's forgiven?
Yeah, but once he's signed, providing that he doesn't miss the Pittsburgh game, my immediate question would be like, what took so long? Like, why did it take so long
to get?
The season.
How's your negotiating?
The season's here.
Yeah,
it's here. It's in 3 days.
Again, Chris Jones in Kansas City's doing the same thing, and they play Thursday.
Yeah. And here's the thing: there's been a lot of talk about Chris Jones holding out until Week 8 of the NFL season. So we're assuming that, if Nick Bosa's not in Pittsburgh, he'll be with the 49ers Week 2. There's no guarantee of that.
There's no guarantee.
Nope. I believe, Paulie, when Fred Dean was traded to the Niners, he was holding out from the Chargers.
Oh, is that right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so. Let me go back and double check on that. But, yeah, so it has been done.
Mean Fred Dean.
I mean, Nick Bosa's like the ultimate team guy, but he's also a guy just like we said, his family background is you get what you want.
Well, this is his payday. This is the payday for the rest of his life. This is it.
This is his first big contract coming off his rookie year. Fifth-year option. Now's the time to pay.
It's what he's been working for literally his entire life. This is the moment.
I guess the big question is does this have a negative effect on the entire team and the locker room going into the game?
Great question. That's going to remain to be seen.
My general feeling would be yes. It does have a negative effect.
Do you think at some point, too, because you talked about this earlier, like how generally speaking in the NFL, all these guys are going to back their teammates when they're trying to sign a new deal because it's a ruthless, vicious, unforgiving game, and you want your guys to get taken care of. Or if you've been around teams not like me, when you were with the 94 Niners, would there ever be a point where the guys, I don't know, they start to harbor some resentment?
Depends on like J.J. Stokes held out. I remember.
Don't make me laugh.
And he hadn't done anything yet.
No, why would he hold out? No.
But that was back when rookies can't hold out because it's all slotted into the CBA. But there would be like, hey man, you haven't done anything. Well, Bosa's done a lot, the respect level for him is through the roof. But I think that players would say to the end, you got to get what you can get. They would ride with the labor over management.
And that's why even in that last preseason game against the Chargers, we saw Fred Warner come around the end on a stunt, got a sack. Immediately, all he does is point to the money sign and then give the Nick Bosa shrug.
It's a great call.
Well, you know what he was doing, essentially?
Pay that man his money.
Yeah, so if they do not have him, the starting edges are Drake Jackson and Cleve Ferrell. And by the way, we heard from Copes, who's up listening. What's up, Copes?
What up, Cope?
Is that it is Ferrell and that Fitz will get you. He says it's like referral. So referral, Cleve Ferrell. Doesn't say. I mean, it's
not like Will Ferrell. Yeah, right.
Cleve Ferrell.
Yeah.
Anyway, those would be your edge rushers. You'd have Armstead and Javon Hargrave inside, and then your backups after that are who Austin Bryant and who's
your Kerry Hyders who come in there. Yeah.
Does it really matter?
There you go. All right, guys, that's the deal. Niner Talk continues. Tim Ryan at 8:50.
Can't wait.
8:50.
Cannot wait.
All right, how about this?
What?
How about if I tell you? Forget the Niners and forget the Giants.
Oh.
Who was the unabashed runaway king of the weekend? Next, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
As long as we win baseball games, we'll be in the playoffs.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, everybody. Paul and Max saying good morning. Hope you had a great long weekend. Back at it today, back to the grind. So let's talk about making your life a little bit better and maybe even pain-free if you're living with chronic pain in your knees or any other joint on your body, shoulders, elbows, ankles. I mean, you know how it is. You get older, you're dragging a lot of injuries around. Now we offer new regenerative treatments courtesy of our friends at QC Kinetics. Now, you know, I went over to QC Kinetics in Pleasanton last week. These guys are so cool. They're very nice staff over there. In fact, a couple of Murph and Mac listeners were in the lobby when I got in there. So shout out to you guys for going over there and investigating regenerative medicine because you no longer need pharmaceutical drugs. You no longer need multiple doctor visits. QC Kinetics with currently over 100 clinics nationwide. They've treated thousands of patients, had incredible success. So again, reminder, if you've got that pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, back, anywhere, check out new treatments and new ways to actually help your body restore and repair itself. You can schedule a free consultation right now with the professionals at QC Kinetics in Pleasanton and in San Jose. Simply call 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN. One more time, it's 877-70-REGEN.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
El Cerrito, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, El Cerrito's sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Mac continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Usually God give me a word long before this, but he's been holding it. Because it's not about them. This is about us. This has nothing to do with the team that's opposing us. This is about us. This ain't got nothing to do with the naysayers, the unbelievers, the haters, the doubters. This is about us. When we started this journey, we told you it was going to be trying, it was going to be tough, but you endured because it's about us. That man next to you is a miracle. That man next to you is a believer. That man next to you is a go-getter. That man next to you is a dog. That man next to you is somebody who wants this thing. That man next to you is somebody who believes. That man next to you is somebody that got to have it today. We ain't got tomorrow. We got now. We ain't got next. We got now. We ain't coming no more. Since y'all know we here, give me my theme music.
All right, there he is, the king of the weekend, man. Thank you, Marcus, for playing that. What is now being a top 10 pregame speech of all time. Dude, Billy Bob Thornton called from Friday Night Lights. He said he's jealous. Deion Sanders, man. How about that, Paulie?
Pretty cool, man. I'm enjoying
the theater of a Deion Sanders.
I think it's good. I think it's good for everything in college football. I'm enjoying his enthusiasm. And what a great upset win. Nobody saw that coming.
So if anybody missed it, Deion Sanders took over the Colorado Buffaloes, who were, of course, had one win last year and really were a program that was left by the side of the road, just basically forgotten. They went down to TCU, which, you know, it was in the national championship game in January. Okay, yeah, they lost some seniors. I get it. But still, they were a top 20 team. And they were Colorado was 20.5 underdogs, 3 touchdown underdogs. And Colorado pulls off the epic 45-42 upset. 53 transfers. People say it's unheard of in the history of college football to have that much turnover. And I read 86 new players, 86 new players, and they're all buying what he's selling.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
They're
it just
all buying what he's selling.
Goes to show what can be achieved when everybody buys in like that and you get everybody on the same page. Great things can happen. And, like, I don't know, like, is that an expectation now he's setting for the rest of the year? Like, do you expect more of this from Colorado, or is that like a one and done kind of now they're going to get back to earth?
We expect, like the way Deion, this guy has the potential to be like a game-changing coach. First of all, like this is a depressing thing to say for Colorado fans. But one of my first thoughts after this was, wow, what's his next job going to be? I mean, already, I hate to do that to Colorado fans. You want to enjoy the moment, but like this guy's destined for bigger and better things. I wonder if he wants to go to the NFL. I don't know if he wants to go to the NFL.
Jeez,
and if he does, I don't know what kind of thing that he if he could sell what he's selling to the college kids.
I don't know if you can get pros to kind of buy in like that, but these college kids, you know, and the other thing is, to me, Murph, is he represents like a fresh, I don't know, like a fresh face, a fresh presence, as Tony Salvador would say, a fresh coat of paint, where you're looking at Nick Saban, you're looking at Lincoln Riley, all these guys that have been doing their thing and they're very successful. This is like a whole new kind of presence in college football.
They're
for the coach. Yeah.
First of all, his son, Shedeur Sanders, threw for over 500 yards. So it helps that his son is a baller, NFL-level quarterback. And then he has this kid named Travis Hunter, guys, the Shohei Hunter. This kid, he recruited him to Jackson State. He was the number one recruit in the nation.
Ways. Yeah.
He caught over 100 yards receiving and had a pick at the goal line.
I know, insane.
All athletic. And by the way, when you get those guys talking, by the way, I read that kid has enough NIL money. He bought his little brother. He comes from a home of modest means. He already brought his little brother a house so his little brother could go to the school near him. I mean, this kid's already, so these people are making the money that they deserve, truly.
No question.
What a story. And I wound up, so I'm in Encinitas with a bunch of buddies. We rented this house. It was a great weekend. And we woke up and that game was on and we started to watch it. And then guys started trickling out of their late sleeping and trickling. And dude, by the time we wasted our entire Saturday morning transfixed by this, we were like, is it already the game of the year?
What do you mean wasted? Yeah, no, that's a way to celebrate the morning.
And I got to say, it's going to be one of the great games, I don't want to say recent college football history, is everything that happened. And so they play Nebraska this Saturday.
Nice.
It's going to be hard for them to come back, but maybe it's more routine.
Is that game in Lincoln or is that game in Colorado?
I think it's in, Colorado?
Boulder. Yeah, Boulder.
Where your guys just played a couple months ago.
Yeah, I did 3 nights over there.
How about Bobby Ware and Dion as the two guys in that stadium?
You know where Bobby is right now? He's doing dates with Willie Nelson. Just an 808 KNBR, because the guy never stops gigging. No, neither one of those guys stops gigging. Yeah,
that's absolutely
anyway.
Incredible.
Go ahead. Yeah.
But anyway, dude, if you need to know how far Colorado football has reached now, did you know that? Like, first of all, the internet melted down with that pregame speech that Deion gave.
Yeah.
But then your boy checked in, and I don't even need to introduce him. I'm just going to tell you, this man was sitting at his home, and he decided to roll tape on himself watching Colorado.
Well,
ready? Ready?
Okay.
Here it is. No introduction needed for all y'all. Name this Colorado Buffalo super fan.
Okay.
Dion got players out there, baby. Y'all better watch the out. Primetime Sanders coming to get your ass. Let's go, Dion. Who said you can't? You ain't hard to find. Okay. Let's go, Primetime. Pick that up. Woo. Safety. Ugh, that was gangster, cub. Let's go, Brian. He's the only kid that stayed from Colorado. Way to stay down, baby. Stay there. Let's go. Primetime. Yeehaw.
It is Snoop Dogg in the house. That monologue is incredible. My buddy, we listened to that like 20 times over the weekend.
I got to say,
the two best one, you ain't hard to find, and then as they show the replay of the DB making the interception, pick that S off. Pick that S off.
So I thought you were going to pull like an end around on me because I actually have a buddy I graduated high school with who went to Colorado, and he was there when they won their national championship in '90. My friend Scotty Christensen, he's the guy that famously fought his older brother, Mark Christensen, over Karen Knowles in the locker room. Never seen a battle like that one. Nobody has. Lockers were falling over. It was insane. So I thought you were going to like cue up a Scotty sound. Like, wait a minute, what are you pulling at me here? But I got to say, Snoop Dogg, has there ever been a more high-profile celebrity sports fan who's affiliated with like a couple dozen different teams? This guy shows up everywhere. He's a Knicks fan. I think
he likes
he's a Raider fan.
He loves
he's a Steeler fan. He's a Steeler fan. Bro, he'll show up anywhere.
Hockey fan, too.
Yeah, big hockey fan.
Ugh, that was gangster, cub.
How about the Dion, you ain't hard to find? I've never heard that as a slogan. I like that.
You ain't hard to find. Let's go, Primetime.
Paulie Mack, you ain't hard to find.
No, I'm really not.
You ain't hard to find.
I'm always around.
And then as he's saying that, they're showing the replay of the kid making the interception. He just had this, pick that S off.
Pick that off. Woo.
Woo. It's incredible. By the way, as he's filming it in his home, there's a sitting on his desk in front of the TV, or sitting on his coffee table in front of the TV, is an Emmy. It's just sitting there. It's like an Emmy. I don't know what he won.
What's he doing an Emmy for, Lee?
What is he? I don't know. He won it from something, man. Hey, 530 says, can we get Dion to give a speech to the Giants for the rest of the season? That man next to you is a miracle. That man next to you is going to go 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts.
Give me my theme music.
That man next to you is in a slump. That man next to you hasn't scored a run for his pitcher in weeks. Yeah.
That man next to you is going to web him. That man
next to you won't even put a Giants jersey on. He's wearing a long sleeve.
That man next to you will be gone in a week after he gets DFA'd by Farhan.
That man just came off the DL and he's ice cold.
Did I read that AJ Pollock got DFA'd? Did I read that? AJ Pollock got DFA'd.
Oh, yeah, he's gone, Murph. He's
gone.
It'll
never be the same without
Pollock,
AJ. Yeah.
The Pollock era is over.
Same.
Anyway,
yeah,
I wanted to get that out there because he won the weekend by a mile. He was the absolute superstar of the weekend. And I got to tell you, Colorado football, I don't know anybody out there who's not rooting for Colorado now. I mean, I right now they are like the honeymoon is on.
You ever been to Boulder, Murph?
Once.
People love Boulder. The hippies love it out there, man.
Colorado's only a 3-point favorite against Nebraska.
Nebraska's
bad.
Let's go Buffs.
Listen, Colorado, I'm not going to put any limit on what they can achieve.
I got no
limit on what they
can.
Like, they could win the Pac-12. They could be in the... I know this sounds insane, but I would not rule them out from being in contention for the CFP by the end of the year.
Man.
I know that sounds insane. I know it. But I also said Wilmer Flores would be a top 10 MVP guy. I also told Ralph Barbieri Michelle Wee could win the Masters.
You know what I'm saying?
So I have a history of bad takes.
Yeah, but today being Murph's birthday, you give him as much room as he needs to drop those kind of takes. I got to say, too, for you, Marcus, you know, I've told Murph this many times over the years, but now I got to aim this one at you. Colorado, for my money, best mascot in college football, too. With respects to Uga, the Bulldog down at Georgia. I like that guy, too.
And Hanson
But the Buffalo, bro, they're running a real Buffalo around on a rope and stuff. That's
no question.
Gangster.
Oh, better than Bevo, the steer from the Texas Longhorns?
I'd say it's better. I'd say it's better.
By the way, this caused Rich Aurelia to do some riffing on being his teammate. Don't forget,
I saw that in the post. I was watching that. Yeah, I saw Richie talk to you.
If people don't know this, Deion Sanders was a Giant. In 1995, played 52 games. Hit 285 out of 790 OPS. Wasn't terrible at all. 5 bombs, 18 ribs. He stole 8 bags. Richie said Richie was his teammate, Rich Aurelia.
You know, fast forwarding a little bit that year, I remember first of all, I pinch ran for Deion Sanders in a game, which...
No offense, Richie, but what?
The only guy I was ever going to pinch run for was probably Benji Molina. Yeah. And that's not saying much, but I pinch ran.
How? What
I think
happened?
we were playing the Expos, and Pedro Martinez was pitching. We were getting blown out, so he got on base in the 8th or something, and they put me in. I think that was my first appearance in a game, was as a pinch runner for Deion Sanders.
That's incredible. One of the most unlikely stats of all time. Richie running for Dion. I did not know this. My buddy Gerald told me this. I did not know he has no captains. You either wear an L for leader or D for dog.
Yep. No captains. That's right. Yep.
So good. Anyway, I'm all
in. Who are the
in.
D's and L's on the Murph and Mac staff? If you had to issue D's and L's.
Well, I mean, Marcus is a dog, for sure.
I'm a dog.
Yeah, he's a dog.
I don't even get
that
a
producer
letter.
next to you is a miracle.
Yeah. I think I know who the. Well, never mind.
Triple E gets an A
I was gonna say.
for absent, is what he
I was
gets.
going to say, Triple E gets the L, but it's a different kind of L.
Greg gets a BD for baby dog. He's a baby dog right now.
Good enough. Wouldn't that just be a P for puppy?
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
P could mean
Waterboy.
something else too.
That's
So you don't
very
want
good.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Can
careful.
you guys see Dion in the NFL one day?
Yeah, I could.
Boy,
I could too.
Really, man.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, you know.
I mean, I just feel like he goes where the bag is. I wonder how long he stays at Colorado. You see him dancing with that 98-year-old Colorado super fan?
He's having a good time,
Some
man.
90-year-old woman who goes to all their games, and he's like waltzing with her. He's like twirling her around and everything. She's wearing her gold Colorado sweater. She's 98.
Was he the first pro athlete to, honestly, was he the first pro athlete to have his own rap song and then a video on MTV with that? Because I know Shaq did it too, but that was
Mike
later.
Singletary and the 85 Bears Super Bowl shuffle.
Yeah, but that was like a whole team thing, kind of corny. He was really like trying to make a hit
Terry
record.
Bradshaw did some country music.
Great call.
Yeah, he did.
Several records, actually.
Terry Bradshaw would be a guy you'd see at a Jimmy Buffett show.
Yeah, probably.
There
Yeah,
you go,
little
man.
parrot on his head.
Anyway, we just wanted to get that out there. He won the weekend. And shout out to the Pac-12 in its swan song going undefeated in its final. And shout out Cal, got a big win. Didn't expect that. I picked against them. I took North Texas in the points. And Stanford covered in Hawaii. I picked against them, too.
I wonder for who Murph will pick this week. Oh, wait a sec. Tune in Friday to find out because it's the return of the fabulous, fearless, fantastic Friday football forecast.
Can't wait.
I'm already doing my research, Marcus. I got chalkboards up at home. I'm analyzing.
Well, you don't
tape.
think I'm going down Coach Prime's road and taking Colorado and laying 3 against
I
Nebraska?
can almost guarantee it at this
My
point.
God. I mean,
Yeah.
people would say they're, quote, primed for a letdown. I say there's no letdown in Dion's world.
Am I wrong when I say there would be no better birthday gift for Brian Murphy than a new Colorado Buffalo jersey based on the outpouring of love over here?
Well, another thing is me and my salty UCLA buddies are saying Chip Kelly's waited for 6 years, and in one half of football, Colorado showed more cojones, charisma, entertainment value, and playmaking than UCLA has in the enther Chip Kelly era. In the entire era. Like that first half, they were out there making play. Those guys in that locker room saying, we're not coming. We're here. They took it. He had a line. He said, there's a pen in everybody's He goes, there's a pen in each of your lockers. You go write your story.
All right, Coach. I like it.
I think we need Dion. Hey, we have a program director vacancy here.
Right.
What do you guys think of Dion as the... Dude, that sounds like a KNBR digital ad where Dion takes over KNBR.
Give me my theme music.
Damn it, that's awesome.
Oh, man. Give me that guy next to you is a miracle.
Yeah.
I got the goosebumps when he said
Give me my theme music. All of a sudden, a dead song plays.
Paulie Mack is next to me. He's a miracle. And Paulie goes, no, I'm waiting on him. I'm looking for a miracle. I need a miracle.
I need a miracle every day.
There it is, man. And then when you got Snoop sending out these tweets, it's incredible.
That man next to you is a miracle.
But a question for you guys, too. When Dion says, give me my music, who hits the play button? Like, who's in charge? Who's the
He's
DJ?
got his DJ, the guy,
timing is spectacular.
See it again. Give me my theme
Give me it
music.
again, Marcus. It's instantaneous. Bam, it comes in.
Give me my theme music.
James Brown couldn't do the timing better than that.
Are they going to out the Niners when it comes to taking the field now?
I mean, damn, that is pretty cool.
I mean, if they're coming out the Yin Yang Twins halftime, it's a rap, boys.
What does he say right before "Give me my theme music" that causes the DJ to be so ready to go? Give me like the 5 seconds right before that.
Hey, since y'all know we here, give me my theme music.
Damn. I want to get, you know what? I'm going to Colorado. I'll see you guys next week.
There you go. I told you guys. He won Labor Day weekend, and he might win a lot more than that, too. And be honest, Colorado plays UCLA. I might be rooting for Colorado.
By the way, Murph, when you blow out the candles tonight, will you look at your family and go, give me my theme music? And then they start playing Sinatra.
Yeah, very good, very good. All right, hey, Dwayne Kuiper on his regular Tuesday hit. Mike Krukow makes up for his Monday Labor Day absence with an 8 o'clock hit. Then the cooler of content, you might be hearing more Dion in that thing. Then Tim Ryan at 8:50. We can't wait. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Prime time. Yeehaw!
Give me my theme music.
All right, let's talk about Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, and how happy are we to say football is back. America's real pastime, let's be honest. And if you can't make it to a game in person, whichever college or pro teams you root for, why not treat yourself to a favorite Amici's thin crust pizza, pasta, salad, or flame roasted chicken wings while you watch the games on TV this weekend? You can pick up an order from any of Amici's 12 Bay Area locations, including Oakland and San Jose, or take advantage of Amici's 100% no-contact delivery service with your food delivered directly from their kitchens to your location, fully sealed and in insulated bags sanitized between each delivery. Of course, you could always drop into your nearest Amici's and catch a game on the beautiful big screen TVs in their well-ventilated indoor and outdoor dining areas. So whether you prefer to order for delivery or pick up at Amici's.com, or to meet up with family and friends at an Amici's restaurant to share your favorite pizzas and watch some football this weekend, what a match. Amici's and football. Amici's delivers.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the San Diego Padres on Monday, September 25th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Morning Bay Area.
Good morning.
Good morning. Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Mac to catch up with Kipe.
Sponsored by NorCal Honda. Score a great deal now at NorCal Honda Dealers Labor Day Kickoff Sales Event.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
2-2 pitch. Swing and miss. He struck it out. And the Giants have lost for the fourth game in a row on this road trip. Cubs 5, Giants nothing.
Well, gosh, I sure wish things were happier. My God. I mean, Labor Day weekend, everybody's having a nice time with their families. And
I mean, you're beachfront down there looking at the ocean.
And it just didn't go well. The Giants lost all 4 games, obviously. Friday night, Tristan Beck gets hit around a 7-3 loss. Saturday, Kyle Harrison has an adventure, loses 6-1. Sunday, Alex Cobb doesn't get it done 6-4. And then they got to zip out to Chicago on a short notice and get shut out by Justin Steele. Well, at least Kipe's in Chicago. At least we got that going for us.
Indeed.
Dwayne, good morning. How are you?
Hey, Kipe.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Happy birthday to Murph.
Nice.
That's
Murph, it's your birthday.
That's super nice of you, Kipe, to remember. And yeah, what the heck, I don't know. Hey, Paulie and Marcus and Greg Silver got me Bob's Donuts, so that's all I need.
It's the most appropriate gift we could come up with, Kipe.
I'm happy.
Yeah.
It's Bob's Donuts. God, it doesn't get any better than that.
No.
That's it.
And by the way, once a year I forget that I have the show, and today, Dave and Boog Shambi, you know Boog, right?
Yeah.
And yours truly, we're sitting in a restaurant. We're having breakfast.
Oh,
I forgot.
Well, say hi to. I know, I get it. You've been traveling. Say hi to Flem and Boog, and what are you guys having? What's the order?
I don't know. I think I got maybe a breakfast burrito. I'm not sure. Dave's going to order it for me.
Is it a beautiful morning in Chicago?
It's gorgeous, yeah. There's not a cloud in the sky. It's going to be warm. And we're just trying to find some runs. There was a big gathering last night in one of the ballrooms of the hotel that we stay at, and it was the fantasy football draft. And it was awesome to get everybody together. It was almost like a team party. And that's actually what they needed. They needed to get the troops going.
Yeah.
So a lot of laughs, a lot of poking fun at each other. And the only other thing I would do, Murph, is I would lock the batting cage up. I would not allow anybody to take. I mean, sometimes you work too hard, and that really is what happens. Because if you're in a slump and you're not scoring runs, the one thing that you want to make sure that is happening is that you're working really, really hard. And I think sometimes you can overdo it. So, I mean, look, gone are the days when you can pick the lineup out of a hat. Gone are the days like Frank Robinson did, brought in a motivational speaker and it turned out to be a stripper. Those days are gone because of social media. The reactions would be so strong that now managers can't do that. But every team has tried something at some point, unless you're the Braves or the Dodgers. And I think right now Gabe is at his wit's end as to what he can do to get the offense going.
Yeah, there were a lot of comments yesterday from Gabe. He went and said, pardon my French, but we need a blanket mentality. Well, no, I shouldn't say blanket, F-it mentality. He says, and what that means is we're walking up to the plate, we're going to be on the offensive. We're going to be the ones who are forcing the action, and right now we're a little defensive at the plate, and it's hurting us. So that was his theory.
Well, I mean, the way I look at it, there are a lot of guys where they get in the batter's box, and in the blink of an eye, it's no balls and 2 strikes. And that's not being aggressive. You look at some of the great hitters around both leagues, and they'll attack that first fastball that they see. And Gabe's right. I think waiting around right now and trying to work a walk, that's not working. Just let it fly. My goodness. So it's really frustrating. It's especially frustrating for guys like Logan Webb, who now, he's Matt King.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's just really too bad because he's pitching his tail off. And by the way, no one had more fun last night than Logan Webb. So that's always a good sign.
He's a fun-loving dude and a good dude and a great Giant. He just deserves better.
He does.
He's now 9-12 with a 3.51. Talking to Dwayne Kuiper in Chicago, where the Giants lost 5-0 on a quick turnaround after flying from San Diego. An early day game in Chicago. Justin Steele strikes out 12 Giants, 8 shutout innings, gets his 16th win, lit up Wrigley. By the way, they're back to having a party at Wrigley, huh? They're singing.
They are.
There were a couple of beauty shots you guys had yesterday from behind the catcher, looking out towards the outfield.
That's as good as it gets.
Looked like a painting.
Yeah,
Kite.
yeah.
Yeah, it was great. It and the crowd was really enthusiastic. And, Chicago's now on board, right? White Sox are out. Bears are starting. But right now it's all about the Cubs because they've really grabbed the second wild card spot. So if they keep playing like they're playing, then you've got 3 or 4 other teams just trying to get that last one. And by the way, Dave made a great point about Justin Steele. I mean, he was signed in 2014. And so now look what he's doing now. And his point was, this is why you hang with guys. And he's been a Cub his whole career. But this is why you don't give up on guys, because you just don't know when the light's going to go on and they flip the switch. I mean, the guy's, 15-3 now?
16.
16-3.
Yeah.
And along the way, and it happens a lot, along the way, guys start trying different pitches when what you have isn't working. And along the way, he picked up the cutter. And he developed the cutter to a point where now he throws it almost 80% of the time. And that's why he's 16-3. Right-handed hitters they break their bats, and he doesn't throw 95. He throws 92. So it's a good example of how you got to hang in there with some guys because they may develop late.
It's great.
And he did.
It's a great point. Hey, one optimistic thing, because I've been in love with this kid because my little son has a jersey of him, but that's Casey Schmidt. And undoubtedly, it's gotten better. In San Diego, I was there Friday night. He scorched a double down the line. Yesterday, he only got one of the 3 hits. I know one of them was a double play, but he hit the ball hard. He seems to really be. I know it's only 203, but I'm just looking at the at-bats.
Yeah.
So talk about sticking with a guy.
Right.
Are you noticing, Kipe?
Yes. And look, when the league figures you out, some guys make the adjustment in a week. Some guys make it in a month. Some guys never make it. And it's taken him a little time to figure it out. And look, maybe this is just a good week, but maybe he has figured it out. I'll tell you one thing about the kid is he can play third. He's about as good at that spot as you're going to get, which means he can also play short, second, and probably play anywhere in the outfield too. But his best spot is at third base, and he could have that spot for a really long time.
Wow.
He's just got to hit a little bit.
Yep.
And a little bit is 250 or better with some power, and he's very, very capable of doing that.
I think he'll get there. I wanted to ask you about something that happened not yesterday, but Saturday. Kyle Harrison. I tell you what, I might be an idiot. Well, I know I'm an idiot, but I didn't hate his outing on Saturday. I thought he pitched pretty darn well. I don't care about the home run. Whatever. It's big league baseball. Those are solo shots. And so, A, I was encouraged, again, by all the swings and misses he gets. But B, the big one I wanted to ask you about was his little thing with Juan Soto. And it looked like it was, Shea even said there's a little bit of Bumgarner there.
I loved it.
I wondered your interpretation of he came in. Soto stared at him. There was no.
He didn't back down.
Yeah. What'd you think?
Well, Mike said it right away on our broadcast. He said, hey, this is like Bum. And that's not initiated by Harrison. Harrison, tries to pitch him in, and he goes up and in. And now Soto does his thing, right? Stare down, all the antics, blah, 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 blah. And then he comes in again, and we go through the whole thing again, right? Well, now, is Soto trying to intimidate him a little bit? Yeah, probably. But Harrison wasn't buying it. And he just kept pitching him the way he wanted to pitch him. And he got him out. And Soto was really hacked off. He rounded first, and he flipped his helmet. And by the way, Murph, to your point, so Garrett Cooper hits the 3-run home run, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He got 2 outs. If he gets Garrett Cooper out, he's got a quality start.
Yes.
And I know the kid felt really, really bad. But you know what? He'll get over that. You build on it, and you sit on it now for 4 days, and the next time he pitches, you just got to forget about it. But I didn't think he threw the ball terrible. I mean, he got some pitches up, and I mean, look, you're talking about Tatis, Soto, Machado, Bogarts. Look, I know what he did against the Reds, and the Reds are really good. But those 4 guys are pretty special. And Hassan Kim is having a great year.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's going to happen. Big leaguers are going to hit the ball out of the park. Catfish Hunter used to say, yeah, I'll give up 50 a year. That's fine. But they're all going to be solo shots.
Right. Nice. Yeah.
3 solo shots, and he had an out away from a quality start.
Yeah, I mean, it was 1 pitch away, and there's so much there to like. I'm just so excited. He may be the thing I'm most excited about out of everything. By the way, Casey Schmidt, last 7 days, 5 for 18 with 3 doubles. So I mean, it's there, right? He's coming on. Kipe, in terms of the rest of this playoff quote unquote race, my argument the last few weeks has been that there's no team out there that's going to take this 3rd spot. Arizona was going backwards. Cincinnati was going backwards. Yep. Miami was going backwards. And now we're sitting at this situation where the Giants, as bad as it's been, they're only 1 game out. And I don't really think any of those 4 teams, whereas I feel like the Cubs and Phillies have established themselves, might tip your cap, they're playing good ball. I just don't feel like any of these 4 teams we're talking about has staked the claim going into September.
And you know what, Merv? You know what may end up being the deciding factor is the schedule.
Yeah.
And I haven't looked at the Reds' schedule, and I really haven't paid much attention to Miami's schedule. I'm assuming Arizona's schedule's a lot like the Giants' schedule, but I mean, the Giants still have 7 more games left with the Dodgers, and they've got 7 more left with the Rockies. So their schedule is always Giant. I know the Giants' schedule, and for the last month, I'd find it hard to believe if there was another team that had a tougher schedule than the Giants. But you got to hang in there, and if you hang in there, and they've been a streaky team, and you hit a hot streak, now you're really, really back in the thing, and maybe you can get a couple of games up on that 3rd wild card spot. But they got to hit, Murph. They got to hit. They
do. And just to your point, there was an AP National Baseball column this week that said that all 4 teams vying for that 3rd spot, Arizona, Cincinnati, Miami, and the Giants, all have a losing record in the second half.
Ouch.
So, and that since baseball has expanded, no team that had a losing record in the second half has made the playoffs, but it may happen
this year. That could happen.
It could happen this year. So.
Yeah. Well, one of those 4 can turn that around.
That's true.
And whoever does that will be the team.
Right.
Hey, a couple of just fun ones on your way out before you get back to breakfast. Don't get that breakfast burrito too cold. Did you see what happened with your old team yesterday? You guys pitched, the Cleveland Guardians pitched to you position player David Fry for 4 innings.
That's insane.
He threw 64 pitches, all under 60 miles an hour.
And how did he do?
He, let me give you his exact line. He got hit, but it was a blowout. But that hasn't happened since 1988 when I guess Jose Akendo had to pitch in a 19-inning game.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's what's going on.
Yeah, well, look, I'm glad they got a rule that, you can't do it all the time. There's a limit. You got to be losing by a certain amount. But, hey, after a while, it's fun, and then after a while, it's not.
Yeah.
And I can see people getting up out of their seats and taking a hike when it's not.
4 innings, 10 hits, 7 runs.
Yeah, I mean, that's
he only walked 1 guy. It's pretty good.
Yeah, well, guys are. I mean, if you walk there, you should be fine.
Yeah, exactly. So funny. Hey, Kai, before we let you go, a couple big ones. Hey, did you have a musical relationship with Jimmy Buffett?
I did not.
Okay. So there's people out there,
Mike did. I mean, Tim Flannery. I mean, there are a lot of people.
Yeah.
You know, I like his margaritas. Put it that way.
Yeah, we all do, yeah.
And then did they decide what the penalty is for finishing last in the Fantasy Football League? Since last year it was an amazing one that gave us Clem and a Bat Boy?
Same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, unless they change, but I think it's the same thing.
Well, what if it's a player, though? A player would have to
They do it in spring training.
Okay.
Slater did it in spring training the year before this year.
Okay.
Because he finished last.
So, and who'd you guys get? You and Flem of the team again?
Well, I'll tell you a quick story. Yeah. We drafted 12. We took Patrick Mahomes.
Ooh, okay.
And every first-round pick, you got a jersey for the guy you picked. So I went up. Everybody, you had to go up to the podium and announce your pick, right? So they threw me Patrick Mahomes' jersey. And Dave and I were sitting in the back by the curtains to a big window.
Uh-huh.
So I went around behind the curtain to see if the goddamn jersey would get over my boiler.
Changing room. Yes.
Yeah. And nobody saw what I was doing, right?
It surely did.
It got over. I mean, Patrick Mahomes wouldn't be too proud of what it looked like.
Oh,
but,
man, listen.
it worked.
Yeah. Patrick Mahomes should dream of having your career.
See?
I made an announcement later on that Dave and I's team was called Tier 3. Tier 3 had an announcement to make about Patrick Mahomes. He's pregnant.
He's what? I'm sorry?
He's pregnant.
Oh, I got you. Nice guy. Yeah. Might be twins. Yeah.
Hey, man, there was a movie, right? Schwarzenegger and DeVito or something like that. Oh,
yeah,
man, that's really funny. Well, hey, I'd like to see. We need a picture of you in that Mahomes jersey, and we wish the Mahomes family well.
Maybe we should send Kipe a Nick Bosa jersey. Get some good vibes going there.
Yeah,
reminds me of when the Indians were in the World Series against the Cubs. My kids wanted me to put my old Indians jersey on. I got it over my head, and that was about the end of it.
Oh, man. Well, that was a slender guy who went around the bases.
And your jerseys then didn't have buttons, right? They were just pullovers, weren't they?
They were pullovers.
Yeah.
You're exactly right.
Yeah.
Murph, I played at 170.
Wow, yeah, nice. 170.
I mean, that's slim, man.
Wow.
And then as the season went on, you lose weight, so I probably ended up at 165.
It's so interesting to me. I've always read that, like Patrick Bailey, I just read that they're going to catch him a lot down the stretch in September, and they said he has trouble keeping on weight. And I'm like, man.
Well, you're burning so much off.
With
yeah.
those but there's not cardio, though, I don't know what's going on.
That's true. I mean, how do you try to stay? I mean, you can't, if you're playing every day, you can't work out a lot if it's going to wear you down. But, I mean, a lot of guys now do, they still do cardio stuff. I mean, pitchers have to do it. But I had a hard time keeping way down as well. But I wasn't eating the greatest either. I mean, I was single, so. I mean, the Grand Slam breakfast can only go so many days in a row.
Hash browns. Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, listen, you guys are in Chicago. You got Boog. You got Flem. It's a beautiful city. The Giants are, they're in the race, and you go see what happens today. By the way, it's opener today, huh? Ryan Walker, and then on to...
Probably opener tomorrow, too.
And then on to, like, Mania or something?
Yeah, probably. And then a day off Thursday, and then
come
we
home.
have the Rockies in town, and then we lose the Sunday game again. ESPN's taking that one.
Which allows the Niners to be on KNBR Sunday morning.
Niners are on. I'll be watching. I can't wait.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got to get Bosa
Let's just sign Nick Bosa, okay?
Yeah, I was going to say, can you play a role in that? Can you chime in?
I don't know if anybody over there has taken my calls lately, to be honest with you.
Okay. All right. They'll take your calls. Mahomes will take your call, and the Niners will take your call.
And we'll take your call, always.
Just give me a curtain where I can try it on.
That's it. Hey,
you got it, man.
And the good news is it fit. Yeah. All right, so there it is. That's the good news. The Giants are going to turn their season around. All right, go back to breakfast. Say hi to Flem and Boog for us. Be good.
See you, Kipe.
There he is. Good Dwayne Kuiper. Listen, I'm glad he's in Chicago.
I mean, did the 3-day weekend make him even cooler somehow? Because he's about like as cool as it gets, Dwayne Kuiper.
Waterboy, we got a big day today, buddy. 11 a.m., Paulie Mack, you need to know.
Talk to me.
The No Food in the Studio League fantasy football draft at 11 a.m. today.
I got to tell you the truth.
With Copes, the commissioner.
As a bystander to all your success over the years, I've seen the hot tub videos with the cigar. I've seen the victory celebrations.
Yeah, you have.
Like, I don't get into it. Like, I don't do a lot of things. I do some stuff, but I don't do fantasy football. But I got to say, I've been wondering, with Copes being away and Marcus complaining quite a bit when you were gone the other day, Marcus is like, when are we having our damn draft?
Yeah.
Like, he's like getting antsy over there, so I'm happy to hear it's finally happening.
What do you give me for our draft and the Nick Bosa holdout? You know what I mean?
About a nine.
About
a 9, although there's not $30 million involved.
So we draft and Bosa signs. That'll be the deal.
Come on, Nikki, we need you, baby.
Already, there's huge hot controversy. Because Triple E, so Cope sent out the text saying, hey, everybody, here's the draft day.
Oh, boy.
And Triple E wrote back, I made the cut. I'm psyched. LFG. And I immediately said, how the F did that happen? You know what I mean? And so how can we not give a franchise to a bright young kid like Greg Silver?
I'll tell you what, Greg Silver's winning me over.
There's a thing called relegation in the English Premier League. Can't we just relegate at Triple E?
I thought we voted him out of the tribe, boys.
The tribe has spoken.
See, he keeps showing up, though.
We tried to cast the kid off the island. Now he's back again.
You ever just kick a guy out of something, but then he just keeps showing up? We're like, bro, we already fired you.
You in high school try to ditch guys at lunch and stuff, and then they keep hanging around.
Hey, Murph, meet me. Yeah, yes.
It's a tough deal. That's a Triple E. That's a little too close to home because I think that goes on at Giants games, doesn't it?
I do not
Certain
know.
afternoon hosts.
I don't know the answer to this, Murph. When is he coming back? I have no idea.
Wednesday?
Oh, is he? That's tomorrow.
I think. No, Thursday? Thursday?
I gotta talk to management about what they're paying this kid. He's been to New York. He's been to Chicago. I'm looking to just get... I wouldn't mind taking a trip. This kid's all over the globe.
But I want to say, you just played that Gabe thing. I want to say real quick, I had the great honor and privilege to be invited to Art Spander's 85th birthday party on Sunday.
Artie, happy birthday.
Talk about a living legend.
Artie.
An absolute icon. And he assembled a cast of legends. Ira Miller flew in from Chicago. I said, Ira, we need you on the beat. Whether it's the former KNBR host and Oakland Tribune mainstay Dave Newhouse was there. Joe Starkey strolled on in. Former Pac-10 Commissioner Tom Hansen rolled in.
Wow.
What more do you need? Scotty Rooms, Ostler looking great. By the way, Rooms, guy, he could go run a try. He could do a triathlon.
Scotty's the best.
Carl Stewart, on and on. Bob Rose from the Giants, on and on and on. Glenn Schwartz.
You mentioned a Lowell Cohen, perhaps?
And I was about to say the Lowell Cohen story. I was talking to Lowell. He goes, Murph, how are you? I said, well, the Giants are doing this and that. I said, Lowell, I need your opinion on Gabe. He goes, Murph, I haven't been following. Tell me about Gabe.
Oh, boy.
So I told him about Gabe. He goes, oh, really? That's how he behaves? And I told him, he goes, oh, Murph, I would write about him and I would F him up. That's what he said. He said, I would F him up.
Well, he probably would, too. Did you actually mention?
It was an incredible line. We were just sitting there at Art Spander's backyard with the buffet spread out, the drinks flowing. Lowell just said that to me very
about
calmly.
Gabe. I could hear it, too.
He goes, oh, really? He goes, so he's condescending.
Well, not only that, did you tell him that he refuses to wear a Giant jersey? Because that's part of his thing, too.
And I hope I'm not betraying Lowell's. Lowell doesn't care. But Lowell goes, oh, Murph, I used to love writing about guys like that.
I miss seeing Lowell.
He goes, because I would F him up.
It was really? Is that what you imagine?
Yeah, man.
You probably need to do some homework on that.
How great is that?
Well, no, all kidding aside, though, if we stop the wrist for 10 seconds, I got to say I can't see anybody out there. I'm not saying, I don't see anybody out there going after him the way that they might have 20 years ago.
Was it you and me?
No, we're getting but
well, because I'm looking for a couple chuckles in the morning.
Yeah.
If we were in Philly, maybe Ralph would Ralph be?
Ralph would have done it. Ralph would. He's not made of porcelain. Yeah. He used to go after Larry quite a bit, and
well, you get me pissed off enough. I'll get cranky, and I have been cranky.
We're a little cranky today. Let's be honest.
They had that great June where they were playing good, and I was like, well, I got playoff fever.
They're up, they're down. You know what I mean?
If they finish at 500 again this year, guys.
Well, this is the Farhan era now, and they're so far
year 5. Buddy.
Yeah, they had the 1 year. They had the 1 year in 86.
Anyway, let's get to Mike Krukow.
All right.
That's right, bonus Krukow next. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Kruk making up for the Labor Day holiday yesterday. Next on the Sports Leader.
Happy birthday to Murph.
Nice.
That's
Murph, it's your birthday.
Kite with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Wade Meckler stopped by Talking Baseball with Marty Lurie this weekend to talk about his path to the big leagues after being drafted in last year's 2023 MLB draft. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Great job, brother.
Now, this is Murph and Max. Big hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Ground ball into left field. Nice hit. Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
He hits it high, he hits it deep, it's out of here. Adios, pelota. Come on!
Sponsored by NorCal Honda. Score a great deal now at NorCal Honda Dealers Labor Day Kickoff Sales Event on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, so yesterday was a holiday, obviously. So today we get Mike Kruko a little bonus. We'll do it again tomorrow at his regular time, 7:35. And Mike, we were just talking to your old buddy, Dwayne Smoothie, out in Chicago. He's having breakfast with Dave Fleming and Boog Sciambi, and that was probably the end of the good news. And they had a fantasy football draft, and they had some fun last night. And Kipe wore a Pat Mahomes jersey. So that's the good news. Mike, good morning. How are you?
Hey, Kruk.
Yeah, and that is good news. I have good news, too.
What's that?
I got Debo Samuel on my fantasy football team.
All right.
Ooh, nice.
There
nice
it is.
weapon.
All right. What round?
Yeah. I think I got him like the 5th round or
Ooh, all right. Good value. Now, can you get Nick Bosa?
I know. That's unbelievable. I was psyched. I couldn't believe he was available. But, it's one of those things like I'm looking at his name and I'm 4 picks out going, please, Jesus, please.
I know. It's so true about the draft. It'll break your heart. Ours
He's
is at
going to have a
11
big year,
today.
too. I think Debo's going to have a big year, yeah, because he's frustrated with his last season, Mike. He said it himself. He was like, I'm not crazy about the way I performed last year, so I expect he's going to go off this year.
Well, he lost some weight. He looks good. He's in great shape, and that's always the first key. Come in the way that he came in, and looks like he's ready to go. So I was psyched to get him. But
yeah. Mike, so we would love to
Wait. Happy birthday, Meat.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mike. Much apprecited. What are you going to do? You get another year? They brought me donuts, so talk about Debo losing weight. That's going the other way.
Might as well enjoy.
Yeah, exactly. A couple donuts here, one lap around the sun. You deserve a couple donuts,
all right.
don't you?
You guys.
By the way, my birthday present for you, I will not drop one F-bomb in trying to describe the Giants offense. That's my birthday.
Well, Gabe, did you see Gabe did yesterday?
He dropped one.
Yeah, he dropped one.
Yeah, he said, what do you think? Do you agree? Like this is what happens in baseball when you go into slumps. There's like forever. Well, how do you get out of it? How do you get out of it, right? You rub chicken bones on the bat, and Kipe said lock the batting cage. Gabe says go up there with an F it mentality. I don't know, Mike. What's your potion?
Well, you have to stay positive.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's where it starts. It is so hard to fall victim to the cavern of negativity that you have to get through it. You just have to anticipate that you're not this bad. You have to anticipate that I obviously did something right to get to this place. I need to rely on those instincts that I have. And that's it. If you succumb to negativity, the season is over. And the energy out of that room will dry up in a day. That's how sensitive it is right now. Everybody has to stay positive. And it's really a very simple thing to do. Because right now, people are bitching and moaning in that clubhouse. And it's just like not out loud. It's kind of like, sitting next to a guy in the bus, and he'll say something, I can't believe this. That's negative. You can't do it. Or you're sitting there and you're standing in the line to get something to eat at dinner time, and somebody goes, I can't believe this. You can't do it. One instance of negativity spreads like a cancer, and it's just the most awful thing in a clubhouse time of year because you're tired. You're so easily victim to it because you've been through 5 months of a grind, and now you can't believe it. They want to win so bad that now they've internalized and they're trying to do everything by themselves. And that's the one thing that is that's the product of negativity. You say, well, I can do better. I can be the guy. Well, now you try and do too much. You can't hit a 5-run homer. Get on base, grind it out, get 8 pitches out of the guy you're first at bat. Okay, you don't get a hit. You've got 8 pitches out of the pitcher. Get in that bullpen early. I mean, put together a walk with a knock. It's hard to put together 4 hits in a row. Put a walk in there. Walk into one. Get drilled. I mean, do whatever you can. Get on base.
Yeah.
Reach back and try and hit the catcher and get interference. I don't care what you do. Make it work. And this is where they're at right now. They are right now at the bottom, and it could go either way.
Does something as silly as a fantasy football draft on a Monday night in a Chicago hotel help?
Oh, totally. Yeah. Totally. Because I'll tell you why. You're leaving the ballpark and you're taking the game with you when you go home. And you're sitting there and you're just thinking about it. Your kid's on your lap and you're thinking about it. You're sitting there at the dinner table and you're thinking about it. You can't get rid of it. And now all of a sudden you have a night like last night and they have everybody assembled and they're doing something other than dwelling on the negative. It's perfect. It's a perfect timing for it. And hopefully it works. Hopefully it works. Hopefully come today and that onus has been lifted off of their shoulders, because right now it's weighing them down.
Really is. And we'll see what happens today. 4:40 first pitch out in Chicago at Wrigley Field, which looked beautiful on Labor Day. Ryan Walker, the opener, going against Kyle Hendricks. By the way, that kid for the Cubs yesterday, what an interesting story. 16th win, 12 strikeouts, 8 shutout innings, ERAs in the 2s. And he was not a bonus baby like Kyle Harrison. That's a guy they drafted in 2014, and he just grinded his way through the system. I was kind of looking him up like, hey, where'd this guy come from? Is he a trade acquisition? Was he a big free? No, he was just a homegrown guy who grinded his way through. So Kipe was saying that's why you stick with guys, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Well, he's not a kid. I mean, he's playing, this is his 10th season of professional baseball. He's not a kid. And it absolutely tells you, here's a guy that signed. He was intriguing. He's a high release and he's a left-hander and he doesn't throw real hard, but, he looks to be athletic, so we'll take a chance, and they draft him. So now he goes down, and then you take a look at his numbers. I mean, they weren't great, and then all of a sudden somebody taught him a cutter. Bing! The light goes on, and then somebody tightens up a slider. Bing! The light goes on. Now you're going out there, and over the years you pitch against enough hitters to figure that there are certain different type of body types and certain different type of swing types, and you have movement. Then you can exploit the guy's hole, the hole in his swing. Bing! The light goes off. And you get enough of these lights that go off, and pretty soon, guess what? You're a big league pitcher. And this guy's one of the premiers. He has 16 wins. And he made it look easy yesterday. 12 strikeouts. So that's the most he's ever struck out. And but, it's just a great story of perseverance and hard work. And I truly believe that really there are 5% of the big league players you look out there are just a cut above. They got different tools. And maybe not even that many. Maybe it's 2%. And then there's the bottom 5% that shouldn't even be there. But it's the middle 92%. The talent abilities are about the same. What separates the men from the boys with that group is your brain. What can you figure out? What of the puzzle can you figure out? How can you learn it? You're athletic enough to be there. Why aren't you athletic enough to learn a swing that combats a sinker thrown to you if you're a right-handed hitter from a right-handed pitcher that's burning in on your hands? How can you not figure out a way to try and beat that? Well, you can. You just have to realize what it is they're doing to you. Look at the guys who are having success with it and try and copy that. There you go. And that's what separates the men from the boys, the other 90%. So what Steele has done is remarkable, but it isn't really remarkable. He's smart. He's figured it out.
Yeah, it's a great story. The kid looked great. My God, struck out 12 Giants yesterday, and hopefully there's some, Ryan Walker's kind of like that. He was drafted a long time ago. Not quite the same as Steele, but hey, Mike, a couple stories I wanted to hit on before I let you go. One was I almost said Bumgarner, the Harrison situation.
Yeah.
Just I'd love to hear your thoughts on him Saturday in general, giving up those solo homers and then having like 3 shutout innings and getting lots of swings and misses, and then the one pitch to Garrett Cooper that breaks your heart. And then, Mike, maybe even bigger for the just the lore was his little stare downs with Juan Soto.
Loved it.
And, I mean, it seemed like a thing.
Yep.
And I wanted to hear your take.
Well, I thought he pitched well. I think that, on a couple of those pitches, you got to tip your cap. But I liked what he did. It's real easy to come out flat, a little bit flat after your last outing when, my God, you went 6 1/3 or whatever it was and struck out 11. I mean, there was invincibility surrounding you. And then he comes out into this environment and he gets spanked around a little bit with the long ball. But what did he do with the guys that he pitched to after they gave up the home runs? Was he nibbling with his fastball? Did he walk guys? No. He just stayed in the attack mode. And that's key. That's a big deal. And the other thing, too, is he gets ticked off. And he's not afraid to make eye contact. He's not afraid to throw out the challenge, and I love that about him. And who does that remind you of? Remind you of the guy from North Carolina, right? I mean, that's exactly what Harrison reminded me of Madison Bumgarner. Well, guess what? He grew up watching him. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guarantee you that Bumgarner's his guy. I mean, I've never asked him, but I guarantee it is. Just looking at his presence, looking at the stank eye he dropped on Soto. And Soto needs some stank eye, quite honestly.
Yeah, man.
I mean, all the crap he does in that batter's box kind of half ticks me off, and I'm sitting there watching it as an analyst, not even on the mound.
Yeah.
So I love what the guy did. And so, I mean, those are things you look at. What does he do after a home run? How does he walk off the mound? What's he do when he gets back to the dugout? How does he look at the field? Does he stay and watch? I mean, all those little things make up the man. And this he's a man.
I loved it. I thought he pitched. The stuff is so good. I don't even care. I'm looking forward to his next one very, very much. Also, just one positive guy, and I'm in love with this kid, Casey Schmidt. 5 for 18 with 3 doubles in the last 7 days. And you can just see the at-bats are getting better. For an offense that's flailing, he might be the only bright spot right now.
Okay, let's talk about that. Yeah. I mean, I thought that he was the highlight. I picked him. And what he did, he defined that he was going to see cut from a left-hander. Now, if you're a right-handed hitter and your left-handed pitcher's cut, he's going to throw balls at your hands. Mm-hmm. And that ball is going to be a little subtle 3 to 4 inch slide. Not big, but it's got some velocity on it, and it's really difficult to get the bat head on. If you go up there as a right-handed hitter and you try to go deep and you have a long swing, you're going to get your bat back, you're going to get your bat broken, and you're going to have sore thumbs after the game. And you're not going to do anything. You'll make contact, but it is not going to be anywhere close to the sweet spot. So how do you beat it? You go and you think inside out. You think right field. And that's exactly what he did. He got a ball that had a little leakage out over the middle of the plate, whap, right field. That's his first at-bat. I think he did it in a 2-strike count. Mm-hmm. Then he comes up to the next at-bat, stays inside another one, hits a one-hot top spin seed to the shortstop, and Swanson makes a play on it. That's a great at-bat. Then he comes up later in the game, and he hits a bullet to the third baseman. Those are 3 great at-bats. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And what young guys don't often give themselves enough credit for is a great at-bat. If you have 600 at-bats, if you hit the ball hard 250 times, those are the great at-bats. You may only get 100 hits out of it, but you had 250 great at-bats out of 600 ABs in your year. And young players don't seem to understand that. And what Barry Bonds used to say, all you can do is hit the ball hard. After that, you have no control, and you don't. But you hit the ball hard. That's the key. So we're seeing him do that more and more, having an approach that will actually change in the middle of an at-bat. Now, that's a veteran. All of a sudden, that's no longer a rookie brain. That's a guy who's starting to figure stuff out. So I'm excited as to where he's at. His growth is fantastic from the start of the season to where he is now. He's getting better.
Yeah, agreed, totally, and I'm very excited for him and Harrison particularly. Mike, we can't let you go without a thought on Mike, Paulie and I are so into music, and we so many Titans leave us all the time. Heck, we lost the guy from Smash Mouth and Gary
Robbie
Wright
Robertson
from
2 weeks ago from the band.
But Jimmy Buffett, Mike, that was kind of an American icon, and I was we asked Kipe about it, and he said, "Well, Mike was in. I imagine you were. Would you call yourself a parrot head, Mike?"
Oh, hell yeah. Are you kidding me? And, when you get – I mean, I was a California kid, and I was in Chicago, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, Jimmy Buffett was the beach to me, and I missed the beach. And just the whole thing, man, changes in latitudes. I mean, I think I spent most of the offseason in Chicago nibbling on sponge cake. You know, I mean, I just did. I loved everything about the guy. Plus, you know, we played the guitars, we sang all those songs.
Yeah.
They were fun to sing.
Yeah.
I mean, he just was great. And then, you know, I kind of got to know him through the eyes of Tim Flannery.
Oh, wow.
Who got to know him, who got to play with him.
Wow.
And him and Jerry Jeff Walker and Jimmy Buffett. Could you imagine those three in the room?
Oh, nice. Wow. That's awesome.
Losing Jerry Jeff and then now Jimmy Buffett. I mean, it really hurt Flan, man. And but I mean, just to hear, because Flan's a great storyteller. I mean, he's one of the best. And he would tell you stories about Buffett and Jerry Jeff. And Jerry Jeff was at our ballpark a lot. We got to know him, but never really got to know Jimmy Buffett other than through the eyes of Tim Flannery and through the stories of Flannery. And you know, he's a guy who I'd like to have had a couple pops with.
Yeah, for sure.
For
he's
real.
Iconic, and you know, I know you play a lot of tunes, so maybe you guys can get a little Margaritaville going or something.
Already way past that. Way past that.
Good man, Mike. Yeah.
Good stuff. All right, Mike. Well, we'll see what they do today. I mean, you know, listen, they're only a game out, and September awaits. We always say, like, everybody always says, who's going to MVP? Who's going to win Cy Young? I always say that award is won in September. That award is won in September. Well, that playoff spot is determined in September. I mean, that's what the future lies ahead, Mike. It's still out there for them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, they're still relevant, and they've gone through a rough 4 days. I mean, it's been ugly, and we all know, with a capital Y. So be the team that you were in June. It's there. The talent's there. Yeah. Trust each other. Grind your at-bats. Be in control of the one swing or the pitch you're about to throw, and simplify. And stay positive.
There it is. There it is. You just said it right there, Mike. All right. Take care, Mike. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Had a bit.
Mike Krukow on a Tuesday, not a Wednesday. We'll do it tomorrow on a regular spot.
Dude, I wish I could have been a fly on the wall or at least rolling tape on the Flannery Buffett session. That's so freaking cool. Do you know the
Yeah, well, he posted on Facebook.
Okay,
I can give it to you here.
Yeah,
actually.
I'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear the circumstance.
First of all, Flan was here this weekend.
Yeah.
As you know, because we had him on last Thursday.
He's the greatest, Flan.
And those shows went well. You know, Janie McCauley from the AP, she was at Art Spander's party.
Oh, nice.
And she said she was stopping by on her way to see Flan.
Oh, so cool. Nice.
Too, here. So let me give it to you, Paul.
Yeah, thank you, man, because I don't know the story.
Slug, and my phone's a little sluggish.
Well, you take your time, man. You're good. It's your birthday. You can take your time.
Tim Flannery, blah, blah, blah. Here he is.
You say it's Murph's birthday.
Today, we lost a friend, teacher, and legend. Jimmy Buffett passed away. I knew he'd been struggling with health issues, but he was playing shows all the way up to the end. He let me open shows for him. He supported my music on his XM radio station. He encouraged me as a writer and a performer this morning with a heavy heart, a smile, and some tears. I'm headed to play my Bay Area shows and will carry his love for life wherever I go. Rest in peace, friend. Thank you for it all. You made planet Earth a better place to be. Thank you for passing your love for life along to whoever needed it. I'm living on things that excite me. Pastries, lobsters, and love. That's a lyric. R.I.P. I'm living on things that excite me, pastries, lobsters, and love.
That's the kind of diet I aspire to. Seriously.
He also has a picture of him and Buffett on stage.
Wow.
This came in the mail today from Jimmy Buffett's manager. He found it in a file. It was 1989 in Chicago after I played a baseball game against the Cubs at Wrigley.
My God.
Jimmy had me meet him at his hotel after the game. He had a night off in the middle of his tour, so we went to this bar on the river where him and Steve Goodman used to play. Steve Goodman's the guy who wrote Go Cubs Go, that song they sing.
Oh, wow.
When the house band took a break, his band and us, who were partying at a big league level, hit the stage, partying at a big league level. We hit the stage, took over the band's instruments, and rocked a set in front of a jam-packed outside venue on the water. Anyway, I'm so glad I played my years on the road when there wasn't social media. Thanks,
Amen.
Charlie Fernandez, for reminding me of this story today. Oh, the stories we could tell if it all blows up and all goes to hell. I wish that we could sit upon the bed in some hotel and listen to the stories we could tell. It's a song lyric he wrote there. So there it is, him and Buffett.
That's incredible.
In Chicago, impromptu.
Thanks for showing me. I didn't know about that. That's truly incredible, and what a thrill for Flan that must have been. But it also tells you a lot about the guy Jimmy Buffett was. Like, because a lot of musicians see other players as threats. Oh, I don't want to let that guy could make me look bad, or I don't want to jam with this guy. He might maybe look bad. Buffett was like, no, come on up here, man. Bring your guitar. Let's sing. Like that, to me, that says a lot about who he is. That's great.
One of the tributes I read was from one of the guitarists who said, when Buffett met him, he said, "You're the guy trying to take my job." Was it Jack Johnson or somebody? But He said, "Come on, sit down, let's play."
Did he say that? Nice.
Something like that.
Yeah, well, he's like Jimmy Buffett Jr. kind of, right, with his vibe.
With the Hawaiian thing. Yeah. So anyway, man. Good stuff, guys.
Yeah, man. Well, you know what? This is a nice distraction from talking about the Giants not scoring runs.
And Nick Bosa not signing.
Come on, bro.
So Tim Ryan joins us at 8:50. We'll get to the Niners.
We'll get to
obviously,
the
Niners 2.5-point favorites over the Steelers on Sunday. 10 a.m. kickoff on KNBR 104.5 and 680. You don't want to miss it. Will Bosa be there? Will George Kittle play? These are all things we got to talk about as the days get closer. But first, cooler of content next on the Sports Leader.
Wait. Happy birthday, Meat.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Feel the power.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
J.D. Davis stopped by Extra Innings this past weekend with Bill Lasky to talk about the Giants' 4-game losing streak and how the Giants can turn their offense around down this final stretch. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
San Ramon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Ramon's sports leader.
Crank up Murph and Mac's Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Mac's Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, cooler of content post-Labor Day weekend. It was rich. Obviously, Dion and Snoop play a role in all this stuff. We'll get into that in just a second. And thank you, Greg.
Look at Greg.
Saving my butt. Seems like we haven't been able to leave. Thanks, buddy.
It's a big day for Greg Silver. He's kicking ass today. He's done a lot of good things for me, too. Today, yeah. I told him when I first walked in, I go, listen, I got one thing on my mind today. That's signing Nick Bosa. And then I realized that one of my favorite movies and one of my favorite actors, one of my favorite scenes would be Malkovich in Rounders. The money line. I was like, you know what, dude? You got to go cut this and give it to me so I can play it today. Here's the line.
Pay that man his money.
Because that's where I'm coming from at this point. Give him a pen. Here's the line that's dotted. Put your Hancock on that bad boy. And Greg Silver got this done.
Pay that man his money.
So you want the Niners to surrender to his every demand?
Yes.
Okay.
At this point, get his ass on the field.
Okay,
Give him his money. Pay him. That's all. Pay him.
All right. Sunday Night Baseball is our leader in the cooler of content. The Houston Astros were on Sunday Night Baseball. I didn't know who they were playing.
The Yankees, Murph.
The Yankees.
How'd your boys do?
They swept them, Paulie Mac.
Look at you,
3 games in a
finally.
row. They're undefeated in the Jason Dominguez era.
By the way, the Martian.
Very good, man.
I was in a altered state down in Encinitas, and I said, hey, the Martian homered. Nobody knew what I was talking about.
Dude, the Martian has arrived from Earth. 2 home runs.
They've landed.
You didn't know about this. The Yankees have this hot prospect they signed when he was 16. He's so talented that in the Dominican, he was known as El Marciano, the Martian, because he can't be from planet Earth.
Well, somebody get me one of those kazoo helmets with the antennas from the Flintstones.
Okay, so anyway, the Yankees, somebody hit a fly ball down the left field line, and a fan reached over and interfered with it, Steve Bartman style.
I hate that.
And there was a big to-do about it, but Buster Olney went to interview the fan. The fan was there with his son.
Oh, boy.
Turns out this dude was waiting for a mic because this dude had game for days on the audio.
Okay, cool.
Ready for this? This is the fan in Houston getting interviewed by Buster Olney after interfering with the ball.
So tell us about that play and how it developed.
So pretty much, I'm out here with my son. This is our first ever game. We just moved here to Houston literally in January. And I just wanted to make the moment special for him. As a father, I feel like it's my job to make sure that I give him the best moments. I apologize to the Astro organization. I didn't know it. Y'all gotta understand, when it's dropping down, it looked like it's coming directly to you. So I reached, and my body went for what I know. But we did have a wonderful moment.
Okay, so you reach out, and what was the reaction that you heard right after the play was over?
The reaction was shock, disgust, happiness, sweat, a little bit of lust, baby. You feel me? I was in there feeling kind of hurt, but my fingers still shaking a little bit. The ball way heavier with the gravity. I'm not gonna lie to you. Charlie Ray, we're gonna be on TV, baby.
Yeah, this guy started to warm up a little bit. He's yelling at his son. We're going to be on TV. Did he say lust?
Best fan interview of all time.
A little bit of lust, Murph.
He said he was sweat, disgust, happiness, a little bit of lust.
If I'm Houston, I'm thinking about making this guy a correspondent. Give him a mic, give him a label.
Well, we're not done. There's part 2.
Good.
See, he continues to go on.
Okay.
So tell me, it looked like that you went away for a bit, and then you came back. How'd you talk your way back?
So, truthfully, Houston loves me, and I love Houston, and they cannot stop me from supporting the Astros. So what happened was, I almost had to give a pop real quick on them, but they wasn't listening, so I showed some love, and they let me come back. They really were just trying to make sure that I wasn't hurt and that making sure that we didn't go over the rails. So salute to the whole organization, great staff. They made sure that I was healthy and I was enjoying the game. They wasn't even making it serious.
Incredible. The guy said, I think he said asteroids.
He did say asteroids. No, he did. He's the greatest resident of Houston since Rod Brooks.
I think if I'm in Houston, how often are you using the Houston loves me and I love Houston?
You don't get that every day.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they cannot stop me from supporting the Astros.
Listen, let this guy do whatever the hell he
wants.
wants.
Houston loves me and I love Houston.
And I love the asteroids.
At the start there, I think if I'm Jim Crane, our buddy from Pebble Beach, somehow, some way I'm making this guy, I don't know. Does he start the playoff game with a play ball or something?
Jim Crane's got to put this guy, get him on the payroll.
Does he throw out the first pitch before game 1 against the AL Central winning Twins? Here.
So, truthfully, Houston loves me, and I love Houston, and they cannot stop me from supporting the Astros.
That's for Rod Brooks.
Yeah,
that's for
all
Brooksy
day.
right there. All right, well, listen, hey, we told you guys the king of the weekend was Deion Sanders and the Colorado Buffaloes. 3 touchdown underdogs at TCU, and with 86 new players and 53 transfers, nobody gave him a chance except for the incredible passion of Deion. Why don't we jump down to the pregame speech, cut H? If you're not on with the Buffs, this was right before they take the field in the locker room in Fort Worth, about to take on the TCU Horned Frogs.
Usually God give me a word long before this, but he's been holding it. Because it's not about them. This is about us. This has nothing to do with the team that's opposing us. This is about us. This ain't got nothing to do with the naysayers, the unbelievers, the haters, the doubters. This is about us. When we started this journey, we told you it was going to be trying, it was going to be tough, but you endure it because it's about us. That man next to you is a miracle. That man next to you is a believer. That man next to you is a go-getter. That man next to you is a dog. That man next to you is somebody who wants this thing. That man next to you is somebody who believes. That man next to you is somebody that got to have it today. We ain't got tomorrow. We got now. We ain't got next. We got now. We ain't coming no more. Since y'all know we here, give me my theme music.
You know what? Save that clip forever, Marcus.
Honest to
Give me
goodness,
my music.
I don't think I've ever heard a better. I mean, Kurt Russell and Miracle. It's right up there.
We don't
like
want
top
next.
5
Yeah,
pregame speeches of all time.
Awesome.
Dude, Billy Bob Thornton called from Friday Night Lights and he's jealous. He's jealous. He wants to know, where's Booby Miles? Can Booby Miles come play for Colorado?
Now give me my music.
Give me my theme music.
I want to know the rest of that song.
Me
too. Somebody
too.
wrote in and said, give us the rest.
I
That's
know
where
they're
it
like
cuts
complaining.
off.
Yeah.
That's where it cuts off. I don't know the tune. Do you know the tune, Waterboy?
You know what it reminds me of, Murph?
Okay.
Yeah, it's like that Saints thing, right, from back in the day.
This right here, boys, is the Yin Yang Twins.
Yeah.
Halftime.
I can't say enough right now about your performance. Okay.
Come on.
Okay.
Yeah, dude, let's go.
Okay.
Let's go. You know what, Dion? Sign me up. I'm in.
Give me my theme music.
Yeah. Bro, I'm feeling this.
Honest to goodness, I think I'm going to root for Colorado over UCLA. I honestly think. His team in the first half showed more cojones, entertainment value, guts, charisma, competitive desire than anything Chip Kelly's done in 6 years at UCLA. It's incredible.
Maybe could Dion come and do this whole routine for the Giants in the clubhouse?
Wow, there it is. Hey, can you give me the 0902A?
That man next to you is a dog.
So Travis Hunter, get to know him, guys. He plays receiver and corner like Dion. He's basically baby Dion. And he had over 100 yards receiving, and he had a goal line pick that changed the game. And he also dropped 2 long balls they just missed by a second. So here's Dion at halftime going into the locker room. He gets this one out. This immediately goes viral, too. Here, yeah.
I like our chances. Our guys are motivated. They're ready. They're energized, and they're ready to play some football.
Travis Hunter, as advertised, over 60 snaps. How do you keep him fresh in the second?
He is him. We missed him on 2 deep balls. He get those 2 deep balls. The Heisman is at his crib chilling right now. God bless.
Thanks, Coach.
Yeah. If he gets those 2 deep balls, the Heisman is at his crib chilling right now.
Yeah.
God bless. And he took off. So now, like, we were watching it down in Encinitas all hungover and crazy and stuff. And, dude, we started getting enthralled. Nobody left the living room at our beach house. We were all just buff crazy. And we were like, we're not the only ones, because guess who else was buff crazy? Oh, just a guy named Snoop Dogg sitting at home filming himself watching a replay of a key interception by a Colorado Buff and expressing his pleasure here.
Dion got players out there, baby. Y'all better watch the out. Primetime Sanders coming to get your ass. Let's go, Dion. Who said you can't? You ain't hard to find. Let's go, Primetime. Pick that up. Safety. Ugh, that was gangster, cub. Let's go, Brian. He's the only kid that stayed from Colorado. Way to stay down, baby. Stay there. Let's go. Primetime.
Paulie, when you've got, remember you say when you lost Cronkite, you've lost the nation.
Right.
When you have Snoop, you have the nation.
No question.
How about the back-to-back when he says, "Who said you can't?" And then he followed it with, "You ain't hard to find."
Great line.
Yeah.
You ain't hard to find.
That's why these guys are masters of the English language.
Yeah.
Like guys like Snoop.
Well, that's why he's on the mic. Yeah.
I'm
Who said you can't?
give him the mic.
You ain't hard to find. Let's go, Primetime.
You ain't hard.
And as they're showing the replay, that kid is making the interception. He just drops a pick that ass off.
Yeah, totally.
Pick that off.
It's really funny because it's a replay. It's like, yeah, we know he's going to do it.
Yes.
Pick that ass off.
How are you going to transition to Chip Kelly now after hearing all this excitement?
Get me started.
Who are you playing next week, by the way?
San Diego State.
All right.
Probably
Shout out the
lose, too.
Aztecs and San Diego Mike.
Well, we have a great quarterback, and he's not even playing. Anyway, don't get me started.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was awesome.
Boom.
Now, Dion, though, he does, the media is always the enemy now. Because after the game, it's not as warm and fuzzy. He's kind of getting combative with the reporters now.
All right.
Turning the media into the enemy.
Nice,
Here it is.
nice.
What's up, boss? You believe that? You hold on. Oh no. Do you believe in that? Huh? Oh no. I read through that bull junk you wrote down. I read through that. I sifted through all that. Yeah. Oh no. Come on. Do you believe? You don't believe. You just answered it. You don't believe. Next question.
Tell him, Prime. You tell him, man. I love it.
By the way, I've never heard bull junk in my life.
Well, he censored himself. Yeah, you're right. Good
I kind of
call.
like bull junk.
Bull junk? Give me your bull junk.
He said, I sifted through that. That was a great line. I sifted through that.
Shout out Nirvana sifting. Yeah.
Oh no. I read through that bull junk you wrote down. I read through that. I sifted through all that.
Bull junk. You're sifting.
I sifted through it.
Wow.
Fantastic. And all the way, by the way, last one is Richie Aurelia. Don't forget he was a Giant in 1995.
I remember that. Yeah.
And they were showing some of the highlights last night, making running catches, going first to third.
Look good in the Giant uni.
Hitting bombs.
Maybe if Gabe Kapler saw Dion.
The thought was they got him in August of 95. It was that he would re-sign with the Niners.
No question. I remember the whole shebang.
And it's funny, while watching some of those highlights during the Giants games yesterday, I was like, 52 games, 8 bombs, 285s, high 700 OPS. I could use Dion in the middle of the lineup right now.
You ain't
For
kidding.
real.
You ain't kidding.
And how about Richie Aurelia going on the post game with Laura Britt?
Yeah, I was
saying
watching that. That was cool.
Something we didn't expect.
Yeah.
Fast forwarding a little bit that year, I remember first of all, I pinch ran for Deion Sanders in a game, which...
No offense,
dude,
Richie, but what?
The only guy I was ever going to pinch run for was probably Benji Molina.
What?
And that's not saying much, but I pinch ran.
How? What
I think
happened?
we were playing the Expos, and Pedro Martinez was pitching. We were getting blown out, so he got on base in the 8th or something, and they put me in. I think that was my first appearance in a game, was as a pinch runner for Deion Sanders.
Man, I mean, never, right? Pinch runner for Deion Sanders. By the way, he told a story also that the Giants had come out of the strike, I think, that year, and they opened down in spring training, and they played the AAA team, and Richie was there. And when Richie said he got to the clubhouse, Deion congratulated him on making the big, said, "I remember you. I hit a ball in the hole and thought I had a base hit, and you threw me out."
Wow, nice.
He said, "Respect."
Nice.
Deion sees it all, man. Deion's the only guy, for all you kids out there, he hit a home run in Major League Baseball and scored a touchdown in an NFL game like within 3 days of each other. First guy ever to do that. He also played in a NFL game and a World Series game on the same day.
There's a 30 for 30
on the
about
same
that.
day.
I highly recommend it. All the 30 for 30s are great, but that one too, they show him getting the IV like on the plane.
On private jet.
Yeah.
From the NFL game to the night game at the World Series.
As far as like the human body goes, like that's an incredible accomplishment.
People always say Bo Jackson is easily the best athlete.
What about
I don't know.
Deion, dude.
I mean, yes, Bo was amazing, but why isn't Deion right next to him?
That's a great
and
question.
I don't hear Bo saying, that man next to you is a miracle.
Yeah.
That man next to you is a dog.
No, that was really...
Bo saying, give me my theme music.
Not even kidding you when I say listening to all that stuff from Deion, like I started getting fired up in the middle of that.
Is.
Now give me my music.
Now, when's the backlash? It's got to be coming. You know what I mean?
Listen,
it's got to be
you
coming.
do anything in the world, you're going to get backlash.
They
I cure cancer, there'll be a backlash.
We'll see if
Murph lowered beer prices, there was a backlash.
True
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. True story.
I could do that.
That's a great call.
There's always a backlash.
Well, there's your cooler of content.
Thanks,
and
man.
Hey, it's time to start talking 49er football with Tim Ryan at 8:50 on
Let's
KNBR
go.
104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
Prime time. Yeehaw! Give me my theme music.
All right, let's talk about Provident Credit Union with another fantastic money-saving tip. All right, and this time we got a limited time offer from Provident Credit Union you don't want to miss. We are introducing the Pick a Term certificate from Provident. It's all about investing on your own terms with the flexibility to choose your own investment period. Yep, with the Pick a Term certificate, you call the shots. Yep, you can select a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term share certificate and enjoy an impressive annual percentage yield of 4.5%, one of the most competitive rates on the market right now. So, whether you're saving up for a short-term goal or aiming for a long-term investment, this certificate offers you the financial freedom you need to take control of your savings. But remember, this incredible offer does not last forever, so do not wait. Grow your savings today. That rate is effective September 1st, 2023. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalty may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit providentcu.org for terms and conditions.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Give me my theme music.
Yeah.
Honest to goodness.
Damn.
Who's not down with the Colorado Buffaloes right now?
This has basically made my entire morning.
It's incredible that Dion, too, is in Colorado. Because, like, the riff on Colorado is REI, hiking,
Dan Fogelberg,
snowboarding.
you know what I'm saying?
Like, I didn't think Dion as a Boulder guy. It's like it's
like a hippie destination, Boulder, Colorado.
And they were a down program too. And now
give me my hippies.
They are going to be the hottest. How many stars are you going to see wearing Colorado hats? By the way, did you see the stars who came out for Lionel Messi yesterday in LA?
No, hit me with some names.
Oh, dude. Well, first of all, I saw Owen Wilson brought his family out. And I was wondering, by the way, does Owen Wilson count as a big enough star that Lionel Messi has to go over and kiss the ring?
No. I said no.
He did, though.
I'd say Messi's a bigger star than Owen Wilson, actually. I really would. I'm not kidding. No joke.
Paulie, Messi is 10,000 times the star that Owen Wilson is. But I don't even think. I think if I'm Messi, I'm like, Owen Wilson, you got to come to me. But he went over and was trying to say hi to his kids or something. And dude, there's like a mob scene. All right, Prince Harry, I don't care. Leo DiCaprio, dude. DiCaprio, of course. Selena Gomez. How do you feel about that?
No,
you got Tyga, a rapper named Tyga. You guys know him?
Yeah, we know him, Murph.
Why are you laughing?
I don't know. It's just funny the way you said it.
I said it.
Tyga, do you know him? Yeah, I've heard of him, Murph. Bueller.
I said Prince Harry. Oh, Ed Norton. Does he count?
I was just watching an Ed Norton movie, actually. I just saw him.
Coach Beard from Lasso. He was there.
That's a lot of names.
Owen Wilson.
Said that one twice.
There you go.
Yeah.
Now, this game was out in Miami or is it in L.A.?
It was in L.A. That's the whole point.
Damn. I was hoping it was out in Florida so we can get a checkup on Nick Bosa.
Where you see?
So here's 707. The Giants did not lower beer prices. They just sell a smaller beer that is cheaper than the normal size one. Talk about bait and switch. LOL.
As I said, there's the backlash. There it is. I don't know what else you want from anybody in this world anymore.
925 said, I thought Dion said, give me my Fig Newton. Is that an ad or something? Is that something? I don't know what that means. 895 says, you guys got to watch the Manning Cast auditions video. So that was in our cooler of content. Should we get to it now? Because the guy says we got to watch it.
Can't be better than that Dion sound.
Yeah, it can't be.
Nothing really can be.
510 says, Deion Sanders channeling Kenny Rogers and Sheena Easton. We've got tonight. Who needs tomorrow?
Not a bad track.
I believe Seeger original.
That's correct. That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Silver Bullet Band.
925. What's more of a lifeless regime? UCLA year 6 with Chip Kelly or Farhan Zaidi year 5?
Well, you're the man who can speak to both.
Wow. By the way, somebody checked in and said it was Sammy Hagar to whom Jimmy Buffett said, you're the guy trying to take my job.
Okay, well, now that makes sense because Sammy Hagar's kind of turned into this kind of party host, party meister guy, like where he has cocktails on stage and the whole Cabo Wabo. Like, that's a good call. It is very Buffett-esque, his whole theme
Buffett then said, get your guitar out, let's play.
Yeah, totally. Because I ain't threatened by you, Curls.
He said, let me get my flip-flops on and my shorts.
Now, by all accounts, Hagar's like the greatest guy. You ever run into him up there in your hood?
Oh, he's been very nice to the town.
No question.
Anyway. Oh, and 408 ends it by saying, in honor of that Houston fan, I would name Asteroids as a top 10 video game of all time. I'm going to say yes.
I always suck at Asteroids. I wasn't good at that one.
We are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care closer than you think. We have just been basically killing time this morning.
Waiting for
until we got to Tim Ryan.
They cannot stop me from supporting the Asteroids.
There it is. Tim Ryan, our first hit of the season. Niners at Steelers Sunday. Nick Bosa, not in the building yet. Tim Ryan next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for muscles.
Yeah, it's just your standard, chest and tries, back and buys.
Metal.
Ronnie James Dio. I'll go Dio. The last in a line.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Now here's 49ers color commentator Tim Ryan with Murph and Matt. Sponsored by
Dignity Health. When it comes to healthcare with kindness, choose Dignity Health. Hello, human kindness.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Come on. Well, hey, man, we've been basically we've been waiting, just killing time all summer till we get to our first Tim Ryan hit of the season, man.
That's what it's about. Dude, we dusted off the Dio records.
No, wait, my brother. How are you?
Let's go, baby.
Oh, Mac, Daddy, Murph, birthday bomber. Happy birthday to you, man.
Thanks, bro. You and me, you're same day, right? Aren't you today or tomorrow?
No. I am coming up September 8th, but you're a Virgo, bro, so I knew I liked you. I knew right from the start.
What does that mean about it?
Mac Daddy's probably a Scorpio if I know him.
He is a Cancer?
That's correct.
Yeah.
I'm a moon child, man. I'm a hippie.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. That's good. I'll take that. You guys good?
Whatever sign that gives you good leaf and good tunes. That's what sign Paulie is.
That would be my sign, yeah.
Hey, I got to have it.
He's all about the flower.
I am. I'm about the sweet leaf. Yeah.
Keep us all relaxed, man. Hey, man, it was so great to see you so briefly at camp this summer, but it was good to see you. And I know, obviously, we're going to talk a lot about Bosa, but one of the things that you were talking to us is one of the stories of the camp was you said, dudes, I think Darnold is here to stay.
Yeah.
And I guess we'll start by asking you, well, first of all, it's just great to be talking to you. And second of all, just the quarterback situation and how that played out. Brock's the dude, Trey's in Dallas.
Yeah.
And we haven't even talked to you since the Trey trade. Empty the brain. What do you got, Tim?
Well, there's not a lot in there, but I'll give you what I got. Look, a couple things. Unfortunate for Trey and for everybody. When you draft a guy that high with the number 3 overall pick and you give up all the draft equity and capital that you had for him, you want it to work out. Clearly, he's got to be the guy. He's got to be the franchise guy. I give the 49ers credit for taking a swing at it and going for it and seeing those skill sets, although being raw and thinking, you know what, we can turn this guy into what we're looking for. Not to mention, his multi-talented skill sets with being able to run the ball and do all the things that really put pressure on a defense. Unfortunately for him, when the opportunity presented itself, he couldn't stay healthy. First started Arizona, got hurt trying to run in on the goal line, hurt his knee. Then the finger injury, then came back against Houston and actually, I thought showed marked improvement in that game. And then we know how it turned out in year number 2 for him when the Seattle debacle happened. So I feel bad for him, unfortunate for those injuries. I'll tell you, I had mixed feelings, and I know, look, you get relief financially. I get it. And that's obviously the carrot here for the franchise. But I had mixed feelings when I heard it because I hate to see, because he was a good teammate and a good person, and I thought he handled it all from all the, and there's so much damn pressure. You think about this franchise, the history of the quarterback play, a team that's right there in the Super Bowl window when you consider what's happened over the last 3 years in a Super Bowl and 3 NFC championship games. And a lot of those guys, as you know, when you get drafted that high, you go to a crappy team and you have growing pains. It's a team that was, down there at the bottom, and you have growing pains with guys and learn how to play and change the culture and make a lot of mistakes. And eventually the good ones have counter moves and they fight their way out of it. Because of all those circumstances, he never really had the opportunity to do that, and a boatload of pressure comes with it to play to the contract, to play what the expectations are. And it didn't happen. Having said all that, he's not the first, and then to compound that, the other 2 guys are better. I mean, Brock Purdy, the miracle that he is this offense is about delivering the mail, being a mailman, knowing the zip code and deliver the mail accurately on time. Make sure you get it in the right mailbox. You guys have seen some of those mailboxes. Those slots are pretty tight. They're
a little thin, yeah.
I mean, they don't all open from the front and pull down and you drop the mail in with all the with all the advertisements.
The old school mailbox is gone.
I had a mailbox one time. I couldn't even get the damn things out. You got to squeeze them into that slice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Brock is, and Kyle said it, the real deal. And in terms of being a quarterback, the way that he processes the information, makes the read, delivers the ball accurately, and then has enough ability and short area quickness to extend plays and play playground football. So, the story is him coming back and being healthy and being able to do this thing right from the get-go, and had a terrific camp despite being on a bit of a pitch count. You could tell from that very first throw that I call it the synthetic slingshot. There's an 1.5 inch piece of synthetic fiber that's holding his elbow together for that UCL ligament. And that synthetic slingshot is fine. You could tell from the very first throw, the day he was cleared, the first day, he just ripped it. I go, whoa. I looked at the doctor, I go, no surprise to you guys, and no surprise to them because he was fully cleared and they had been watching him. Sammy Darnold, Slinging Sammy, he's just got more experience, his arm talent. He's got more mobility than you think. That guy's like a human jugs machine. No, he can be running to his left, throw to his left across his body, and it's got high velocity, big spin, tight spiral, and a very catchable ball. So, at the end of the day, they brought him in to compete for the number 2 spot with Trey, and Trey was number 1 through all of OTAs, and Sam started to separate himself. And then when it got real and there were defenses out there, especially ours, which isn't easy because they know every damn play. And that's part of why Brock Purdy got so much better last year when he was running the scout team is this defense, they know what you're running. So Brock would have to play, tricks with the linebackers and look them off and look this way and know when he's coming back to the end cut to the other side or whatever the process of the play was. And that elevated his game, and it got the respect of the defense. A lot of scout team guys are just going to go out there and throw checkdowns, and the defense doesn't get better, and the scout team quarterback doesn't get better. So it's unfortunate it didn't work out for Trey and for the team, and because, again, and I know his teammates hated to see him go, just the person that he is. But at the end of the day, the relief off the books, especially for next year, you got a quarterback room right now that's all 3 guys combined, and Brandon Allen can play now. He knows the system. Again, he's a mailman. He knows where to go with the ball. You got a room that's probably combined under $6 million. That's like a quarter and a half a play or a game and a half a play for Jalen Hurts. That's for the whole year. So let's hope the Bosa deal can get compounded, off some of that. And again, most of that money's freed up for next year and in the coming years. But let's hope that has a ripple effect on Big Nick getting in here ASAP.
No kidding.
There it is, man. Bosa.
Let's get into it.
What do we do?
Yeah.
So, the Niners haven't had a Kittle, Debo, Trent. They all got it done before this time. So what's your read, man? What's going on? And I guess the real question is what effect it has.
He's got Aaron Donald's agent, I think. Yeah. I'm not sure about that. But, and again, I don't think anybody's talking to Nick I don't think, people are calling him. And I think everybody wants to, but you respect his privacy, you respect what he's going through. He's in a unique situation this is a huge deal. And there's a lot to it in terms of the structure of the whole contract. So it's not easy to put together. But it sounds like, and again, just reading between the lines, and I've talked to nobody up there, it sounds like his agent is going to be hell-bent on him making more money than Aaron Donald in every phase. I don't know if that's true or not. And I know money goes up every year, and it's just it's unfortunate. Let me just say that if he ends up missing a game or two, and I'm for a player getting every single dollar he can get. But at the end of the day, it's, to me, a good negotiation is like nobody's really happy. Everybody's like, you got to give and take a little bit.
Yeah.
And I hope that they can come to those terms because we're running out of time for this week 1 matchup at Pittsburgh.
That's the thing.
And, you look at their offensive line, and that's where their challenges are when you look at them. Now, my thought on this Steelers team is they're going to try to run it, and they're going to try to get the ball out of their hand against this defense. And that plays right into the 49ers' skill sets with those linebackers. And and they call it the kill zone. Make them throw it underneath and rally up and kill it. I almost want to call it the morgue because nobody seems to get out of there alive with Fred Warner and Greenlaw absolutely lighting people up and ripping at the ball and the safeties flying up. But, and that's all about the fast pass and getting the ball out of the quarterback's hand quick and moving the sticks. We know the Steelers, if you watched them in the preseason and you studied them last year, have made a big-time concerted effort to get the ball down the field. And I don't think there was anybody better in the preseason than Kenny Pickett to those wideouts, throwing those deeper shots and, getting it 20 yards past the line of scrimmage in the air. And if Nick's not there rushing the corner, because there's nobody that can block him one-on-one, it might change their attack, and they might be taking some shots and trying to get out. They got dynamic elite receivers, and we love Charvarius Ward. Ambry Thomas is probably going to have to play some. He's gotten better, had a very big camp. Demo Lenore, an ascending player, certainly coming up last year, especially in the playoffs. But Deontay Johnson, that guy is a route running machine and creates instant separation. Pickens can go get the ball anywhere. So no Bosa maybe changes what their attack is going to be, when they take the field on Sunday. But it's going to be a challenge, man, and it's a challenge for the players. Now the players have got tunnel vision. You just got to play like he's injured, and if he's not there, he's not there. You go out and you do your job. It'll make it tougher for Steve Wilkes, the new defensive coordinator. When Bosa's on the field, it changes how people are going to protect. You can predict where the protections are going and thus be able to attack the weak spots of the protection with an extra rusher or a blitzer or however you're going to do it. But it makes it more difficult for everybody, clearly, when the defensive MVP is not going to be on the field. So where are we at? Tuesday today? We're running out of time. I don't know how many Fred Deans there are in the world that can sign on Saturday and have 6 sacks on Sunday.
And Tim Smokes.
And then have a Marlboro in the locker room.
I was just going to say, and then fire up a few butts.
How many of those guys are out there?
No.
Hey, so you said a game or two, maybe. I'm like, should Niner fans prepare? That's very realistic.
I don't know because I'm not. I mean, this thing could happen today.
Right.
I'm just waiting for a flash to come across my phone that says Bosa ends, holdout deal is done.
Right.
Yes. So I think the only people that can really predict it are the people that are involved in the negotiation with Prague and John and everybody that's AP. Everyone's trying to work this deal out, and then Nick's side, when they're going to be able to come to terms. But I know, it was the last all summer long and through training camp that no worries, we'll get the deal done. Well, I think that ideally the deal would have been done right after the Denver game for everybody. Nick wouldn't have played in the final preseason game. He could have come in and had that week of practice, the buffer week, not play against the Chargers, have the buffer week, which was last week, to kind of find his groove a little bit, find his slot, and then this week, the game preparation. Again, football is not, to me, now I was never the athlete, and I mean, what that guy is in terms of a specimen and what his skill sets are, but to me, football was always, it was like anything else. You needed to find your groove. It's different. The bodies move when you're going against 300-pound men versus you've been going against air all offseason that are in pads. It's a different dynamic. There's some wrinkles in this defense, and credit to Steve Wilkes, came in and really adopted the entire terminology of this defense. He learned it all. So there's, all the language is the same, but there are some wrinkles, I'm sure, to this defense and how they're going to do things. And you would love to have had some practice to be able to do that for Nick before the first game.
We're talking to Tim Ryan. We do it every Monday, but today, obviously being the holiday, we start off the season. He's already talked about the Steelers and the problems they present 10 a.m. at Sunday. It's on, of course, KNBR 104.5 and 680. You'll hear Tim and Greg on the call. It'll be so awesome. But we're also talking about Nick Bosa maybe not being there, and like we said, going minute by minute on this kind of deal. So, Tim, you mentioned the players and just about how, and like you said, as an old player, you want him to get everything he can get. Is there any time where the players are like, hey, man, now we need you in here? Or do you always ride with the players saying, get all you can Do you just come when you need to come?
I think there's an unwritten rule that says get all you can, but I can promise you if this team starts out 1-3 and that Super Bowl expectation is, and now look, who knows because of the way this team finishes strong in the back end of the season.
Mm-hmm.
That's the silver lining here. Remember how they started last year and then 12 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they will never stop believing until they're mathematically out of it, especially the way this team finishes. But there's got to be, at least in my mind, guys that are going, wait a minute now. This is now going to affect all of us in the window that we're sitting in right now. So, the code is get all you can, and then the other part of your brain saying get your ass in here. You're letting us down. Come on, man. Mm-hmm. Let's go. What's it about? Mm-hmm. So I'm sure there's some curiosity there, but you won't ever hear it.
You know what's funny, Tim, is Murph and I have been talking the last week or so about last season and about how they, frankly, lost a couple games I don't think they really should have, and I'm sure the players would say the same thing. I'm thinking Chicago. I'm thinking Atlanta.
Well, you think of the Chicago game, at the end of the day, Mac, they all count the same. It's one game of 17, and that prevented them, and that was not a good game on either side of the ball, and prevented them from being the number one seed and everything going through Levi's. If you want to size it up that way, you certainly can.
Well, that's why we feel like there should be, and there probably is going to be, a greater emphasis on taking care of business early on. Yes, they do finish strong, but if you're looking at Philly and you're looking at San Francisco, it's probably the two premier teams in the conference. That home field is going to be determined by games like this where people are thinking, there's a lot in front of us. But like you said, Tim, they all count, man.
Yep, they all count the same, and we know what Levi's is in terms of a home field advantage. Levi's gets lit, and then opponents get lit up. So we definitely got to keep that going. There's no doubt this is going to be a tough look. I don't remember when it was, early in the season, maybe the 14 season, went to Pittsburgh. It might have been week 2 and got, run out of the place.
Right.
I think Antonio Brown had 250 yards receiving, couldn't stop him. It was ridiculous. Tough place to play, great franchise. They were outstanding in the preseason. The 49ers have not always started great in terms of the run game because there's so much to it, so many complexities and details to the run game, and 5 guys playing as a band of brothers and playing together. I've said this before. The run game is so good and so detailed when it's humming and when everyone's playing together because of those complexities. Everyone always talks with the 49ers about the shifts and the window dressing and the motions, and man, really put it on a defense, and now they've got to adjust. And then you make a call to the final adjustment. But when they adjust, and a lot of the runs, everything just changed for all 5 guys up front. Now their attack angle changed. Now the aiming point just changed on who they're blocking. Maybe where the ball is being run, which hole it's being run into, just changed all in the defensive adjustment. So there's so much to it. And again, it's all 5 of those guys playing together, and we got one new guy out there in Colton McKivitz, who I anticipate is going to be fine. But they'll have their hands full this week in the run matchup because the Steelers can play the run. They got big Cam Hayward, who's just the old dog hasn't lost a step, and they play the 3-4 defense, 3 down linemen, 2 outside backers on the line of scrimmage. So there will be opportunities to run. Especially out on the edges, because I like those matchups against, T.J. Watt's a great rusher. Highsmith is a great rusher. But they're not really built to set the edge consistently against Trent Williams and especially Trent and Colton McKivitz. So there will be opportunities to run, but there's no doubt the strength of that defense is because everything seems to have changed behind them with the exception of Minka Fitzpatrick. You got to get past that front line, those 5 guys with their hand on the ground.
Tim, a few more minutes here as we get ready for that game. Who would if indeed Bosa's not there? It's Drake Jackson and Cleve Ferrell. I think it's Ferrell.
Cleve Ferrell.
Yeah.
Yep. And Kerry Hyder will play, quite a bit. Austin Bryant will play quite a bit. And look, Cleve Ferrell to me and Drake Jackson. It's year number 2 for him. We raved about the offseason he had on. He put on, a whole. Hyperalloy combat chassis on that body. He spent more time in the weight room than anybody, and he certainly looks the part. Had a hamstring in training camp, hopefully, and he's clear to that. So hopefully that doesn't pop back up. But he's got to have a big year. His first step is wicked good. So they need him to have a big year and to take a huge step forward. And then Cleve Hurl, to me, is, I mean, the guy's just a blue-collar mechanic. And if you give a guy like that with skill sets, remember he was the number 4 or number 5 overall pick for the Raiders. Out of Clemson, where he was a 2-time captain. He brings all the intangibles. You put a guy like that trying to rehab his career with Chris Kasarik and Darryl Tapp, the defensive line coaches, forget it. His game is going to ascend. So I feel very, very good about the depth, in terms of the defensive ends. But there's nobody that does it like the defensive MVP in Bosa with what he does in terms of the game and his hand-eye coordination and slapping the hands and getting around the edge. Got the power to pick 330-pound tackles up and Colton Miller throw them into the lap of the quarterback to win games. So that guy's not on the roster. That guy needs to get here.
Yep. For sure. All right, man. Well, listen, you in Pittsburgh, it's Steelers, Niners. I mean, come on, man. That's all we need is one guy.
Sunday. The Hargrave digger.
Yeah, there it is, man. I can't wait.
Yeah, man.
We're looking so forward to your calls, and then a little bit of a flight back, and then we will talk to you Monday morning. We'll hear with Pop. You do the hour with Papa in London on Thursday?
I do Thursday with Pop, and then Friday afternoon with the boys. And then I'll be back on with you guys Monday from here going out.
Love it, man.
I can't freaking wait.
But
We're just fired up, man. This is the time, and we just need one last guy to get in. And like you said, just keep checking your phone every minute.
That's it.
All right?
You guys are awesome. Happy birthday, Murph.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Timmy.
man.
And you.
Hey, I wanted to ask you, how old are you today?
56.
Lawrence Taylor. Yeah.
So we're the same age. I was born 3 days after you. I just want to know, did Murph do the Smurf in the 80s?
Yeah. Sure, I did.
I knew it. Yeah. Charlie Mack was banging his head, and we were smurfing all over.
You ain't kidding, man. You ain't kidding. Hey, next.
Yeah. Oh, you know it, Timmy. You know it. Oh, that's hilarious. Hey, happy birthday Friday, buddy.
Thanks, bro. You guys be good, and I'll talk to you on Monday.
There is Tim Ryan. Hey, man, listen, you can hear it in his voice. You got to get 97 in the building, man.
I didn't know that you guys are both the same age. Would you be willing to grow out one of those Tim Ryan ponytails that he's rocking now? Because if you haven't seen Tim Ryan in a while,
absolutely,
he's coming at you now with a mane.
Don't
Wait till you
forget,
see him.
when we both turned 50, I had a little moment.
Yeah.
I was like, you know what? I'm taking the day off. I never do anything for myself. I'm taking the day off, and I'm going to. Candace and I hiked up to the West Point Inn. So I saw him the next day, and I said, hey, man, I know you're turning 50 in a couple days. You and I, we're birthday bros, man. And
that's right, bro.
I said, I did, you sit and you pause for a minute, right, when you turn 50? And he looked at me and goes, no, man, I'm not pausing for us.
That's it.
And that was it. Then he went down the hallway.
What else?
Okay, we got Jesse Rogers to talk a little bit about the Giants and Major League Baseball pennant race from ESPN next on the Sports Center.
I knew it.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Wade Meckler stopped by Talking Baseball with Marty Lurie this weekend to talk about his path to the big leagues after being drafted in last year's 2023 MLB draft. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Great job, brother.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Mountain View, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Mountain View's sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Just letting it play, baby. Paul, I just wanted to get you that mood. Put your flip-flops on, Paul.
I appreciate this. I'm actually really feeling the Buffett today. Big time. And I don't know that much about him, but you're guiding me through it. I'm digging this.
Here you go. Here's your chorus.
Okay.
That's what we're looking for with Nick Bosa. Changes in latitudes, changes in attitudes.
Yeah.
Hey, man, this guy, he touched a lot of people. There was a big, big outpouring when Jimmy Buffett left us at the age of 76 over the weekend. So you guys know how we are with musical. And also locally, Steve Harwell of Smash Mouth died at the age of 56.
What the hell's going on?
56? Uh-oh.
Too many people.
Anyway, he is, of course, he was a local guy down in San Jose. They were out of San Jose, and Walking on the Sun was that big hit. And then, of course, their Twitter accounts now very active on Giants, Niners, and Warriors. Totally. I think it's their manager, and he listens to KNBR all the time.
Yeah.
So Smash Mouth, our condolences.
Yeah,
on
very
the loss
much.
of Steve Harwell. And then, of course, Jimmy Buffett, though, is one of those international icons who left us after a great life, probably a couple years too soon.
I never
Probably
saw him
A Pirate
live.
Looks at 40 would be one of those melancholy tunes. We played Come Monday earlier and Margaritaville.
I will say this, that the New York Times ran a really beautiful, lengthy obituary, and I learned a lot about him just by reading that piece. And I recommend everybody else do. If you can look it up online, check it out, because it's very informative and seemed like a really good dude. And seeing the people come out of the woodwork, like you said, you do Paul McCartney singing his praises, which is, I mean, there's no higher praise than Paul McCartney.
Everybody. McCartney, Sammy Hagar, Jack Johnson, on and on and on. Tim Flannery.
Yeah.
So, anyway, that's what's going on. But anyway, Nick Bosa not back with the team, and we're sitting here saying, what is going on? Now you got to wrap your head around the very real possibility that he's not there Sunday.
See, that's the thing. I forget who I think it was Greg Papa, actually, a couple of weeks ago. He was the first voice I heard say, like, just be prepared to not have Nick Bosa in Pittsburgh, because I hadn't been thinking like that.
Well, if Papa's saying it, then there's a pretty good chance that's coming from inside the building.
He's the first guy that I heard say that. And then ever since then, that whole idea has kind of gathered a lot of momentum. And then even today, like you heard Tim Ryan go, guys, listen, there's no guarantees with anything. The sooner the better. He could miss more than one game. And I hate the thought of that.
Tim even suggested, game 2.
Yes.
Week 4.
There's no guarantees here, man.
And Chris Jones of Kansas City has not signed. Some people thought, well, as soon as Chris Jones signs, Bosa will sign. He hasn't signed. And he has a game Thursday. The Chiefs play the Lions Thursday. So if I'm a Chiefs fan, I'm thinking there's no way.
Well, my whole feeling at this point, I mean, I was riffing earlier today with Malkovich helping me out.
Pay that man his money.
But I really believe that. Pay him. In fact, I'm looking at the Mike Silver piece here. Here's the headline. In Nick Bosa's contract stare down with the 49ers, management needs to cave. Well, I kind of agree. Like, just give the guy his deal and get him on the field.
First of all, we talked earlier about Bosa's family history. His great-great-grandfather or great-grandfather was the head of the Chicago outfit Italian crime syndicate.
Whoa, you talking Italians?
Although, Senator, I do believe there is no such thing as organized crime.
There's no such thing as the mafia.
But anyway,
that's what you're supposed to say.
You don't really negotiate with those people. You don't. I mean, you lose those. Lose those negotiations.
Yeah.
What happens? So,
generally speaking.
And so Bosa's camp is going to be like, we're going to go to the end. We know what leverage we have. And now I start looking, I got to be honest now, guys. I mean, I know this guy's I know he had the celebrated incident in 2014 when he came on the air after Harbaugh. And then he hired Kyle and John. Well, first it was Tom Sula and Chip Kelly. Then he hired Kyle and John.
Yeah.
And then since then, Kyle and John have gotten the Niners into winners. And they drafted George Kittle, and they drafted Fred Warner. They traded for Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey, and all these things happened.
Yes.
But this goes now to Jed. Jed, you don't want to turn back into that guy.
No.
You know what I mean?
And
that
Jed,
guy, the pre-Kyle and John Jed.
And to be fair and to give Jed his due and his due credit, like, he has taken care of all the big play. Like, he's taking care of his guy. He took care of Kittle. He took care of Debo last year. Now, but it's time for him to take care of, in my opinion, the best player on his roster on either side of the ball. That's 97. That's Nick Bosa. And I really wonder what this is about at this point. You know where he wants to be?
Well, it gets complex at a certain level. There's these things called exercisable option clauses.
You have those in your deal, right? That's a job kidding.
Remember,
Yeah.
I told you I'm going to hire that guy.
I can't wait to meet him.
And they have to do with the Niners putting a date of April 1st where they can decide whether or not they want to guarantee your next year, and it really puts the player at a disadvantage. So it can't just be a number. There's things like that.
Okay.
Clauses like that.
Clause
the
it
Niners
up.
want to.
Clause it
But
up.
the Niners need to realize all animals are equal.
Except for Nick Bosa.
Except for Nick Bosa.
There are some guys
That's
that
what I'm saying.
deserve exceptional treatment. I really believe that. And he is one of those guys.
408 texts in and says Niners fans need to be prepared for no Bosa in Pittsburgh and possibly no Bosa in Santa Clara ever again. That's what we were talking
I'm not
about
going
last
that
week.
far. I'm refusing to let my brain entertain that.
Well, DeForest Buckner called and said hi from Indianapolis. That happened there. So the longer this thing goes, 831 says, do you mortgage the future to pay him what he wants? We don't know. Listen.
How many chances are you going to get to knock on the Super Bowl? Honestly, dude, this team is built right now to take that next step. They were in the AFC title game last year. Their quarterback got knocked out. If they want to finish the job, you're going to need Nick Bosa.
And here's the thing. They've already mortgaged the future to set up for the Nick Bosa contract. A big reason why Jimmy Garoppolo's not playing quarterback for $25 million is because you got Trey Lance on a rookie deal. Now you have Brock Purdy on a rookie deal. All of this was put in place so that you could pay Nick Bosa.
Freeing up cap space, man.
And then here they go this offseason signing Javon Hargrave to $21 million per year. If you have all that money available for a defensive lineman, why is it not going to Nick Bosa?
The deal is this. The cap, as Mike Silver has pointed out in the Chronicle, can be very much massaged. The cap is a bit of a myth. And don't ask me to tell you anything more than that because I can't tell you all the ins and outs of it, but I do know that teams can massage the cap. And so I don't think this is a cap deal, and I don't think it's necessarily mortgaging the future, but it is why teams get afraid when they have to pay their guys like Mahomes and the guys who Josh Allen, who have a huge chunk of their salary pie. But the Niners are lucky. They have Brock Purdy right now for the next, I think, 2-3 years under an affordable deal, and you can maybe win not one but two rings.
Let me ask you a question, Murph. If Bosa is unsigned through Pittsburgh and maybe even unsigned to the week after that, do you think that lights a fire under management, or do you think the standoff is the standoff and that can't be changed by wins or losses?
We're going to find out. This is the true test of who they are. And we said, to their credit, they settled it with Debo. They settled it with Kittle.
and they deserve
They settled it with Trent Williams.
Yes.
It's been
Trent,
smooth
good.
sailing.
Mm-hmm.
But Bosa is a different animal as a player, and B, maybe a different animal contract-wise.
Yeah.
And so we're going to find out what's happening. Now, all that said, here's 650, by the way, text of the day. Bobby Ramos, bottom line.
That's my guy.
Bosa is what made this team a Super Bowl contender, so pay him. If anybody misses, we had a guy several years ago in the NBA Finals.
Yeah, Bobby Ramos.
His name was Bobby Ramos, Bottom Line Sports.
That was the best.
And he used to just come
He pissed off everybody in the room.
He used to come in with these very direct questions, but he was saying, yeah, Bobby Ramos, Bottom Line Sports. It's like his own
totally
YouTube
like a
channel or
website
something like that.
Yeah.
So,
You got ABC, NBC, ESPN. Yeah, Bobby Ramos on bottomline.com.
that's what he says. Bobby Ramos' bottom line is that Bosa is what makes them a Super Bowl contender.
By the way,
like I
Murph,
said, if you trade him, forget it. You're not winning the Super Bowl.
just to introduce some comedy in a very tense discussion, what do you give me for Bobby Ramos IDing himself bottom line bets in Triple E in the Cubs clubhouse? Trying Triple E, Murph and Mac show. Yeah.
Bobby Ramos, bottom line.
Oh. Dude, listen to you.
I used to laugh so much at that. Give me that again.
Bobby Ramos, bottom line.
Here's 650 says Bosa's been hurt for 2 years. Come on, man.
What?
He got hurt in
20
2020, right? Yeah. 415 says, imagine facing the mobster the size of Nick Bosa. Can you imagine, dude? So, and I talked to Tim about, what players are always for the players. Always. But he says that at a certain point there would be hey, we're trying to win a championship here. So I just can't imagine that Jed would biff this somehow, some way. He can't. Now, again, it's only Tuesday. This whole thing might just go, and as soon as they sign, Everything's fine.
Yeah,
Everything's
totally.
fine.
All is forgotten.
All is
Just get his
forgiven.
ass out there, man.
Come on in and play.
Yeah,
Like,
no, there's
come on
no
and play.
way Jed can't get this done. I refuse to accept that. Like,
I mean, obviously, the nightmare scenario is they trade him. That's the nightmare scenario.
well, that's the
and
kind of
it's
scenario that I think the fan base would be beyond up in arms.
And with each passing day,
it gets a little more intense. I know.
Thing, man. So, and right now, Steelers plus 2.5. I might take.
How about this?
Bobby Ramos, bottom line.
Me and Bobby Ray, give my partner a great gift for his birthday today and sign Nick Bosa. You hear me talking, Jed? Give Murph the gift of Bosa.
Better than the Bob's Donuts you got?
Well, that's a good start.
I want to thank you for those.
You're
too.
welcome.
Yes. So, all right, guys, listen, if you do want to check in on Bosa, 808 KNBR is the phone number. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is 415-808-5627. And, of course, we got to get you guys ready for the Niners and the Steelers on Sunday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. You got to get
Let's
Bosa
just
in.
sign Nick Bosa, okay?
KNBR heads. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok until it gets banned. At the Sports Leader, we are KNBR.
2-2 the count. Here it comes. And did he swing? Yes. Haniger tried to check his swing, could not do it. The first base umpire ruled the swing, and the ball game is over. Giants scored 4 runs total in these last 3 games, and none at all today. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. He struck it out. And the Giants have lost for the 4th game in a row on this road trip. They're singing the Go Cubs Go song after the Cubs win, as they do here in Chicago. Got a little dose of pennant fever going here on the north side of Chicago. The Cubs beat the Giants 5-0.
All righty, there you go. Away from the Nick Bosa stalemate, the Giants just getting stale, period. No stalemate. Just getting stale and really just hitting the wall like you read about. We had talked about this 25-game stretch. Remember the famous bullpen prediction? 9-16, and they fall out of the race, said our friend in the bullpen.
I just saw that
right
guy.
now they are 8-4 8-15. So they could actually finish worse if they lose the next two. Or they could go 1-1 and finish 9-16. The catch is they didn't fall out of the race. Only a game out of the wild card. So much to talk about with baseball. With Jesse Rogers, does a great job at ESPN covering the Cubs and the White Sox, but also the league in general. So, Jesse, welcome back to the Murph and Mac Show. How are you,
Jesse.
man?
I'm doing good. Happy birthday to one of you. I think it's Murph.
Yeah, that's Murph. Very good. Yeah.
God, that really spread. Producers are really spreading the word. My goodness, Jesse. Thank you for that, buddy. When's yours, man, so I can call you?
Call me in early March, but
Okay.
Don't recite my age on the air. That'd be a problem.
I know, right? Seriously, it gets to that point you don't want to. But, hey, man, it looks like the Cubs, I think we talked to you a long time. I think, there was a lot of pessimism about the Cubs. They figured it out somehow, some way. What's going on?
Yeah, they have some mojo going, don't they? Both parts of the game, offense and pitching, they really have it going. The offense carried them post All-Star break, and they've had just enough starting pitching to hang in there. Their bullpen's been great, though it's been taxed, but you could say that about everybody. It's just been a combination of things. They have a good culture going, good vibe. I think the key, if you look at the Cubs and the Giants, just from afar, the Cubs are 10 games over 500 in their own division. The Giants are like 5 games over. I think despite the NL Central being a little bit better, I still think the NL West overall is probably better because they're top heavy. And maybe that's the difference. The Cubs have done their business in the division. The Giants not so much. But also offensively, it just feels like the Giants are just always just trying to get there. And patchworking a pitching staff, especially starting rotation, where the Cubs have kind of flourished in the areas that the Giants have grinded. And that's kind of been the difference between the two teams. I look at it. But it's just been a combination of things coming together for the Cubs.
And also, Jesse, we're talking to Jesse Rogers of ESPN. The Cubs were active at the trade deadline, right? I'm looking at the last night's starting first baseman, Candelario. And there was a talk they were going to be sellers. Maybe Marcus Stroman would be a Giant. No. They turned around into buyers. Meanwhile, the Giants did nothing. They just picked up A.J. Pollock, which was basically like a waiver wire claim. And since then, there's a report they're going to release him today. So we were like, whoa, wait a minute. So you talk about the trade deadline and how that reflects on each team's mission?
Yeah, it may reflect on front office strategy, too. Jed Hoyer went on the air, the Cubs president, on the radio soon after the deadline, and he basically said, you either want to be selling or you want to be buying. You don't want to be doing nothing. And I'm not sure if Farhan and the Giants would have said the same thing because obviously they didn't do a lot. It's like but he did say sometimes you're forced into that no man's land, but it's the worst. Either go for it or don't, right? There's only two times a year you can make trades, really. It's July and it's November/December, but really it's December. So that's it. So either improve your team or for that season or improve your team for future seasons. And it does feel like the Giants kind of got caught in between. And the Giants feel like they've been in between since 21. I mean, I don't know how they won 100 games, but since then it's just kind of been like they're good, but they're not great, right? They're not going to rebuild. They went for the star players in the offseason. We know in Judge and Correa, and that didn't work out. They'll probably go for Ohtani. And so I guess my point is the Cubs made a decision because they had an 8-game win streak around the deadline to go for it. You can't ignore that in a big market. You have to respond to that kind of success in the moment. It got them back in the race, and they went out and probably got one of the best hitters to move. There wasn't a lot of movement for hitters at the deadline. They get Candelario, a nice switch hitter. He started out on fire. The Giants, sort of like they've been for a couple of years, chose to stay in between, and I think you're seeing the results of that in-betweenness. Here was a chance because the Padres are having this weird year to sort of jump up and maybe get into second place and take a third or second wild card and overtake Arizona, who was fading at the time. And the Giants didn't necessarily do that. And so it feels patchwork to me. The rotation is patchwork, and even the lineup is a little bit of patchwork. 25th in OPS in the league is just not going to scream playoffs. So I think there's the difference. The Cubs decided even in a small way to go for it, and the Giants just kind of stood still, and you're seeing the results.
Jesse, I think you just dropped major truth bombs there in the last 3 minutes, man.
Yeah.
And it's so true. And I think Giants fans really, I don't know, if this thing fizzles out, that, like you just said, it feels patchwork is a very good observation, not even from our market. Like you're out to the market and you can recognize that. So, but you're spot on. And that's kind of been Farhan's thing all along. And then, well, they would say, well, we tried to get Judge, we tried to get Correa, which is true, and they didn't, though. And as a result, they just, my feeling, Jesse, just to make this about the Giants for a second, was when they did nothing at the trade deadline, they were telling us, well, we're waiting for 2024 and 2025 for Marco Luciano, Casey Schmidt, Kyle Harrison, Patrick Bailey, all these guys. But they never want to say that. Larry Bear never wants to not sell a ticket, so they never want to tell the fans they're rebuilding. And as a result, by the way, their attendance, which used to be top 5 in baseball constantly, is now down to, I think, 15th or 16th. And I saw Codify, a Twitter account, does the attendance change from this year to last year. They're actually down a couple of hundred. So
yeah, very interesting to hear that. And sort of newsy in a sense, like, okay, the Giants' attendance is finally taking a hit. No big market wants to say that they're rebuilding. It's just they'll use every other word but that. They'll use the retool. It just walking such a fine line. This is such a very small thing, and I certainly don't bet and don't give advice out because I'm terrible. But the other day, Alex Cobb nearly throws a no-hitter, throws 131 pitches, and when he only got 4 days of rest, I'm like, okay, that's a team that has no margin for error. And by the way, anybody that is listening, sitting next to me on the couch, bet against the Giants that day. I've never seen a guy not get an extra day off after throwing 131 pitches, but it's a great example of sort of that fine line and that patchwork I'm talking about. They're good. They're just nowhere near being great. And being 3 or 4 games over is like being 3 or 4 games under. What's really the difference? The only difference can be some false hope. If you think, okay, they end the season with 83, 84, 85 wins, there's some false hope for next season. Whereas you finish with 77, 78, that's not really that much of a difference, but it might be more informative in terms of your what you're thinking about your next season. So to me, anywhere from 77 to 84 is about the same if you're not in the playoffs. And so the Giants need to be very careful that, a few games over 500 missing the playoffs shouldn't be anything to be, write home about. And they need to deepen their team and certainly get some stars. And I think they recognize the star aspect of it. That's why they went after Judge and Correa and maybe even Ohtani soon enough. Yeah, by the way, speaking of Ohtani, did you see his agent spoke yesterday? Long time. I don't know if you had a chance to check that out, Jesse. We're talking to Jesse Rogers of ESPN, who covers Major League Baseball, particularly the Cubs and the White Sox. Did you get a chance to read all his comments? Sure. Did you have an interpretation as a longtime baseball writer, what it means? Well, look, this is so interesting, the fact that he's going to be a free agent. A month ago, I didn't think the contract was going to be the deciding factor for where Ohtani goes, meaning he was going to get 520, 550. He was going to get some crazy number, and where he wanted to play, I thought, would be number one. Now I feel like the contract is going to matter. How much guaranteed money will he be given, and how much in incentives on the mound will he be given? And to me, what the agent stressed there is, look, you are getting an MVP offensive player on April 1st next year. We don't think this injury is going to hold him back from playing April 1st. We don't think it's going to hold him back offensively. That's why he's still hitting now. So I think that was the big takeaway. You still have a $400 million hitter ready to go in 2024 right off the bat. At least that's what he's claiming. We'll see if that's actually the case depending on what kind of surgery he has. And so I'm sure he's looking for as much guaranteed money as he can get and then reduce that incentive on the mound to a smaller amount, even though it's still going to be a huge amount. But that's the goal of any agent. Get me as much guaranteed money, and then we'll add, $1 million per start or something like that. But I'm sure he's still going to go for the $400+ million guaranteed, despite the pitching issues. It's wild stuff, man. All right, Jesse, we appreciate you checking in. And by the way, Cody Bellinger, where's he on your MVP ballot? Top 5? Oh, yeah, I think so, because easily those 4 guys, if you believe in the 4 guys ahead, meaning Freeman, Acuna, Betts, Olsen, then he's no worse than 5. Now, you might say, look, the Dodgers make the playoffs without either one of those 2. The Braves make the playoffs without either one of those 2, and you might push Bellinger up because the offense, we have evidence. He was out in May. The Cubs' offense was 100 points lower in OPS. When he came back, it jumped back up 100 points, and they're in the race because of him, where those other teams have multiple stars. So you could make a case he's top 2, top 3, but no, he's no worse than 5, in my opinion. Yeah, what a signing. And I already read the Giants are going to
Be interested in him in the offseason. We shall see, man. All right, Jesse, it's always good talking ball with you, man. Enjoy this little pennant fever in Chicago, and we'll catch up down the road.
Thank you.
You got it, guys. Take care. Be well.
Jesse Rogers is a good job, man. And
it's always interesting.
What he said was extremely on point.
I agree. And it's like you said, too, especially hearing that kind of assessment for the team we watch day in, day out, night after night. He's outside the market, and he's talking about patchwork, and, it does kind of feel that way. I mean, to me, I just feel like Farhan's more interested in, coming up with some unknown like Wade Meckler, great example of a guy no one, where'd he come from? All of a sudden he's up in the bigs, he's out there every day, and I like Wade Meckler, I like the speed and all that. But again, he's not a proven commodity, he's not a name that's going to turn on Giant fans. And what you said about the attendance, dude, that's something Larry, there's no scenario that Larry's happy with that. He's got to turn that around.
Remember, as the great Ira Kaufman said to us a few weeks ago, doubt ought to get Larry's attention.
Yeah.
Remember that when he said that? But here they are, just continuing to roll out this patchwork team.
Led Zeppelin said, how many more times?
Well,
is this going to...
as Jesse said that the Jed Hoyer, the Cubs GM, said, you're either a buyer or a seller, you don't do nothing. And they did nothing.
Nothing. I was quite upset about that, too, considering where they were at the deadline and what it all felt like at that point. And then to come out of that break with really nothing other than A.J. Pollock, who's not part of it anymore.
I remember the nap ferry came and visited me. I had to take my little nap right when the trade deadline passed.
Shout out the nap ferry.
Yeah.
Murph, can I ask a quick question about the nap ferry? What was she wearing? I'm kidding. It's a Tuesday. I'm just trying to riff.
You hear they got Polly over the nap ferry?
Yeah, totally. That would not be a great...
But I went to sleep right before the trade deadline. I woke up, and I remember my first reaction was to pick up my phone and send out a tweet saying, dude, Farhan, you're killing me. That's what I said. And people are like, oh, dude, you don't know what you want to trade.
You don't know. Yeah, no, you don't know.
What does Murph know?
No, you don't know.
I don't know.
You woke up from the nap ferry. The first thing you heard, you got this. You got the reports. Oh, it says here we didn't sign anybody.
Hey, what about a totally different thing? I'm just perusing before I leave. See, Chandler Jones aired grievances with the Raiders on social media and then deleted them.
Welcome to the club, Chandler Jones.
Buddy, you are just your squad.
Marcus, the season hasn't started yet.
No, the season hasn't started. He's like, I hate my head coach. I hate my GM. I was like, yeah, you sound like all the other Raider fans, Chandler.
Who you guys open with again?
The Broncos.
Where's that game?
Let's ride. Denver, Colorado.
That don't...
Mile
Sunday
high.
afternooner?
Sunday. Yeah, I think it's Sunday
Top of your heads, you guys know what I'm just curious what the Sunday nighter is going to be? I haven't seen the
yeah, we got to get
schedule. I'm just curious.
It's I know Monday night is Jets, Bills.
They're 2 nights away from Lions Chiefs, man.
Don't tell me that we're going to get a little.
We got Trey Lance and the Dallas Cowboys Sunday night facing off against Danny Dimes and the New York Giants.
Trey Lance and the Cowboys.
That one's made for you, buddy.
Yeah, those are two of my favorites.
Dallas giving 3.5 at New York. They're giving 3.5.
Just what the country needs, more Dallas Cowboys.
The game's in New York, and you're getting 3.5?
No. Cowboys are favored by 3.5.
Yeah,
Murph.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the New York Giants are getting 3.5 at home.
Oh, yeah.
This is America's team now, Murph.
Bro.
Yeah.
I'd take the Giants in 3.5 at home. Hey,
although your better self would prevent you from doing that. Never take the Giants
Raiders
for anything.
getting 4 against Sean Payton. I might take the 4.
I'm not betting on this club, Murph.
Well, that's what the forecast is for.
That's
what the Friday football forecast is for.
Seahawks 5.5-point favorites over the Rams.
Yeah.
That's pretty bad. The Rams, dude.
What a pile
of
S.
That Stafford story we've been kind of teasing for a while about how his wife said he doesn't know the names of the younger players because he's like too old and they're too young.
Yeah, it's over.
That's always good for team chemistry. By the way, your Eagles, your Birds, 4-point favorites at New England. I think I'm taking the Birds. I think you're taking the Birds and laying the 4.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
My God. Packers getting one. I don't mean to spoil Friday football forecast.
Well, you remember how many times...
we'll forget this by tomorrow, by the way, so Friday will be fresh.
What was my famous saying about the New England Patriots? Murph said it for years on the forecast. The Patriots win and cover at home.
That's when they had Tom Brady.
That's a good call.
That's when they had Tom Brady.
Yes.
By the way, I'm looking at the biggest spread of the week. It's Lamar Jackson and the Ravens favored by 10 over Houston and Bryce Young.
With that Asteroids fan in the building,
CJ Stroud.
Not bad for a running back.
I hope that guy who was at the Astros game is going to be there cheering on the
Waterboy, let's peek at your strategy. Fantasy football draft goes down Thursday this morning at 11 a.m. for the KNBR No Food in the Studio League. You eyeballing any of those Ravens? You looking at Odell Beckham?
I'll tell our listeners to tune back in tomorrow morning, Murph. How about that for a Ford tease?
Okay. They'll listen to you and hear what it's like to draft a team that finishes out of the playoffs.
They'll listen to me
And they'll
and
listen to
listen
me.
to a team that went undefeated against Murph last year.
And then they'll listen to me, a team that's defending champ and was a runner-up last
Look
year.
at you two guys. On Murph's birthday, no less.
Hey, all I know is we faced off and I won, Paulie, man.
You know,
that's all I know. That's all I know.
I saw the video. He was in a hot tub with a cigar.
What do you give me for the Niners losing to the Broncos last year?
What do you give me?
en route to the
What do you
NFC
give me for you
Championship?
being Jimmy
You know what I mean?
Garoppolo dancing out of the back of the
What
end
do you
zone?
give me? Yeah, and then me getting to the NFC Championship and the Broncos going off on the side of the road.
Let's ride, Murph. Let's ride. Happy birthday.
Cannot wait. I want you week 1, baby. I want you week 1. Okay.
Bro, that was from the heavens. You and I just lied. That was not planned, by the way. In sync. Way to go, Marcus.
Give me my theme music.
Damn. I am feeling that, man.
Matty Mayoko joins Tolbert and Copes later today at 2:30. That interview will preview the 49ers and the Steelers.
Now give Murph his music.
Give Tim Ryan his theme music. All right, fun. We'll hand it over to Greg Papa, who may tell us where Nick Bosa is.
Yeah.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Give me my theme music.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Dub Nation, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Oh, Mac, Daddy, Murph, birthday bomber. Happy birthday to you, man.
Happy birthday to Murph.
Happy birthday, me.
That's a little overkill Triple E style, but I appreciate it.
He's just showing his love, man.
I guess I should have, Triple E's going to be very jealous of that when he finds out. The man who celebrates his own birthday like no other. And then it turns out when you underplay it, then everybody else comes and gives you the over-gifting there. But thank you, Triple E. And hey, there it is, Steve Harwell from Smash Mouth. Wow, that was sad. 56 years old. Left us. What a weekend. Buffett, Harwell.
Don't forget Gary Wright, too, the Dreamweaver.
Giants didn't score a run.
No.
Bosa's not here.
No.
Other than that, everything's good.
And we just had Labor Day weekend, dude. This is supposed to be like the turning point where you turn into the football season. Only thing is we turned into the football season. I'm still looking for 97. Well, hopefully it happens today on your birthday as a gift.
I'll give you the positive. You got Deion Sanders. That's the positive.
Well, you know what comes next. I can't stop saying it. Now give me my music.
Give me my theme music.
Yeah. Sorry, I know it's overkill, but I'm so into it.
All right. Then one hot negative take. Is that too much about Deion? That's a hot negative. Here's my backlash already. My backlash already.
I don't think so.
No, I agree. I'm just throwing it out there.
It's a feel-good kind of thing and a huge upset. It's great for Colorado.
He didn't say give us our theme music. He said give me my theme music.
Stop. You got to stop.
Right.
Prime time. Yeehaw!
Well, there it is right there. We got Johnny Lund early.
Johnny.
You got extra material, buddy? You're working overtime today.
What's going on?
You got an extra 4 minutes out of you.
Yeah, I'm doing good.
How are you, man?
I worked with Dion in Dallas.
Nice.
And you know what? Behind the scenes, he is the nicest guy.
I bet.
In front of the camera, man, it just flips.
Yeah.
But he is the nicest guy, down to earth, very cool.
Great to hear that.
One-on-one, we'll be really cool.
I had one year with him on the Niners, my first year on the beat, and I, too, had positive experiences with him, believe it or not.
I got nothing negative. I went to the Super Bowl in New York. I hadn't probably seen him in 5 years. I go walking up to him, and all of a sudden, my man!
No way, nice.
I mean, we weren't close. I'm not saying we were close.
That's great to hear.
I worked with him in various ways there, and he's a showman, like you saw. But
charisma is charisma is the undefinable, God-given. Like you either got it, or you don't, and he got it.
Yep.
I mean,
he got a surplus.
And you don't go to school for it, and you don't take a tutorial on it, man. You either come out of the womb as gifted charismatically as Deion, or you don't. So
you either come out of the womb like Deion Sanders, or you come out like Aaron Rodgers, and I'll take Deion.
That's pretty
10
much
times out of 10. Yeah.
By the way, I was reading a fantasy football quarterback evaluation, Waterboy, and Aaron Rodgers was ranked 15th in the athletics list. Is that right?
Oh,
people are down on him in fantasy
this is for a
year.
redraft league too. I mean, he's got Garrett Wilson, the Rookie of the Year last year.
Have you seen him ranked 5th? He was ranked 15th by the
I've seen him down. I didn't know he was down that low.
I thought he was going to go high. Is there some perception he's not going to put up big numbers there?
It's already fallen apart. They haven't played a game yet.
I don't know.
I mean, he plays in a division with the Bills and the Dolphins. You'd think they'd have to score some points.
I know.
It's the curse of hard knocks, I say.
That surprised me. One last Deion trivia there. So I did a Q&A with every player every Thursday. That was my big thing. And so I finally got him at the end of the year, me and him one-on-one. It was just asking him about where he learned, to be as colorful and as personality-laden. And he says it all came from Pops, his dad. And he said to me, this is 1994 now.
Yeah.
So this
good year.
He goes, my dad was a player. And then he said, and you need to spell that Playa.
Nice.
And at that point in time, that was not that common of a phrase, So I was like, oh, okay. Playa. Playa. He's like, he goes, make sure you get that right.
Well, you got to spell it right and you got to say it right.
Player to player, pimp to pimp.
So that's here's suburban white boy Brian Murphy learning his lessons here from Deion.
Is it a Y-A? Okay, Deion, I got you. Yeah.
I was like, but that's the Spanish word for beach. I don't understand. Yes. So anyway, Johnny, you going to get the Giants a run by the time we get out of here? Yeah.
No.
Like a run, touching home plate, a run kind of run. Yeah.
And did you see Gabe dropped the F-bomb? He said we got to go with an F-it attitude. So
I don't know if that's going to do it. I hope so.
It's interesting that Gabe said they have to go with an F-it attitude, and most fans are saying to the team, F it. You know what I mean?
You can say that again, Gabe.
It ain't fun.
Yeah.
It ain't fun to watch.
No, it's really not.
Grant Brisbee called them unwatchable in the Athletics.
It was a tough weekend, let's be honest, to Giant baseball.
I know. I was down there for the Friday in San Diego, and the highlight was the mariachi band in the 5th inning.
That says a lot right there.
At least you're at that stadium where you are, and you can go around the gas lamp and
We were up
at the game itself.
What's your Encinitas history? We were up in Encinitas.
Oh, yeah. Love it.
Hey, now. That's good living.
Yeah.
That was good living.
Johnny's on board.
Love that place, man.
So is G-Pop here?
I
or
saw
no?
the pictures of the sunset. It looked pretty crazy.
Here.
Hey, Greg.
Good morning, G.
You said the Padres were going to be a pushover, Murph.
I was wrong.
Bad karma.
Wrong, yeah.
Karma.
And they were
Price
talking.
is wrong.
And they were kind of playing with a little swag, too, hitting lots of home runs. The fans were going into it. It was like.
They got plenty of swag on that team. They don't have fundamentals.
Got plenty of fans, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they
anyone
sell-
tell them
that's-
that they're
that's-
out of it?
that's-
They're like, hey.
No, that's a product of last year. You always get the kick the following year. So a lot of, I mean, it's not like, remember the one year the Cleveland baseball team sold out the whole year before the season even started?
They had
on Christmas.
seasons-long sellouts.
So that's just a product of what happened from last year. Those are tickets sold.
Suppose the only good thing, too, was Kyle Harrison and Juan Soto was entertaining, huh? How about that?
I think he went one too many batters. Why did Cap let him pitch to Garrett Cooper? and
They gave
prove
him that. They gave him that
3-1 fastball?
chance, but he had just walked the previous guy, and he is coming off that
That's
big
the
one.
time to bring in a righty from the bullpen.
Yeah.
He's changing the way he's managing, like Bochy did when it was time to go, but he's doing it the opposite. Bochy would go get guys outside of Bumgarner, obviously in 2014. Bochy would go get guys early. He'd pull Zito like in the fourth inning when it was go time. For some reason, he's flipping it. So hopefully they did F it last night. I know they had the fantasy
I hope so.
fantasy football draft. So we'll see if they'll take the Niners defense early in the year minus Bosa.
Oof. Yes, we will. Down to 2.5. All right, boys, you got it from here.
Good show, kids.
Hey, Greg, thank you, buddy. Marcus, thank you. When it's time for a change,
Cheers,
think
y'all.
Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Oh, Mac, Daddy, Murph, birthday bomber. Happy birthday to you, man.
Happy birthday to Murph.
Happy birthday, Meat.
Give me my theme music.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman! San Francisco!
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader. Sports leader.
Here it is, and he's swinging. He hits a high drive to center. Going back is Slater. Going back all the way to the wall, and that one is gone. They've hit 3 home runs in these first 2 innings against Kyle Harrison, and for Sanchez, his 19th home run this year. And he may know more about Harrison than any other Padre because he caught Kyle Harrison with the Sacramento River Cats.
Just tried to compete with every pitch and, didn't execute 4 pitches and led to some home runs that unfortunately didn't give my chance of guys. Didn't give the guys a chance to win a ball game. So, definitely not the best.
Now the pitch is driven into deep left field. Going back is Jock Peterson, and that ball is gone. On the next pitch, after the steal, Juan Soto hits an opposite field home run, and that has been the theme of these last 3 games for the Padres. The Giants have been unable to keep them in the yard. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. He struck it out. And the Giants have lost for the 4th game in a row on this road trip. Cubs 5, Giants nothing.
No, there is no deal yet for Nick Bosa, and I would say similar to Chris Jones, maybe without quite the amount of urgency. Until there is a significant breakthrough, I do not expect Nick Bosa on the field for the San Francisco 49ers. And it really isn't a question of, is he going to be the NFL's highest paid pass rusher? It sounds to me like they're already there, already past TJ Watt. That's not really what this is about. This is about how close to Aaron Donald's $31 million and change does he get, or does he get over that?
Yes, thanks for joining us. We missed you yesterday. A ton to get to, as you just heard Rap Sheet say there. We thought maybe Bosa by today. No Bosa yet, as we are approaching, of course, Thursday for the opener, Sunday for the 49ers opener at Pittsburgh. We'll get into that. Not a great weekend, especially for the Bats. And the pitch counts for the Giants. We'll get into that as we are down the stretch on that as well. Some sad news today. We got an Alex Smith update on his daughter, which is not great to hear as well. We got a ton to get to. It is a Tuesday, and it is game week. Good morning, my friend.
What's going on with Alex's daughter? You're breaking my heart. I thought you were going Jimmy Buffett and Cheeseburger in Paradise.
Man, it's been a rough
we had
weekend.
A tough weekend. I had to drown myself in Margaritaville. What's wrong with Alex's daughter? What's the news?
His daughter Sloan, it says Alex Smith's daughter Sloan was diagnosed with a brain tumor in 2022, and the family is living scan to scan, Alex Smith told the New York Times.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. I mean, how much can a family go through, man? So,
his own personal, situation with his legs, that wasn't anything life-threatening. This is beyond reproach. I did not know that. I just saw Alex at a 49er practice not too long ago with Frank Gore. He was there a couple times. He was actually there one day. I think you were there, and I saw him, huddling with, I think it was the day that Trey didn't show up for practice that day, and the whole thing was coming down. But in any event, that certainly supersedes. That is just, that's awful. So our thoughts and prayers go out to Alex. So a laborious weekend, you might say. First of all, I didn't get off the couch all weekend. I did nothing, no laboring at all. How about Coach Prime on Saturday? What's the Bay Area feel about Dion? Since he was here for a Super Bowl, the Niners last one in '94, but then he left and went to Dallas, and I don't know how much actual coaching he does, but man, they were well coached on both sides of the ball. His son, the kid Hunter, have played both ways. The back, Edwards, who scored 4 touchdowns. Wow, was that fun to watch? And then Caleb Williams from USC is the real deal. I thought for sure he was throwing the ball away when he rolled to his right. And like Josh Allen, he hit the sideline and went down the sideline for a chunk. What a tremendous athlete. The kid at North Carolina, May's not bad. So we watched everything all weekend, John. And when you and I left on Friday, I gave you the when we reconvene on Tuesday, actually after the holiday yesterday at 10 o'clock. What would the Giants do over the weekend? They had 4 more games to play on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Labor Day Monday. And what would Bosa do? And you thought the Giants would win 3 out of 4, and Bosa would sign. No Bosa and no runs for most of the weekend. And I know they went up against Cy Young Award candidates in Blake Snell on Saturday and Justin Steele yesterday. But I got my 2010 Giant Championship hat on today because I think we are hearkening back to Kipe's line of 10, which was Giants baseball torture. But this one is torturous, laborious, and boring right now because they won a lot of 1-0 games back then or 2-1 games. You can't win when you don't score. And right now, this team cannot score. This offense is completely inert. And I think it's time that we've coming out of Labor Day Monday, John, to assess what Farhan did not do in the offseason.
Agreed. What
he did in the offseason, what he did not do at the trade deadline, what he did not do at the waiver with, when there were so many guys from Arnie Moreno's current team were put on irrevocable waivers. He didn't pick anybody up. And just listening to the game yesterday and then Lasky's college show after, the lunatic fringe is losing their mind right now because this baseball team, and we said this a couple of times even when Buster was playing and they had 98 losses, but right now they are boring to watch.
You're 100% right. Now, I looked at a bunch of the numbers and they're startling. I could stat you to death, but I think everybody knows exactly what's happening. But I'll give you this one as the biggest one to me. May and June they were 35-20, and the rest of the season they're 35-48. They're just not very good. They can't hit. Since June 25th, they have 200 runs, which is 30 less than any other team in baseball, 30 less than the A's, which is the second fewest runs. They just, as you said, can't score. They're not fun to watch. And then you have to start looking, as you said, at the front office from a guy like Mitch Haniger. It's like, well, wait till Mitch Haniger comes back. He's 1 for 15 with 8 strikeouts since he's returned. The guys that they picked up in the offseason have not worked out. What they've done at the deadline, which they're already releasing the player that they picked up there. We hardly knew ye, A.J. Pollock. And then was the game plan to just say, hey, let's speed through a bunch of rookies and get them through the system as fast as they can? Because, look, I think those guys may be something at some point, but they're hitting the wall. And I looked at the second half for a lot of these guys. Again, I don't need to throw all these numbers out now, but everybody's just struggling. These young rookies, that's what they do. They hit the wall. And you and I talked about this at the deadline, that you weren't going to be able to count on rookies in the stretch drive, and you just can't. No matter if it's Patrick Bailey or Schmidt or any of these guys, you can't count on them offensively throughout the entire season. You needed to add something, and the fact that they continue to say, well, we tried to get that guy or we couldn't get that guy or they asked for too much. look, at some point you just have to say, here are the results. And it didn't get done in the offseason, and it didn't get done at the deadline, and it's not getting done now. And even though they're only one game in the loss column out for a playoff race, the bottom line is they're 70-68, and their offense stinks, historically bad.
Well, they're behind everybody except the Padres now. I mean, they've fallen behind the Marlins, the Reds. I mean, everything you're saying about the rookies, but the Reds rookies look pretty good. You know, they're starting to come through it as well. So I don't know. It's just frustrating here. And Susan's going to join us later on, Susan Slusser, and she's not with the team in Chicago nor in San Diego. But she did do a long sit-down with Greg Johnson. And I think right now the bottom line is, what are they going to do with Farhan? Are they going to, they'll pick up his option for sure, and then will they extend him? Should they? And it should Gabe Kapler be tied to Farhan Zaidi? I think everybody thinks it's like a package deal. He can go get another manager if he needs to get another manager. I mean, right now the lunatic fringe is not happy with Gabe, and I think he's just flipping who he's been. I embraced who he was. He's flipping the other way. And Bochy did this when he had a good team, and it was late in the year, when August turned to September, sometimes earlier, and certainly in October. He managed differently. But he managed more like Kapler manages for 6 months, where every single matchup in the postseason you've got to take advantage of, and you got to win today. All of a sudden, Cap is not being himself. He's letting rookie Kyle Harrison go longer than he should have. Likewise for Alex Cobb. And I say go for the no-hitter. I'm not saying that. But once he gave up a hit in the run, go to the bullpen and get him out of there, because I don't know if it impacted what they did on Saturday and Sunday, John, but neither pitcher was very good, and they're just giving up bomb after bomb. So overall, they got time to flip this. Just get out of Chicago, like we said, against Atlanta twice, in Philadelphia at Citizens Bank. Don't get swept. But right now, you've lost touch with the Phillies and Cubs. You lose one more to Chicago, and you're going to lose the season series and the tiebreaker with them. And I thought Arizona was dead. They've come out of their funk. Merrill Kelly had a great game yesterday. And the Reds, after they just won the first two, John, the fact that you lost the final game to the Reds last week at home, they're starting to come out of it. They picked up a lot of guys. And right now you're behind Miami. They have 68 losses. The Reds have 68, but they have 72 wins, and everybody else, Arizona and Miami, has 67. And how the hell did the Cubs get so good so fast?
Yeah, that young starting pitching we saw Steele yesterday, and their record with him this year is absolutely amazing. And they've added some, and this is all without Marcus Stroman. Stroman's been out for a long time. Their bullpen's not great, but their starters have been really, really good. And then obviously they can hit. They got 2 more against the Cubs, 3 against the Rockies, but the problem is 7 of your last 10 are against the Dodgers. Maybe the Dodgers will have everything wrapped up or whatever, or maybe the Braves will be too far ahead, but they're probably going to play for something. So 7 of your last 10 against the Dodgers, 3 against the Padres, who look good against you. It's going to be an uphill battle. The only reason they're in it is because these teams, the third team really hasn't taken off. It's kind of been back and forth. The Marlins are hot right now. The D-backs at times have been hot and cold. But, just looking internally and just saying, not looking at anybody else, I just don't see how this team with this offense, and it's been going on a long time, so this isn't just a small sample size or something like this. I mean, this started really at the end of June. So, I mean, we're looking at 2+ months of this offense hitting like this. And can they seriously hit like this the rest of the way and still get into the playoffs? I guess they get back in.
They've got to figure it out offensively. There's no other way around it. I mean, it goes back, and Kawakami's going to join us on what's going on with Nick Bosa. He had a long sit-down with Joe Lacob, which was really interesting on his podcast. And where this season all flipped is when, Tyro Estrada got hurt in early July. Is where it started the flip, and Verlander pitched a great game against you July 1st. But it was the day the Warriors traded Jordan Poole for Chris Paul and the 10-game winning streak. And at one time, the Giants, the reason they're in the race is they had a good enough record to build up a lot of equity. Remember when they went to L.A. and scored 15 runs and beat the Dodgers 15-0 in June? Where's that team? So they are capable, but they got to flip it right now. So in any event, not a very good weekend, huh? No runs in San Diego and Chicago. And when I went to practice yesterday, as they came back in after Labor Day weekend, there was no Bosa at 49-49.
That does surprise me. We'll get into the Bosa talk as well. That is obviously the big story of the day. Your thoughts, text line is wide open. You want to get into Giants, Niners with no Bosa. Those are the big stories today. Questions, comments, thoughts, text line is wide open. You can always hit us up on YouTube and Twitch as well. Start the conversation. We'll take some of the best ones off that one as well. It is NFL game day week, so we got a ton to get into. not only Bosa, but what's going on with George Kittle. So a ton. And I'll give you the guest list coming up next. We'll give you one teaser. Sean Estes will join us at 10:50 in about 35 minutes. But we have a ton of guests today. They're absolutely great. And, of course, it's a great time of year because we get our football guests in this week. So we'll start off with Silver. We'll do – I'm excited. We got Tim Ryan, who I heard this morning with the morning guys. I'm jacked to hear Tim on a weekly basis. He's on with us every Thursday for an hour from Levi's Stadium. So all of it is starting this week. We'll get to all of it next. It's Bob and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Bro. Tim Ryan joined Murph and Mac this morning to weigh in on Nick Bosa's holdout, Trey Lance's departure from the organization, and the Niners' Week 1 matchup in Pittsburgh. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Good morning to you. Greg Papa here, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. They are the leaders in modern vision correction, including LASIK, SMILE, EVO, ICL, and the procedure that John Lund and I had, CLR, or custom lens replacement. The eye exam that I had to see if I was even a candidate was the best I've ever had. They call it the Advanced Vision Analysis, and it gives their doctors over 1 million data points to see if one of their 5 modern vision correction procedures is right for you. I had the CLR. Of course, they have other correction procedures as well. LASIK, which I had years ago, and all 3 types, and are specialists in the EVO, the ICL, insertable contact lens is what that means. Then maybe one of those is more appropriate for some patients to help them see their best without glasses. So Dr. Craig Bindi in the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley and Dr. Joseph Lind, our actual surgeon, did an amazing job. Their entire team. They are nice people, very prompt, and made it very easy. They are known for their conservative advice on proven procedures that work. So take it from John Lund and myself. If you want the very best eye exam of your life and see which procedure works for you, check them out, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
I think we all know that he's unique. I think you can definitely do different things with him as we've done in the past, particularly on third down and certain things that you want to try to free him up. But he's solid all the way around, so I don't think, once again, it's going to be an issue when that time comes. So hopefully it's soon.
All right, that is defensive coordinator Steve Wilks. We are game day week, and the whole time it's like, okay, he's got time. Well, now we sit Tuesday. Game is Sunday. I'm sure Nick can fly straight from Florida and get to the game. How effective could he be? How close could they be? And you and I talked about this last week. I guess part of the frustration is, and this is great, they've kept it quiet, but quiet so far hasn't been good. So where do you think we are at this point?
I have no idea. They don't have a deal. When I showed up, I said, Friday last week, I just thought the ingest of getting him in the building and having a physical and everything would be good to get him in and then get him ready to roll for yesterday's practice, Labor Day Monday, because yesterday it's regular season week. It's Steeler week. They're starting a game plan, and the scout team is out there wearing, the Steelers numbers. So now you're starting to match up. Allen Robinson, the former Bear and Jaguar, and last year in Rams with an ankle injury, he's going to be in the slot a lot. So how are they going to cover him? Will it be Demo Lenore? Will it be Isaiah Oliver? How are they going to do that? And so you're putting your defense together. So today is a day off, and then tomorrow's install day. So they haven't really started with the game plan yet. They're going to bring that to the players tomorrow when they come in there tomorrow. And we'll be there all day. The Giants have a day game, so we'll be able to watch all the practice, and likewise Thursday, and then Friday, and then fly to Pittsburgh. So, he still has time. I think Chris Jones' situation, obviously, because the timing of them winning the Super Bowl and having to play in 2 days, today would be like a Friday, and then tomorrow's a walkthrough. So, his time, the sands of the hourglass, is starting to leave. With Nick, I think he still has time, John, but he needs to, get it maybe done today or tomorrow. You'd like him there for Wednesday, but, even if he had to meet the team and go right from, Florida to Western Pennsylvania, he could do that. And you heard Steve Wilks talking about a third down package if they had to insert him there. So I honestly admire both sides, both Brian Arolt and CAA and the 49ers. There's been no leaks. There's been no social media reaction like you're seeing from Chris Jones in Kansas City. But the reporters that cover the team and know it so well, they just don't know. It's been radio silence, so it's hard to feel. And I don't ask a lot of questions. Honestly, I watched part of practice with John Lynch. We talked more about his baseball team, the San Diego Padres, than we did Nick Bosa. But he's, they're just not talking. So maybe Kawakami's going to join us later on, John, around 12:50. So maybe Tim will have an update. So, ideally it would get done today. He would fly in and he'd be in part of a full-go practice tomorrow. And practice is later tomorrow than it normally is. Normally it's in the morning or, early afternoon tomorrow. I think they're on the field like 1:48. So they do have time to even get him in tomorrow, but since the practice is later in the day.
I'll say the obvious, which is, to me, other than Brock Purdy, who has the ball in his hands every play, I think he's the most important player. They just don't have anybody who can replicate what he does. And my fear is, and you and I have been talking about this the entire offseason, which is you don't want to start slow. And I think when you start looking at Nick Bosa potentially not playing in this game, whatever the status is for George Kittle, Pittsburgh was going to be a tough game anyway. And I don't know that you can win it without Nick Bosa. It's going to be really, really tough the way that Kenny Pickett has looked in the preseason. I know the preseason isn't everything, but this is a good football team. It's a tough road trip across the country, and if you have to do it against Nick Bosa, I think he can make all the difference in the world, and you don't want to start 0-1, and the Rams aren't great. I understand that. In week 2, they've got a problem, especially defensively, but if you don't have Nick Bosa and George Kittle, that's up for question. So, the one thing they wanted to avoid is that slow start. And if you don't have Nick Bosa, you might be staring at that.
Yeah, part of the weekend I watched a lot of college football on Saturday, wall to wall, and was really impressed with Coach Prime and everything that they're doing at Colorado, and just the whole day of college football. But when college football was done, both Friday night, Saturday night, and last night, I watched the Pittsburgh Steelers closely, and I watched them in the preseason, and I saw what they did and the splash plays. Obviously the quarterback was on the field for 5 drives. They scored all 5. He was perfect. They got the running game going, not just Najee Harris from Antioch, but this guy Jalen Warren's got speed. We mentioned Robinson in the slot and, George Pickens and Freiermuth. They're good. We'll see how good their offensive line is to have Nick, against Dan Moore, their left tackle. Their rookie, Broderick Jones, the left tackle's not ready at all, so he won't play in this game. He'll be the swing tackle. But I want to see how good their defense is. And T.J. Watt's all that. They got guys that can eat up the quarterback, not just T.J. Watt. And McKivitz will have him all day because he lines up at left outside linebacker, either down or up. Alex Highsmith on the other side at 14.5 sacks. They've added Marcus Golden, who we know from Arizona for years, and then Nick Herbig is a really good. They're going to have 4 guys from the outside, and then Cam Hayward, who's the guy inside. Who was there with Javon Hargrave last time we saw this team in 19. All that being said, John, you can attack this team where the 49ers attack everybody. Right in the middle of the field, they have all new linebackers. I don't know if Cole Holcomb can cover it all. I don't know if Quan Alexander is going to play. The former 49er is now a Steeler. Landon Roberts wears the green dot. You can attack those middle linebackers and their corners. Patrick Peterson is still playing? Where exactly is he going to play? Outside corner, inside corner? Levi Wallace is attackable. And then I don't know what they're going to do in the nickel. They brought in Desmond King. They have Shandon Sullivan. The other guy, the 2 young guys, Broderick Jones on offense is not ready. And Joey Porter Jr., who they got with the first pick of the second round, number 32 overall, he too, to me, is not completely ready. And you know where he's going to be at left corner on your offensive right. So you can double move that guy. He's got technique issues. They are vulnerable on the cornerback position. Their safeties with Minka are great. Their edge rushers are great. Obviously, you got to block those guys, so you may have to get it out of your hands fast. But I think George will play in this game. He was working hard yesterday, and you got McCaffrey. Obviously, Elijah's so much better at catching the ball over the middle. And then there's the Debo Diggs, the Ayuk slant. There's areas to attack this team defensively and score. So, Mike Tannenbaum was on Get Up this morning saying it's going to be the San Francisco Giants 3 and the Pittsburgh Pirates 2. First of all, as he watched the Giants, it'd be more like 2-0. You're not scoring with this offense right now. But the point is he thinks it's going to be a low-scoring game. These 2 quarterbacks, and we'll get into it more. I mean, I love Brock Purdy, but Kenny Pickett is just a bigger version of Brock Purdy. He's so smart. He gets the ball out. His measurables don't jump off, they field at you, but he's really, and everywhere that Brock excels, he excels. But maybe just this first game out, John, you have to get him into a shootout. And I think the 49ers, when Brock was playing last year, they averaged over 33 a game with McCaffrey. I mean, can they go into Pittsburgh and light them up and score 5 touchdowns on this defense and score 35? I'm not saying you're going to have to. We'll see what the Niner defense is going to be. And, if everybody's sleeping on Hargrave, we're not having Bosa is a big loss. Don't get me wrong. But all of a sudden you got Hargrave and Eric Armstead inside. So Pittsburgh looks good in the preseason. They didn't play a lot of their guys, obviously more than other teams, and I think they're going to be ready. Tackling, to me, is going to be the key in this game. These are 2 of the best tackling teams in football. Last year, the 49ers missed like 93 tackles, the fewest in the league, and Pittsburgh was in the top 5. And I expect they're going to tackle well because they were tackling their ball carriers to the ground in training camp in Latrobe. But there's areas, John, middle of the field, their linebackers and their corner play. Either they're too old, i.e. Patrick Peterson, or they're too young in Joey Porter Jr. So might the 49ers, if they play without Bosa, be able to win this game in the 30s?
They might have to. I got one more question for you about Bosa. We'll get into that conversation coming up next. By the way, Sean Estes at 10:50. We'll get into the Giants' woes. Susan Slesser, 11:30. Our good friend Marcus Thompson, he can talk about anything, but he is a Nostradamus type when it comes to the 49ers. Always love to get his thoughts pre-49ers season 11:50. One of our favorites, and we always put Cynthia Freeland on the show right before the season starts because she's got all the numbers. It's great to talk to her. And then, like you said, TK, Tim Kawakami, is going to join us from The Athletic at 12:50. So a packed house today. Going to be great. We'll finish our conversation about Nick Bosa, and then we'll talk to Sean Estes about the Giants because we have to at 10:50 only here on the Sports Leader.
Time now for the Toyota Fan Zone. Grab the keys. Let's go to a Giants game.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the San Diego Padres on Monday, September 25th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
A lot better than I was a few days ago because he had that strain. He's kicked here these last couple days, and he's looked good doing it. We're not pushing him too hard. We're going to bring in I think it was announced, but we're bringing in an extra kicker to put on our practice squad just in case. But I'm feeling optimistic he'll be ready for week 1. But if he's not, we're not going to jeopardize him. We'll go with the practice squad kicker and make sure he's ready for week 2.
No! You people are antagonizing me. We'll see what happens.
It's all your fault, John.
The kicker that they might use has kicked in Pittsburgh before. That's the least of my worries. I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be Jake. You do?
I think
I didn't even put kicker on my top 10. I'm worried about Bosa 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm worried about Kittle. There's a couple other things.
You do have to kick off. How are they going to handle the new kickoff rule? Do you not
Everyone's
watch
just going to fair
teams?
catch it.
Do you go out and get a beer?
Everyone's just going to fair catch it.
I don't think that's the case.
I do. I think they're all just going to fair catch.
They're all going to fair catch it? I don't think the Niners will.
And then they'll take the ball, and that'll be that.
Okay.
Maybe. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. I'm often wrong. So let me ask you one more on Bosa. Just we've sat here the whole time and said, what's the deadline? What's the deadline? What's the deadline? Okay, here's what people want to know. What's the deadline to play? Saturday? Like, could he fly from Florida to Pittsburgh on Saturday and just play?
I think if it's close, first of all, they're going to know if it's close or not. So, I mean, he could fly Saturday and sign the thing Sunday morning. I don't know. I mean, O.J. Simpson, the year after he ran for 2,003 yards, signed a contract that afternoon. He held out in 74, and he went out and played that night on Monday Night Football against the Oakland Raiders. First time the Raiders ever lost a Monday night game, beating 21-20. The great Ahmad Rashad caught not one but 2 touchdowns late in the game. Jim Braxton fumbled. Our Tom scooped it up. Anyway, I was there that night, and he didn't have a great game. O.J. had like 60 yards, but still, he played. He's a threat. I mean, we'll just see how the week goes. I mean, we'll see today if there's any news. Dan Graziano from ESPN has been saying all morning, and I don't know if Dan's just going back to what T.J. Watt. There was a couple of years ago, T.J. Watt held out. Now, actually, he held in. He was around the team. He just didn't practice at all. But he wound up signing a couple, like 48 hours before, the season started. And he had 2 sacks and a forced fumble in his first game. They beat Buffalo. He played 69 of the 85 snaps. And that was the year, just 2 years ago, that he was the Defensive Player of the Year. And he tied Michael Strahan's record with 22 and a half sacks. So that was a different deal because T.J. Watt was in the building in Pittsburgh. He was not a holdout. He was a hold-in. But, Nick, you heard T.J. Watt's brother, J.J. Watt, saying when he was talking to the media last week, the one position he could show up and just go is what Nick does. Maybe you don't call as many stunts and games with he and Hargrave or Armstead or move him around like they do last year. He's such a great rapper when he comes underneath and, gets right in the A and B gap. Maybe you don't do that as much. You keep it simple. But I think he could play. So let's just take it day by day. You'd like him to sign today at some point. Be in practice would be ideal for installation day. So he gets the full game plan Wednesday, Thursday, hard practices. Friday a little bit less, then the fly to Pittsburgh in the afternoon on Friday, walk through on Saturday and play. That would be ideal. But if he shows up just for the meetings on Saturday night and and when winds up playing on Sunday, I could see that as well. So let's just see. But Dan Graziano was somewhat more optimistic than the other insiders, and he cited T.J. Watt a couple of years ago, shining literally 48 hours before the Steelers' season opener.
Yeah, look, if he's on the field and they determine that the injury factor isn't that much more heightened, I'd like to have him on the field. Just have him on the field. I mean, even if he doesn't get any sacks, the fact is that if it's Drake Jackson and Cleveland Ferrell, that just doesn't make an offense have to adjust or move. Even if 97 is on the field and he missed what he's missed to this point, you at least have to adjust to what he could potentially do. So, not only for what he can do, but what he makes the offense do, I think is a huge thing. And I hope, and look, because they've kept this thing so quiet as we've talked about a lot, I don't know where it is. It could be on the 1-inch line. It could be on it could be outside the red zone. I have no idea where this thing is, but I hope it's not a leverage ploy here at this point to where maybe they've hit a standstill and they're going to say, okay, well, we're going to have Nick sit out, because to me, Nick has all the leverage. It's not like Nick doesn't. It's like Nick needs money right now. Nick's going to get paid at some point. Nick's comfortable. Nick's in Florida. it may take a loss for the Niners to go back and go, okay, fine, we'll give you what you want. I have no idea. But I hope it doesn't come to that because, like I said, and I agree with you. I was looking at their corners. There's some places that you can absolutely attack, but offensively, I think they're going to be better. This is going to be a tough game, and it would just be great to have Nick here. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, without question, it's like the Warriors playing with Steph Curry and without Steph Curry. They're a different team. So the bottom line numbers, in his career with Nick Bosa, the 49ers are 37-14. When he does not play, they're 5-10. And he's missed a few games here and there. He missed the Atlanta game last year, and they got trampled. He came back for the Kansas City game last year, and he was not himself. The influence block, where they just let him get upfield and ran jet sweeps with McCole Hardman underneath them. But, he played in that game. So huge difference, 37-14 versus 5-10. It's about a touchdown a game. When Nick's on the field, the 49ers give up 18.8 points per game. When he's off the field, 25.4. So if they give up, 27, even 30, I think they could go there and score enough to beat them. You got to block T.J. Watt for sure. You got to block Alex Highsmith. You got to block the rookie Nick Herbig. And I don't know how they're going to use all these rushers. It's opening day, so T.J. Watt's not going to play every snap. It's going to cool off a little bit in Western Pennsylvania for kickoff, but it's still a 1:00 kick. So there's a way to win this game. I would say at this stage of the week, John, the players have today off. The coaches do not. This is heavy preparation day and installation day. I think the Pittsburgh Steelers are planning on Nick Bosa playing, and then they're going to adjust if Bosa does not play. I think the 49ers are doing the opposite. They are planning to play the game without Nick Bosa. And if Nick Bosa shows up, easy switch, just to plug 97 in and whatever role you have. So, I mean, and it's not like you're hockey and you're playing a man down. It's 10 versus 11. You're still going to have 11 guys on defense. Cleveland Furl's had a good camp. Drake Jackson as well. You got Kerry Hyder Jr., Austin Bryant. And then the one thing we're not looking at enough is the interior and Javon Hargrave, and how he can be able to disrupt along with Eric Armstead and the guys behind him, Kinlaw and Kevin Givens, and we'll see if Kalia Davis gets a jersey. You're going to have a lot of guys up. Typically the season opener, because they didn't play a lot in the preseason and it's hot on the East Coast and just everything, you may have 10 defensive linemen up for this game. So I think right now Pittsburgh is still looking at Bosa tapes from last year. They have all offseason being the season opener. And they're deciding, how do we double them? When do we double them? Now, if they put Hargrave next to him or Armstead next to him and then Hargrave next to Armstead, how the hell do we block those three monsters right there? How do we do it? Who gets doubled? So there's a plan, and they'll change it up every play. Obviously, Matt Canada, their offensive coordinator. But I think conversely the other way, John, the 49ers and Steve Wilks have got to have a plan here right now, assuming that Bosa will not play. And then if he does get reinserted, then that's great. But I think each side's got a different way of looking at it here.
Yeah, Tomlin did say this morning that they are planning on, they're planning as if Bosa will play. Like I said, it's easier to adjust that way than the other way. Do you sense that, but you're around the team a lot more than I am, do you sense that with Steve Wilks, we did hear that maybe they blitz a little bit more? If they're not getting to the quarterback early, you would think maybe some stunts up front, but some aggressive blitzing, maybe more so than last year.
T-Rock was on with Murph and Mac this morning. What does he call them? He calls them strong side Steve, weak side Wilks. So you didn't see it a lot in the preseason because he purposely was saving it, but he's going to blitz more, even with Nick Bosa. I mean, there was not a lot of blitzes. Robert Saleh hardly blitzed at all. D'Amico would blitz. They'd like to bring Hufanga before it was K1 or Jimmy, and they like the linebacker blitz with Fred. But I think the Steelers are known for that cross-buck Pittsburgh Steeler blitz that they did for years and years with their great inside linebackers, where they bring both linebackers and they cross them. I think the 49ers are going to do all kinds of things. So, ideally you want to bring 4 and cover with 7. But maybe in this particular game we'll see. I think, how good's the Pittsburgh Steeler offensive line, John? How good are their tackles? Sayamalu they got from Philly's a really good player.
Inside,
I think the inside 3 guys are good. Cole and Daniels. How good's Dan Moore at left tackle? How good's that guy?
I don't think, like you said, they spent their first-round pick on a kid out of Georgia that's raw and Broderick Jones, and he's not starting. So I think that tells you because they addressed it in the first round. But like you said, Dan Moore Jr. is your left tackle and Okafor is your right tackle. I don't think they're great on the outside. That's another reason why I'd love to have Nick around because the strength of their offensive line is inside, not outside. So you'd love to see
Maybe
him
you move
attack
Eric
there.
Armstead outside.
Yeah, maybe so.
And maybe
Gotta do
Cleveland
something.
Ferrell can have a breakout game in his opener as a Niner.
Might need
He
to.
looked good in the preseason. He did.
Yeah, he did. He put some
I
consistent
think
pressure
either
on.
way, John, Pittsburgh's going to get the ball out of their hands fast.
Yeah.
They are going to fast pass you. And to me, the key is Pickens is big. So right away, do you get into a man match thing? And I think one thing, D'Amico did more than Saleh. Saleh didn't do it at all. He played side sometimes, boundary and open field with Sherman to protect him. But last year you saw D'Amico man match with Charvarius Ward. He followed the big receivers away, whether it was D-Hop or DK or Drake London, the rookie in Atlanta from USC. I mean, to me, right away, the question is, will they have Charvarius Ward follow George Pickens around? I think they might, and then have Diamador Lenore or whoever's the outside corner, whether it's Ambry or Womack, follow Dante Johnson around. The one thing is they got a big slot receiver, and they can move them all in the slot. But watching their preseason, and he had a bad year last year with the Rams. He just never clicked with Stafford. He hurt his ankle. Allen Robinson II had some big years in Chicago and Jacksonville, and in the preseason at least, he was in that Hines Ward role going back years ago. A big physical slot receiver. So if they do go 3 wide, and I think they will a lot in this game, then that's going to be, is that Demo moving inside, or will it be Isaiah Oliver moving inside to pick up Allen Robinson II?
And we got a whole week to do it. I know we'll do it a lot on Thursday with Tim, but like you said, I think the receivers are really good, the guys you just mentioned, and then Freiermuth they go to a ton, and they got this kid Darnell Washington. If anybody watched college football last year, big zero for Georgia last year, and he's made some great plays, and I'm not saying he's going to be from a volume standpoint, but at 6'7" and a huge wingspan, he's going to be huge in like third down and in the red zone. So they've got a lot of weapons, man, offensively. It's going to be that you got to get to the quarterback, got to get to the head of the snake. So we'll keep you up to date on anything that's going on with Nick Bosa as of right now. They continue to keep things quiet, and no Nick Bosa as of right now. We'll flip it over to the Giants coming up next. Our good friend, Sean Estes, the lefty's going to join us. Not great, the performances with the sticks, but also struggling. Are there questions for Gabe when it came to how much he used both Kyle Harrison and Alex Cobb over the weekend? We'll ask him next. How do you get out of this thing? It's only here on the Sports Leader.
On the mound, he broke hitters down.
And this one secures the shutout for Sean Estes.
And now on the mic, he breaks down the Giants. It's former All-Star lefty Sean Estes with Papa and Lund.
Sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. And by Dolan Law Firm, the best lawyers we hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
They're singing the Go Cubs Go song after the Cubs win, as they do here in Chicago. And they're got a little Joseph Pennant fever going here on the north side of Chicago. The Cubs beat the Giants 5-0.
Well, that's not good. That's not what Giants fans want to hear. The bats continue to struggle. Did Gabe leave his pitchers in too long a week after very good performances by Kyle Harrison and Alex Cobb? We'll get into all those conversations and more and how to fix this thing. Our good friend Sean Estes joins us, courtesy of the Uma Guest On, as he does every Tuesday. What's happening?
What's up, guys?
What's going on with you?
Yes. Not a whole lot. Back at home.
It's quiet there.
What's that?
It's quiet there.
In my house? Yeah, well, kids are in school.
Oh, that's
great.
Right. Oh, that's awesome.
Yep, much needed break. They came up to the city with me I was there for the last couple series, and they came up for Labor Day, and it was nice. They had a nice time. We all had a nice time. But it's good to be
quiet
home.
Quiet in your house, but not quiet at 1060 West Addison? Wow. That place is on fire. So you were a Cub, obviously right there with Dusty, the ill-fated 2003 year. What was your experience like pitching on the north side, Sean?
Well, personally, it was bittersweet because I had a decent first half, and our team we were pretty good in the first half. We're kind of treading water, and then we took off in the second half. Sammy Sosa came back from a suspension with a corked bat and just started hitting home runs at will and put the team on his back. And we had an unbelievable starting rotation that year with Kerry Wood, Mark Pryor, Carlos Zambrano, and Matt Clement. And then, me pulling up the rear. And then, I had a crappy second half and the fans started booing me. So, it was like the team was doing really well, but there was the one guy that was scuffling, and that was me. Fortunately, I was able to stick it out and finish the season with the team. So I was able to be part of that playoff run, more as a spectator and a teammate than I was as a contributor. But all in all, just the city, is the first time I experienced it firsthand. We went there in 1998 for the wild card game, and it was the year after Harry Carey had passed away, and they had the big balloon out in right field with Harry's face. And we just lost a tough one in Colorado where Nefi Perez hit a big home run off of Rob Nen. We could have clinched it right then, but we had to go into Chicago and play the one-gamer against them. And we felt, looking back on it, we had no chance to win that game. The ghost of Harry was there. But it was, when you go into Wrigley and they're in the playoffs, they get playoff fever and they're in the hunt. There's really no better place to play a game. Obviously, you want to be the home team, and we got to experience that in 2003. But what an atmosphere that they create out there. Obviously, the day games are special. You pack the house, you get a nice weather day, and then you got all the bars and restaurants outside the ballpark. It just creates a lot of energy, and it's a good vibe. And I mean, even as a visiting player, it's fun to go in there during those times because that's what baseball really is all about. And in my opinion, I'm biased because I really like Oracle Park, but Wrigley is as good as it gets as far as a ballpark, and they've done some great things with it. So it's a great fan experience. Players, actually, it's a better player experience now that they've made all the upgrades and stuff, but I think what sets it apart is actually the fans and how much energy and fun they have when their team's good.
Yeah, and then you couple on top of that the Giants just aren't scoring runs. I mean, the kid Justin Steele that pitched yesterday has been absolutely great for them, and he's right up there for a Cy Young. And then what Bellinger's doing. Seiya Suzuki was really good yesterday. They have a ton of offense on that team. They're just from a team that a lot of people thought was going to be a seller at the deadline to get to the point where they're starting to look like almost a lock with the Phillies, and it might be that just that third wild card spot is open.
Yeah, they're playing great baseball right now, getting a ton of confidence. You have the kid Steele throwing the ball as well as he is. You get Stroman. I mean, you got some guys. Hendricks is going tonight. You got some guys in the rotation. They're starting to throw the ball well, and then they're starting to score some runs. I mean, I kind of felt like, nobody gave them any respect coming into the season. They didn't know what they were going to get out of Bellinger, and man, the guy's been on. I mean, he's almost back to his MVP year type numbers this year. Who would have saw that coming? And then obviously Swanson, their middle of their lineup is solid. Bellinger, Swanson, Suzuki, and Happ. And then they went out and got Candelario, which helped. You got an 820 OPS. So you got some guys that can swing it in that lineup now. Now, if you can just pitch and play defense, man, that's why they're 10 games above 500 with a chance to get into the playoffs. But I don't think anybody really saw it coming from the Cubs. They're playing pretty good baseball right now.
Now, when they came to San Francisco in June, we thought, let's buy Marcus Stroman. Maybe they'll, trade Kyle Hendricks is going to go tonight or Cody Bellinger. And then they just started winning. And it's all flipped. And for the Giants right now, I mean, the offense is just completely stopped. But the pitching, and Logan Webb was good yesterday, Sean. But, last time we had you on was the day after the Kyle Harrison 11 punchy game on Monday. And then, the next day, Alex Cobb is a near no-hitter. So we talked a lot about, and to me, Cap's kind of flipping the way he's done this for a long time. He's letting his pitchers go longer. 91 pitches for Harrison, on a week ago today or Monday. Today's Tuesday after Labor Day. And then, Alex Cobb a week ago the next day goes 131 pitches. Bochy would flip the way he managed late in the year and in October certainly, but he'd go the opposite. And he would go get guys early to go to the pen to get the matchups he wants, with the exception of Bumgarner, obviously, when he was dealing or Timmy in 2010 against Atlanta in Game 1. Your thoughts on, letting Harrison, and he pitched on the fifth day, 4 days of rest, something he did not do at all. Not one time this year at AAA. Did that adversely affect him, giving up the 4 home runs? And then for Alex Cobb, 131 pitches, career high. He does not get the extra day. He pitches on the fifth day, and he's been talking about this hip impingement that he's had since June. So in retrospect, it's easy to second guess it. But should they have first guessed it? What were your thoughts on letting those guys go on the 4th day, 4 days of rest on the fifth day?
Yeah, I think I either talked to you guys or it might have been Murph and Mac on Thursday morning, but I wasn't a big fan of them pitching Cobb on normal rest. I mean, for a lot of different reasons. I'll get to Harrison in a minute, but the fact the guy threw more pitches than he has all year, he's 35 years old. His numbers on 4 days rest compared to 5 days rest are much different. Obviously, he's better on 5 days. Hasn't pitched well on the road this year. He was going to have to pitch on the road regardless. But all these things that are stacking up against him, it really did. And then just being, obviously the Padres is a big series as well, but just the Cubs being probably the biggest series up to this point, just, they're ahead of you in the wild card. You want to stack your rotation to throw your best guys at them and put them in the best position to succeed. I just didn't feel like that was a good spot for Cobb, on Sunday in San Diego, coming off, the 4 days rest and as many pitches as he threw. Obviously didn't go with them for very long, but game was kind of over. The way the offense is not scoring runs, you can't afford to give up early runs, and he wasn't able to do that. But, I have a lot of excuses for him in that game. I just didn't think he should have been pitching that game. It just the way the Caps kind of managing right now and with who they're throwing out there, it's just odd. I don't get it. They've only had, outside of Keaton Wynn, they've only had 2 relievers pitch since Friday. It's just really strange the way he's managing things right now. And Tristan Beck coming off a really rough outing in San Diego and a couple days rest, throwing him in that game yesterday. It's just, I don't know. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. This bullpen's been worked this year. So there might be some guys hanging down there. There might be some stuff there might be some guys that need some extra rest that's why we're not seeing them. I don't know. But, I had no problem with Kyle Harrison pitching on 4 days. I just knew that there would probably be a little bit of an emotional letdown after pitching at home for the first time in his career, doing so well against the Reds, and just being at home for a couple more days after that, getting all the attention from the media and the friends and the family. It's mentally draining. And I mean, I don't care, how young you are, how fresh your legs are, and how fast you bounce back. It's mentally draining to have to go through that. And I feel like that it was just a little bit of a letdown going to San Diego. His stuff wasn't as crisp. And I kind of felt that, and this is maybe a hindsight's 2020, that he might have gone one batter too many in that game. Have to face Cooper there with two men on and pitching into the 90s and coming off the outing, all the things that factor into it. He already gave up 3 solo shots in the game. I think you go to the righty, Jackson, who was ready in the bullpen, and try to get Cooper, and it's a 3-run game, and maybe you have a chance to come back and win that game. But you're down 6-love now, and it's like game over. So I was second guessing that decision. I think Kyle Harrison will be better in his next. But yeah, there's just some odd things going on with some of the decisions he is making with these starters. I never have a problem with Logan Webb going deep. I trust him. Pitch count doesn't really matter with Logan Webb, in my opinion. I still feel like that he's your horse and he's the guy you got to run with. And he pitched well enough yesterday to win. I talk about getting caned. I mean, this guy's number one in the major leagues at getting caned. I mean, they don't score any runs for him, and he's got to start getting frustrated. I mean, he handles it real well. He says all the right things, but I mean, it's frustrating because you're going out there and you're pitching your butt off, and you can't get a run. And he got a second base yesterday. And it really is right now a team that's tough to watch.
Yeah, especially offensively, as you pointed out, it's 17 of 29 games, it's 0 or 1 run, and it's 3.03 runs per game, which by far, by a half a run, is the lowest in all of baseball. And he's made some mistakes, but like you said, he absolutely has deserved a better fate than this. And, the thing is, offensively, is if it's a short sample size, small sample size, we'd sit here and say, okay, well, they're going to pull out of it. But this has been going on since late June. And I think this is just what this team is offensively. And every guy that said, well, this guy's coming back. Well, Haniger is 1 for 15 with 8 strikeouts. Crawford's hitting 148 in the second half of the season. The rookies are starting to get tired out. I mean, it's just offensively, I don't see anything changing. Do you?
No, that's the frustrating part about it all, because, I mean, we've always talked about, okay, well, when they get these guys back, right, when they get these bats back, that's when they're really going to start clicking, right? They just, they haven't had a healthy lineup of veteran guys, all season long. And now they're healthy. I mean, Conforto's the only guy that they're missing right now. And I'm not going to say Conforto's going to make the big difference. He can make a little bit of a difference, but you got Yaz back. You got Haniger back. You got Estrada back. I mean, you got all your guys back, and it's still not working. And that, to me, that's where, in June, they were healthy for a while, and that's when they went on that run. So you're kind of reverting back to June, as this is what this team is capable of doing. Yet now we're 47 games post All-Star break, and they're hitting 214 as a team with only 39 home runs. And they're striking out the most in the National League, and they don't steal any bases. So, and even the guys that can steal bases, and a guy like Meckler, your fast guys, they're not base stealers, right? So you're clogging up the bases. It's just if you're not hitting the ball to the ballpark, you're not actually putting the ball in play with authority, it's going to be tough to score runs. I don't know if they can pick it up in the last 4 weeks of the season. I mean, we've seen it this year. It hasn't been a year-long thing, but it's been a pretty big sample of 47 games post All-Star break. And now that they're healthy and it's still not happening, it leads you to believe this may be just who they are. And if that's the case, they're not a playoff team.
Well, hopefully they hit it hard last night on Rose Street or wherever they went. Chicago's a good way.
Sometimes that's what it takes, Pop.
It does, without a doubt. Go out and tie one out.
A team meeting at Murphy's. Yeah, team meeting at Murphy's post-game.
Right, yeah. Well, you know what they did last night, Sean? They actually had their fantasy football draft. The whole team was there and took part in that. I guess the commissioner is Mr. Fantasy Football, Jock Peterson, who has the weight right now of a interior lineman than he does an outfielder, but we'll let that go. Since we last talked, I think you were going, he's got to lose weight, Sean. He does not look good, and he can't bend down to field a ball right now.
Yeah.
Just being honest. So anyway, last time we spoke, you were going to go into your fantasy draft. So How did that go? My question is, how many Niners have you taken? And did you take your former teammate, Sean Purdy's son, one Brock Purdy, a quarterback?
I did not. And I didn't. I know. I was talking to Walter. I said, he can make up for all that. He's got the first pick. That he could go McCaffrey, first pick of the draft, and get his Niner right there. I was the 11th pick. It was going to be tough.
Oh. Who'd you take? Who was your first pick?
I have none Niners on my team.
He never does.
I know.
John, he never takes a Niner. Didn't you grow up watching the Niners in Nevada? Aren't you a Niner fan?
Well, yeah, not really. I am a Niner fan.
You were a Giant fan,
You
but
gotta
not
use
a
your
Niner
head, not
fan.
your heart, though, man.
No, I like the Niners now. No, when I was growing up, I was a Raider fan. When they were in Oakland, and then I moved to, and I was a little bit of I didn't want to admit it, but a little bit of a Cowboy fan as a kid. And then as probably my early 20s, I became a Niner fan, and I've been a Niner fan since. So, yeah, I would have loved to have a Niner on my team. It didn't work out. The draft didn't fall that way. I ended up going with Saquon and Tony Pollard back-to-back. So I got a good running back combo. I got a pretty good team.
Wow.
They're going to be
Giants and
competitive,
Cowboys, but we're playing those guys this year.
Yeah, I know. That's why it's fantasy, Pop. And that's why I told Walter.
That's why I don't
play. It's why I finish last every year too. But it's also, I was telling Walter, you almost you want to pick the guy that you're going to be able to root for all year too. It's on the team, so it's a win-win. So he's doing well, the team's doing well, everybody's happy. So you're right. There's certain games I'm probably going to be like, come on, Tony Pollard, score 4 touchdowns, but hopefully the Niners, still win, that type of thing, which can happen. That's the bittersweet of fantasy football. But yeah, no Niners this year, unfortunately.
It is true that you're sitting there. That's why Red Zone has become so popular, because they just show the scoring, but you're like, you want a guy to do well, but then you just don't. It's just crazy. The whole thing is just crazy.
I want Saquon to have 300 all-purpose yards from scrimmage, but then lose.
Exactly. It's the craziest.
That makes it harder
man.
when he does something like that. So
yeah.
We had Sean Purdy on a few months ago, and we were talking about his Giant career, and he talked about playing with Rich Aurelia and Sean Estes. What do you know about Brock's father as a minor league pitcher, Sean Purdy?
Well, I remember him because, he went to the University of Miami, and
Right.
I went on a recruiting trip to Miami out of high school. So I remember him as just an 18-year-old that was, bright-eyed going into these colleges and just looking up to everybody, right? I thought everybody was great, and he was one of their better pitchers there at the time. So I remember him as a kid, and then fast forward 1995, he was my teammate in Shreveport, and we were trying to call Ron Wodos was our manager. So I remember him from there. I wasn't in Shreveport for a month and a half, but he was our closer in Shreveport. And I just remember, Sean never made it to the big leagues. Probably I think he had some injuries, but, just stuff-wise, he was a little short, right, for getting to the big leagues. But, talk about just guts and, going out there and just having the right mindset to go out there and finish games with whatever he had that day. And it was okay, right? But it was more the mentality that he had. That's what I remember, that he was just a gamer. He'd take the ball in the ninth, and, he knew how to pitch with what he had. But he had guts, man. He had guts, and so I'm sure his kid probably got a lot of that. And he was I remember him being just a competitor too. I mean, you can't pitch the ninth inning at any level and not be able and not compete, not be a competitor, especially if you don't have 100 miles an hour in your arsenal. And he definitely didn't. I remember kind of being like a sinker, slider, maybe cutter guy. Didn't throw real hard, but a good teammate. And now obviously he moved down to Arizona with his kids, and so all his kids are 2 boys have been quarterbacks, played at collegiate level. Now he's got one in the NFL. So must be a pretty proud papa. But yeah, I've heard about the kids that he had down here just through high school football, Perry High School.
His brother play. Is he the quarterback at Nebraska, John?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
That terrible loss the other night. That was Brock's brother.
Brock's
Did he play?
I don't know if he played in that game, but I'll check.
He's definitely someone. I don't think he started at Nebraska.
Nebraska. He's at Nebraska for sure.
Yeah, I think he started somewhere else, but I could be wrong there. These guys are bouncing.
They played some guy named Jeff Sims. He was the quarterback for Nebraska in that game.
Chris Sims?
Jeff
His son
Sims.
or Phil Sims?
I don't know.
Probably Chris.
No idea. By the way, I got to ask you this before you go. You were on the 2003 Cubs. Where were you on the Bartman play? In the dugout?
I was in the dugout.
Yeah.
Yep, blocked out, blocked off because that's the way it is there.
Yeah, right.
Can't really see down there, and then obviously you sprint up to the clubhouse to catch all the replays, and then you saw what happened, and you're ticked off like everybody else, thinking that Moises could have caught that ball. And then when it went down after that. Well, what happened was I ran up to the clubhouse. Probably a couple of starting pitchers, and ran up there to see, because they showed a million replays of it. And when we ran up there, they were getting it set up to celebrate. They were getting
the kiss of death.
They had the plastic on the lockers. They had the podium set up. They had champagne on ice. It was kind of like, wait a second here. All right, let's pump the brakes, guys.
They got to be ready, though. What are you going to do?
Yeah, that's true.
They got to be ready. You're right. But
it's like the '86 Red Sox had the same thing for Game 6.
Yeah, but you celebrate on the. I mean, I've obviously broke this down. Like, do you really need to do it that early? Because think about when you win, you celebrate on the field for quite a while. Now, we would have been on the field for probably 30 minutes. Because those fans have been waiting for that for a long time, right? I mean, we hadn't won the World Series yet, but we were going to the World Series how we got those last 6 outs. And so we would have, I guarantee you, it would have been, we would have been parading around the whole field, giving love to the fans.
Oh, that'd have been amazing.
So that's when they could have set up. We're not going to go win the game and then sprint to the clubhouse and start celebrating. It takes a while to get in there. So, this is just my baseball mind, and being jinxed, right? I just specifically remember running up to the clubhouse and saying, as we're watching the replay of Bartman, and then your brain starts to play tricks on you too. You're like, wow, is this organization is really cursed? I mean, there must be something to that. And then obviously you're looking for all the reasons why you don't want to be jinxed or cursed. And then they're setting up camp and they're to celebrate. You're like, no, don't. And then, as we know, we all know what happened after that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Man, that is crazy. Alex, and people forget about Alex Gonzalez, where he kicked that ball at short. Yeah. And everybody gives Bartman grief. But Alex Gonzalez, man.
Yeah, well, we're not going to pin it on Alex, but that dude was like, well, obviously, like that you make that play, we probably win.
Yeah.
But, that dude was solid all year. I believe that he might have led the league in fielding percentage that year.
That's
you have to go back and look, but that's how good he had been at shortstop. So, it's just another thing. You're like, oh, they're cursed. Well, they ended up winning, a few years later.
Yeah, 16. I mean, that's what you said. 13 years later, they won it, but you guys would have been the first. I mean, that would have been nuts.
Yeah, that would have been awesome.
Nuts. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right, man. Great to talk
and
to you.
People would have remembered 4 of the 5 guys in the rotation.
You know how it goes, man. They celebrate everybody at that point. God. It doesn't matter.
It just would have been a great year to have a great year.
Yeah, exactly.
But
amazing.
It didn't work out that way.
All right, man. Good luck with the fantasy season, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, fellas.
I say bad luck to you.
Yeah.
See ya.
Bad luck to him.
That's Saquon and Tony Pollard?
Jeff Sims is the starting quarterback at Nebraska. Chubba Purdy. 6'2", 210 sophomore. Was at Florida State. Came to Nebraska, so he's the backup.
Yeah,
Chubba.
He didn't play. He didn't play.
Number 12. So,
I predict at some point, John, he will come in for Sims, who gets hurt, and lead Nebraska. Well, they lost their opener, so
they did.
They're not going to win the national.
And they're playing Colorado next, right?
Do they?
Yeah.
What if it's Chubba against Prime?
Prime time.
What if Chubba? Is he the backup?
Yeah, he's the backup. Yeah.
All right, let's go. Chubba Purdy.
Pop and Lunch, sponsored by our good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Remember to start earning cash back in your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. No monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started right now. redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by NCUA. Of course, we'll go back to obsessing, but we've got Susan Slusser talking to us in about 13 minutes. So we'll keep it with the Giants. Flip it back over to the Niners, the latest on Nick Bosa. If we hear anything, we'll get you caught up on that. But Susan Slusser at 11:30, her assessment of what's going on with the Giants right now. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Another day without Nick Bosa. Is it time to panic? That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
Didn't you grow up watching the Niners in Nevada? Aren't you a Niner fan?
Well, yeah, not really. I am a Niner fan.
You were a Giant fan,
You
but
gotta
not
use
a
your
Niner
head, not
fan.
your heart, though, man.
No, I like the Niners now. No, when I was growing up, I was a Raider fan.
The autumn wind is a pirate.
Is that T-Rock?
Okay, so get this. I just had the best break. So there's two things going on. First of all, I go walking out, and if you're watching on YouTube, they just have the bullpen area there, and it's all quiet and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? What Sean's talking about is the draft's going on right now. So all the guy like Adam is here. He's here early.
So
all
our
these guys.
draft's going on now, our KNBR draft?
So there's a bunch, and everyone's quiet and like all this kind of stuff. And
They do it during business hours?
Yeah, they're doing it
not
right
at
now.
night?
They're doing it right now. Which I agree with you.
Do we have a team?
No, we don't have a team. They don't invite us. We would rule that league.
Wow.
But
Wow.
see, I like what I've done. I'm in one league, and me and a bunch of buddies, and it's we've been doing it for 20 years. We'll get together and we'll go drinking, and it's we make a whole event out of the whole thing. Nowadays everybody
Shocker,
does it.
John. Shocker.
Everything does it via
Why
computer.
the hell would you have a fantasy football draft
That's the whole
and not
point.
drink?
You rent a place out.
You do? You don't just do it at somebody's house?
You get a big table. It's a good time.
Right.
And a lot of people do it via computer now. I get it. But then it gets better. So the fantasy football draft, everybody's intense out there. I go walking down the hall. Who do you think I run into? Tim friggin' Ryan, who's here recording
He's
some
here?
stuff. Yeah, he's recording some stuff for the year. You know all those commercials. This is Tim Ryan for your
he's not a fantasy football guy, is he?
Nah, he's not doing that.
No way.
But the hair looks glorious, I can say. He broke my ribs with the hug, but it was well worth it. It was nice. And we just did a little BS, and I hadn't seen Tim since maybe end of last year or something. So
You haven't seen him at a preseason game?
I mean, I don't go down to the TV. I don't fit in the TV.
Why?
Because I look like the Elephant Man. They're like, dude, you should be nowhere near TV.
Actually, you look good, John. You're looking good. You had a good weekend.
So, yeah,
Did you
it
have
was
a good
all right.
checkup, by the way, on Friday?
Oh,
What'd
thank
the
you
doc
for
say?
asking. Yeah,
Are you
everything
off the?
yeah.
Are you off the non-drinking list? I want the green light from you. I need you. I
mean, it's occasion I can go back to the gym, which is a start. It'd be nice.
No alcohol, though? Forget the gym.
Yeah, I think I can. He said, take it easy, but see what you can do. So I'll test the limits.
It
Let's
is
see what
football.
we
So
can
we have
do
a
here.
game Thursday night,
Yeah.
No,
I'm excited. Man, can you believe it? It's happening. Thursday.
I can believe it.
Man.
I can believe it.
I like that hat, by the way. You got the new. What'd you
New
break
York
that out?
Giants.
What'd you break that one out?
I have so many hats. What
Like
did
it.
Tolbert the other day said, how many hats do you have? I have more hats than I even
like the
can
Giants.
display.
I
Yeah,
like
New York
that.
Giant one.
I like it.
We're
So-
hearkening back to an earlier era of Giant baseball. Where,
When they get hit?
Well, no, they get hit in New York. I mean, how many Hall of Famers they have in the lineup in New York and then obviously in
man,
San
this thing.
Francisco. But the one thing, and Susan will join us coming up in a bit here. Did you hear Lasky at all after the game yesterday?
I heard the people calling into Lasky. Yes, I was
that's what
driving
mean.
around.
And Bill calls it out.
Yeah.
Their people are not happy. And I understand. And I thought I still think they have a chance to make the playoffs, but I think now you're going to be the third wild card seed, maybe at all. I mean, Chicago just looks like a better team, and Philadelphia done hitting home runs at Petco. My God, they went off. That game was insane. It wound up 9-7. But people are angry. And Sousa's not on this trip to San Diego and Chicago. I don't know how. If there's two cities you'd want to be on back-to-back cities on a road trip, that's where I went last year was San Diego and Chicago.
Was amazing.
I want to go Gaslamp, and I want to go Wrigleyville and Gallagher, whatever they call that area. It's kind of like Thrive City, where you can't quite get into the Cub game, but you're out there. I think it's Gallagher Plaza. Anyway, it's a party. The Giants just are not having a great road trip, obviously, after winning the first game. And I know, Baggs has reported it, and we'll talk to Kawakami a little bit about it. Obviously, the Bosa negotiations with Tim and his sit down with Lake up on the podcast. But where are they? Where are the Giants at if they just do not make the playoffs this year in light of the offseason misses? They didn't get Aaron Judge. I understand that. Correa had to flunk. But then beyond that, Jock Peterson's not worth the money right now. Could they have gotten J.D. Martinez? And I know he's hurt now with the Dodgers, but look at his numbers and what he put up before he got hurt. You wanted Cody Bellinger. I think they were all tied timing-wise to bringing back Jock and the the qualifying offer, whatever
that
it's
has
called.
never made sense.
And then the Haniger deal, and that's not going away. And a lot of it is the injury to Haniger, but he wasn't good before. It's just going, and is Michael Conforto going to come back? And these guys are not opting out now. Manaya's not going to opt out in light of the year that he's had. Stripling's not going to opt out.
That's $30 million those two guys combined next year.
Haniger's not opting out.
Nope.
Conforto's not going to opt out, so you're already on the payroll. You thought some of these guys would be one and done. So where do you just reassess Farhan, and do you have to lump them together, Farhan and Gabe? I think there's a point to be made to keep Farhan maybe. I admire Gabe, but people are killing Gabe with Bill Lasky after the game yesterday. They don't like the fact that he doesn't wear a uniform, which I never really have thought of. That, kind of, did Bochy always wear a uniform?
That's nitpicking, though. I mean, there's plenty of meat on the bone if you want to take shots
I just don't
at Gabe.
like that he's changing what he's done in the last week, and everybody's commending it. But it's not who he is, and it's a little bit of, you just got to ride with it. But when you get down late in the year and the games are precious, you almost have to manage these games like they're playoff games, John. Bochy would do the opposite. He would go get a guy early to get a favorable matchup. Remember when he got Jonathan Sanchez in Philadelphia, went right to Jeremy Affeldt? I mean, you got to manage more aggressively, not the opposite. So I think, Boch kind of managed like Gabe has for the first 5 months. Why is Gabe changing the way he's managing here late in the year? I think part of it is we're going to ride our best people, and our best people are Alex Cobb and obviously what's going on with Kyle Harrison. But just are the two aligned together is what's going on there.
That's a great question. And like you said, this is the offseason. Haniger, Conforto, Jock, Stripling, Minaya, that's $65 million. And then at the deadline, A.J. Pollock, you released. We didn't expect much out of him anyway, but this team was dying for a bat at the deadline. They had gone through July, and it was clear that the offense was a major problem, and the best you did was A.J. Pollock. If I'm the ownership of the Giants, I got to sit down with Farhan, and Farhan's brilliant. He's very, very smart. But the offseason to the doing nothing at the deadline, you got to explain that to me, man. If I'm Giants ownership, I can't extend that. And you're not getting guys to come here, and I don't want to hear the excuses about it's tough to get them to come here or California. Look, the Dodgers do it. The Padres do it. I know the Padres aren't very good, but they have the star power, as we just saw. You got to get them to come here. I don't care what it is. And you got to make these evaluations you made in the offseason. You just threw $65 million at these guys. Mitch Haniger's 1 for 15 with 8 strikeouts. It's coming off the list, and you still got 2 more years of this. I mean, these are atrocious signings.
It's the offseason who you couldn't get, and you called it the worst offseason ever. Couldn't get Judge, had to flunk Correa. And, flunking Correa is the right call. He's not healthy this year. He's been a shell of himself. But then, the guys you did get over the guys you could have gotten, and then you didn't do anything at the deadline, and then you didn't do anything in August when a bunch of Angels were waived. So the reason I'm bringing it up, Sue's not on the trip, so we may not get into the actual games with her, but she had a long sit-down recently with Greg Johnson, and they touched a lot of topics, John, and I think, payroll, where they're going to go. They're not going to go over the CBT line appreciably. He said that. So what do they do in the offseason with Shohei and Light? But just as you reassess Farhan and Gabe, people are not happy. And a lot of it is they're not Sabes and they're not Bochy. It's a hard act to follow. I get that. But I think they need to be taken separately, right? If you do pick up Farhan and extend him, and he says he wants to bring Gabe back, does that change your thoughts? Should Gabe Kapler get a contract extension or, his option picked up at an extension in Light if they don't make the playoffs this year?
I don't think so. I think everything should be on the table. I think that you look at both guys. And again, like you just pointed out, as far as Gabe, and I know a lot of these things are collaborative decisions, but what they just did with Cobb and Harrison, I think is ridiculous. And I was for the 91 in the first one. I'm for the 131. But as you said, get him out after that. Sean mentioned the 4 and 5 days rest. They should have gotten an extra day. You said it the day after that they needed an extra day. They clearly did. they were tired. So we'll get into it. Susan's got the answers on some of this stuff. We'll talk to her. We talk to her every Monday. We move it to Tuesday because of Labor Day, and we'll do it next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Yeah, I mean, it's playoff baseball for us. It's been like that for a couple weeks now. So you go and you flush this one. It's unfortunate. We came off a good series against Cincinnati. We won the first game here. So you try to ride that wave a little bit. You know, we've been streaky, so hopefully we're hoping to have had a longer winning streak or win more series than we did right there.
That's Alex Cobb. Rough weekend for Alex Cobb, for Kyle Harrison as well. And the Giants, again, not scoring runs, major problem, both with the Padres and then yesterday on Labor Day with the Cubs. A couple more against the Cubs, but the major problems. And we thought, Mitch Haniger's going to come back. He's 1 for 15 since he returned with 8 strikeouts. Conforto, Peterson, Stripling, Minaya, those guys, all offseason adds at $65 million. And A.J. Pollock, who they added at the deadline, he is already, at least reportedly, is going to be or has been DFA'd. So some major problems for the Giants, especially with the sticks. Let's get the latest from Susan Slusser, who normally joins us on Monday, but of course Labor Day yesterday. We're glad to have her today, and she joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're good, but for a minute you're thinking to yourself, okay, the offense is an issue, it's an issue, but now this is not a small sample size. Is this just who they are offensively?
I mean, it's been since late June,
Yeah.
so I don't think there's any doubt about it. I mean, they are mostly healthy now, minus Michael Conforto, of course. They really have not had I think I did the math. It was like 40 days with the projected outfield. Sorry, so it's a little loud here in Bernal Heights today.
It's all right.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, how much difference would that make? I don't know. But they've never been able to really sustain any sort of offensive momentum at all. Like a game or two here or there, that has been their biggest issue. But recently, mistakes have been creeping in elsewhere, both on the pitching side and very much on the defensive side. It's alarming. They're going in the wrong direction for this time of year. Absolutely.
All right, and there's not a whole lot you can do. The trade deadline is gone. The waiver wire pickups have been made, and let's just take a step back and assess why they're in this situation. And going back to the offseason, the big swing and miss on Aaron Judge, and they were in it. We'll see, if they could have got him, but in any event, he didn't sign. And then they flunked Correa, and then they were forced to pivot after all the shortstops were already gone. And they signed Haniger to a big deal, Conforto to a big deal on the pitching side. Stripling and Minaya, they gave them opt-outs along the way. Manaya's been fine. Stripling has not. The two hitters have underachieved. And then you get to the trading deadline, Susan, and they do nothing, literally nothing. A.J. Pollock, and, he's not going to be a part of it. He got hurt right away. And then they had a chance at the waiver wire claim. I don't even know if they put claims in on the guys that already Moreno dumped. But just as you assess Farhan, because I know you spoke to Greg Johnson recently, did a very interesting, exhaustive, thorough, in your typical style, Q&A with him. What's your vibe on Farhan, the option to pick up, the extension and all that? And then how would you assess his offseason, his trading deadline, his August? Is he partly the reason why this team is underperforming, especially offensively?
But yeah, I mean, I definitely think that this is not an ideal roster construction at this point. Some of that's injuries, some of that's fatigue, some of it is just, they didn't do enough at the trade deadline. And in my opinion, they said a lot of the guys that they were after, and it was mostly pitchers, were either the cost was too much, and I'm kind of in agreement. Certainly, you don't want to give up a Patrick Bailey. You probably don't want to give up a Kyle Harrison. Especially for a short-term rental, and I think that's what they were looking at by and large. Obviously, Ohtani came off, so I don't know. But, they say there wasn't much available that wouldn't have cost too much. We've got to accept them at their word, right? But even so, I feel like maybe they should have done a little bit more. But it was more last off season, and I like the Haniger deal. I like Conforto a lot. I thought with the next range down, they did about as well as they could, but this is hindsight, yes, but I was saying at the time I really wanted them to go after Bellinger. I thought he was primed for a big bounce back, and obviously he's done that. But it's so hard to say after the fact, but they really needed to do a little bit more last offseason, and the things they did looked good and have not worked out.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And again, that's a lot of money. Haniger, Conforto giving Jock the $20 million, Stripling, Minaya, that's $65 million right there. So in talking to Greg Johnson, is it assumed that Farhan is back? Is it assumed that Gabe is back if this is not a playoff team this year?
Yeah, I mean, I would be stunned otherwise. I mean, he basically said it's a formality. It's just kind of a matter of getting together and signing some and dotting some I's, that kind of thing. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone expects that. I think there will be some changes. I just think, it'll be probably on the coaching staff and nothing too surprising if there are any, and even that's not certain. But definitely I would say Farhan and Kapler are absolutely back. But they need to do more. The thing that Greg said that gave me a little bit of pause, and I think a lot of people was, we talked a lot about sort of obliquely Ohtani because you can't tamper with guys who are going to be free agents and are currently on other teams. Clearly the team will go after him because they went after him, even just they were having talks before he got pulled off the trade market. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind they will. But Greg said they don't want to go over the salary cap. Well, it's not a salary cap, right, but we all know the luxury cap tax threshold, whatever. They're kind of going to have
the CBT, the competitive balance tax. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. If they want Ohtani, that's something they're very strongly going to have to consider. Or it's Ohtani and basically nothing else, and they get rid of all the high-priced guys they have now, which I can't see happening. So, and also, how are you going to get Ohtani if you're like, well, you're it, we're not going to add anything else? That was a little, that might just be caution. They're not obliged to tell us everything they're doing behind the scenes, and it probably wouldn't be in their best interest to do so. But that did make me a little bit wonder exactly what the payroll might look like. They've saved, even with all those the contracts that you just mentioned, they saved a ton of money this offseason when you consider they were going after Judge and going after Correa.
We all talked about Bellinger, and we talked about him, last year when he was winding up his Dodger, career, and it was obvious that they were not going to bring him back. And the timing of Bellinger and Jock Peterson kind of go together. Would Bellinger have come here? Was there interest in Bellinger? What Bellinger got like $17 million. What was Jock in the qualifying offer? Over 19. So obviously, looking at them now, that was an error. But would Bellinger have come here on a one-year make good? Well, was there serious consideration to bring back the former National League MVP, to bring him to San Francisco, Suze?
I'm sure there were talks. I don't know what his feelings were about San Francisco, the opportunity. It did seem like his market was a little bit smaller than I would have expected. Scott Boras is his agent. That always can make things a little more complicated, but certainly Boras has placed a fair number of players with the Giants in recent years. So if there was mutual interest and the terms were enough, I don't know why he wouldn't come. I'm not aware of any problems he has with San Francisco per se. And I would think that he's a guy who's been fairly not critical of the Dodgers and how things went there, but certainly is somebody who seems as if he wouldn't have minded the opportunity to stick it to L.A. when he got the chance.
As far as the offseason is concerned, because we're already hearing things, and he said numerous times, we're going to be aggressive last offseason. We're going to be aggressive at the deadline. I'm sure at the end of this season, he'll talk about the bats because, like you said, I think this is what the offense is. This has been going on since the end of June. Like you said, they've scored 200 runs since June 25th, which is 30 fewer than any other team in the league. So when they're cleaning out lockers and Farhan speaks, I think a lot of it's going to be about the lack of offense and how aggressive they're going to be in this offseason. So whether it be Bellinger, Ohtani, making a trade for Pete Alonso, how aggressive do you expect them to be in the hitters market in the offseason?
I think they've got to be. Absolutely. Certainly it was interesting that Ohtani's agent yesterday was very clear that Ohtani's going to continue to be a two-way guy, but he is first and foremost right now a hitter. He's got to be your top target. But they need more than that. I'm not quite sure where they go. There are obviously some spots on the roster that might be ripe for an upgrade. So it's a little bit of a thin free agent market. But looking at it, among the people that are available again, potentially Cody Bellinger. So there's definitely some interesting players. It's just sort of a small, but they've got to make Ohtani their primary target and go from there.
Yeah, but in light of staying, under the competitive balance tax, Suze, they couldn't afford Ohtani and Bellinger, right? You go after Bellinger. Right. If you can't get Ohtani, just going back on that point, because that's interesting. If they had signed Aaron Judge, would that have put them over the competitive balance tax? When the owner of the Giants and, the A's are kind of in limbo and looking down the line, did you push them a little more on that? Because a lot of the best teams in baseball a lot of the bad teams in baseball are. Look at the Mets and look at the Padres. Bloating your payroll doesn't ensure success. But in this market, I think the main thing is they lack star power right now. They're not scoring, and they're just boring. There's no one to watch. There's no one like, oh, he's coming up now. There's no one in the lineup. So they need someone like that. So can you give me a little more on Greg Johnson saying they do not want to go past that competitive balance tax line?
Well, he is very big on anything we make, we put back into the team, but we want the team essentially to pay for itself, which a lot of owners feel like that. I always kind of push back because look at the value of your team and how it's increased. Put that into the equation too. It's not just like, is the team paying for itself with its annual profits? The values have skyrocketed. And then you add into that what the Giants are doing next door with all the development that's taking place. So I did ask him about that and how that plays into the payroll. And he basically said, it's going well. We're really happy with it. It would basically buy us maybe one second baseman, which that seems low to me. But, they do have certainly other investors that are involved with that who are going to get their cut of profits and, a lot of costs that go into that. But still, one second baseman out of all of that development as it currently stands, that's surprising to me. So if that is the way they're approaching it and they're only going to spend what they make, maybe he's right. Maybe they don't cross that threshold.
That's a great point. And then, as you look at payroll for next year, Haniger's number jumps up to 19. I would imagine that Conforto, Minaya, and Stripling probably opt into their deals. They still owe DeSclafani one more year. Taylor Rogers makes $12 million. Cobb has a team option at 10 that I would imagine. Logan Webb is a bargain at 8. But my point in saying all those things is they have money. They're in a good financial place. Crawford's number comes off. I mean, obviously guys are going to make more, but I mean, they are in a good financial place to where, okay, you can't get Ohtani and Bellinger, but you got to be smarter in the way you spent your money than you did this offseason, because for $65 million, I mean, Manaya's had some moments and Conforto's had some moments. Outside of that, I mean, Haniger's been a major disappointment. Stripling's been a major disappointment. I mean, the way that they've spent their money last offseason after they got, well, I won't say rejected by Judge, they did, and Correa I think was a smart move, but they've got to be a lot better than they were last offseason.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. And a lot of these things are rolls of the dice. I thought Haniger typically, when healthy, is one of the best players in the league. I mean, I've seen him at his best. He's a terrific baseball player. He just has not been that for the Giants. They've got to hold their breath and hope that next year things turn around. Or even, Kapler said when Haniger came off the IL, that the chapter's not written on 2023. He could still have a big September. We're waiting on that. But, hot last 3 weeks, that could go a long way toward changing the way we feel about his season. But, that was a disappointing off season, maybe through no fault of their own. It looked like if all things being equal, Judge was going to go to the Yankees. You're right. They clearly did the right thing with Correa, and he wouldn't have been a difference maker, it seems like, this season anyway. They have the money. Even if they have to go over the threshold, even if that means, this is air quotes, even if they wind up in the red, they can handle that. This is a team with a lot of resources. They need to, you're right, create some excitement. Right now, the excitement this year has been provided by Kyle Harrison, by Casey Schmidt for a couple of weeks, by Pat Bailey, basically, the whole time he's been up. That's it. It's been the young guys.
And Haniger looks like a guy that's right now in spring training mode, not just offensively, but a play in left field yesterday. I mean, they're sloppy. Tyro was not good defensively yesterday, so they got to get out of this. So we're already into off-season mode, and this is the Tuesday after Labor Day, so we got a month of baseball. You want to get you don't want to get swept at Wrigley, and you got to deal with Kyle Hendricks, and the Giants are going to go Ryan Walker and opener today, and then the day game tomorrow. But then after that, they come home. You got Colorado and Cleveland. You got Colorado 7 more times, Sue. You do have the Dodgers 7 more times. Those 2 with Arizona in Phoenix are going to be big, September 19th and 20th. But just overall, it's been a bad month of August, starting with them losing the 2 in Oakland. They really have not been themselves. They got a little hot, against Atlanta at the end and Cincinnati when Harrison and Cobb pitched so well last week. But are they going to make the playoffs? Are they going to be the 3rd wild card team?
The only thing that's helping them is nobody seems to be doing what it takes. Everybody kind of wins a couple, then loses. It's 1 step forward, 2 steps back with everyone involved in this. You're right. The Arizona games are big. It's just 2 games. Is that enough? Probably not. They haven't taken advantage of the head-to-head games against the teams that they are immediately competing with. And Colorado, those are absolute must-wins. They haven't been great playing teams that are down in the standings either. They've just been treading water for so long. So, it could go either way based on the fact that nobody seems to be putting it in gear to win it, what it takes. I did like what Yastrzemski said after the game. Now, Yastrzemski and Flores, it sounds like, from John Shea, talked to the team afterwards. Sounds like Kapler had some words. And Yastrzemski kind of shared some of it with John afterwards. It's unacceptable, and, we need to get it in gear, and we need some, what did he say, aggressive fierceness. And Kapler said we need to take an essentially F-it mentality with us to the plate. I like hearing those things. They have to do it now. We haven't seen them doing it. It's if they don't make the playoffs, I don't think anybody would be surprised. If they finish 500, I don't think anyone would be surprised. And they needed to be better this year. They should not be a 500 team. They should be making one of those wild card spots because it's been right there for them for a very long time.
Great point. Susan Slusser, we'll talk to her next Monday at her scheduled time. Thank you so much for the insight. We appreciate it.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Take care.
Thank you, Susan.
That's the great Susan Slusser, the Chronicle, at Susan Slusser, and, of course, your reader in the Chronicle. Another good friend of ours. A lot of things to talk to him about. Marcus Thompson from The Athletic. He'll join us next on The Sports Leader. Your old pal John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some aren't even based in the entire state? Now, that's not what this is. Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live, which is nice. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com, learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in the Bay Area to make sure it's a safer place. And also feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured, you're going to need to sit down for this, speaking of being safe. More than $1 billion. That's $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, and you pay nothing up front. I told you nothing. Nada. Nothing. Nothing. No hourly fees. No upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on a Tuesday. Hope you had a great long weekend. It is football week. We get a ton to talk about with our good friend Marcus Thompson at Thompson Scribe. Not only should you be following him, but you should be reading all his great stuff, and I do mean great. And we get a ton to talk to him about. He joins us courtesy of the guest line. What's happening?
Now, where's Nick Bosa?
Fort Lauderdale,
question,
Florida.
bro.
Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
This better not be a hang-up of like a few $1 million, right? I mean, like, if there's anybody to overpay for, it's got to be Nick Bosa. Am I misreading this or what?
Well, yeah. I mean, the reports are they're about $4 million apart, but it's, per season over a 5-year deal, and it's $20 million. So the bottom line, if Nick Bosa does not play Sunday in Pittsburgh, Marcus, and to me it's a lot like Steph Curry not playing with the Warriors. Just look at the one-loss record. When Steph plays, they win. When Steph doesn't play, they lose. And throughout his career, they're 37-14 with Bosa, 5-10 without him. If for some reason this drags out and he does not play Sunday, can they still win without 97?
I think this is one of those rare times, and maybe why John Lynch is flexing, that they might be able to win without him. But before, you're right. I mean, that's absolutely the indicator, because this team was so centered on the productivity of the defensive line, of the defensive front, right? And Bosa is that. Like, that is Bosa. But they just might be dominant enough offensively that they could just go win a shootout. And I don't know that Pittsburgh can keep up with them in a shootout. I mean, they have so many weapons on offense. We saw how the offense completely turned up after the Christian McCaffrey trade last year. So you throw out McCaffrey with a full camp, healthy Debo, Brandon Ayuk looking as good as ever. Elijah Mitchell is your backup running back. They just are so loaded on offense. It might be possible to just go out there and put up 35 a game no matter what, and see if the other defense, if the other team can match that on the 49ers defense without Bosa. I feel like this might be the opportunity, but maybe not. Starting the season is so rough because the offense is not there. It's going to be a long night without Bosa.
No doubt. I mean, it makes me nervous, but like you said, this is what we were talking about earlier, is I think they'd have to win a shootout. And Pittsburgh's pretty good. And if you're not going to get pressure on them, I get nervous because some other positions on the field, like you pointed out, the depth is there. They don't have proven edge rushers to make up for Bosa not being there.
It'd have to be like dominance up the middle. Because of Bosa, because of how good they are getting to the quarterback, it was starting to feel like during the preseason, teams are just like, look, man, let's just run the ball. And we've already seen the way they counter the pass rush with screens and, the short passes, the quick hits, to keep that pressure off their quarterback. But, man, if you could run the ball, like that kind of solves a lot of the problem, too. And we've seen them look pretty, suspect against the run in the preseason. For me, it feels like Pittsburgh is like the team that does that, where it's like, look, we're just going to control the ball and run it if we can run it. So, to me, if they don't have a Bosa, it becomes the game of Armstead, Hargrave, and Fred Warner, like in the middle if they can contain the run. If they can't, then it's really a problem. They do have the players, but it all begins with the fact that they can get to the quarterback in 3 seconds, and that's all based on Bosa.
So that'll be Sunday at 10 o'clock from Acrisure Stadium, John. I nailed that.
Nice. You've been working on that.
Acrisure. It's no longer Heinz Field. It's Acrisure. Right around the time that we're thinking Steve Kerr and Team USA is going to win the World Cup in the Philippines, in Manila. So I was up early this morning. Team Italia up against Team USA. I got to say, for a little while I was conflicted. And then Team USA going small ball started bombing threes. But I watched them over the weekend against Jonas Valanciunas in Lithuania. And they got hammered in that game, and they got hammered as far as the size. So is Steve Kerr kind of taking the Warrior philosophy of let's get small to Team USA, playing Brandon Ingram off the bench and starting Josh Hart? Can they win the World Cup going to a Warrior small lineup, Marcus?
I mean, they can, but, man, they need a good matchup because it wasn't just Lithuania. Montenegro gave them problems. I mean, they couldn't shoot to save their life, so they didn't really have a chance to win. But what's the Bulls' big man? Vucevic. Vucevic is like a
Nick
monster.
Vucevic, formerly in Orlando. He was a problem.
It's funny how these players, like when you watch them in the league, the answer is like, man, just run these dudes off the court. You're never worried about Valanciunas in the NBA, right? Like if you're the Warriors, you're like, all right, look, we're just going to run them. But somehow you put them in that setting and it starts to matter. Jaren Jackson Jr. looks small. Like he looks like not ready to bang with these guys. So here's the confusing part. Like I think they can win. I feel like this roster is set up that way. They just got to make shots, and if they do, they'll be fine. But we know Steve Kerr, there's a part of him that's like, hold on, man, let's go big. Like, this has been his thing. He plays small, but his heart is big. So I could see them saying, at least maybe for the next time, we got to have a legit big man. We got to have somebody I can trust. And, right now it's Looney, right? Like, he'll put Looney in when you think, all right, pull Looney, go small, the reason the Chris Paul situation is a little bit up in the air because it's like, man, you can't bench Looney again. Right? Looney's your guy. I wonder if next time they get a figure like that, somebody who's just a reliable big man, not going to shoot jumpers, but just going to be willing to get down there and bang. But maybe it's Kevon Looney himself.
Maybe Giannis. Maybe Giannis in a couple of years.
On Team USA, no, but maybe.
No,
Giannis
I'm not saying
the Warriors. Yeah,
no. The Warriors.
Maybe Giannis. Maybe Joel Embiid. Who knows?
Yeah, let the speculation begin. What he's not going to sign the extension yet. He wants to see what's going on, and then it automatically goes to the Warriors like right away.
The Warriors are like everybody's like, let me get paid card now.
Right.
It's like, hey man, I could go to the Warriors, and then everybody gets scared and be like, all right, here's the money. Maybe Nick Bosa should do that. Say, listen, man, if you don't pay me, I'll go play with Steph Curry, and then John Lynch will throw the money at him.
Yeah,
Maybe.
so Kawakami's going to join us coming up at 12:50. He had his podcast with Joe Lacob. The Clyde thing, I think we all kind of felt that. But he did say they want to sign Steve Kerr, but Steve's busy when he comes back from the Philippines. And hell, they roll right into training camp. Do you think Steve Kerr wants an extension, Marcus? And how long would they extend him? I mean, through the Olympics coming up? I mean, what do you think there in the Steve extension talks?
I'm pretty sure Steve wants one. And I think that the Bob Myers situation makes him want one even more. I mean, that didn't look like a fun year for anybody having to answer questions about Bob. And this idea of appreciation and value and constantly having that back and forth, and then articles coming out and people talking about it. I think Steve would much rather lock this thing in and be settled as the Warriors coach. And I'm pretty sure, I don't know, I would think Joe Lacob wouldn't want to go through it again with the same thing now, after doing it with Bob Myers, now doing it again with his head coach going into a lame duck year. But also, I think that that Monty Williams number just really kind of changed the landscape. And then Popovich came over the top. And if he had if the issue was paying people top dollar, paying Bob Myers, making him the highest paid, well, we know Steve Kerr is probably going to want to be highest paid and probably deserves it, considering, or at least in that pop area. So this is going to be interesting. Do they do this another year where we're wondering if this is the last year and who might replace Steve Kerr and what's the holdup?
No salary cap for coaches, so
at all, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what does Monty? Love Monty, but what does he want?
Whew. I mean, if Monty's getting 15 a year, if I'm like Steve Kerr, I'm playing Flight Just Right. Like in $1 above. You mean
the Bill Russell
What if I get 80?
Yeah.
Whew. That's a lot of money. But yeah, $80 million and $1. That's what I would want if I'm Steve Kerr.
All right, man. I always ask you for predictions. Just we're the week of, and we're not going to talk to you till Sunday. So how you feeling about the Niners season? Just going in, no Nick Bosa. That'll get done at some point. But how you feeling just in general?
I mean, I still think this team is loaded, right? I mean, they've just got like ballers all over the field, and in the end, I do think that shows up. I'm a big believer that the way to kind of not breeze through, but dominate in the regular season is offense. Like you put up enough points, it's just hard for other teams to do that. So I feel like their offense is so good that they'll get a lot of wins. The question will be how good this defense is. If the defense is good, then it's lights out. Then it's a problem. But I do feel like there'll be some difficulties. But if Bosa doesn't play week 1 and then the 49ers lose because of it, and now everybody's like, all right, let's get Bosa in here, I could see a run happening. So I'm looking at 13-4. I feel pretty strongly that they won't lose more than 4 games.
Same as last year. So how many does Philly win then? How many does Philly win? Is 13-4 good enough to be the number 1 seed in the NFC?
I think it definitely is good enough. I feel like NFC West might be a little stronger. Maybe the NFC East isn't as weak this year, so it might be a little tougher. But it feels like Philly should be able to run over that division. So it could. I think 14-3, 13-4 gets it done for you. Get you the top seed. one of those two.
I'd agree with you. 13-4. I mean, that's a heck of a good record. 13-4.
Wasn't good enough last year.
Yeah, that's most years. Not going to win you the
Most
the
years
conference.
is good enough. Last year, yeah, I think they ran into a juggernaut
in Philly.
Yeah, it's going to come down to that Washington Commanders game at the end of the year. You watch.
New Year's Eve? New Year's Eve?
It's going to be the Washington Commanders. It's going to be deciding where the NFC title game is. You watch.
By the way, you had a lot of Dion on your timeline, man. You like that Colorado game?
I'm not even a big college football fan, but man, wasn't that riveting to watch? It was crazy. Yeah. And Colorado has a little personal affinity for me because that was like my era growing up. And you know, we watched Cal football, but like we had Russell White in a couple years, but it wasn't any that big of a deal. But the Rocket was cool, man. Like the gold helmets, like the Colorado starter jacket. Like there was something like pretty swaggy about Colorado. So I remember that. It felt like that time again. Like, oh yeah, I remember the Buffaloes having some swag. Very important side note. My first college acceptance letter was to University of Colorado at Boulder, and I was super excited and I was happy and I was running around the house and my daddy was like, he looked at it, he saw it, and then he was like, man, you going to the snow? And then Colorado was off my list that fast. Like,
it's beautiful up there. Boulder's beautiful.
I didn't know at the time. I'm like 17.
How about,
I don't know. Like,
how about Deion's son?
Nope.
Oh, that's
how about
classic.
Deion's son, the way he played? And Joel Klatt dropped, he's the best Colorado quarterback he's ever seen. Are we going that far? One game? I mean, he played so well, though.
I do feel like over time, maybe TCU might make this performance not look that incredible, right? We're thinking TCU national championship, right? But that might not be that same TCU defense. But his ability to make every throw, I mean, he didn't have bad throws. That's the part that was so impressive. Even the touchdown on 4th and 2, I mean, we've watched professional guys not hit that running back in stride. It ends up being a touchdown. Obviously, the guy got all the yak, but if he doesn't hit that throw in stride, short on the outside shoulder towards the sideline, 4th and 2, to me, the way he was making these clutch precision throws, I was like, hey, yo, this you know who he looked good in? He looked like a Shanahan quarterback to me. That's what it felt like, man. Purdy better be ready. They gonna draft another quarterback.
I love it, man. Let's start another quarterback controversy. He's got rid of one.
Kyle's
Let's start
favorite
another
player
one.
was Deion. That's when he wore 21.
That's a good point. It's a really good point.
Oh, can you imagine Deion coming back to the 49ers with his son? Oh, man. Maybe this is my media person wanting the stories that's drumming this up, but Shedeur Sanders, let's go.
Yeah.
I'm with it.
He
Week
looked good,
1,
man.
let's get it in.
He looked real good. All right, man. Hey, I'm looking forward to seeing you at Niners games and seeing you around, and we'll talk at you soon, man. We appreciate it.
All right, have a good one.
Take care.
Take care, man.
That is the great Marcus Thompson giving us some good stuff. Yeah, that was fun to watch, man. I watched every college game you could watch, man.
I watched more college football in one day than I'll watch the entire year.
Totally.
Now
it was
that the
awesome.
pros are back. It was fun.
Yeah, I had a good time. There's a ton of games on, and then Florida State and LSU, and then last night Clemson and Duke, and I mean just the whole thing, man. It was incredible. It was
so
Colorado.
what do you say, 13-4 for the Niners?
I take 13-4 right now. Stamp
Cynthia
that.
Freeland has the 49ers winning 10.9 games. How do you win 10.9?
Well, see, that's what's tough is the betting number for the Niners, I think, is 10.5. And so she's right just above the number.
But she
so,
puts it in the computer.
Yeah.
And then she has Philadelphia winning 11.1.
Yeah.
So it's 2/10 will separate the two teams.
So we'll ask her. She's got all the numbers. We'll do
She's
that.
got it all.
Yeah, she's fun to talk to, man. If people haven't heard Cynthia on the show before, she's great.
She's got Seattle at 9.6, right behind the Niners.
Right there. So we'll ask her all about the numbers going into the season. Tim Kawakami is going to join us at 12:50. There's a ton of things to discuss. Travis Kelce injury. Our fantasy guys were just having their fantasy draft in the bullpen area, and somebody took Kelce. Very upset, Adam Copeland.
Of course they took Kelce. Was he the first tight end to go?
Oh, I'm sure. Absolutely. So anyway, we got our first major injury, so we'll find out about that. Got a ton to do. We'll do it next on the Sports Center.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants play-by-play man, Dwayne Kuiper, joined Murph and Mac this morning to lament the lack of a Giants offense. Says it's time to crank up the aggressiveness at the plate. That podcast and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app. Always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz and Moskowitz LLP, and he can help you with all your tax issues. And today, Steve, we're talking about ERC. Tell us about that.
Well, first of all, I just got off the phone this morning with one of your listeners who said that he called because he heard me talking about if your CPA said you weren't qualified for something. Now, there's 4 potential periods for most people. This listener's CPA said you qualify for 1 period, and here's the form, and here's your money. But he kept listening to me, and he said, I want to talk to you about it. Now, there's 2 tests. There's a math test and a facts and circumstances test. The CPA did it on 1 quarter of the math test. The CPA missed the 2nd quarter under the math test. That's why we always try it too. And he totally missed the 2 quarters eligible under the facts and circumstances test. So the CPA missed about 75% of what the listener was entitled to, which in dollars is going to get him almost $750,000. See, it pays to listen to your station.
Jeez, $750,000. What are you waiting for? Go to MoskowitzLLP.com, MoskowitzLLP.com, or call 888-TAX-DEAL. You already just said 888-TAX-DEAL. Steve Moskowitz, Moskowitz LLP. Again, MoskowitzLLP.com or 888-TAX-DEAL.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Patrick Mahomes under center, 3rd down and 1. The lone back behind him is Jet McKinnon. Jerick McKinnon, the former 49er. Mahomes going to play action, roll out right. Easy catch. Travis Kelce down the sideline for a big gain. Hurdles over Hufanga into 49er territory inside the 40-yard line. They switched up their personnel. Nick Allegretti was in a 3rd tackle, a 6th lineman, Tim. They called timeout. They pulled out of that. They went to Kelce on a play action gain of 28 yards.
There's your call there, Travis Kelce. That's a big news. By the way, Cynthia Freeland's is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. Talk the numbers going into the NFL season. Thursday, Lions at Chiefs to kick everything off. And, of course, the 49ers and the Steelers on Sunday. But bad news at a Chiefs camp today. Travis Kelce, hyperextended knee, and they don't know the extent of it.
That is not good. So the game is in 48 hours. So today's a Friday. If you're looking into Sunday, wow. So, and the way she does her projections, Cynthia, she runs each NFL game 1 million times, every single regular season game. So if they don't have Chris Jones, and he's got to sign right now to play in that game, in what, John, 52 hours, 53 hours until kickoff, and they don't have Travis Kelce. So we were talking about this last week. I think I'm going to take the Lions in this game. You still going with the red and gold of Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes?
I don't know that I believe in the Lions' defense, although they've redone their secondary. Emmanuel Mosley's in there. And
Mosley's hurt. I don't think he's playing.
Is, yeah. And then Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and the guys that they've gotten there.
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
I tell you this, man, whatever receivers Patrick Mahomes has, he has. But if you don't have Travis Kelce, that's huge for them. That's always where he goes.
He's their number one target, there's no doubt.
I mean, you can know the ball's going there, he still gets it.
So Cynthia has the Chiefs in the AFC winning 11.3 games, Bengals 10.9, Buffalo 10.6, and then Baltimore she has winning 10, so they would make it as a wild card. So, and again, over in the NFC, she has the 49ers winning the NFC West, but Philadelphia being the number one seed. So, but how does that change? She runs each game 1 million times. Did she run the 49ers Steeler game without Bosa 500,000 times and with Bosa 500,000 times? And then what do you do if Travis Kelce does not play in this game on Thursday night, John, on top of no Chris Jones on defense? How does that change the line now?
It's huge. We'll ask Cynthia Freeland about it long term, obviously short term on Travis Kelce. And like you said, the projections in the NFC with the Eagles and the Niners. We'll do it next. If you have not heard Cynthia Freeland, by the way, you're in for a treat. She's awesome. She joins us next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund on a Tuesday. Hope you had a great long weekend. It is always our pleasure to welcome Cynthia Freeland, NFL Network, to the show at C Freeland. Make sure you follow her because the numbers are awesome. And now Travis Kelce, her top-rated fantasy tight end, everybody's top-rated fantasy tight end, has a hyperextended knee, so we don't even know about Thursday night. So she joins us courtesy of the Umi guest line. What's happening? How are you?
I'm great, thank you. How are you? Happy season.
Yeah, happy season to you. Except for the Chiefs, maybe they'll be a little nervous right now.
You know, A hyperextended knee doesn't sound great. However, there's a lot of pieces on this Detroit defense that they could probably maybe be okay even without, if at least you're not having 100% Travis Kelce, but even without 100% or even any, I think they're still going to be okay.
All right, so you got your 2023 win total projections, and for the NFC and the AFC, which you want to go through. It's going to be a great race between the Eagles and the Niners. But the way you do your game simulations, you do them 1 million runs of every single game. So how does that impact a game like Thursday night, whether Travis Kelce plays on offense for Kansas City, Cynthia, or Chris Jones, does he sign in time? And then for our game, how does that change things in Pittsburgh if Nick Bosa plays in that game? Do you run the simulations 500,000 times that Nick plays, 500 times he doesn't play? How does that change things?
Yeah, so every time we get an update of like a major volume player, I run it again 1 million times. So once we get the final injury report, of course, on Sunday, we'll see a more updated roster, or Thursday in the case of the Chiefs. But when I don't know and there's some unknown, I do like a 50% or I do whatever percentage is best. So Chris Jones was a tough one as I was trying to factor in for the season because like that, it's not like an injury. There's no timeline. You know, we don't really know exactly how long this will take.
And then Pop's asking about Bosa as well. Is it similar with Chris Jones?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like it's a quarterback, but it's obviously significant.
Yeah, well, Chris Jones, I mean, look, defensive, so obviously the top 5 positions, you have a quarterback, then you got your pass rusher, and then your left tackle, and then your wide receiver and your corner. You can kind of, amongst those 4, other than quarterback, you can, shuffle the order just a bit. But especially when some of those guys are, questionable, Watt, everyone, it could really, it makes a massive difference.
So with Nick in his career, Cynthia, the 49ers at 37-14 when he plays, 5-10 when he doesn't. When he does play, they give up 18.8 points a game. When he does not, it's about a touchdown more, 25.4. Can you quantify? Now, Javon Hargrave is here. They didn't have him. There's other changes to the defense, obviously. Is it quantifiable to say Nick's presence on the defense is worth a touchdown?
I mean, it's probably worth something like you have to do kind of over the course of the season because there's some things there that, the on and off splits are a little bit different because it's who are you playing, what are they normally scoring. Because the thing about the Niners that is so interesting is the impact of the run game or, these short passes that are just like runs. So I say with Chris Jones, it's a bit harder because you see the Chiefs throw a lot more and that makes it more possessions during a game. Well, Kyle Shanahan is masterful at slowing the game down when it serves him. So while I would say it's very, very important, it's perhaps on a team that's constructed with more of a reliance on a throw, it would be it's just a little bit more, you kind of see it a little bit more just because of the timing and the ball control aspect.
Cynthia Freeland joining us. So as far as the NFC is concerned this year, it's kind of tight at the top. You got Philly just above the 49ers.
Yeah. It's very tight at the top. I mean, there's your impact of if I knew exactly who was playing and obviously even before injuries, if I kind of knew everything that was going on and had certainty, maybe that would have shifted because I do think that I think the 2 teams on the bottom of the West are tricky. This is my nice way of saying not very. They're tricky. They're tricky this year. So
they're tricky bad.
They're playing tricks on fans. How about that? So
right. No treats.
So ultimately, yeah, right. So those 2 games become stronger wins, obviously. But the Eagles' schedule is harder. But I also believe that some of the advantages they have in first place are muted a little bit because of the order of when they are going to be playing each one of these games. It's hard to start with the Patriots, even though this isn't a Patriots team like we saw several years ago. It's still hard to start with the Bill Belichick defense. You'd like to have a game where it's a little bit easier to start off the bat if you were them. But you're not, so you're happier with that. Although I wouldn't really like to start with the Steelers either.
No, that'll be a hard game, and you have them over in the AFC being a playoff team behind Baltimore. But tricky with the Arizona and the Rams, bad. You have the 2 worst teams in the West. In the NFC, 3.9 wins for Arizona, 5.8 for the Rams. But after the Eagles at 11.1 and the Niners at 10.9, Cynthia, you have Seattle with the highest
I
win
do.
total in the NFC at 9.6, so a solid wild card team.
Solid wild card team building on. See, to me, the winner comes from the West. Either way, it's the Super Bowl, so maybe that's a preview of kind of what we're going to talk about tonight on our game day preview show. But I think that the winner comes from the West. So I think it's either the Seahawks or the Niners to win the Super Bowl.
To win the Super Bowl.
Wow.
To win the Super Bowl, yeah, or to appear in the Super Bowl. How about that?
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
We would take that. We would like a trip to Las Vegas. I mean, we go every year like you do, but we would like to take the 49ers with us. How did they look at Brock Purdy, a guy who's got 7-8 games under his belt, but is still really, really young and obviously has some things to prove?
I mean, I think that they looked at it as, can he execute the offense we're trying to run, and what can we get in return if we're not going to be using the guy that we spent so much equity on to get in Trey Lance. So I think it's like execution level, and then is our replacement, Sam Darnold, is he going to be able to execute at the level we need him to as well? If the answer is both yes, then I think that they very masterfully figure out how to deal and trade and stay relevant and be able to make deals like you got for Christian McCaffrey late last year, because they're really nimble about how they figure out their quarterback position and those needs.
All right, so you got Philly winning the East, the Niners winning the West. You got Seattle as a solid wild card. I think the intrigue is your choices in the North. A lot of people are in on the Lions, and a lot of people are wondering about the Bears and the Packers. But you have the team who won the North last year, winning it again this year, the Vikings.
I do. Vikings, again, that schedule matters a ton. Also, Vikings defense will be better with Brian Flores. They had a lot of questions in that secondary, and if there's one area that Brian Flores can fix, it is the secondary. So their defense will really determine a lot of this for me, because the North, much like the rest of the NFC, is there's some it could go kind of both ways for a number of teams, and Detroit, especially starting without Jameson Williams, and their defense is presumably better, but remember, it was really bad last year. It's not like they're going from 15th to 8th best defense. We're talking in the 30s to maybe in the 20s.
It's interesting too in that division, because we're not sure what Jordan Love's going to be. He had a nice preseason, and then a lot of people are on the Justin Fields bandwagon. Are you?
I had a chance to. I did preseason again with the Bills, so I saw Justin Fields up close and personal, and I like Justin Fields. I don't like his O-line. I like Justin Fields a lot, but this guy was under the most pressure of any quarterback last season, and we know he likes to run, obviously, but if he can't get just a little bit of help, and this O-line is so injured, they're, getting guys off waiver wires this late is not usually a good sign, and O-lines matter a ton. But I will say, I do have him having a nice year. My problem is, I would feel a lot better if the O-line were stronger.
All right, you got Minnesota winning the North. You got Atlanta, not Derek Carr in New Orleans, tight, winning the South.
I know.
8.9 to 8.8 wins. They lost by 1/10 of a win. Wow. But what's intriguing to me are your wild card teams. We said Seattle. You have Seattle, the third best team in the NFC behind the Eagles and Niners. You like Detroit despite their defense. And then your third wild card team, not the Dallas Cowboys.
No,
the New York Giants,
not.
Cynthia? Cowboys don't make the playoffs?
It's crazy. I understand. Look into some of the statistics about Mike McCarthy coming off of a lot of extended rest, and I'm interested to see how he calls that offense in this particular game, because it literally comes down to their matchups against each other for who wins this one. And obviously Week 1 is in MetLife Stadium in New York, so I think it's going to be interesting to see. I think that the Giants win at home this weekend and set themselves up for some goodness right there.
We're a little nervous going into Pittsburgh without Nick Bosa. By the way, you have the Steelers at 9 wins, a ceiling at 10.5, and a floor of 7.9. And I would imagine a lot of that has to do with whether the Kenny Pickett we saw in preseason is the guy we're going to see in the regular season.
Yeah. Well, and also, is the O-line going to be enough better? That's terrible English, but is the O-line going to do enough to be enough better? They don't need to be a great O-line. They just need to be enough.
Do good.
Right. So that's the tricky part for me with them is, while they worked on their O-line, they're trying to address it to help Kenny Pickett out. But is that gonna hold up? Because the North over there is, that AFC North is a nightmare. I could make a strong case for any one of these teams to be a playoff team and any one of these to completely miss out. So, and Mike Tomlin comes out and that defense is always gnarly. So it's just a matter of, he's never had a losing season in 16 seasons. So there's a reason for that, right? Like they know how to make their wide receivers work, even guys that we don't really call household names, and it just works for them. So the O-line, I will tell you though, is that O-line really enough better? And Jaylen Warren, look out for him too, because it feels like the situation where, as good as Najee Harris is, like the complementary aspect of Jaylen Warren could be, he's got some explosive runs in him for sure.
Now, I saw a 62-yarder in the preseason. Was that against the Bills that he did that?
It sure was.
I remember that
sure
one
was.
down the left sideline.
Yeah, I saw that.
He played well.
Exactly. He played. And those were the Bills starters too.
Yeah. Now, I saw every one of your preseason games. I'm from Buffalo, so I watched you work them all.
Oh, thank you.
So
That's
in
fun.
the AFC, and you have fun on the sidelines, Kansas City, Cincinnati, Buffalo are clearly the three best teams, you think, in the AFC?
They're the ones that I think that, on paper and have the cohesiveness of playing together, that it's very hard to argue against any of them. I mean, look, if anyone gets hurt, that it's always an asterisk for injury, and that's every single year and every single team. But, I actually think this Bills team is better than last year's Bills team, and we talked a lot about them last year. Preseason, they were the darlings. They were the favorite going into the whole thing, and I think it's better to have a little bit of that shine taken off them. They're totally fine being like, hey, you guys want to look at the Jets? Great. Everyone can think they're going to win. We'll just quietly win some games here, or at least try to get through until Von Miller gets back and then really see what this full team's about.
By the way, speaking of the Jets, where do you have them? Are you on the hype train for the Jets?
I'm on the make the playoffs train, so I don't know if that's I think the hype train is so far off the track that if they don't win the Super Bowl for 3 years, then it's a bust. But I think that they have they have a great defense and they have a nice solid season. Their O-line is not one that I think is that's a tough O-line too. That's a tricky O-line. What's my new word? The tricky O-line for me. Tricky O-line.
Yeah. I like what you said about the 49ers in Seattle. So you're saying, is that going to be the NFC Championship game, or are you saying whoever wins the division goes to the Super Bowl? We do have to play January football, but you're saying Philly's not going to the Super Bowl? It's either the Niners or the Seahawks?
In my models, it's the Niners or the Seahawks. And part of that is because, the way that it finishes, at least the way that it has been working out when I run all these models, is that, look, the NFC, you got to make it. And that's just so interesting because there really isn't, outside of those three teams, it's tough sledding. Even the Lions, if they manage to make it, they would have to have overcome a pretty, some toughness on their defense, right? They have injuries still. They're not quite fully healthy, even in the additions they made to their secondary. So when I'm looking at this, I'm like, oh gosh. And every single time in my models, it goes either one for the West and then the Eagles after that.
Great stuff. Cynthia, thank you so much. We always love running the numbers with you. I'm sure we'll do it throughout the season, but thank you so much. We'll do it again.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I always appreciate it.
You're the best.
That was tricky.
Yeah, she's very good. She's got the numbers up right now at NFL.com. You can see AFC and NFC numbers. So NFC Championship game, Seattle, San Francisco. I'd take that.
Is that what she's saying?
She's saying either or.
Well,
doesn't that sound like that?
Who wins on Thanksgiving night?
Man, I would take that every day, man. Oh, that's fun. That's stuff. Woo.
I'm with her. I think the three best teams in the NFC are the 49ers, Eagles, and Seattle. She has Dallas not even making the playoffs.
I don't know about that. By the way, if I'm Trey Lance, I'm kind of disheartened. Did you see Jerry over the weekend said, "Oh yeah, we're signing Dak to an extension. Don't worry about that." Like, oh okay, big old extension. There you are, third string again. All right, Tim Kawakami is going to join us coming up next. We have a ton to talk about, but especially Nick Bosa. We'll ask his opinion on what's going on and how quickly this thing will end and they can get him back. We'll do it next on the Sports City.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Bro, Show. Tim Ryan joined Murph and Mac this morning to weigh in on Nick Bosa's holdout, Trey Lance's departure from the organization, and the Niners' Week 1 matchup in Pittsburgh. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
There is no deal yet for Nick Bosa, and I would say similar to Chris Jones, maybe without quite the amount of urgency. Until there is a significant breakthrough, I do not expect Nick Bosa on the field for the San Francisco 49ers. And it really isn't a question of, is he going to be the NFL's highest paid pass rusher? It sounds to me like they're already past T.J. Watt. That's not really what this is about. T.J. Watt, of course, at $28 million. On an average per year basis. This is about how close to Aaron Donald's $31 million and change does he get, or does he get over that? It is a Monday today, tomorrow's Tuesday, and then Wednesday starts the game week. I believe I'd have to consult the calendar on that one, but that's what I think it is. And if he is not there Wednesday, obviously would not bode well for him being able to participate in this week's game.
Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund. That was Ian Rappaport with not a great report, but again, they've been keeping it quiet. Maybe they're on the 1 yard line. Maybe they're outside the red zone. Who knows? It does seem, according to some reports, that they are far apart. Will Nick Bosa join the 49ers in Pittsburgh for week number 1 on Sunday? We shall see. Let's talk about it with Tim Kawakami, with a lot going on with the Giants, Niners, and other stuff. At Tim Kawakami, you read his great stuff in The Athletic, and he joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's happening?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff happening.
I know, man. It's crazy.
September. We always got stuff. I like it. Well,
it's awesome.
We'll see how it plays out. But you like to have a lot of things going on all at once.
Yeah, I want to hear about your Joe Lacob conversation. Very interesting with the contract extensions, and it was all good on the podcast. But let's start with the most pressing news, and you wrote about it this morning in The Athletic. So where are we? Everything is so quiet. Brian Arold from CAA has been quiet. The 49ers are forced to talk periodically, whether it's John on this station or Kyle to the media and on this station. What are you hearing? Is it literally all quiet and radio silence right now, Timmy?
Yeah, they've been really good about it, both sides, and there's some credit for that. But I think maybe they need a little noise. They need a little tension. They need a little drama on a deal this big. But I've heard nothing, no details, no structure, guarantees. We can all guess. And I think everyone's pretty wise to the fact that it's not going to be the total dollar number so much as it's going to be the guarantees. And the 49ers have not guaranteed huge numbers, even to their best players. And I think Nick Bosa has the right and has leverage to ask for a huge amount of guarantees. Again, this is not what anybody's saying. It just makes sense. This is where these deals, the huge deals, tend to come down on. And if you just look at the history of the 49ers, is not a big guaranteed team. Jimmy Garoppolo is their highest guarantee, like over $70 million, and no non-quarterbacks even come close to that. I think maybe Trent was up there, but Nick's going to want way more than that, like when it comes down to it. So this is just supposition. Certainly nobody's knocking that down. I think this could be, a structured, these are boring terms, but this house is paid out. How much is he going to get in the first year? How much is he going to get in the second year? The 49ers are pretty disciplined about this stuff. My point is I don't think the discipline is going to work here. I don't think they're going to wait Nick Bosa out and he's going to come down from a very large number. Say he wants 30. Let's say it's 33. And I'm sure they don't want to pay 33. I'm sure they don't want to guarantee 110, 120 million. I don't think he's coming in. If that's his number, the history of the Bosa family is they don't come in until they get their number. Joey Bosa certainly proved that. Nick is never going to have more leverage. He's never going to be 25 and coming off a Defensive Player of the Year award again. He's never going to be like this amount of value. He's going to have tons of value, but it's never going to be like this. He's not backing down. I mean, that prediction I'll make, and we'll see what the 49ers could come up with. But everything I hear, I sense is just that he's not going to come. He's not going to say, "Oh, you know what? I better play on Sunday, so I better hit their number." I don't think the Bosa family does that. I think they're pretty well set, and we'll see if the 49ers can make some move here. See if there's some compromise. But if they're going to, they've kind of played it tough on some other guys, Kittle, Warner. I don't know if it was tough, but they certainly had a number they weren't going to go above. I think they might have to do that with Nick Bosa. I think they're going to have to break some precedent. I think they might have to, it might hurt them later in the cap or some other players, but it's the Nick Bosa precedent. You almost have to treat him like a quarterback. You got to treat him like this is somebody who is above and beyond our normal way of doing business, and I think that might be dawning on him this week.
Tim Kamakawi's joining us. Make sure you read his piece in The Athletic, how the 49ers have misplayed the Nick Bosa situation and why it's time to break precedents. Are you surprised it's gotten to this point? Because as you point out, in one sense, it's the Bosas. They've done this. We've heard a lot through this process. Like you said, there's a lot of leverage here. But before Nick left town, June 6th, I think was the last time he talked to the media, it just not a foregone conclusion. That's not accurate, but he wanted it to happen. Obviously, he's coming off Defensive Player of the Year. I thought it would have gotten done long before this.
I would agree. I thought middle of camp. I thought 2 weeks of camp, doesn't need those practices. He doesn't really do much in camp and never plays the preseason anyway. I think Kyle Shanahan, when he said this is exactly how I thought it was going to go, which was kind of very Kyle-like, and that was like 3-4 weeks into it. I think he thought maybe, 3 weeks into camp, maybe a couple of weeks before training camp would have been last week. I think, I'm surprised it's taken this long, but we don't know the details, right? We don't know the number the Bosas are at. We don't know what the 49ers are offering. I've always figured the 49ers were going to offer to top TJ Watt's pass rusher number, which is 30, 28, 29, whatever that number is. And wasn't sure they were going to go over top of Donald. Like those are the two kind of benchmark numbers. I figured they were going to be in that ballpark and have a pretty intense urgency, like say a week ago, to just say, okay, this is the number, let's get you in, because it's not going to move. That's the thing. I was assuming they would know this, and maybe they do, maybe they know. Bosa ain't moving. He's not going to crumble. I don't think that's what TJ Watt kind of did when he came in last year. He's like, okay, I just need to play. I don't think Nick Bosa's doing that. That's just not what this family's about. I think he wants to play. Obviously, he wants to win a Super Bowl. I don't think he's coming in unless it's for the number it's agreeable to him. And I assumed the 49ers knew that. Maybe they wanted to test that. Maybe this week is the test of that. And maybe they play it out for one more week. And I just think it's an awfully expensive week to be doing that for. It's at Pittsburgh. We can see the 49ers losing even with Nick Bosa. That's going to be a tough game. Remember, 49ers lost to Chicago and Denver last year on the road. They're certainly going to lose to Pittsburgh this year. Then you're starting off in a hole a little bit. And I don't know if that's a great way to start the season. So, I was thinking today was the last of the reasonable days for this to get done. And this time is running out on today, as we know. And you start tomorrow, and they're putting the playbook in, and it's awfully quick for turnaround. I would have thought this urgency would have hit them last week, both sides, and it does not seem to have happened.
Yeah, tomorrow's install day. When they come back, it's on to Pittsburgh, and and it even started a little bit yesterday on Labor Day. So you mentioned T.J. Watt's deal, and it was 2 years ago, and he went out and tied Strahan's record, and he had 22.5 sacks. But he held in. He did not hold out. He was still in the building and still going through meetings. He just wasn't taking part in training camp and practices, but he went out and balled out, and he played a lot of snaps right away against Buffalo. He had a couple of sacks. This is different because Nick has been holding out. They haven't seen him since June the 6th. So say it gets done today, then it's all good, and 97 is just like he always is. No. But when would they, I mean, is it possible he could fly directly from Pittsburgh, from Florida, and play on Sunday if he signs Saturday? I mean, it's a different position than quarterback and a few others. You can just go get Kenny Pickett. But when's the point where he's not going to be able to play on Sunday, Tim?
Yeah, I think it would be right in there. I mean, he can, listen, he's not going to play a full game, even if he signs, let's say he signs tomorrow, find it very hard. We all know he's going to stay in shape, right? I think that's one of the things that's kind of added to this. The 49ers didn't feel a ton of pressure because they didn't think he was getting out of shape, right? Debo, you want to sign as quickly as possible because what happens if he's not working out with you? You don't know. But that kind of, it worked against them in some ways because they just didn't feel that urgency to get Nick in. He's going to be in shape. I think he can play 20, 25 snaps, rush the passer, maybe even put up some numbers. But you can't play a full game, and you want a full game of Nick Bosa. I just can't imagine, even if he signed today, a full game would be tough. 60, 65, 70 snaps would be hard to see. But, yeah, I can think he can sign Friday or have me be, on the way to the deal on Friday, sign Sunday, fly. I guess it's possible. I would say you'd want him one practice on your field, get on your flight Friday afternoon, sit there and talk with Greg Papa on the plane, like I'm sure he does all the time.
Yeah.
I'm sure. And then to feel good about him playing 20-25 snaps. I really think. Or else you're pushing it. What if you rush him in there and something happens? Like you wouldn't want to do that. This is not just about week one. Obviously, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about getting off to a fast start. But this is a contract for a guy who you want to be sacking quarterback in January, right? In February, if possible. I think he's going to be in shape. I think he could play. I think it would be very, very limited in that case, though, if it's that late in the week.
We're talking to Tim Kawakami. I was looking back at 2019. It was his rookie year, and he had been out that entire camp. He was coming off the injury at Ohio State, and then he had the ankle injury. He played 38 of 69 snaps, which is 55%. I don't even know if he could play that much. Let's say he even came in, today or tomorrow. It's Tuesday, Wednesday. Could he play 38 out of 69, 55% of the snaps? I don't think so. Could he?
Yeah, I think it would be a lot to ask, and I think you would be risking some things you don't want to risk. And the larger picture is always more important. I'm more thinking like what if he misses this first game? I mean, then you're talking about week 2 on AstroTurf in LA, right? I mean, then a quick turnaround to play the home game at night again on Thursday night against the Giants. I don't know what the strategy here could be. I don't understand exactly why there isn't a double urgency. I would think today, to make everybody feel better, today is like the last reasonable. I've heard predictions from a lot of people. It was going to be late last week. It was going to be early last week. It was going to be Monday. It was going to be Sunday. Now, this is the last one I've heard from reasonable people that thought it was going to be today, because you could get them on a plane. You can get through practice tomorrow. Maybe go Thursday. You get them on a plane Friday, and you feel pretty good about it. It's today. And again, as we say, this is not early today anymore. This is middle of today. And I don't feel like it's happening today. So he's going to be limited. And then you start thinking about, okay, when is he going to be full go for the season? Let's say if he doesn't make it back for this one, are we counting down week 2? Are we counting down week? And then if he's not there for week 2, they're playing Thursday on week 3. Could he even play week? Then you really start thinking about a serious chunk of the season gone by. And I go back to it. If the 49ers are thinking that he's going to feel like he has to come in, I think they're wrong. I don't think he feels he has to come in. I don't think you force Nick Bosa to do anything. He might just report on week 8, like what Chris Jones tweeted out, like come in week 8, you get the contracted toll, and then you're a free agent next year, and then you go through the whole franchise tag thing, and that'll be a whole drama. I think today is if it's not done today, or if we don't hear that there's serious things going on today, then the alarm bells start to go.
And the bottom line is it's like the Warriors with Curry and without. When Steph plays, they win. When he doesn't play, they lose. And with Nick, when Nick plays, they're 37-14, and without, they're 5-10, which does segue over to your. And you really struggled without Tanika on the podcast. I don't know how you got that done.
I don't know how it happened.
You had to go phone line. You just called him on the phone.
That wasn't actually my fault. That was actually Wi-Fi wasn't too good in that, I don't think. So I had to just figure that one out, Pop, on the fly. I had to do this. So
usually it's my Wi-Fi that goes out when I'm driving. I don't know what Joe was, but I listened to it this morning. It was fascinating. There were so many great topics, obviously very honest about Jordan Poole and Draymond and what they can do, optionality with Chris Paul. But the one line, since we're talking about Steph, he's trying to talk Steph Curry into being basketball's Tom Brady and play until he's 45?
I know. He said this before, but he's like now really like that's how this extends. It's the Steph Curry era. We've all known it. That's why the 2 timeline things was thrown out there, which, again, they don't like to talk about anymore because it's kind of out the window. But it was, you're great this timeline with Steph, and then when the Steph era is over, you got another timeline. Well, it's the Steph Curry. It's everything Steph Curry, however long that can last. And I think last season and the season before really kind of expanded upon what many of us were presuming how long this era was going to last. I would have thought, let's say 3-4 years ago, it was going to be coming to an end right about now. I was wrong. Steph has proved me wrong. He's going into his age 35, 36 season. I don't think he's slowing down. And I think Lacob, in the past when he was talking about Tom Brady, was kind of absurd and probably, and Steph's not going to play until he's 45, but there's a shot at Steph is going to be pretty good till 37, 38, 39. Not the same Steph, but as Lacob said, he's going to be able to shoot the ball, right? I mean, he's going to be able to shoot the ball. If you can create, a system where he doesn't have to initiate as much, maybe this is going to go longer, or at least the idea of it's going to go longer. And it's not as farcical as you would have thought that he's going to be Tom Brady. He's going to be his own. LeBron is 38, 39, and he's not the same LeBron, but he's still very, very good. Chris Paul, their new backup point guard, if he is indeed a backup, 38 years old, was very good most of last season. Again, he gets hurt. That could be an issue, for any aging body, but nothing to say that Steph can't be very good for 3-4 more years. So I think that's where you get like kind of the idea behind him talking about Tom Brady. It's kind of like the practicality is that this might not be like a full stop in a year or two. Like this thing might continue. They're going to have to maybe shape the roster differently. They maybe have to get different kinds of players, but their idea is like this Steph Curry isn't winding down era. This is still going, and we'll see if they're right. And Steph Curry is certainly given every indication that they continue to be betting on him is not going to be a terrible bet.
Yeah, no doubt. The TK Show, make sure you check it out with Joe Lacob. And then finally, one from me on the Giants. It doesn't seem that Gabe and Farhan are on the hot seat, but I'm just looking at Farhan in the offseason that he had and giving money to guys like Haniger and Jock Peterson and Stripling, Minaya. $65 million on 5 players, didn't do anything at the deadline unless you count A.J. Pollock, who's either just been released or is going to be released. Just not a lot of good decisions on that part, and here they are looking like they're careening towards maybe another 500 finish if they don't finish the playoffs. Should these guys be in trouble?
Frankly, I don't think Farhan is. I think I know ownership loves him. If this thing falls apart over the last, the final month of the season, and it has largely fallen apart over the previous 2, things are going to be looked at. I think they will say, listen, this is the guy that wanted to get Carlos Correa. Correa has not had a good year, but he would look pretty good in that lineup right now, would he not? Let's see what the path is to somebody like that this season. They do have the money to do it. They certainly have the spots in the lineup to do it. Like, I don't know where they wouldn't need somebody except for catcher at this point. Maybe first base with Lamont Wade, maybe not. He certainly has kind of hit a wall too. I think there's a strong belief in the way Zaidi does things, and I think that's a fair judgment of him. It hasn't worked out to this point. I mean, again, they're still above 500, but they're not looking good. I think, and then you spin that out, I think Farhan feels just as strongly about Gabe Kapler. I think so. If you're betting on Farhan Zaidi, I think he's going to say, I'm betting on Gabe Kapler. And I would say they get another year. I would say, it's not like they're running the Colorado Rockies here, right? I mean, this is still a competitive team, or at least it had been until the last 8 weeks. But I think, it would be fair for ownership to say, okay, what's your path? Let's not just come in second for somebody. What's our way? We got to get somebody. If it's not Ohtani, and there's questions about Ohtani now, obviously. What's the way here? What do these other teams have that the Giants have? Look, the Padres have a terrible year, but they throw Tatis and Soto out there, and they just bang the Giants, right? The Braves, you just see Freddie Freeman and Mattles and whoever else. They got no chance. Giants and Acuna, Giants got no chance. They need at least one of those guys. It's not like Zaidi did not know that. He's tried to get them. Hasn't gotten them. And then listen, I've kind of raised the idea that Correa was not that great anyway. I mean, he had a terrible first part of the season. But again, if they blew up that deal for valid reasons, the health situation, who knows where he's going to be with his leg and his ankle in 3 years, forget about 10. But it would be really good to have Carlos Correa in the middle of his lineup, period. Right? I mean, they have a lot of vacant spots in that lineup, and they need people who they can put in that lineup against righties and lefties who can mess around with the opponent's plan against you. They have to change the plan, and they have to have a plan to do it. I think this season, though, has been a positive for one reason. They've got a bunch of the young guys and take a look at them. Can you imagine if they'd gone through this and it had been Evan Longoria and I don't want to be mean, but Brandon Crawford getting all these at-bats. And these guys are not going to be important next season, the ones that they've kind of moved on from. There's a chance, well, we know Bailey will be. I think we know Matos will be. There's a chance that Luciano will be. there's a strong chance that Casey Schmidt they've gotten a look at these guys, which is better than being like this or worse with all guys. And I think the management ownership was entirely on board for this youth movement, and not even a movement, it's this wave of young players, and they're on board for it going into next season. They will want to hear a plan to get some superstars, but I think they're good with the ideas and the concepts that Zaidi has put forth, and if you're good with him, then he's going to be good with Kapler. I think there's at least one more year of this.
You're the best, man. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon down at the 49ers, and keep it up.
In Pittsburgh? You coming to Pittsburgh?
I am going to be in Pittsburgh.
Oh, very nice.
I will be there.
Permanente Brothers? You're a foodie, so you're not going there.
Oh, it's the best. Pack that sandwich with fries. Let's go.
He's a foodie.
That is not. Yeah, I'm kind of intrigued by that one. I actually am intrigued by that one. There was a Fermonti sandwich place near me in the South Bay when I lived in LA, and I never quite got over there. But I might do that. That might be on the menu here.
Let's meet there.
Don't eat breakfast. That's all I'll tell you.
No,
do not eat breakfast.
I don't know. Yeah, be able to wake up the next
Exactly. It's unbelievable. Thanks, Tim. Appreciate it, man.
All right, guys.
Thank you, Timmy.
All right, that is Tim Kawakami. By the way, I saw his latest tweet. Middlecoff is on his latest podcast, too. Check that out. He's got the Joe Lacob up. He's got a great piece on the Nick Bosa right now in the Niners, so make sure you check out all his stuff. All right, we got a couple of pieces of audio since we did Tim for the 1 o'clock. We didn't do a foreplay, and we won't do a formal foreplay, but I got a couple of pieces of audio that you want to hear. Then the sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose Pistol. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Another day without Nick Bosa. Is it time to panic? That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
What's up, boss? You believe now? You hold on. Oh no. Do you believe now? Huh? Oh no. I read through that bull junk you wrote down. I read through that. I sifted through all that. Yeah. Oh no. Come on. Do you believe? You don't believe. You just answered it. You don't believe. Next question.
So a little insight into that. One of the guys that he was first going at was a Colorado reporter that he was talking about. Then he saw Ed Werder. And when I was in Dallas, Ed covered the Cowboys and Dion knew him well. And Ed Werder shot back, believe in what? He's an old cranky reporter. Like, what are you talking about? You won one game. And that's when Dion moved off Ed Werder because he knew he wasn't going to get anything out of that. So anyway, that was Dion after the 45-42 win. Now get this. This is not going to make one Brock Purdy very happy. Dion's son, Shedeur Sanders, is now projected to make $3.8 million this season through NIL. That's up $2.5 million from his breakout game of TCU. So he had $1.3 million in NIL money. Since then, since just a couple of days ago, he got $2.5 million in NIL money. So he's going to make $3.8 million.
He threw for 500 yards, and it should have been 600.
No kidding. So what's Brock going to make? $1 million? Close to $1 million? This kid's going to make $3.5, and he's in college. Oh, you got to love being in college now. You imagine what kind of place you'd have if you had $3.5 million in college? Oh, my God. They should not give that kid that money. What I would do with $3.5 million. My goodness, man.
So
anyway.
Dion, I mean, obviously, he's the only man to walk the earth that ever played for the San Francisco 49ers and the San Francisco Giants.
Yes.
I mean, and I don't know where he's going to go with the coaching thing. You know him better than I do. Did you ever think Deion Sanders would go into coaching at all?
Not in a million years.
And then what he did at Jackson State, and now we'll see what he does, obviously, in this game, but it's their home opener against Nebraska, and we'll see. They're playing Stanford in a couple of weeks. It'll be interesting. So, I mean, there's so much written and said about Deion, but if he goes into coaching and is successful, and he already is this the most incredible career in organized athletics at the highest level? I mean, look at his college career. I mean, he was a dominant football player. Great two-way player And then what he did in baseball, people don't even
Never played in the helicopter 2 games in one day.
It was Tim McCarver. Did the World Series. He played in the World Series game. He did it all the time. He's one of the fastest baseball players to ever play. I mean, it's like Bo Jackson, although Bo got hurt. I mean, Bo was better at football than baseball, but he was an all-star in both and a Pro Bowl. Anyway, if he adds coaching on top of this, what kind of a career are we talking about in the American sport?
It's a great point.
Did you ever see that?
You know, I don't know that I call it the greatest, but maybe I'd certainly call it the most unique. I mean, this is Shohei kind of stuff where it's just like you do this, you do this, you do this, you do this. I mean, one thing I do know about him is he likes to do different things, he gets bored, and he likes different challenges and everything. But I would have never thought this. And like you said, I don't know how much X's and O's he's doing, but as a leader, it's very smart to say, okay, I'll do this part, and then I'll hire good people around him, and that's kind of the thing he was saying.
Coordinators are on point,
right? And you know, I saw a lot of the breakdowns. In fact, our buddy JT did the QB school and was saying how during the whole process of how impressed he was with the offensive setups and all and the things that they were doing, and it was just right on point. And the way that, you know, even like you said, he should have thrown for 600. He had a couple more that were drop balls, but I mean, what he's done and what people don't understand is to totally do, like people were saying last year's team this, last year's team that. They wore the jersey. That's not the same guys. He got 60 new guys in there. I mean, this is totally different. The Travis Hunter kid, he got his son, his other son. These kids are 4 and 5 star recruits. He completely redid it. So while it's impressive what he did to beat TCU, it's really impressive to get all these kids to flip to Colorado, like 60 kids coming to Colorado, a 1-11 team to go to Boulder and say, hey, we're going to redo this thing. Man, that's impressive.
And then, you know, right away they get the 3 and out. And the one thing about Deion, he could cover. There's never been a greater cover corner, but could he tackle, you know, like Mike Haynes and Lester Hayes and Jimmy Johnson and Mel Blount? No. But his team tackled. I mean, they splattered guys. So I don't know how much drilling. It's tough in college football. You don't have a preseason. So I don't know how much he's running. I mean, it's funny. When the game ended, he left his headsets on all the way when he walked to midfield. Obviously going forward on the first 4th down, the wheel route with the back, and they dropped him there. I assume he said we're going forward? I don't know what he was doing. But he's coaching the coaches well, John. They did play well. They gave up a big number on defense, but that's, you know, college football. But on offense, those guys were on point. So my question is, what's his end game? Does he want to, you know, be the next Nick Saban? Or does he want to coach in the NFL with his ego?
I could see him wanting to go to the NFL.
To be. I mean, would anybody, an owner out there and all the attention you get, maybe Jerry Jones one day with the Dallas Cowboys? Who knows? Would he ever do that?
It has to be, but Jerry has to be about Jerry. That the only conflict I see is those are 2 massive egos that probably can't fit in the same room.
And
because
you know, he's gonna. That's
Jerry
why
doesn't like
Johnson's no longer there. I understand, but maybe it's not Dallas. You know, one day could it be the 49ers in 20 years after Kyle's done or whatever? I mean, what's his end game with coaching? Where does he want to take it? Will he be content to coach in Boulder, Colorado?
No.
Or does he want to go and coach at the highest level?
I think he wants the biggest stage he can find. You know, Deion.
Is he good enough to do that?
Yeah. I mean, you know, again, I'm with you. I don't know exactly. You know, he's not X's and O's it. I mean, you heard before the game about the speech. You heard after the game the speech. It's motivating kids. I think he's great in college because he can recruit kids and make them believe, and they'll come there, and he'll make, more importantly, he's not afraid to go into a living room. I mean, people think Deion's above it. He's not. He'll go into a living room and talk to a mom and a dad and those kind of things. That's why he's always going to be successful in being able to recruit. So, you know, I thought it was kind of gimmicky, but then you see what they pulled off on the field. And it's not just his son, who's a great quarterback, who's, you know, off one game. They're talking about first-round grades. Who knows? There was a lot of good quarterback play in college football over the weekend. But, you know, you got to look at that team and go, wow. I mean, that's an impressive win.
How do we feel about him in the Bay Area?
Good question.
I mean, do we like Deion? I mean, he was a Giant, and he was a good Giant here. He stopped here towards the end of his career. Probably the fastest Giant to ever play was Deion Sanders. He was a 49er. He did win a Defensive Player of the Year in '94, just like Nick Bosa. The last time the 49ers won a Super Bowl, Deion was strutting, but then he left right away and went to Dallas, and they won the next year. Do we like Deion Sanders in the Bay Area, John? Do we look fondly? I mean, he's the only guy to play for the Giants and the Niners and do it at a very high level. But is he well regarded? He never comes around. You don't see him coming.
No, he leads. The thing that's weird about it, he leads that whole group of Cowboys, even with all those big, heavy personalities that those teams had, and even though he wasn't there that long, in that area, he leads that whole group of guys. He keeps everybody together, the Michael Irvins and Aikmans and all those kind of guys, and they all live in that area.
He's keeping Michael Irvin.
Yeah, he does all that stuff. So it's weird, but he does. The kind of the personality he shows as a coach, he does that with all those players. So he's definitely Texas centric.
So he's more Cowboy than Niners?
I think he is.
Do we root for him here? I mean, were we rooting for him on Saturday?
I tell you, I didn't turn that game off. I mean, I don't remember what the numbers were. I know they were big, but of all the games I watched all weekend long, that was the one where I circled it and I said, I'm watching that. And I think that it's just going to grow.
Gus Johnson was on the call, John.
Yeah, I do like that Gus
Field
Johnson
goal
was on the
up
call.
And it's incomplete.
Exactly. You struggled a little bit.
The punt was a touchback. No, it went out on the 1 yard line.
But I had people will probably continue to watch and see what he's going to do. He's definitely compelling.
The numbers are going to be massive.
Yeah, he's compelling. I mean, text line is wide open. I don't think people dislike Deion Sanders. I mean, from a 49ers perspective. I mean, he went to Dallas. I get that. But I think people are compelled by it. I think they want to see him succeed. I don't know. He's one of those guys that...
He's polarizing
He is totally polarizing. And it's so funny because behind the scenes, he's one thing, and in front of the camera, it's like, wow. I mean, he just blows up. Behind the scenes, he's kind of chill and mellow, and then all of a sudden, man, he sees that light.
He gets on the pulpit, man. He can preach.
Do you believe?
I mean, believe me, we didn't play the pregame, or was that a postgame speech? I can't remember what it was. Pregame speech. Everybody was wanting to run through a brick wall, man. They posted that thing. Everyone was like, I'm ready. But I can't run through a brick wall, but everyone was excited. I don't know. I don't know if you can coach, but
didn't believe.
I think you hit
Chris
it.
Mortensen retiring.
Oh, man. I love
It's
Mort.
about time. He's had
He's had a lot of health issues. But he was kind of the first, right? I mean, before Schefter, before any of these guys.
Will
McDonough. There you go.
Yeah, way
but,
years ago.
I mean, he was on it, man. And then everybody.
Yeah, when they went to ESPN, but Will McDonough did it on NBC.
Yeah, long time. All right, Pop and Lunch sponsored by our good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back in your everyday spending with Redwood Credit Union free checking account. No monthly fees, no minimum balance. Your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started right now at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by NCUA. There's a couple of strange airplane stories today. Airplane stories coming off this long weekend.
Mile High Club, you're saying?
No, very much more disturbing than that. I'd be very excited to report on something like that, but
we are going caboose pistol, right?
Yeah.
All right. Wow. Flat down, John?
You know what? I can't give it away. I can't give it away because if I do, then we won't make it out of this segment ever. 2 airplane stories amongst those of the caboose, and you probably don't want to miss them. We'll do it next on the Sports
Don't
Leader.
give it away. Don't give it away. Don't give it away now.
was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slipped through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
You know, fast forwarding a little bit that year, I remember I first of all, I pinch ran for Deion Sanders in a game, which...
No offense, Richie, but what?
The only guy I was ever going to pinch run for was probably Benji Molina. What? And that's not saying much, but I pinch ran.
How? What
I think
happened?
we were playing the Expos, and Pedro Martinez was pitching. We were getting blown out, so he got on base in the 8th or something, and they put me in. I think that was my first appearance in a game, was as a pinch runner for Deion Sanders.
How about that?
That was his major league debut?
Pinch running for Deion Sanders.
What was the reason?
He said basically it was late in the game and they didn't want to get Deion hurt, so they were like, here, take him out, put him in. Why would you ever pinch run for Deion Sanders? Never.
You just told me the reason. I don't buy it.
Never. I would never. Plus, Deion didn't want to come out. Give me a break. That's pretty cool, though, that Richie did that. Pretty ironic.
I got to look that up.
You think Richie's lying?
No, I don't. Was that his major league debut? His first thing he did was come in to run for Deion?
Wouldn't you think, too, that you didn't hear the manager right? Like, hey, really, get in there for Deion Sanders and run. Be like, what? Like, are you playing
they were
a prank
in Montreal?
That's what he said. That's what he said.
Maybe Deion, what's the name of the strip club in Montreal? Maybe he was...
Les Girls? I don't know. Oh, there you go. Very nice. Anyway.
Maybe Deion was heading off
maybe
that
Deion
way
had to go.
Before he found God.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. All right, here's one of the airplane stories I told you about. This happened on a Delta flight. A passenger sprayed diarrhea everywhere aboard a mid-air flight. Now, so badly, it forced the plane to turn around and go back to the airport to deal with it.
How terrible.
This happened Friday. Delta flight was headed to Barcelona, Spain after taking off in Atlanta.
Atlanta to Barcelona?
So the jet was over Virginia. The passenger exploded, and everyone, it says, giving everyone on board a front row seat to the disgusting
aftermath. What if it was in the middle of the Atlantic?
You probably have to deal with it.
You're over Virginia. You can.
Yeah, you just barely left.
Let's go down to Norfolk. We're diving.
Can you imagine, though? This sounds funny. It says the flight captain radioed air traffic control to report the incident. He seemed pretty calm under the circumstances. You can hear him in the recording say, "It's just a biohazard. We had a passenger who had diarrhea all the way through the airplane, so we want to come back to Atlanta."
The poor person. Seriously. You're laughing. What was that? Was you?
That would be the worst.
Can you imagine the person that had... We have any more details? I don't even know why we know about this story. Did the black box pick up on this? This is so vile. Can you imagine being the poor person that have this happen to them? God, that would be...
Look at they quoting people, too.
Awful.
It says, quote, the vanilla scented disinfectant used on it only made it smell like Vanilla S.
I know.
A third called it a mess, but praised the pilot for making the right decision to turn back around and land. Boy, this must have been bad. Because you know how it is. Once you get on a flight, it's like, look, don't turn around.
How old was the person? How old was the person?
Doesn't say.
Was it a baby with a flaming case of diarrhea or an octogenarian with halitosis?
Here's Delta's statement. Our teams worked as quickly and as safely as possible to thoroughly clean the airplane and get our customers to their final destination.
I love the way you say that. You spray the plane with diarrhea. What do they put their legs up? I mean, how do you spray the plane?
That is terrible.
You're in the emergency row. We got an emergency now. That is terrible. The poor person that had that happen to them.
I feel bad. I really do.
Oh, my God. Got to get away? Are you kidding me? Wow.
Have you ever been on a plane, though, like maybe you're hungover, you don't feel very well, and that's why I never do a window seat. I always do an aisle seat, just in case something happens, because you just never know. I never do aisles. I always do aisle seats, never window seats.
Because you got to get a beeline.
Because I just don't know. Like sometimes it could happen. It could happen.
See, you've had history here.
Yeah, I haven't had it, but it's just in case. And I'll take the cart on my elbows, and people hit me all the way down, and it's frustrating. But I don't do a window seat for that very reason.
Yeah,
you just never know.
I'm going to jinx myself, and I've been on some long flights in my life. Yes. I don't think I've ever dropped a Barry Zito number 2.
Never?
On an airplane my entire life.
Oh, I have.
I don't think so. I don't.
We'll
I
be
gotta
going
get
back
away.
to
I gotta get
Atlanta
away.
International
I don't
Airport.
think I ever have. I don't know how I've controlled myself.
You're jinxing yourself. That Pittsburgh flight.
I know.
Good night.
Going to Pittsburgh after a Chick-fil-A. Hey, Nick, welcome back. Oh, sorry. I'm not feeling well. I'm going to spray the...
I mean, Chick-fil-A is great, but, man, it's never hit you wrong.
I don't honestly think I've ever sat down. Honestly,
I'm trying to think.
I can't recall.
Yeah.
I cannot recall.
Some of those long flights, although I will say, like I remember we went on that Raiders flight. That was a long one to London. Coming back, we broke it up, and on the way home, that was like 12, 13 hours.
Yeah, I slept the whole way. I definitely do. I just don't. I don't know. Maybe because my constitution is I'm more of a morning guy,
right?
And
That's
I don't
true.
need to it later on. I mean, if I I don't know, but I've done all nighters and red eye. I don't know. I honestly, because it's so damn small in there.
Yeah, it really is.
I mean, that's why the whole thing about the Mile High Club. I don't know how people even do that. How's that even possible?
Well, plus anymore, it's like I don't even like you said. How do you get 2 people in there? And then the other thing too is if another
It's gotta
person
be a jumbo flight.
Right.
It's got to be a huge.
That's what I'm saying. And plus, it's like this. How does it? Like if I saw a second person go in the bathroom, I'd be like, hey, not that I care, dude, whatever.
Yeah.
But you know,
I saw Whitney and Bobby Brown go in. They went in fighting and they came out loving.
I love you. I don't know.
Was that
what?
Wow.
You gotta be kidding me.
Who was that?
That sounded like it. Was that FP?
I don't
He
know.
admitted that?
Wow. Thanks, Frank.
In what context is that?
But on an airplane flying to Barcelona, Spain.
Yeah, I mean you're in for a long one.
So what happens? You clean up and you just get back on the plane, or you get
a new plane.
You get DB Coopered.
Well, here's the thing too. They said it was a biohazard. So I mean, what do? They come in hazmat suits and they're just
that's a
going to
delicate
take
way
a
of
minute.
putting it.
Yeah, that's going to take a
FP
minute.
wouldn't have phrased it that way, obviously.
Anyway,
FP just wanted to go to the gas lamp Saturday after the game.
Well,
that's all. He flew in for one game only
That
because
was
Dave was
it.
doing UCLA, and can I go to the gas lamp now after that game?
there's been a couple of times long flights like cross country flights. Like you go from like New Orleans, Vegas is such a short flight that you can just kind of deal with it. Like Vegas, you're just like just give
I've
me
been
home.
across the world. I've been on a flight for 13, 14 hours. I don't think I've ever done that. Now I'm jinxing myself.
Yeah, it's over in Pittsburgh. I expect to hear after week 1.
So you know what's going to happen? Flying back, we're going to have the Pamani Brothers sandwiches on the seat to fly home. So when we land Sunday night,
You got no chance on that one.
Holder's going to give you a full accounting of it all.
Because they do really soft, good bread, but then it's depending on the meat you like. Mostly, if it's just a basic one, it's like a roast beef, really, really good. And then they slop on a ton of coleslaw, and then they smash on fries on top of that.
It's messy.
It is so messy.
It's a biohazard.
It totally
going
is.
in.
Yeah, like if you bring that on, good night. Oh man, yeah, that'll break your streak.
You know, they may have that on the plane going home. Is what I'm thinking.
That wouldn't be bad. That wouldn't be
What
bad.
else you got to have in Pittsburgh?
Not a lot.
Pamani Brothers, right?
It's meat. You're gonna get meat, some sort of meat. All right. We'll use that as a caboose. We got a couple more things before we get out of here that we've got to give you before the top of the hour. It's been a great guest list, by the way. Sean Estes, Susan Slusser, Marcus Thompson, Cynthia Freeland, and Kawakami joined us. By the way, today, Tolbert and Copes, Matt Miyoko, 230, Greg Cosell, his first hit, 250. It is football after all. And Andrew Baggerly at 3:15. So make sure you stay with the boys. Pop and Lund today, sponsored by our good friends at Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that's rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite, 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. Got a couple of remnants for you. And then Tolbert and Copes is back. His tight ends, Travis Kelce. Oops. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Guys, I gotta take a poop.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants play-by-play man, Dwayne Kuiper, joined Murph and Mac this morning to lament the lack of a Giants offense. Says it's time to crank up the aggressiveness at the plate. That podcast and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Poop again.
He called the poop.
Thanks for joining us. Good conversation today. Good to be back.
Was that Delta Airlines?
Delta.
From
Delta.
to Barcelona? From Atlanta?
Atlanta to Barcelona, and it stopped. They were over Virginia, and they turned around.
And you thought the Giants were having a bad road trip, John. How bad would that be?
That would be.
Kind of the same word I would use to describe both road trips.
Ugh.
And it would start with an S.
Exactly. Plus, the next couple of nights, Kyle Hendricks, just because of his style, is difficult. Then this kid that they just brought up, Justin Steele, he looks like he's straight out of like an advertisement for driveline pitching. It's just
the kid that threw yesterday?
No, the other kid. No, not Steele. They brought up another kid, a young kid. I shut my windows. Jordan Wick. He looks like he's like out of a driveline advertisement.
He's going tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah,
What's the weather
good.
like tomorrow in Chicago? Because we got a short show, right?
Yeah, we do.
Is it dry in Chicago? You know what was amazing about yesterday? It was hot, humid, and the hawk was blowing out.
Yeah.
So how do you not score?
That was
how do you
weird.
only get 2 hits? You couldn't get the ball in the air at all against that guy?
Yeah. That's
And, is he going to win the Cy Young Award?
Was he 16-3 now?
Between Blake Snell, Spencer Strider. Part of the problem they're in, you've seen Strider twice.
Right.
Blake Snell, and then Justin Steele. And then they're going to see Zach Gallen probably in a couple of weeks when they go to Arizona. So, and Kyle Hendricks, he almost threw a perfect game against the Giants when we saw him in June, John.
By the way, it's 90 but drizzly in Chicago.
What?
80% chance of rain. Not tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Oh.
87, partly cloudy. So
Maybe we'll have a doubleheader tomorrow.
What it says it's drizzling, Copes.
Is Copes back? Is that Copes?
What kind of?
Why don't you guys mind your own business when it comes to the weather in Chicago? Huh? Why don't you worry about tomorrow's
Do you
weather?
have a full show ready
Why
to
don't
go?
you worry about tomorrow's weather and not today's weather, huh? Do you mind your own
Are you
boat?
guys going to be doing some rain delay theater here?
Why don't you keep your nose in the weather app
It says
where it belongs?
80%.
Huh?
It says 80%.
You're telling me there's a chance, then?
60% at 5 o'clock, then you're fine. Yeah,
20% out.
They just do
I got a
normal
20%
show.
out. We're good.
No.
Was it windy in Cabo? Were you on the windy side?
It was not too breezy. It was okay. It was real warm. It was nice. We had like 90, 92 every day. A little bit humid because of the storm that had just come through there, but I guess it just sort of brushed by. But we got real good weather. It was pretty. It was nice when we were down there. Pretty clear.
Congratulations or best wishes?
Thanks a lot. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, we'll take both.
For the guy, it's best wishes.
It's best
right?
wishes, yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Well, I appreciate it, Greg. Thanks so much, man.
Very nice.
Good luck to you.
Yeah. 7 years in already. I think I'm okay.
Oh, really?
Everybody's like, how's it feel? Any different? Like, dude, we've been living together for like 6.5 years. It's been together for 7. It's not much is changing.
So you've already had the 7-year itch, and now you're going to get married?
Yeah, the 7-year itch, and then we'll see. She's been telling everybody too. Everyone's like, "Are you guys planning? You started the planning yet?" And she says 5 years is what she's told everybody. So I don't know if that's a legit 5 or if that's just like back off and stop talking to me about it. So
that's
whatever
great.
she wants. So I don't know. It's all good for me.
That's good.
All good. I hit goal. We're good. Yeah.
Good time in Cabo, though, yeah?
It was a great time, dude. It's a great time. It's weird not being hammered, too. You know? It's weird. That's the weirdest part. Yeah, something I don't do?
Margarita's right out of bed.
Well, I don't, yeah. Well, a couple of times guys are offering you, like at breakfast, like margarita, and I was like, sir, it's 7:30. I'll have a beer. I did a lot of the beer mimosas. You know, the like a Modelo with a splash of orange juice in it. Because I'm not a big mimosa guy. The headaches will get you.
Right.
The headaches with the mimosas.
Yeah,
you start that early.
That's the one thing. You got to be a professional. You got to know how to handle it.
You know, you got to be a pro.
Finish.
Did I show you when I pressed my ass up against that window on the infinity pool? Greg, I got a great photo for you, dude.
You are a pro, buddy, right away.
I did.
I pressed my ass.
Yeah. Well, once he said pro, I sent it to my mom.
That's pressed ham.
I sent it to my mom. Yeah, canned hams. Yeah, right. A couple of canned hams. It's good humor, man. Universal.
It is
Came
good
back
humor.
around. Like when I was like 22, like mooning somebody isn't funny.
Right.
At 34, it came back around. Made me laugh again.
It does. Tell it a joke. Like, it'll come back.
Potty humor works when you're 4 or 90.
Oh,
it's good. It's all the same.
Does. Believe me, that's our philosophy.
I can't wait to send Greg this picture of these hams.
Yeah, I can't wait to get it either.
Yeah, he's just loving it. It's
Canned
very
hams.
nice.
Greg, you're going to get a kick out of this, dude. You're going to love it.
Can't wait.
Oh, you're
So
going
are
to
you
laugh.
freaking out over Bosa?
I'm getting a little nervous. I kind of thought when I came back things would be set. I really did think I'd come back. I'd be like, we'll be week of, we'll be okay. I thought by last Friday we'd be situated at the latest, but I thought wrong. So where are you, Greg? Are you stressing?
If he gets it done today and he comes in tomorrow for install day, I'll be fine. So here's my question to both of you.
Okay.
What's going to happen first? The 49ers sign Nick Bosa, or the San Francisco Giants win a baseball game again?
I think we're going to go score a run. Will they get four?
Score a run.
Will they get four hits before Bosa signs? Is the question. Well, if there's rain today in Chicago, I'm going to go with Bosa.
They're not going to get known by Kyle Hendricks. You going to go Bosa?
No. I think the Giants are going to win before Bosa signs, unless he signs.
Well, they're off Thursday, so if they don't win today,
so they'll beat tomorrow, the Rockies Friday, right?
We're up against it, right?
Oh boy,
I tell you.
Oh boy.
And a couple,
Rockies come to town. That's an annoying one too, because that's when you're like, we better get that one.
Right.
But you may not.
Not easy.
I don't know. Ryan, I said to these guys
7 more times.
Grant Brisbee had a great line about. I think his line was something like, "This Giants team is the kind of team that should make Rob Manfred embarrassed or ashamed that he expanded the playoffs." Because it's true. It's like they have the 8th best record in the National
Honestly,
League.
the third team in the National League
team.
is not good.
Come on. I mean,
the Phillies have kind of shown the Cubs are actually playing some good baseball. This third one is just like, throwing rocks at each other.
Are we going NBA here, Greg? Are we going under 500? Somebody's getting in?
Here's the thing.
NFC West
I'm blaming this on Austin Slater. Because remember when they did the CBA just a year ago, there was talk of going to the NFL model and taking 7 playoff teams in each league.
And you get a bye.
And not 6. So if they would have gone to the 4 wild cards on top of the 3 division winners, would they still make it? I don't. They'd make it then, right? If they took 4, right? Or would they? They'd be still tight.
Maybe not.
Phillies, Cubs, Diamond. No, maybe Reds and Marlins just still wouldn't make it.
Marlins are playing well, like you said. Reds are right there. So there are teams.
Greg, check your phone, dude. You should have those hams by now, dude.
Yeah. Wow,
you should have the hams by now.
It's a good tan line too. Yeah, there you go, Greg. John, there you go.
Show this to the people.
Yeah, show it to the people, dude. See, I told you get a laugh.
That's classic.
Told you get a laugh, man.
So classic.
I want to make sure
it looks like a Copper Tone ad back in the day.
Well, yeah, I did tell you guys I was half black and half white. Did I not? I mean,
it does.
I didn't want to let.
That gives me an idea.
I don't want to let loose.
Wilkes,
yeah. Go ahead.
If Bosa does not play, we are mugging the A gap.
There we go. We're mugging the A gap, and the A gap is
going to anything. It just goes right on.
It goes right up in the A gap.
It goes right on the camera.
It goes right on, dude. Just press it right up, dude. It's good.
You sent him a text like,
I know. It's all good.
You could have done that.
I could have tweeted it out. Exactly. Have at it, Greg. That's for you, man.
All right.
Between so that was on your honeymoon. Nice.
Yeah. No, the engagement trip.
Oh yeah.
The best part, dude, was the guy who I asked to take the photo. He worked there.
Oh, that was
I was like, dude, will you come here? Like, dude barely spoke a word of English. He laughed his ass off, though. He thought it was hilarious. When I showed him, he's like, oh, yeah, okay, I'll take it.
Language barriers.
I was like, see? It's internationally universal, dude.
Yeah.
It works.
All right, man.
Enjoy the hams. Yeah.
Tolbert and Copes are coming up right now. We will see you tomorrow on the show. Again, Matt Mayoko starts everything off for them at 2:30. Greg Cosell, Andrew Bagley as well. Tolbert and Copes coming up right now. A little rain in Chicago, so watch out for that. It's Tolbert and Copes coming up now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station.
Aren't you a Niner fan?
Well, yeah, not really.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes.
Let him get it on.
Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Gotta come swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with ya. He's back. He's back, and everything's gone to hell.
Yeah,
but
that's it. Yeah.
To help us try and make sense of it all, Andrew Bagley of The Athletic is going to join us. We'll talk about the Giants. Matt Mayoko will talk about the Niners.
What the hell is this? What are we doing?
And then Greg Cosell. Greg Cosell will talk a little NFL. You never heard this song?
It's Toby Keith?
Yeah. You never heard this song?
No, I don't know this song. What is this song?
You'll get it. That was a real.
That was a long way to go.
It was a very
boys.
long way to get there. Yeah.
Wasn't the payoff for what we were looking for.
I thought there was going to be something. I didn't realize that the road would be so long. Anyway, it was a good thought. It was a bad execution by me.
Well done. Well done, though.
Should have
Good
planned
idea.
it out. So
Good idea.
welcome back.
Good to be back.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's a lot of fun.
That's awesome.
Eventful. Yeah, we got engaged. Sash and I did, and
well
and
done.
now I'm back at work for 6 months with the Niners, and no Nick Bosa. By the way, nothing changed. I left.
So you
Giants,
got that going for you.
Giants still don't hit or win games,
don't hit.
and Bosa's still not signed. So I didn't miss a lot. It didn't sound like.
So you got that going for you, which is nice.
Dude, your stash, by the way. I'm getting a look at the stash.
It's getting a little out of control.
It's getting a little. If you grew the eyebrows with it, you'd have a little bit of Cap'n Crunch going. You know what I mean? If you get the eyebrows to come off of your head, like off your forehead, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's time to shave it, if it's time to trim it, if it's time to just let it go and just let it keep going.
Yeah.
I mean, to see, I'm curious where it could end up going. It's definitely getting the Doc Holliday look to it.
I kind of like it. It's a good look.
I kind of enjoy that. I mean, then I got this thing. If I want to put this thing on, that one, that along with the stash is probably. I mean, I do enjoy that look. I just don't know where I can play. You can't wear cowboy hats in Alameda.
It's not flying. Normally.
It's not really a thing. No. So I don't know. I don't know where I'm gonna go with it. I'll probably keep it for a little bit. But I got to be honest. It's kind of getting to be a pain in the ass when it comes to drinking and eating.
I bet you the beer froth is getting in there because you got to you get some
everything.
Some snacks will hang out in there. You don't want anything,
Yeah,
rot.
You're like just going, okay, yeah. What'd you have for lunch? Okay, yeah, some turkey. Oh, a little Swiss cheese, a little mustard.
That's it. I was doing Ray talking about that. I saw a bit that they put out.
Good to go.
You guys were talking about foods that are not good to save in your beard. My thing is about when stuff, usually when it's something wet or you have something with eat like a hot dog or something and you don't get all the mustard, then you realize later like there was some on there, then it's crusted on. You're like, I don't need that in there. I don't need that food in my stash and in my beard. So
I don't know what I'm going to do with it.
You may have to set a line on it, like when Bosa signs, you'll cut it, or when Colorado finally loses a football game. When Shedeur Sanders throws for fewer than 500 yards or something like that, then you'll shave it off. But hell of a weekend.
Yeah,
in terms of sports. A lot of good college football to get into. We'll talk more about the Bosa stuff in a few minutes, but the Giants were atrocious. I mean, continue to be atrocious, man. I mean, this is disastrous.
I was in Mexico.
I mean, it was. By the way, I started to get like some FOMO on the Tuesday night when Cobb was throwing the no-hitter. I was like, are you kidding me? I go to Mexico and then somebody's going to throw like the best night at the ballpark in 3 years? You serious? Is this what's going down? But, I mean, he threw the ball well, and they had a good series. That was a fun series. Then 4 straight losses now. That one got out of hand fast yesterday. And Logan Webb, the worst run support for a starting pitcher in all of baseball, 3.03 runs per 9 innings. It's like as bad as Matt Cain was getting. I mean, they're saying Cain, but it's that bad. I mean, he had 2 hits. Giants had 2 hits, I think. It was the whole game maybe, but 2 hits definitely when he left the game and had given up 1. It was it's a mess.
A couple things. One, he's not getting run support, but he hasn't been great. You know, I forget who we talked to that said, fair. Possible Cy Young. I'm like, come on. I mean, he's not a Cy Young.
At his best, he's a Cy Young candidate, but he pitched that well early in the year. But no,
yes,
for the last 2 months, it hasn't been that way.
We're in September now, so yeah, he's been okay. Hasn't been bad. He deserves to win a few more than he's losing, but he's not going out there and just shutting teams down and losing 1-0, 2-1 every time. That and they over the last what is it now, 4 games? They can't keep the ball in the yard.
Yeah.
They can't put the ball out of the yard, and then they can't keep the ball in the yard. I mean, of course San Diego shows up. Like, the San Diego team you thought you'd get from the beginning of the year.
Here comes Soto, here comes
banging
Bogart,
the
just
ball.
mash it out of the yard. Dude.
Just banging
6
everywhere.
off of Harrison, dude. Come on. I was like, you kidding me?
Of course they showed up then. But, I mean, they can't hit. They're back to, if they don't hit home runs, they don't score. And remember, that's the way it was early, and then it stopped. And then that's why I thought this offense would come back. Again, one of my worst predictions ever. This offense is maybe irretrievably lost at sea. Just, I don't even know where to look. I don't know if they know where to look. It just seems to me like if they get 4, they better hold on because they're not getting much more than that. Yes, they got 7 against the Padres game 1. I mean, occasionally, but early on, like in the first month and a half, 2 months of the season, they're averaging close to 5 runs a game. Now it's just it's brutal. I mean, it's pulling teeth to get them to score runs, and I don't know what happened. You can't blame injuries, and they just haven't been able to figure it out. They haven't, and again, they go down to San Diego, and balls are leaving the yard left and right, but they're all Padre balls that are leaving the yard left and right, and then you don't score. And look, I get it. Steele's really good. He's got Cy Young. He might be a Cy Young candidate.
Steele's a monster. That guy's a stud. He's really good.
Yeah, he's really good. So I don't know what to say, man. I mean, we talked about it when they went up against what was it? Texas, Tampa, Atlanta, Philly, Atlanta. Like, if they don't score, they're not going to win. And they didn't.
And they survived that month.
5 and 10.
Yeah, they survived that month of August and did it wasn't a disaster. And they had an opportunity here in the first 5 days or 4 days, and it just hasn't gone well. They just haven't been able to turn things around. And so
suckage.
Another thing, yeah, it's been bad suckage. Not like the Suck Holes, who we're all checking in on the YouTube channel.
Yes.
What's up, Suck Holes? Good to be back.
Ass water.
Good to be back. Good to be back with the Suck Holes and the ass water, and with Derek. Haven't decided yet if it's going to be back with Tim quite yet. We'll get more into what's going on with the baseball a little bit later. Andy Baggerly, 3:15. Greg Cosell at 2:50. Thank God. Football season is here. Matt Mayoko joins us at 2:30. But before that, still no Nick Bosa, dude. Is there a point in time where we're like, yeah, he's going to play if he signs today or tomorrow and he can be part of the inserted game plan? But I'm at the point where I'm a little bit worried. Is there a point where we get to where he is not able to play come Sunday? That defense is no joke, and that offense is supposed to be a little bit better this year for Pittsburgh. We'll talk a bit about the Bosa situation, and then Matt Mayoko, his update at 2:30. Tolbert and Copes. It's a Tuesday afternoon on the Sports Leader.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's Sports Leader.
Nick Bosa has yet to sign a new contract, putting his status for Sunday's game against the Steelers in jeopardy. More on that story is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
No, there is no deal yet for Nick Bosa, and I would say similar to Chris Jones, maybe without quite the amount of urgency. Until there is a significant breakthrough, I do not expect Nick Bosa on the field for the San Francisco 49ers. And it really isn't a question of, is he going to be the NFL's highest paid pass rusher? It sounds to me like they're already there, already past T.J. Watt. That's not really what this is about. T.J. Watt, of course, at $28 million. On an average per year basis. This is about how close to Aaron Donald's $31 million and change does he get, or does he get over that? It is a Monday today, tomorrow's Tuesday, and then Wednesday starts the game week. I believe I'd have to consult the calendar on that one, but that's what I think it is. And if he is not there Wednesday, obviously would not bode well for him being able to participate in this week's game. If there is anyone whose resolve you should never doubt, it is someone with the last name of Bosa. We will see if the 49ers and Bosa, who all want this done, we'll see if they're able to make it happen.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Still to come, Matt Mayoka is going to join us at 2:30 and Greg Cosell at 2:50. We'll talk about this Nick Bosa situation with Matt and how it may affect the Niners on Sunday against the Pittsburgh Steelers if they don't have him. That was Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network on where the situation with Bosa stands. And, yeah, I'm going to put my money on Bosa to stay resilient until he gets the deal that he wants. But this is less about what he's saying. The $4 million discrepancy is between the T.J. Watt contract, which is the highest for a defensive end, and the Aaron Donald contract, which is the highest for a defensive player. Bosa, I imagine, wants to be the highest in both. If he becomes the highest overall, he will be the highest paid defensive player and D end in general. So Kyle was on last week with you and Ray, and he said there's no drop dead date, I guess, for where Bosa would be able to play. Like, if is there a point where he's not signed and you go, well, he can't play? What's your level of confidence at this point? Like, is there a date for you that you think, like, I don't know that they'd use him if he wasn't signed by Saturday? Like, I have a tough time buying that if he weren't signed by Friday. Like, if he were signed by Friday, I feel like he'd play in a minimum capacity.
I don't know. I mean, I would
showed up. Like,
absolutely be guessing.
Yeah.
The only thing I know is he keeps himself in tip-top shape. So that wouldn't be a worry. I think he could play. How he would recover, not sure. I don't know if he didn't show up Saturday night, he couldn't play. I don't know. I mean, I don't think, it's not... It's defense. So he's not a linebacker. He's not receiving the plays, making the checks and all the calls like, hey, go get the ball carrier. I'm oversimplifying, of course, but I think he probably could step in Friday if he showed up. It's funny how people have strong takes on this, one way or the other.
I don't know how you can. We don't know anything.
The night, and I don't know why people would ever take the team's side. I'm always for the player because if the player's not getting the money, the team is, and the owner is. So I'll root for the player, but everybody's like, well, just pay Bosa. Pay Bosa his money. Pay him his money. Get him back. You got to do it. You're trying to win a championship. But nobody knows the particulars.
Right.
Like, nobody knows exactly what the negotiations are. So if Bosa were asking for a little bit higher than Donald, yeah, I would say give it to him. If it was, maybe if you're arguing they want to give him between Watt and Bosa, who knows? But if he's, like, let's say he's asking for $3 million more than Donald, then you're going to say, well, no, you're not getting that. I mean, come on. then we're saying, give it to him. I'll give it to him. Well, yeah, but we don't know. That's the thing. You can't. I don't know how you can have. I can't. I guess other people can, but I can't have a strong opinion on something. I don't know the particulars. It's the exact same thing when it comes to the trade deadline. How could you not trade this guy? How could you not get that guy?
We don't know what was out there. We don't know what was available.
We have no idea what the offers were.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody lost their mind when they didn't trade Bumgarner. I'm like, well, how do you know what they were offering? Maybe it's the same as a comp pick. They're just like, well, screw it.
To be fair, we also lost our mind when they acquired Pollock.
Well, they lost him, so you don't have to worry about him
They lost
anymore.
him, and then they lost him, and they're like, you can just go. We just
just go.
He was on a rehab assignment. Like, forget it.
God,
don't worry about it.
I mean, that's as bad as it gets.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not. As bad as it gets is when you get somebody, give up 2 top 10 prospects, and then release them.
And they just DFA him.
That's as bad as it gets.
Throw him on was it on waivers? Is that who Ronaldo and Giolito went to?
Yeah, they went to the
Cleveland.
Guardians.
Yeah.
Did you see how he pitched yesterday?
No, did he see nails?
3 innings, 9 earned. 3 innings, 9
just
earned.
gas can them out. Just brought it with him.
They brought in a position player to pitch 4 innings. A position player pitched 4
One guy?
innings.
Who was it? I didn't even
64 pitches. I can't remember his
Fry.
name. Fry. They said that was the longest a non-pitcher has pitched on record, maybe? So it was like ridiculous. And Terry Francona's like, God, I'm glad I could suck it up and not get hurt.
really helped the team out today.
Can you just go out there and not get hurt? Like, that literally was the edict. Go out there and don't get hurt. I don't care how many runs you give up. Game's over at this point. I guess he gave up like 7 runs, 10 hits.
It doesn't matter at that point.
Nobody cared.
You're just there
the game's over.
I love it. You need him to save the pen for a team that's not going to the playoffs. It's like, come on, just throw your guys out there. What are we doing at this point?
But back to the Bosa thing.
Yeah.
So I have no idea. If I could see it, then I'd have a strong opinion. Like, what are you doing? How come you're not signing this? Or what are you doing? How come you don't give him a couple more bucks and get him the hell in here? You're trying to win a championship this year, and this is going to be a tough game. This is going to be a tough game with or without him. Obviously, much tougher without him. But I just don't have a strong opinion on something I don't know everything I need to know. I think to have a strong opinion on. So we'll see how it works out. But to answer your question. I think with a guy like him, if he gets in Friday, possible that guy plays.
We actually have an update on Bosa, and it comes from an unlikely source. Unsolved Mysteries host Robert Stack. Here's the update.
We still have no clue where this guy is.
There he is. There's the update from Robert Stack, who oddly enough passed away 20 years ago, back in 2003, but still got Bosa takes
from the grave,
from the afterlife. Robert Stack. But I'm with you because one, we don't know anything, and that's why the question of like if the sticking point is just money. If it's simply just finances to make him the highest paid player, it's like, why wouldn't the Niners just do that? Isn't that what they've been trying to do? Isn't that why you make the trade to, I mean, we've heard Kyle talk about why they traded for Trey Lance, why they went and added Brock Purdy, because they knew with where the roster was going, with the price tag for Kittle after this year shoots up, the price tag for Ayuk after this year potentially, knowing they were going to have to pay Bosa, Fred Warner. Hell, Hufanga's a guy in a couple of years you're probably going to have to think about or redraft to fill that position. They knew they needed a rookie contract at the QB spot. So I'm with you because logic would tell you this is why they got that pick and why they put a rookie there. So you had a cheap spot so you could offer Bosa whatever the maximum amount of money was that you had to offer him. But if that's the case, then why isn't he signed? And that tells me that tells me we don't know all the ins and outs of this, right? We don't know all the dotting of the I's and crossing of the T's that have to go down here, or what exactly it is he's looking for. What protections? Does he want to blow out that number? No. Does he want to just surpass it? Does he want to make sure he's protected a different way? I don't know. Taxes in San Francisco are different, right? In California, it's going to be different in the amount of money he's going to walk with. So maybe he's got a bottom line dollar there that he wants to make sure he's protected with because he's seen what it looks like for his brother in Southern California. So who knows?
And I would say this, too, for those that wonder, most times, not all times, most times, athletes don't call out their teammates when it comes to contract stuff. Every once in a while it happened. I remember Favre did it to the receiver. I can't remember the receiver's name for the...
It was Javon Walker. Walker,
that's
right?
What it was. Thank you. Yeah, it was Walker. Yeah, he's like, what are you doing? Like, you never call. Like, you don't do that because it's going to be you at some point. Then you're going to try to get as much as you can. So these guys, I'm sure they would love to have him. All these guys would love to have him here because he gives them a better chance to win. But they understand. They get it. It's gone on longer than it did for Warner. That didn't take long. Kittle took a little bit. Debo was a little contentious. They all got theirs done much sooner than this, but they all understand it. They get it, and this is the business side of football. That's not a lot of fun to talk about, quite frankly, and not a lot of fun to ponder. But it is. This is a business, period. It's fun to play. It's awesome. We all love it. It's sports, but it's a business. And Bosa's going to try to get as much as he possibly can. The Niners are going to try to give him what they think is fair, while also taking care of their interests. It's just the way it works out. And sometimes with the very top-end guys, it takes a little bit longer because you're setting a new market. And do you want to set the market? Do you not want to set the market? How much do you want to set the market if you're the player? So when it gets done, it gets done. And until then, we talk about what happens on Sunday and move on.
Yeah, I hope we can move on if it's done by then. I don't know if it's going to be finished by then. And if not, if this drags out, then Kyle and John get put in a tough spot where you got to figure out, you've got guys you have to pay. You can't just sit around waiting for Bosa to show up, but he's worth that. So at what point do you decide you've got to make another decision here? Hopefully not any point soon. We'll talk about this with Matt Mayoko. He's going to join us when we come up on the other side. And then I want to talk more about this defense they're going to see. The Steeler defense is no joke coming up on Sunday. You may not have Nick Bosa. How are you going to put up points against this defense? How does not having Bosa with...
Do you have Jake Moody?
Do you have Moody? And do you have a pass rush at all without Bosa? Is there a pass rush? Jake Moody? There's no pass rush. There's no kicker. What? We have Kyle Juszczyk kicking extra points on Sunday. We'll see what Matt Mayoko has to say about that next. And then Greg Cosell joins us. It's Tolbert and Copes. We do have a Giants pregame a little bit later as well, only here on the Sports Leader.
We still have no clue where this guy is.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the San Diego Padres on Monday, September 25th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
guy's not at press conferences, on the sideline, or in the locker room. He's with us on KNBR. Here's NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko bringing the latest Niner news to Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by UCSF Health, redefining health.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, let's get right to it. Hey, we only got about an hour or so, and we got a lot to get to. So let's start off talking 49er football with Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area. Hello, Matt.
Oh, am I going to be on for the next hour? Do I need to pace myself?
No, you know. You know, we get no. Hey, anytime you want to come in and spend an hour with us, though, we'd be more than happy to have you.
I would love it. I would endorse that. Yeah.
That would be great. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Well, that sounded enthusiastic.
Yeah, great idea.
That'd be great. I was going to say I'll bring beverages, but hell with it. If you don't want to show up.
Well, Tom, I might see you in Pittsburgh on Saturday night.
Ooh. Oh, that's true.
That
this is true. This is true. So, yeah, definitely.
And I'll talk to you Sunday morning on the pregame show.
Give me a buzz.
Yeah.
Well, you will see me in Pittsburgh. Will we see Bosa in Pittsburgh?
I don't, this is the easy answer. I have no freaking idea. It has surprised me, obviously, that it's gone this far. When you look at the 49ers track record, they've been really good about signing their guys. They've done it each of the last 3 seasons. And, the one thing I guess I probably never really took into account, I don't think anybody did, was just the level of complexity that this deal has. I think with all the others, you're dealing with, not the, beside quarterback, not the highest priced position. There are also a lot more comps with those other positions, with Fred Warner and with George Kittle, who broke the bank there as far as tight ends go, and then last year Deebo Samuel. All in comparison, those are very easy contracts to do. This one, the only given is really that he's going to make more than T.J. Watt. And even T.J. Watt 2 years ago, his deal was done, which would have been the equivalent of tomorrow. His deal with the Steelers was done the Wednesday before the first regular season game. Another difference there, though, he was a hold in, and Nick Bosa has been a holdout. So he was at training camp with the Steelers, just not practicing. So there's a lot to sort out here. I guess if I were to guess, I would say he'll still be there, but I mean, I have zero confidence in that.
Yeah.
And I think that, both sides are playing, both sides are doing what they feel like they need to do. Hard to say who has the leverage in it. You could easily make the case that Nick Bosa has all the leverage, but, he's a professional football player, and he's not getting paid to play professional football right now. So, I think ultimately both sides will realize that they need each other, and that at some point it makes sense for both sides to get together, and whether it's meeting halfway or, one side getting more of what it wants than the other side, but it's still kind of difficult to imagine the 49ers lining up on Sunday without Nick Bosa, a guy who lives for playing football, not playing football.
Dr. Matt Mayo, go on the UMA guest line. We were saying, it's tough to have a really strong stance on this, and it's tough to speculate either way because it seems like it's just all about money. It's why guys hold out, especially in the NFL. But if it's just about money and the discrepancy in dollars doesn't seem like it would be that far from where they need to get to make him, I'm wondering, is the dollar amount so much so that it's problematic for the 49ers? Is he maybe asking for more than just to go over Aaron Donald? Do we have any read into what's maybe taken so long? Because it seems like this is what the 49ers did to set themselves up to be able to pay whatever dollar amount it was.
Yeah, I mean, I think, remember now, the 49ers have a really high-paid roster as far as, they have some of the absolute top dollar makers at their respective positions. Of course, Nick Bosa will become the top paid player at his position. So if you're looking at just that, just make him the top paid guy at his position, that's $28 million or whatever, $28.1 million. Then you have Aaron Donald, who's making 31 and 31.7 essentially. So those are the two kind of benchmarks. But if you're Bosa's side, is there a part of you that says, well, Nick Bosa is 25 years old. You're going to get him for the prime years of his NFL career. This is going to be his last big bite at the apple. He's going to be underpaid in a couple of years, probably because of the rising salary cap. So let's not only exceed what Aaron Donald is making, but let's exceed it so that it still stands up over the test of time. And 5 years down the road, he's still right there as far as the top paid defensive end in the league. And so that's the kind of spectrum you're looking at, where that is a lot, conceivably a lot of money over the course of a 5-year extension. And for the 49ers, all those guys that I mentioned, and the names, their salaries aren't going down over the next few years, so their salaries are rising. And then if you look 3 years down the road, 2 years down the road, if Brock Purdy is the guy that they think he is, and the 49ers paid Jimmy Garoppolo as the top paid quarterback in the league after just 5 games. What if Brock Purdy tears it up and the 49ers win a lot of games and maybe even accomplish their goal? Now you have to pay Brock Purdy among the top quarterbacks in the league. So those are all things they're considering. But, I think most fans would say it's not my money. Pay the man and deal with all the consequences later, because stuff is constantly happening. But, the one thing that's right here on the horizon that we all can see is the 49ers opening up against a Pittsburgh Steelers team that should be improved from a year ago.
I don't think you'll ever have to pay Brock. You just draft another one. You know what I mean?
No, that's true, too.
Just whatever you want. 7th rounder, 6th rounder, wherever, dude. Doesn't matter.
I mean, think about the quarterbacks in college football. Just pick one of those guys. One of like 12 guys that we watched on Saturday.
Shedeur Sanders. Take that kid. He's good. That's fine.
Yeah. I have a feeling young Sanders would probably drive a hard bargain too.
I feel the same way. It's funny. I just a feeling.
Any idea when would be the drop dead time he could show up and still play? Like, I thought Saturday night he might be able to show up and still play, but I don't know. What's your guess?
Yeah, I mean, I've said it somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but not really. I think as long as he is signed by 1 p.m. Saturday, 1 p.m. Pacific Saturday, that's when a roster move would have to take place in order for them to remove him off the reserve did not report list and put him on 53. Okay. I kind of feel that as long as it's done by that time that he'll play. I don't know how much he would play. Again, going back to T.J. Watt, he had, I guess, 3 days of practice before the Steelers played 2 years ago, and he went out and got, I think, 2 or 3 sacks, and ended up being NFL Defensive Player of the Year that year. The 49ers know that Nick Bosa is in really good shape. He's, I don't know if he's been putting on pads and banging against 280, 300-pound offensive lineman guys. That's kind of doubtful, but I gotta believe if there's any chance, just clerical, through the clerical aspect of playing in the NFL, of just having his name available on the roster, that he could suit up and play whatever that number of snaps is. If he's out there for 15 snaps, I think the 49ers would take that, wouldn't you? I mean, I would.
Yeah. Talking to Matt Mayoko on the Uma guest line, our 49er insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, Niners and the Steelers on Sunday morning. We'll have pregame for you right here. Are we on it at 7 a.m.? Is that our 7 a.m. pregame? We'll have it right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680. Giants have been moved to the Sunday night baseball slot, so we'll have the Niners right here on the leader. Question about the running back situation. There's not much of it. I know Christian McCaffrey, a guy we're all excited to see for a full season in a Niner uniform. But the other guy, Elijah Mitchell, haven't talked much about him at all. I know we were all watching Ty Davis-Price and some of the other guys in the backfield throughout the spring. But Elijah Mitchell, a guy who I thought had a really big role and a key role in the second half of games last year. He was kind of like the mutter. It was like they'd get up a bunch in the first half with McCaffrey and Brock Purdy under center. And then in the second half, we saw a lot of a lot of Mitchell running the ball. Do we anticipate a similar role for him? Where does he slot in? What do we think about his usage this year?
Yeah, I mean, the problem for him, certainly not a problem for the 49ers, is that McCaffrey's so good.
Right.
And so typically if you have a guy like McCaffrey, it's like, okay, well, the other guy can be the third down back. But McCaffrey is a first down back, he's a second down back, he's a third down back. But that has kind of been where Mitchell's focus has been. I think he's healthy now. He missed a few weeks with a groin injury, kind of eased back in. Saw him catching more passes down the field, seam routes and such. So he talked a lot about just kind of working on his third down game and, you know, picking up blitzes and getting out of the backfield and catching passes. But no, I think Elijah Mitchell's a really good player, and I think if, you know, when healthy, he's a very good starting running back. And so I would think that the possibility for him to be not necessarily a change of pace back, but a guy who just kind of comes in and plays a series here and there, I mean, that opens the possibility for him in a spot role being very effective. So I think the 49ers are really set at the running back position. And then the 3 and the 4 are J.P. Mason and Ty Davis-Price, two guys who look like they came on pretty good in training camp. My guess is that Mason would be the number 3 guy because of special teams, and Ty Davis-Price will probably not have a uniform on until, you know, there's a situation where, you know, another running back is needed on the game day roster.
Kittle?
Good question. I don't know. I saw him running yesterday. He hasn't practiced in a while. My guess is he'll be limited this week, but I would think that he'll be able to play. I don't know how effective. You know, they certainly don't want to take any risk with him. Again, that's a groin injury, the adductor. And so he was running straight ahead, doing some cutting. My guess is that he's available for the game on Sunday.
And lastly, Moody.
Oh man, I saw him doing like the one-step kicks. Very impressive. Don't think he'll be able to do that in the game, but it looks like things are trending in the right direction there. They signed Matthew Wright. He had a couple stints with the Steelers in 20 and 22. Has put up fairly decent numbers when he's been kicking 23 NFL games. So he's the insurance policy. He'll make the trip to Pittsburgh, and then kind of in the same boat as Bosa. They have to make a roster decision, you know, as far as elevating a practice squad guy on Saturday by 1 p.m. So you'll be drinking a craft beer, and I'll be rolling in drinking a nice IPA or maybe even a hazy. And at that moment, at 4 p.m. Eastern, they'll have to tell us what they're doing, and then we can lift a glass to Jake Moody or Matthew Wright.
Perfect. Look, I'll be one of the first to get the info. You're going to get it, and then you just pass it right along to me.
Can we get a juicy IPA in there? Maybe a juicy hazy something in there? Maybe
sure. Why not?
That's good. Yeah,
I think there'll be more than one option and one. More than one beer.
You'll get more than one choice. Sure. I think you're right. I think you'll get more than one.
Sampler. Get the sampler.
You guys get after
a flight, as they say.
The 16-ounce samplers.
Okay, great.
The 16-ounce sampler.
Right in front of me.
Well, you'll have a good time with Tom in Pittsburgh this weekend, and then Matt, we'll make our plans for what we're doing in LA next week. All right.
Okay, I think yes, but first off, I'll talk to you at 7:30 a.m.
Right.
Sunday morning.
Well, hopefully, we'll try to do it then. Matt, have a safe trip out there, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks, guys.
See you, Matt.
Great stuff there from Matt Mayoko. He's all on top of everything and nothing that's happening with the Nick Bosa contract movement. I'm kind of with you. Like, if he signs Saturday and he shows up Saturday night and he's like, I'm good to go, I think they'd roll him out there and be like, fine, third downs, go get him, dude. Just go hit Kenny Pitt. What does he have to do? What game plan does Nick Bosa have to know? Hit the quarterback. That's all I'm paying you to do. Go get him. Go get him, boy. Go get him. Tolbert & Copes is sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company. It's rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. Couple of things. How would the Niners fare against that defense of Pittsburgh if they don't have Nick Bosa? How does the offense of Pittsburgh fare against the Niner defense? Do they have a pass rush? How does Cleve Ferrell, Kerry Hyder fill in? We'll get the thoughts of that from Greg Cosell. Our weekly hit with Greg Cosell is next, only here on the Sports Leader. Well, the Giants have lost 4 in a row after yesterday's 5-0 loss to the Chicago Cubs. That story and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
doesn't speculate. He doesn't do predictions. He doesn't care about the standings or contracts. All he cares about are the facts from the film. This is NFL Film senior producer Greg Cosell with Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by Dignity Health. When it comes to healthcare with kindness, choose Dignity Health. Hello, human kindness.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Oh, it's football season. Not only do we love football season because it's football season, but the guests we get to talk to come football season. We get to talk to Brent Jones, get to talk to Steve Young, get to talk to Greg Cosell.
Yes.
He's one of our favorites. We learn a lot, have some laughs, enjoy it. Greg, what is going on?
Greg.
How you been?
You guys missed me. I know that, right? Come on.
I did miss you.
I did. I was excited when I came back today.
Absolutely, I missed you.
It's so good to be back with you guys.
Good to have you,
It
man.
is good to have you back. I got to ask you about your Phillies. I mean, over the last month or so, it looks like somebody dipped their bats in Viagra. It's incredible.
I'm going to leave that one alone right there, but I will say that they have hit I think multiple home runs in 7 straight games, which I believe is a record of some kind.
That is good knowledge. They have, yeah. I think Turner had 7 in 7 games. Schwarber's on fire, and Harper's starting to hit. So it looks like the Phillies are primed and ready to go for the postseason. All right,
I know I'm a few years older than you are, but you'll remember. And Kyle Schwarber to me is one of the most fascinating case studies because back, no matter what a guy did back in the day, and now I sound like an old guy, which I guess I am. If a guy was hitting 190, people would laugh at that.
Oh yeah. Dave Kingman, Rob Deere.
Yeah, well, Dave Kingman even hit more than that, and people laughed at him.
Yeah, he's home run or bust, and Miss Schwarber
now they're
to pay
like,
this guy.
Oh, look at his OPS. OPS
I
is
know,
good.
I
Who cares
know.
about the average?
Yeah, it's funny how the game has changed. I mean, and he walked a lot, so his on-base percentage is not terrible by any means, but still, being under, as they used to say, the Mendoza line was not viewed as a positive thing.
No, it was not. Oh, how times have changed.
Real quick, Greg, you like how, real quick though, but you like how we geared baseball with Greg because I think we'll probably not talk as much hoops this year when we get into to basketball. So.
Well, baseball's been it's pretty interesting. We'll see, but of course the Phillies, they're doing well, but they did well last year at this time also.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Tom.
So we're curious if Bosa doesn't play. What are your thoughts on Jackson and Furl as edge rushers? Like, what are their strengths? What are their weaknesses?
Yeah. I mean, look, Bosa is I'm not saying anything profound here. Bosa is a great player, and there were times where, based on the defensive front and how they lined up, believe it or not, I went through every one of their third downs over the last 2 days because I just felt like looking at the Niners, because they're a really good defense. A lot of what they did often would create one-on-ones, and we know that Bosa can win one-on-one. Cleveland Farrell was originally the 4th pick in the draft by the Raiders. He's more of I would say he fits the role of the last 2 years when they had Arden Key 2 years ago and Amenahu last year. To me, Cleveland Farrell is more that guy. He's not necessarily just line him up on the edge, and he's a dynamic pass rusher. Probably better than average, but not a guy you say, wow.
Yeah.
Jackson, I guess he's still a little bit of an unknown at this point, wouldn't you say? I mean, played meaningful snaps as a rookie. Certainly, his tape coming out of USC was pretty strong, looked like a pass rusher. But now, if Bosa does not play, and I would imagine that this is not going to go on for real long. If he doesn't play this week, I would think they'll get it done. You guys know more about it than I do. You're out there. But I think Jackson's a little bit of an unknown at this point.
We're talking to Greg Cosell on the UMA guest line. From what you've seen even in the preseason, or should we expect anything to look different with how the defense lines up under Wilkes than it did under D'Amico or Robert Saleh?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you, Adam, because that's just who I am. Yeah. I don't watch a lot of preseason football.
Hey, Greg, I'll be honest with you. Me neither. Yeah.
I mean, as far as tape.
Yeah, fair enough.
Because, in all honesty, I find that it's the better use of my time looking back over the previous season with given teams. I mean, I just find that, I only have so many hours in a day, and, starting next week, I'll probably be working 75 hours a week, but I didn't watch a lot of preseason really for most teams. So I don't know. And again, I know a lot of coaches over the years, and a lot of times they tell me, we're not even going to show you what we're going to do. So, having that knowledge, which, I guess a lot of fans obviously are not talking to coaches. I'm grateful that in my job I can do that. So therefore I don't put a lot of stock in it.
Well, let me pull back then and go more broad on that then. Steve Wilks as a coach and the Niners' talent that's there, what do you think of that as a fit?
Here's the way I would answer that, and I think it's true of most coaches that take over a side of the ball that's really good. I think they don't change dramatically, but they add some tweaks that they like. I don't think he's going to dramatically change what the best defense in the league did a year ago. Obviously, look, I told you I just watched all their third downs. They are really, really good on defense. I mean, really good. There's certain things I watch and I come away and I go, wow, that team or that guy's not as good as I really thought. Or I watch and go, oh my God, that's even better than I thought. And that's the way I felt about the Niners defense watching all their third downs. I mean, there's no question that Fred Warner, to me, hands down, is the best linebacker in football. The things that he does and that they ask him to do, but particularly in pass coverage, is just remarkable. And Hufanga really stood out to me. I thought when he came out of USC, there's no way that he could play post safety in this league. And when they played cover one, which is man coverage with a deep safety, 99% of the time they had Gibson matched on the tight end and Hufanga playing post safety, and he did it just fine. It never really hurt them. So, to me, they just have a really, really good defense. They've got great schemes. They do great things with their front. I can't imagine Wilks is going to dramatically change that. He might tweak some things that he likes, but he's not going to dramatically change that.
These guys don't match up against one another, but I'm curious how they're alike and how they're different, Bosa and TJ Watt.
I would say that Bosa's game is built more on strength and power. Because one thing that Bosa has been phenomenal at, even going back to Ohio State, and a lot of Ohio State DNs, edge rushers are like this, and maybe a function of how they're coached there. But Bosa is phenomenal at speed to power and then playing off the speed to power. Whereas Watt, to me, is a little bit more, not that Bosa's unathletic, he's obviously a great athlete, but Watt, to me, is a little more of a bender. Okay. I think, not that he can't win speed to power at times, I think all great pass rushers have to start somewhere along the line with speed to power, because you can't just win in this league running around guys. It's not college football. So at some point you have to be able to play off contact, which Watt can do, but he doesn't do it with the same force that Bosa does. When Bosa does speed to power, and I noticed this watching all the third downs, offensive tackles move backwards. And then they try to re-anchor and set on themselves, but when Nick Bosa, gets into your chest, guys move backwards.
Got it.
Talking to Greg Cosell on the UMA guest line. Tom has been really high this offseason on the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I think a lot of people have. What did you see from Kenny Pickett at the end of last year? I know George Pickens, that receiver, Deontay Johnson, they've got a good core there. What do you think of their offense this year?
I think it has a chance to be really good. And Pickett was one guy I just did see a little bit in the preseason. I was a big Pickett fan coming out of Pittsburgh. I thought he was clearly the best quarterback in that draft class. I used to that year I talked to a ton of coaches at the Combine, and I kept hearing, well, there's no wow factor. He's not special. And look, I'm not saying I know more than these coaches, but you guys know I think about this stuff far too much. And I would think to myself, the guy is a really good ball distributor. He can execute an offense. He's got movement ability. I said, just because his arm is not, Matthew Stafford, I thought, this guy, to me, is going to be a really good NFL quarterback. As you guys know, I don't make lists, so I'm not going to sit here and say he's top 5, top 7, whatever. But I think this guy can be a really good quarterback. And just seeing a couple of preseason throws, I thought his arm was a little stronger. I thought the ball came out with a little more juice. Now, that could also be a function of being more confident in where he's delivering the ball, just feeling like, hey, drop back, hit your back foot, bang, throw it. Sometimes confidence can make it seem like it's coming out better. But they've got really good receivers, a really good tight end. What I'm really curious to see is the division of labor in the backfield, because I think that it would not surprise me if Jaylen Warren gets some more snaps, because he's got more juice than Najee Harris, who's a very good player in his own right, but he's not really an explosive player.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about Najee, because his numbers were down last year. They didn't throw it to him as much last year as they did his rookie year. His usage rate must have, I don't want to say dropped off a cliff, but it's certainly what it wasn't his first year. What happened? Did you notice anything that was different than his first year?
No, but again, I think it's the kind of player he is, Tom. He's not an explosive player. I remember having a great conversation with Fred Taylor, the great Jacksonville Jaguars back, on the floor of the Dome at the Combine, maybe, I think it was the year before the pandemic, and he said something to me that I've never forgotten about backs. He said that great backs need the ability to re-accelerate in confined space, and I don't think Najee Harris can do that really well. I think when he gets sort of stopped, he's a big man, he's not naturally explosive, so I think he's a grinder and a sustainer, whereas Warren gives you more juice. So I think it'll be a committee. I don't think you'll see Harris with 280 carries.
Talking to Greg Cosell on the Uma guest line here. In terms of where the 49ers offensive line is, what did you think of it at the end of last year? I know this year, no Mike McGlinchey on that right side. That's going to be probably the biggest test for them, is where they go on the right side and behind Trent Williams. Jalen Moore, really tough. Preseason was not great last year. What's your grade on where the Niners O-line is entering this season?
I think there's some questions, although I thought, and I also watched a ton of their offense. I rewatched every one of Purdy's dropbacks, and I watched a lot of McCaffrey. So, I thought in watching the run game, I thought Aaron Banks at left guard really had a nice year last year. We know what Trent Williams is. Obviously, they would want Burford to really take a step up as a second-year player, because last year, as you guys know, he rotated with Brunskill, who's not there. So they would expect him, I'm sure, to be really solid at right guard in his second season. So right tackle's the question. Again, until you play the real games, you just don't know, because it all comes down to third down, guys. That's Kyle Shanahan's obviously really, really good with play design, and you can certainly be proactive in how you approach it in normal down and distance situations, 1st and 10, 2nd and 4. But then what happens when it's 3rd and 9? You would really like to be in a situation where you can use the versatility of your athletes and not have to. And I guess what I'm saying is be able to block with your 5-0 linemen and not have to keep someone in. So that's where the game, the rubber meets the road, so to speak, and we won't know that until we really start playing, because the right tackle, whoever the starter is going to be having to block T.J. Watt.
Yeah. I want to ask you this, Greg, and I'll ask you from your standpoint, and then if you could kind of guess what maybe evaluators might say. After the year, and we saw Purdy play like he did last year, what do you think most people would say? Maybe what would you say if I asked you, which I'm about to, by the way. You like how I'm setting this up?
Well done.
Very professional. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'll be here all week. Actually, I won't. I'm going to go put. Anyway, moving on. What did Purdy do last year that people didn't see in college that made them say, wow, I didn't see that coming?
Purdy's a fascinating guy for this reason, because no one would say that he's a great thrower of the football. No matter what he did last year, just being honest about what the tape is, because that's what I look at. No one would say, wow, this guy really is a big-time thrower of the football. In college, he had some inconsistency with his ball location. He missed too many throws that you'd say you got to make those throws. My guess is people got excited about him, I'm sure, and I don't know Brock Purdy, but teams obviously interview players. The teams that liked him, and from everything I read, Brian Greasy really liked him. They probably liked his demeanor, his approach, the fact that he was a 4-year starter, so there were a lot of snaps and a lot of reps. But ultimately, what the tape shows and what I heard from a lot of coaches is he's in a system that fits him to an absolute T. Okay. That he wouldn't be a quarterback that if you put him in he wouldn't fit every system. He's in a perfect system because I'm told by so many coaches, and as I said, I watch the tape so I see it as well, that the Niners do such a good job with the use of their personnel, the use of their formations, their use of motion, that they cause a lot of problems for defenses. And therefore the throws become really well defined. And Purdy made those throws last year. And that's what you hope continues.
We got to run. We got Giants baseball coming up, but I had a couple more things. I'm going to let you choose what is most intriguing to you this year. To see Russell Wilson and Sean Payton together, or see a new offensive system in Baltimore and see if Lamar Jackson can flourish?
Oh, I'd say they're both fascinating, but I'm probably more interested in Baltimore. I think that is truly, truly fascinating because that's going to be a 180. They have really built up their wide receiver core. Todd Monken is going to change everything in terms of how he plays, and I'm fascinated to see that. It could be phenomenal, and we'll see. I mean, it could be one of those offenses where you go, man, who can stop that? Because you still have the Lamar element as a runner, and when you spread the field, you still give him opportunities to run.
All kinds of great storylines every single year in the NFL, and we're going to kick it off this weekend. We're going to kick it off Thursday, actually, and then this weekend full force. So we're going to have Greg with us all year to talk about it, break it down. Again, I love it, Greg. We love having you on. We've been doing this for years, and one of my favorite parts of the football season is getting to talk to you weekly, so I look forward to it.
Yeah, I look forward to being back with you guys. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Greg.
Thanks, Greg. Appreciate it,
okay.
man.
The great Greg Cosell. Great stuff. Every week we'll get Greg Cosell on, is it Tuesdays? Is this our normal day for Greg? We get to do the breakdown of the tape of what happened. And Niners open up on Sunday. We'll have pregame starting at 7 a.m. right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. When we come on back, I dip into what's going on with the Giants, or not going on with the Giants. Andy Baggerly joins us of The Athletic. We'll talk about the game yesterday and the game tonight. Ryan Walker, shocker, is the starter for the Giants against the Cubs tonight. We'll talk about that with Bags next. Giants pregame at 3:40, only here on the Sports Leader. Nick Bosa has yet to sign a new contract, putting his status for Sunday's game against the Steelers in jeopardy. More on that story is trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. We just wrapped up, actually, our last fantasy draft of the 2023 season. We did today. The No Food in the Studio KNBR draft just wrapped up today. And look, I once again plan on making a deep run. I say once again, I've never once won a championship in this league. I don't even think I've made the playoffs in this league. And that's why I, like you, should turn to Underdog Fantasy. They can help you out throughout the season when you're not still involved in your everyday leagues. Check this out. They've got different ways to play. The way that I love to play is the new Pick'em game. I say new Pick'em game. It's the returning Pick'em game. It's a season-long game. You can pick between 2 and 5 players on any team. You select whether one is going to have a higher or lower stat total. You can do whether it's more receptions or higher number of yards than another guy. Whatever the case may be, you can win up to 20 times your money in a single game simply by going 5 for 5. You can build your team today. All you have to do is head on over to the easy-to-use Underdog Fantasy mobile app or UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with promo code KNBR, and Underdog is going to double your first deposit up to $100. It's that easy. Sign up, UnderdogFantasy.com, or at the Underdog app. Use promo code KNBR at sign up, and they're going to double your first deposit up to $100. Again, Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
The bases are bigger, but our bags stays the same. Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic, and he's on with Tolbert and Copes. Now, on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Every week we catch up with Andy Baggerly of The Athletic. He covers the Giants, who are out in Chicago getting ready for first pitch at 4:40. It'll be Ryan Walker today for the Giants making the start. He'll be opposed by, and I'll get you the matchup here in just a minute, he'll be opposed by Kyle Hendricks, who had a no-hitter late into the game. Perfect game going against the Giants here in San Francisco earlier this year. He's 5-7 with a 3.59 ERA. Giants have lost 4 games in a row. And, dude, we saw this earlier this year with the Giants with all the young players they were bringing up. The only guy who's hitting now, by the way, is Casey Schmidt. He's the only guy on the team who hits for a while. He was like the one guy there who was just like he was almost an automatic out, it felt like. I was thinking about him yesterday when they brought him up. Remember how crazy the analytics stuff was with him? Like the fielding at third, the throwing across the diamond. He was like topping O'Neal Cruz with his velocity at throwing guys out across the diamond. Then the youth movement kind of happened across baseball, and I kind of like this, where teams that are out of it, the Yankees called up their young prospect Jason Dominguez, hit a home run off of Verlander in his first at bat, which is wild. I mean, he's like the one of the 5th or 6th youngest player ever to do it in his first at bat. Starlin Castro was the last, who was 20 years old in just a few days to get it done. But you're looking across baseball, and now all these young players have started to come up. Jackson Holiday. The Orioles are just cranking them out. Cardinals have done it a little bit. We've seen young studs and young pitchers for the Dodgers this year. The Giants are not alone in bringing up young talent, and their young talent is still not the best of the young talent we're seeing across baseball. I like that we're getting a look at some of these guys, and these guys are getting a taste of the big league level, because we saw this in 2009 when they won 88 games and started to make that push. But with the talent at the major league level now and how young it's getting, it's almost like the Giants were a step behind in rebuilding their farm system to get to where they are now. And now that talent is even a little bit further behind where some of the other guys are across the league. Now, Luis Matos may end up being an okay center fielder, and probably getting a taste this year was a big deal for him. But they're going to need some of the guys we saw this year to actually hit. And not just hit at the plate. I mean, hit in terms of payoff prospects for them to be able to compete. Because it's not just about landing free agents. It's not just about San Francisco and taxes here. The Dodgers aren't having the problem. The Padres aren't having the problem, and they continue to produce that young talent. So while it was encouraging at many times this year, some of the young guys who have come up, Harrison had the great 10 strikeout performance in his second start. Yep. A lot of them have fallen flat relative to some of the other young players that have come up.
Yeah, I mean, I think, we got to see, 4, 5 of them? Did we got Bailey?
Well, so Schmidt, you want to go how many guys debuted this year?
Matos, Harrison. Is there another one?
Bailey.
Luciano. Yeah, for a couple games. So if we get 5, that's a lot. I mean, I don't know if any other team has 5 rookies.
Meckler
has played. Yeah, that's right, Meckler. 6.
Can I add a Blake Sable?
You can. I always forget about him
because he is a rookie, but he wasn't drafted here. But he's a rookie. Yeah. He's a true rookie.
Yeah. Now they've logged a lot of rookie games this year, a lot of rookie appearances. It's got to be right up there near the top. Now
Ryan Walker's a rookie. Tristan Beck, all these guys.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean certainly they're not the high end guys that we see around the league. But I think it's a pretty good group. I really do. We'll find out. And the Giants better hope it's a really good group, because if not, they're screwed. They really are. But Schmidt, we'll see. I think he's going to figure it out. I like him. I do, and I think he's going to figure it out. I think most of these guys have a chance. Bailey, I didn't think would be this good. No. I mean, who knew Bailey was going to be as good as he has been, not only behind the plate, but he's been really, really big in clutch situations.
Still hitting 250.
Yeah, I mean, still hits fine. Yep, and then clutch situations, he's been really, really good. So, I think they're going to be fine. But maybe we're seeing a little bit of the effects of that right now. That they just, I mean, the guys that they have just aren't. I mean, 4 runs in 4 games, 4-4, not good. 0-2. They haven't scored the last 2 games. So it's been an absolute. And then what happens? Philly comes in there and drops 9 on their heads.
Yep.
Because that's what Philly does. Trey Turner, home run. Schwarber, home run. I mean, these guys are just knocking the ball all over the place. I bet you over the last 3 weeks, between Schwarber, Turner, and Harper, they probably have 15 home runs between the 3 of them. I mean, they're just knocking the ball. And the Giants just don't have that. But that's supposedly how they were built. At least they were going to hit home runs. At the beginning of the season, I was saying, you got to do more than hit home runs.
We wanted something else. We're come on, get us something else.
Yeah. Well, now they can't even do that.
I didn't mean stop hitting the home runs.
Yeah, now they can't even do what they're supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be a team that maybe wasn't going to have a high batting average. Who cares? maybe not have a great on-base percentage, decent enough, but they're going to knock the ball over the wall. That hasn't happened. That hasn't happened, and they're still there. I mean, they're still right there. It just feels it feels about as bad as it can get right now, just because you can't score. It's September. You're starting to like kind of nosedive a little bit, and other teams are playing some pretty good ball, and you're feeling like, okay, here we go. All it takes is a game or two to kind of turn this around, but they can't get swept here. Period. I mean, you can't do it. I mean, I guess you could, but
you can do
it's not going to be good.
I was going to want to bet.
Yeah, they could do it. They could, but I don't know. I mean, they gotta find some kind of mojo, because they got the Dodgers for 7 more, don't they?
They do. They get the Rockies for 7 too, but that's not. I mean, again, the way it's stacking up right now. And you mentioned, by the way, you didn't think they'd have a high batting average. Me neither. I didn't know it was going to be tied for worst in the National League with Pittsburgh and Milwaukee.
Neither did I.
Paul DeYoung. I was all high and mighty after that first day he showed up. Before last night.
Yeah, not so much.
Before last night. He's won for his last 28 since he showed up in 29 plate appearances. DeYoung has not been 13 Ks in that span too. Has not drawn a walk either. So 1 for his last 28. No. That's 0-36.
He was available for a reason.
He was available. Yeah, because remember he was 0 for with Toronto. Like they picked him up and he couldn't get on.
I think
base.
He was like 3 for 48 with Toronto.
He was terrible.
Like that.
He was terrible. It was awful in something like 15 games or something. He's had about that with the Giants. He's had
Seems
9,
like
10
a
games.
really good guy, though.
Seems like a great guy. Good clubhouse guy. You're gonna need that clubhouse guy. Mitch Haniger flared back up. I saw him make an attempt at a slide and catch yesterday in right field, and the ball popped over him and let a couple of guys come in. So things are just not going well for them. I put this out to Pop and Lund earlier. I saw Grant Brisbee had a great line in his article from yesterday where he said, this Giants team, because we were saying for a while through the middle part of the summer, it's a playoff team. They're a playoff team. They can pitch, and now they just don't score enough at all. To believe they're a playoff team relative to teams like the Phillies, who have started to slug a little bit. You see teams in the lineups like the Padres yesterday, you go, how are they not in it? And the Giants are in the thick of things, especially with how they hit against Harrison. Grant Brisbee's line was, this Giants team being in the playoff hunt is what should embarrass and shame Rob Manfred about expanding the playoffs, because we are legitimately in the mix for having an Eastern Conference type of National League playoff picture here, where the third best team is probably Philly? Are they the third best in the NL? And after that, it's wide open. I mean, you may get a team under 500 into the playoffs in the National League wild card. It's in the cards. Giants are 70-68. Arizona 71-67. The Marlins 70-67. They're in it. The Reds are above them at 72-68. That third playoff team might legit win 80 to 83 games. And the Giants aren't if they get in, it's because they beat some teams where it was convenient and somebody fell out of it. But they're not a competitive team. This isn't creating the best field baseball has.
Yeah, and the reason I'm not a fan. I mean, it's more playoff baseball. I like more playoff baseball. That's cool.
Yeah.
But the reason I'm not a fan is the same reason I'm not a fan of I was never a fan of the NBA having 8 teams and going to 7 games. If you're going to go have an 8-team, the 3-game series wasn't fair, but it was exciting. 5 games was probably a good medium. That 1 should still win, but one's not winning. One's not losing a 7-game series, but twice in the NBA, maybe 3 times they've lost. But it just doesn't happen when an 8 beats a 1.
Right?
It just because they're not as good, and a lot of the times those teams are the ones that are 500 or under. The problem with baseball is you could be the number 1 seed, grind the whole year, and because of the nature of baseball, the bottom seed's going to have a better chance of beating you than in like basketball, where it's like, this is just a revenue grab.
Right.
We're gonna win this team. We're gonna win this anyway. But we see it all the time. Go look at baseball schedules. Go look at how many times a team like 15 games under 500 beats a good team. Happens all the time. And who's to say you couldn't steal a couple games? All of a sudden, you win 4 out of 7. And that's what I think. I think it's 162 games. It's not even 82. It's 162 you're putting into this. And now I got to play a team that doesn't even deserve to be here? That's not fair. But It is extra playoff baseball, so I'll be watching because if it's playoff baseball, it's like I say about the NBA.
We're gonna watch it.
I hate the play-in game. I think it's stupid, and I don't want to watch it, but I do because it's the playoffs and it's an elimination game. That's just all there is to it.
Yeah.
I mean, I bitch and complain a lot, but I basically don't have any. I don't have any bark. I don't have any bite.
They're all bark, no bite. Yeah,
that's all I do. I just sit on the porch, scratch myself, and bark.
I knew this guy in college who used to get after it with the ladies pretty good, and then he got engaged. And I was like, years after, and I was like, "Oh man, you're engaged. That's it for you, huh?" He goes, "Oh, I'm still a dog. I can bark. I just can't bite." I was like, "All right, my man." He's by the way, he's no longer with his woman. We got Giants pregame coming up at 3:40 in about 15 to scratch myself on the porch and bark. By the way, real quick, we'll get our hardball hoedown in later this week. But how about the American League West? That is the division to watch right now. Rangers, Astros, and the Mariners have surpassed both of those teams, 77 and 60 right now. That's going to be a fun race down the stretch. When we come on back, some thoughts on the college football weekend. How about that? Hell of a weekend to open college football. Duke is in the top 25 now. Colorado jumps in. Some fun games from over the weekend. How about Florida State, too? 31 unanswered against LSU. We'll get into all that coming up next. And then Giants pregame at 3:40. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
San Mateo, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. San Mateo's Sports Leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. How you doing, Steve? Happy Tuesday to you. Hope you had a nice Labor Day weekend. Tell everybody about the ERC.
Thanks so much. Hope you did too. And here's how your listeners benefit from listening to you. I talked to one of your listeners this morning, and he went to somebody else. And, for most companies, there's 4 periods available. And I said there's 2 different methods, the math method, the gross receipts test, and the facts and circumstances method. This listener went to a CPA who did ERC for 1 quarter. But I always check both methods. This listener called just because he was listening to you, and he said, "I want to talk to Steve about this." And what happened, the CPA missed one of the quarters under the math method because there's a special rule the CPA obviously didn't know about. And then in addition to qualifying under the math method, on the other 2 quarters, he qualified on the facts and circumstances test. And had he not been listening to your show, he would have left almost $750,000 on the table. So again, that shows it pays to listen to your show.
Thanks so much, Steve. That's why it pays. Steve Moskowitz will give you the info. Give him a call. Get your second and third and fourth opinion from him. 1-888-TAX-DEALER. Find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wrapping it up here on a Tuesday afternoon, sort of. We have a Giants pregame in about 10 minutes at 3:40. Much to my usually say much to my chagrin or dismay, but it was much to my happiness and enjoyment to get off a plane on Thursday afternoon, evening, open up my tablet when I sat down and was like, what action can I get tonight? What baseball games are on? Totally forgot. College football had been kicking off. We had a bevy of games on Thursday, Friday. Great one Saturday. Rolled into last night. We had a good one with Duke taking down Clemson. By the way, how about this? Duke's first win against a top 10 opponent. See that, Tom? Since, no joke, the year I was born. I was like 6 months old the last time Duke knocked off a top 10 opponent. It was September of '89. Wild. And it was against Clemson. They beat them. So
against Clemson.
It was against Clemson. Was it Spurrier?
Yeah.
Was he the coach?
I saw that.
Who was the coach at Duke? I think they showed him, and I was like, I just saw the video.
Yeah.
I was like, is that a young Spurrier there? So that was a good game last night. Duke was getting 13 early, jumped on it, and ran away with it. That was a fun game. But what stood out to you this weekend? Favorite game of the weekend or big takeaways?
Before we get into the games, we've got to do it really quick. I just want to say R.I.P. to Steve Harwell, the lead singer of Smash Mouth.
Oh, yeah.
He passed away this weekend. I mean, 56 years of age.
Smash Mouth, big supporters of the leader, too. Big KNBR supporters.
Very big supporters of the leader. So that was sad to hear that. And then Gary Wright also passing away, Dreamweaver. And so, you get to my age, people start passing away. I didn't expect Steve Harwell, though.
What about Jim Buffett, too?
Younger than I am. That was like last weekend, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Or last week. Yeah, Jimmy Buffett. Oh.
Dude, him when I was gone, I missed the what's his name? Bob Barker passed. I'd missed that one. I guess right before I left.
Bob Barker.
The great line on the Barker. You see that one, too? He passed at 99. Somebody said he got as close as he could to $1 without going over. He's a legend. I was like, that is an incredible line by whoever tweeted that out.
Incredible line. Well, let's start off where most of us started off Saturday morning with Colorado and TCU.
What a game, dude.
Just an incredible game. It did not disappoint. Offensive fireworks on both sides.
And I was just interested because we wanted to see Colorado. We're like a real test here. Are they going to be able to compete this year? What are they? I thought maybe that'd be a fun one, but I didn't think they were going to have. I didn't think they would hold up the whole game the way they did.
No, I mean, Shedeur Sanders was fantastic, 510 yards. Set a first game in Colorado, sets a passing record. But really, Travis Hunter, who played about 1,000 snaps
both ways.
That game. I don't know that I've ever seen anybody play. I know I haven't. I've seen guys that play both ways, but maybe a couple snaps. It's a cornerback that'll run a few routes as a wide receiver. Or who was it for Stanford? Was it like Owen Marisic, I believe it was?
Yep.
That was a fullback, but also played linebacker. Coletto for the Oregon State Beavers, he was a fullback, played tight end sometimes, quarterback.
I think Troy Brown did it in like a Super Bowl. I think they ran Troy Brown out there at DB and a receiver for Belichick.
But this guy had a pick. It was a hell of a pick too, and 11 catches for like 120 yards. I was like, wow. So if you don't know who Travis Hunter is, you may want to get acquainted with him if you follow college football, because if they keep winning, I'm not sure that they will, but you're gonna know his name. Cal put up 58 points and almost 700 yards.
Yeah.
When's the last time that happened? California.
The Golden Bears. Yeah, I know.
Golden Bears.
That was wild.
58 and 680 yards, something like that. I mean, just wild that Cal could do something. So now they got Auburn coming to town this week, and that's going to be a fun game to watch. But Finley had a hell of a game. I knew they had a couple running backs that were really good, Ott being one of them. But I was like,
who was it? North Texas? Is that who they beat?
North Texas, the Mean Green. Mean Green just
weren't that mean.
Really all that mean.
It's like the tame green.
Yeah, they were like irritated. The irritated green. They definitely weren't mean. Oregon drops 81. I know it's Portland State, but so 81 is 81. Washington. I mean, Michael Penix, just him and his bomb squad. That team is not afraid to throw it deep.
Nope.
I mean, they chucked the ball all over the place. Boise got out early. Boise was looking pretty good. And then Washington just flew by them. Just good night now. Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. They're going to be fun to watch all year. And by the way, I just mentioned Cal Washington, talking college football.
Yeah,
Why?
yeah.
Because, the Pac-12 was undefeated. They are 13-0 now on the season.
Stanford hammering Utah, right? Hawaii. Hawaii usually they play.
Hammered Hawaii, and Utah beat Florida.
That's right.
And
they beat them last year at Florida. Remember, we thought it was a good win. Then we're like, oh wait, it wasn't that good of a win.
Wasn't that good of a win.
Same time last year.
This was a weird game because both quarterbacks were injured. So I know both quarterbacks were injured this week.
Right.
Florida had their quarterback. They had Mertz, the guy that played for Wisconsin. What's the other? Thank you to Penn State for running it in with 6 seconds left to cover. That was awesome.
Right.
Not really, because I had West Virginia, so that sucked. I always appreciate those bad beats. And then, real quick, maybe it's not Clemson, or maybe it is Clemson. It's not Uiagalelei. He goes to Oregon State. Looks great there. I think he had 4 touchdowns, 2 running, 2 passing. He might have had 1 more, actually, but at least 4. And then Clemson, who said they were going to look different. They did. They look worse.
They look bad
than they did last year.
We're going to look
bad
different
last year. They look worse against Duke. Duke was incredible, but Florida State might be the absolute real deal, because I think LSU is good. LSU's got some athletes. They move the ball up and down the field in the first half.
We've been waiting for this class, too, for Florida State. 31 unanswered.
Yeah, Florida State got 2 massive fourth down stops early in the game. First drive, LSU got down inside the 5, got stoned twice, get a penalty, get a first down and goal at the 2, get stuffed, and then they come back and get down to like the 15 and get stuffed. So those were massive. Florida State was kind of hanging in there. Travis got away with a couple. Well, he didn't get away with 1 bad throw. Could have been a pick 6, but they tackled him. The other throw was just atrocious. Thank you. He got away with that. But the biggest play of the game, I mean, the fourth downs were huge, obviously, but the biggest sequence of the game was 24-17 Florida State, last play of the third quarter. Jaden Daniels had Thomas, I think it was Michael Thomas, I believe, but I'm not positive. Thomas open down the left side, hits him in stride, it's a touchdown. He underthrows him, still kind of catchable, but he had to come back for it, and it went right through his hands. So not only did you not get the big play, you get nothing. You don't even get the touchdown, you get nothing. First play, fourth quarter, pick. His wide receiver falls down, Florida State picks it off, and they go down and score again and just keep on scoring. So, yeah, Travis was really, really good. They got some really good receivers and a nice right. Florida State's back, I believe. Florida State is really good. Their defensive line, this guy Verse came from Albany. Can you imagine guarding him playing against Albany 3 years ago?
Where the hell did this guy come from?
Go somewhere. What are you doing here? This is for schlubs. We'd go play somewhere else.
I like the tuna here. Yeah.
Blocking your ass here. Albany, go. So he goes to Florida State, and he's been really, really good there for 2 years. So their defensive line's really good. Offensive line's much better. Yeah, I think Florida State would be, if you wanted to put money on them to get to the college football playoffs, I think you could do worse spending some of your gambling funds.
Like it. So it's Dion and then Dion's alma mater. Real quick, Travis Hunter, that kid. He was the first one to sign up at Jackson State. He was like one of the top recruits, and he decommitted, went there. 129 snaps he played in the game. He became the first Division I player in at least the last 20 years. He had 119 receiving yards on 11 catches. And he had an interception in the game. He also had 3 tackles and a pass breakout.
My God.
Yeah, this guy, by the way, he and Shedeur Sanders' Heisman odds jumped insanely. They went from like plus 25,000 to plus 4,000 after this weekend. Yeah.
Dude, Hunter's interception was insane. It was wild. Down on the goal line, and they throw it, and he jumps and picks it off. I was like, this guy.
Wait till we get you.
He's all over the place.
Wait till the Sounds Far tomorrow. We have audio of Snoop Dogg who was watching it, and he's hysterical. He's like breaking down the play while Snoop is watching it. He's got an Emmy in front of the TV and like a pack of backwoods to roll up. So
of course, all right. Let's thank everybody and get out of here. Let's thank Matt Mayoko, Greg Cosell. It's going to be fun talking to those guys during football season. Thank you to Derek. Thank you to Tim. Let's get you ready for the Cubbies and the Giants here on these Sports Later. Take it away, Dirk.
Oh my God! Oh! Shut it down!